Atheist family. Against Riedel and Company. Chapter 3. Squeezing the universe out of the anus. Indolence through Immanence, Gap Phobia and the New Silk Road of Theory. From November 29 to December 1, 2013, the conference A Memory of the Future took place at Berlin's Humboldt University, which was dedicated to actualizing critical theory in the present. If I have understood the title, the announcement text and the program of this conference correctly, then the whole thing proceeds in such a way that the changed conditions of materialist social criticism in general are first dealt with here, which are then discussed in detail on the podiums on the basis of specific topics before the event leads to the inevitable final round, in which the tasks of theory and politics are first discussed after the analysis has been completed, before the question of the revolutionary subject is no longer posed, but rather, we are in a circle of subtle theorists who have also learned from the history of the left, the question of resistant subjectivity. A question that already pervades the Congress program itself, as can be seen from the announcement text. On the world market, women, lesbians, and transgender people continue to be doubly exploited and make up a large proportion of the working poor, it says. The feminist movements, the diagnosis continues, instead of having contributed to the general emancipation of the state and capitalist relations of production, have been integrated into the existing order, as if the feminist movements were originally or by their very nature revolutionary and could only be tamed by resorting to extreme violence and were not, apart from a few minority movements and individuals, in the form of their arguments and actions always a moment of what they were directed against, as if it were not obvious, in view of omnipresent and institutionally well-anchored gender campaigns, that it is precisely the feminist movements that have promoted the development of that new and at the same time very old and, incidentally, gender-neutral social character which, according to the motto I suffer, therefore I am, on the one hand declares itself to be the smallest existing minority, citing the highly unmistakable discrimination that it allegedly suffers, on the one hand, declares itself to be the smallest existing minority, following the pattern of persecuted peoples whose culture is threatened, and on the other hand, as a miniature counter-sovereign, wants to impose its private, delusional declaration of enmity on all others and, to this end, joins forces with others to form rackets that replace formalized forms of communication based on exchange with moral blackmail among themselves and in their dealings with the outside world. If the focus on some kind of resistant subjectivity and thus the option of a politics, however critical or progressive, were to be the driving force behind the theoretical effort celebrated at this Congress, then this would already have been decided, which means that the whole Congress could basically be dispensed with. Nothing against any of the lectures given here. As is always the case at such congresses, some clever and some nonsense will be said. But if the premise of theoretical behavior is to want to help a resistant subjectivity with the means of politics, then this damages any theorizing, because this then, as usual, becomes a kind of large-scale search for the supposedly decisive contradictions, cracks or fractures in the social structure, and the thinkers turn themselves into political engineers or commissars in advance, who claim to skillfully deepen and intensify these contradictions by virtue of superior insight and caution. Instead of behaving freely towards the matter in knowledge, theory becomes an illumination of all angles with the intention of changing the system, as Frank Bockelman once called it. Any need for theory, especially one that invokes so-called critical theory, must accept the question of what it is directed towards and what attitude it is accompanied by, whether it is directed towards the knowledge of a thing in order to disappear as a moment in it, or whether it asserts itself narrow-mindedly as a separate moment by placing itself above the respective objects and experiences in order to dispose of them and to command the world mentally, as it were. We know this well enough from the history of the left and the anti-Germans. In this way, the material insights and concepts of a critique, as formulated by Adorno, Horkheimer, Lowenthal, and others, are inevitably reified into an apparatus of ready-made categories and propositions that only need to be applied to the respective objects. Worse still, they are read as instructions for use that are pushed in front of living experience instead of illuminating it. The fact that this old left method is likely to be perpetuated at this Congress can be seen in those parts of the Congress program that are dedicated to art and aesthetic experience. The organizers clearly want to distance themselves from the traditional approach of reducing Theodore W. Adorno's thinking, of which he himself said in one of his last interviews that he felt it to be extraordinarily close to his artistic intentions, to sociology, to social science, however critical. But the way in which he hopes to finally do justice to art makes me doubt whether this is actually a step forward. The exhibition that opened earlier, this is not a protest song. Aesthetische Intervention in Jenseits der Immergleichen, this is not a protest song. Aesthetic interventions beyond the ever-same, with works from the fields of photography, digital art, object art, and painting is announced as follows. The works are confronted with selected quotations by Walter Benjamin and Theodore W. Adorno on the potential of the autonomous work of art. While the works on display critically examine the poor social totality in terms of both content and form, they point beyond this poor state, as it were, following the inherent laws of art. The exhibition therefore focuses on the non-identical aspect of the artworks, which the exhibition attempts to approach through a conceptual examination. Oscar Wilde remarked that a person is only invited to look at a work of art in order to forget all blinded bias while looking at it, provided it is a genuine work of art, both the bias born of ignorance and the bias born of knowledge. And because Adorno and Benjamin are used here as exemplary vehicles for a bias born of knowledge, such an announcement is the surest way to prevent an unchecked experience of art and its own laws and to put a stop to a free judgment of the object of experience from the outset. First of all, when producing art, no artist intentionally deals with the bad social totality, but with an aesthetic material such as language, sounds, images that is already mediated in itself. And if he does so anyway, then such a social or, in my opinion, political intention is at best an aid to invention that, together with other such aids, is ultimately extinguished in the work of art. I am not talking here about art propagandists whose work consists of arranging aesthetic materials for propaganda purposes. Whether, to what extent and in what respect the work of art in its erratic mysteriousness itself communicates something of the antagonistic totality and what else it communicates beyond that, i.e. what constitutes its specific and unmistakable worldliness, which in turn is decided in its specific form and nowhere else, is not a foregone conclusion, but a subsequent reflection that leads into the unforeseeable and unavailable. The potential of the autonomous artwork, the non-identical moment of artworks, indeed the concept of aesthetic autonomy itself are necessarily post festum categories. Before the conceptual confrontation with the artwork, of which the text speaks, there is inevitably the experience of the artwork, and this is, in this respect related to sexual desire, precisely not a logically ordered and strictly regulated process, but rather one in which one is first of all lost for words and ingrained concepts, namely an assault and overwhelming of the subject, in which its constitutive illusion that it has the world and its experience at its disposal like a possession is shattered in an instant. Something of the primacy of the object suddenly appears and the perspective opens up that the subject turns its identifying and subsuming activity against itself and wastes it on that in which it has its denied substance, the external as well as its own instinctual nature. The immediacy of such experiences, their intuitive moment, is not the abstract counterprinciple to mediation and rationality, but rather in it the unconscious knowledge that is not entirely amenable to the control mechanisms explodes and breaks through the wall of conventionalized and reality-compliant judgments. Intuitions are thus themselves categorically mediated by sedimented knowledge, which they simultaneously break through by asserting themselves to the subject as sudden, uncommandable, ego-alien ideas. Aesthetic experience goes against what Adorno often called the possessive character of experience, as the sexual metaphors in which we commonly verbalize our bewilderment in the face of great art reveal. It touches, it moves, it captivates, it spellbinds us. So it is not the subject that has experiences like a possession, but the other way around. Authentic experience has a grip on the experiencing subject, does not let it go, drives it around, and the logical discursive forms of cognition are, in this perspective, nothing other than the individual's attempt to lend linguistic expression to the overwhelmingness and thus the powerlessness to which he is exposed, and at the same time to withstand it by attempting to penetrate it conceptually. Where the aesthetic experience, which is neither a passive registration of an object nor the autocratic disposal of it, but an unreserved being in the art, does not itself drive on to reflection, but where categories of reflection are merely set externally, are merely set, unwound, and applied externally, the question of the worldliness of the artwork becomes a categorical interpretation of everyday understanding, which always wants to pin the artwork down to a meaning, a statement, a content, and for some time now also to an engagement. Where conceptual reflection does not function as an organon of unregulated experience, it runs empty and, conversely, becomes a systematic prevention of experience, by means of which one, additionally empowered by reading Adorno, allows one's experience, or rather one's lack of experience, to be preemptively certified or even substituted. As can be seen from the last 25 years, under such circumstances, reading the writings of Horkheimer, Adorno etc., regardless of immediate insight, can even cause real mischief, to the extent that so-called critical theory itself functions as a vehicle for the half-education it diagnoses, i.e. it promotes that adept cleverness and that shrewd knowledge that differs unfavorably from everyday understanding only through greater tenacity and more energetic perseverance. In this respect, in the interest of the most undiminished capacity for experience possible, a diligent study of the works of so-called critical theory and in particular Adorno's writings on art theory would even be strongly discouraged, because in the worst case they help to reinforce the tendency that has been observable among people who hold to critical theory for a few years anyway, namely, to fetishize the concept of advanced autonomous art developed by Adorno himself, to regard it in a completely reified way as the norm of one's own taste formation and to condemn everything that does not conform to this norm with completely uncovered snobbery as regressive, banal, etc. Banal, etc. In this way, Adorno's reflections, fed from within art and made for art, are simply used as instructions for use and action and, even more, as a catalogue of demands that works of art have to fulfill, which then regularly leads to the postulates that art must deal with social totality, which are ultimately indistinguishable from the social mainstream, or, when things get really bad, to those tortured art after Auschwitz debates in which art is then seriously presented as the norm, that after the mass extermination of the Jews, all music must be atonal and all poetry must be hermetic, as if the brittle and unwieldy features of modern art could easily be interpreted in socio-political terms as a reflection of and reaction to mass murder and suffering, as if modern art, in its freedom to dispose of its respective material, did not offer anyone who surrenders to it without reservation, despite all the suffering and blackness that it absorbs and makes confrontation with it exhausting, many times more happiness and pleasure than the art of earlier times. The organizers of this Congress also want to counteract this instrumentalization and fetishization of great art, because otherwise they would not have included a reading of texts by Eckhard Henscheid, who incidentally does not produce light entertainment but art, in the program, unfortunately only in the evening program and with the apologetic and tongue-in-cheek preface, light, but probably also critical entertainment, largely drawn from Eckhard Henscheid's satirical anecdotes, read aloud. So anyone who just wants to have a laugh will be told, entertainment yes, but again with a claim, namely critical. Just as I don't know what committed art is, in contrast to art, I don't know what critical entertainment is, in contrast to intelligent entertainment. I only know for sure that autonomous bourgeois art and uninhibited amusement, Horkheimer/Adorno, face the same problems, ever since the cultural industrial forms of production and distribution have existed, by means of which both forms of art have been deprived of their freedom of purpose, each articulated in its own way, by reducing autonomous art to consumable cultural goods and elevating amusement to elevated pleasure, as it were. In other words, entertaining literature for the sophisticated demands of budding critical theorists, but only after work, at the end of the day, when it would have been a real break with traditional left-wing conventions if Henscheid's linguistically and visually powerful art of fabulation or his tireless polemic against the stilted, pretentious theory and cultural chatter that likes to refer to Adorno and Benjamin and always strikes the pose of the heavy thinker had been made the subject of a workshop or podium. In general, it must systematically escape a theoretical need eager for seemingly reliable categories and binding claims that binding philosophizing today takes place neither in philosophical seminars nor in non-academic philosophical circles, but in a conversation that does justice to its term, namely in the scenes and lecture pieces of Gerhard Polt, whom I would like to describe without any hesitation as the most important living contemporary philosopher. With somnambulistic imperturbability, Polt succeeds in doing something very simple, something that Adorno identified as a desideratum of all philosophizing and something that many critical theorists have striven for in vain throughout their lives in their tough, rambling and tedious treatises, to take undiminished insight and to communicate, that is to say, to tell what one realizes about things. One could learn from Gerhard Polt's art that one can only become powerful in one's experience by surrendering oneself unreservedly to the object, by becoming like it, which is so convincing because Polt turns to the objects of his experience without any explicit intention of unmasking, denunciation or even criticism, but with all the imagination he is capable of, and only compresses and condenses what he has experienced to such an extent that it becomes legible as a figure that points beyond itself to the whole. If authentic art, regardless of whether it is autonomous bourgeois or light art, has a function at all, then it is to testify against the phrase and the violence that lurks within it, without judgment and rather with the full force of the shaping that it has given to the respective aesthetic material because it has eavesdropped on it. Authentic art liberates the human imagination by the fact that it does not remain with itself and invent autonomously, but rather lavishes itself on the respective aesthetic material and receives from it to the same extent that it shapes it, and in doing so brings its boundless richness to the fore, which in turn can ignite the viewer's imagination. Materialist criticism, on the other hand, which is what we are concerned with here, is not itself an immediate artistic behavior, its concepts are not aesthetic, and this immovably marks its border to existential ontology and post-structuralism, but it can learn from art and artistic procedures that what matters in the relationship of the thought to the thing is not constant activity, always conscious making, self-assured positing, or busy intervention, but rather the passive moment that underlies the activity and which it in turn aims at by disappearing into it. Not on the power of disposal over a thing, but on the ability to libidinous object occupation, not on sovereign deciding or even any responsibility, as it is called in the recently cultivated neo-existentialist jargon, but on the ability to surrender oneself to the object. Adorno once formulated this connection as follows: as long as we behave as we should, we are lost. When we criticize a phenomenon, it is not at all the case that we give it a direction and cannot actually give it one, but the direction always lies in the thing. In the question of direction, there is still a concept of subjectivity that is idealistic and appears as if it depends on the subject. But anyone who knows that subjects fall into reality cannot overtax the subject in such a way that he expects it to set this direction. Recognition is nothing other than following the movement of concepts. The subjective part is reduced to the moment of spontaneity. And further, I actually need all my spontaneity to do nothing, but only to see what actually is. I have to make more of an effort to do what I don't do, but what is done, subjectivity is in cognition in the form of its own negation. A realization offers up all our experiences in order to annihilate experience. End quote. The altered conditions of materialist critique that are being asked about on this podium are not ones that are external to it and which it confronts as a self-sufficient method. Rather, they are already reflectively incorporated in this self-critical materialist turn in epistemology. If, as Adorno writes elsewhere, materialism is not a counterposition to be taken by decision, but the epitome of the critique of idealism and of the reality for which idealism opts, then this epistemological critical destruction of the figure of the sovereign, self-conscious bourgeois subject incorporates an epochal process, namely the crisis-ridden disintegration of the bourgeois subject and the liberal social order it represents and keeps in motion, which became undeniable at the beginning of the 20th century. Materialist critique, as formulated by Horkheimer and Adorno, does not, as is often claimed, simply attempt to save the subject, but instead emphasizes the abilities and powers that could be released in the disintegration of the subject and that could grow towards it, and the very first of these abilities would be to not to confront reality with the stale poses of either the self-assured, autocratic interventionist or the lonely, misunderstood critic, but rather to face its own disintegration, its powerlessness, undiminished, in order to remain powerful instead of allowing itself to be made stupid and panicked by it. The salvation of the bourgeois individual is present in the ability to remain powerful in the experience of powerlessness, as a moment and with the transformed intention of self-critically turning the identifying achievements of the subject towards the non-identical, and this is, if you will, the basic intention of Adorno's philosophizing, to perform a turn of the axis of the Copernican turn. To think with the concept against the concept or with the subject against it. In this endeavor, materialist critique has its model as well as its ally in the authentic formations of modern art, which also do not draw their forms from an undoubtedly guaranteed canon, but from the reflection of precisely the irreversible decay of aesthetic subjectivity and the aesthetic conventions assigned to it, and which, with the resulting intention of producing binding form out of freedom, succeeds in its best moments in pointing out and keeping alive against society what would be a promise and appearance of something better in the post-bourgeois subject. In the effort not to deny one's own powerlessness, but to look it unyieldingly in the eye and allow it to become productive in the patient and loving turn to the matter at hand, materialist critique, like modern art of whatever provenance, functions as a specific and nuanced critique of the unenlightened and disinhibited subjectivism that is typical of the post-bourgeois subject. Because modern art and materialist critique converge in their experiential content and intention, it is the case that so-called critical theory, far from representing a sociology or social theory that is critical in any way, is not only somehow grounded in the experience of modern art, but is basically little more than aesthetic modernism brought to self-consciousness. So when this panel, as is usual at comparable left-wing congresses, asks about the changed conditions of materialist critique, then the question in this form is misguided from the outset, as it assumes from the outset the abstract separation of method and subject matter and thus an instrumental conception of theory as a means of politics, i.e. it pretends that method and subject matter are separate. In other words, it pretends that the conditions in question are a compact ensemble of predetermined social facts and tendencies that critical theorists should conceptually penetrate in order to adjust to the situation and realistically assess their possibilities within it. The inflationary claim that critical theory has a time core of truth, which was also used again in the announcement of this panel, has therefore become the opposite of what it was intended to be, a tried and tested legitimization for smooth and busy adaptation to what is currently socially required, be it in politics or in individual career planning. In his reflections on class theory, Adorno clearly emphasized that the emphasis on the dynamic moment of history, on the aspects of change, development, and renewal, which is also so popular among materialists, is ideally suited to the constructive forging into the course of events and argued against this. The other, less popular aspect of dialectics is the static one. Under the spell of the system, the new, progress, is like the old, always a new disaster. Recognizing the new doesn't mean to nestle into it and the movement, but to resist its rigidity, to guess the march of the world historical battalions as treading water. The newest thing, and it alone, is the old horror, the myth, which consists precisely in the blind progress of time, which withdraws into itself. Only those who recognize the newest as the same serve that which would be different. And it is precisely this highly unpopular static aspect of history that remains as relevant as ever, because the conditions of materialist social criticism have not fundamentally changed in their basic determinants since the beginning of the 20th century, but have remained alarmingly the same. We must continue to live with the contradiction that liberalism and the bourgeois subject it represents are irretrievably over, without capitalist socialization having entered a truly new stage, but rather permanently disintegrating and either fending off its crisis-like disintegration or settling into its crisis-like disintegration and thus, as happened in Auschwitz, being able to fully unfold its barbaric potential, and thus actually reaching a new stage, that of barbarism that has been deprived of capital, but that this process of decay is also not fatal and therefore not without hope. The fact that commodity-producing bourgeois society has been hollowed out beyond recognition, but without really being able to pass beyond it, is the enduring signature of the epoch, a state of objective absurdity that has now lasted for quite a long time and at the same time has something paralyzing about it as a whole and unpredictable in detail. This blatant contradiction, indeed absurdity, is not to be reconciled by consciousness, but to be presented undiminished in order to transcend it. In relation to the immediate present, this means that the administered world, in which, with regard to Germany, the Nazi-fascist collective mobilization was pushed into latency and its legacy continued to be managed in constitutional forms, changes its mode of administration and changes the administrative body, but extends the administrative access to those subject to it to the same extent that it withdraws it. Instead of being objects of care by capital tamed by the nation-state or the bureaucratic nation-state, individuals are targeted as subjects, as in a bad caricature of the liberalism of the past, who are now allowed to manage their object status in a completely self-determined and autonomous manner. What sociologists celebrate as the individualization or differentiation of society and thus as liberation from paternalism by the authoritarian state is, in essence, precisely the completion of the state's institutional strategy, agnoli, what the state used to do for those subordinated to it, the intertwining of capital accumulation and the provision of basic needs, is now imposed directly on each individual, put into the form of a free decision of will and thus privatized. As a result, however, the private decision is immediately declared to be a public matter, and thus an existential order of values, and the distinction between private person and public function is systematically undermined. The popular mobilization slogan of engagement, which is expected of every individual, already ratifies the fusion of both moments. The current form of rule is thus the state-imposed compulsion to decide to permanently enforce one's own submission in all situations and expressions of life. In this way, general mobilization returns as the free mobilization of each individual in and of themselves, carried out on their own initiative and in competition with one another. The administered world as the suspended mobilization is now transformed into the mobilized world by its own logic. The democratized national general racket disintegrates into its subdivisions, which fiercely compete within themselves and with each other to be recognized as outsourced cliques and rackets, henceforth acting on their own account, as particles of domination, as moments of the state diffusing into society. The basis of these rackets and at the same time the elementary form in which they can appear is the post-bourgeois subject, also disintegrating into itself, actually or virtually superfluous, which, projecting itself onto the world in a state of emergency, imagines itself as immediate generality, as sovereign, and is in search of systems that confirm its untenable and thus tendentially delusional private opinions and institutions in which it can live out its delusion with others. Horkheimer and Adorno's remark existence in late capitalism is a constant rite of passage. Everyone must show that he identifies himself without remainder with the power by which he is beaten fits seamlessly with conditions in which the coram publico continuous self-discipline, ideologized only weakly as lifelong learning because it is all too clearly reminiscent of the penal system, is elevated to an end in itself and then, if it does achieve its purpose, no longer finds its goal in the job, in which it comes to rest or is at least relaxed, but continues all the more and without any prospect of an end. What was once the workforce is now the team. The despotism of the factory has become the democracy of the office, in which everyone ekes out an existence only under the supervision of everyone else and on probation that can be revoked at any time, and which merges so seamlessly into leisure that the very concepts of work and leisure become meaningless. As an increasingly self-purposeful exercise, the lifelong self-direction of the individual for the interests of the state and capital gravitates towards what political engagement has always been under the prevailing conditions: pseudo-activity, spectacle, or self-presentation theater. What used to characterize only precarious artistic existences on the margins of society is now generalized, and the prosaic self-dressing of the capitalized subject absorbs the provisions of art, which in turn lend undeserved splendor to ordinary acts of coercion. In this way, the cheerful execution of unlived life advances to become either the art of living or an event, i.e., an artistic act itself. This is the hard economic core of the ubiquitous and institutionally secured culturalization of all expressions and areas of life. Conversely, artistic production in many places either regresses to disdainful arts and crafts or, insofar as it sees itself as committed, aligns itself with political substitutes and in this way makes itself all the more difficult to distinguish from everyday economic and social life, the louder it mobilizes against it with infantile actions. It is precisely in the art industry rackets that the post-bourgeois social character, which unceremoniously transforms its powerlessness into boundless omnipotence and regards the world around it as nothing more than indifferent material for its panic-induced identitarian madness, finds undisguised expression and unconscious self-confidence in the form of the so-called postmodernism that is particularly popular in these circles, that mad dream of completely subjugating and functionalizing one's own bodily nature and the external, in general everything that could be reminiscent of an object world that is not completely commensurable with the subject and, if possible, making it disappear altogether in that overarching power of being that is now subtly called discourse, and as with Heidegger's mythology of being, the objectivism that appears in it is nothing other than subjectivism gone wild. A private, subjective decree that spreads itself into an objective general world system. Because nothing offends this social character more than anything that could possibly not be absorbed into its empty and totalitarian discourse slogans and reminded of the wretchedness of its existence, its exponents must compulsively and repeatedly exorcise purposeless art, both autonomous and entertaining, or compulsively destroy it as well-paid artistic directors, and cultural mediators. The so-called art that they themselves then offer for sale is accordingly strictly organized lack of imagination, the eternally identical performative acts in which the action, phrase, and arts and crafts garbage from 40 years of left-wing movement that was thought to have been forgotten is recycled in a postmodern way, the dullest, because non-objective self-reflection, a big, yawning, existentially inflated nothingness. There is no need to mention that at such events, where citizens driven by self-hatred and prevented from committing suicide stage their ritual suicide as a trial, some of their protagonists would also like to symbolically drag the Jews and their state into the abyss with them, with the acquiescence or applause of all those present. Demonstrating the nullity of this postmodernly legitimized artifice would be one of the noblest tasks of a materialist critique, which would not have to be carried out with the heroic gesture of debunking, because there is nothing left to debunk in the face of the nonsense openly proclaimed everywhere, but rather, as it were, in passing, with a light hand and a good dose of ennui and dégoût. Attitudes that would express the fact that the critical elimination of those unpleasant phenomena that the world forced into identity, Gerhard Scheidt, holds in store for us is only a means of becoming spiritually and perhaps even practically aware of the thing itself as it would be beyond the identity constraint, just as, conversely, the unmediated jumping at a thing and the willingness not to narcissistically confiscate this individual idiosyncratic impulse as a personal character trait, but to reflect on it as a compulsion emanating from the cause, is in turn the prerequisite for engaging in criticism and polemics in the temporary intellectual sabotage of those hardened forms of mediation that force everything that exists together into identity. Whereby this sabotage would also have a passive moment, for domination, which totally confiscates the individual as a subject in the form of all-sided mobilization, has at the same time sunk into it and thus reaches a threshold value by permanently overtaxing it constitutionally. It is therefore not too audacious a hope that it could perish from the ennui and dégoût, i.e. from the listlessness and exhaustion of the compulsively mobilized. The generosity and breadth of Adorno's thinking, which is rightly praised time and again, is due to an almost stupendous simplicity, which is often forgotten, an attitude that does not allow itself to be denied naivety, the immediacy of the matter, a loyalty to experiences of an emphatic character, such as might have amazed a child, by which one once allowed oneself to be seized without protection and which one circles around in a transforming way as an adult. This is why Adorno could say that what one realizes in life is little other than the attempt to catch up with childhood in a transforming way. Only those who single-mindedly focus on one thing, on their own thing and, by circling around it reflectively, allow themselves to be carried away by it into the unforeseeable with an attitude of imperturbability in the dark, will find knowledge to be an adventure, and in such objectivity, unperturbed knowledge is the most definite contrast to the transformation of all things into qualityless material of subjective conditioning. And theoretical reflection would thus regain a moment of playfulness, which Adorno referred to when he said that philosophy was the most serious thing, but not so serious after all. What is so impressive about Adorno, the non-schematic, supple, non-doctrinaire nature of his analyses, which sometimes makes them as captivating to read as a novel that you can no longer get away from, is in turn due to a conceptual rigor trained on Marx. Despite all the differentiation that Adorno devoted to social theory, which was necessary because the subject matter demanded it, he never allowed himself to be talked out of proving that phenomena are constituted by the capitalist economy, even where the reified consciousness believes them to be either undefiled nature or an autonomous subject area that can be viewed using independent methods. Adorno always regarded the hypocritical philanthropy of the popular demand that theory must be differentiated, always take into account all possible aspects, dimensions, and never proceed in a reductionist or one-sided manner as an evasion in order to keep unpleasant insights at Leib's doorstep and sensed in this evasion the betrayal of possible emancipation. If anything, the following statement by Adorno could serve as a motto for his work: no advanced artist or thinker escapes the accusation of coldness and detachment. Because he takes utopia and its realization bitterly seriously, he is not a utopian, but looks at reality as it is in order not to be stultified by it. He wants to liberate the elements of the better, which are decided in it, from their captivity. He makes himself as hard as the petrified conditions in order to break them. Adorno, who developed Marx's critique of fetishism on the basis of a wide range of phenomena, pointed it out unmistakably against its romantic idealistic appropriation. In Negative Dialectics, for example, he writes, "Thinking easily and comfortingly imagines that it possesses the philosopher's stone in the dissolution of reification, the character of the commodity. But reification is the form of reflection of false objectivity, centering theory around it, a form of consciousness, makes critical theory idealistically acceptable to the dominant consciousness and the collective unconscious." Marx's early writings, in contrast to Capital, owe their current popularity to this, especially among theologians. It is not without irony that the brutal and primitive functionaries who heretized Lukács more than 40 years ago because of the reification chapter from the important book History and Class Consciousness sensed the idealism of his conception. The same applies to Adorno's treatment of Freudian psychoanalysis. Contrary to a widespread misconception, Adorno by no means integrated psychoanalysis into social criticism or transformed it into social psychology, which he fiercely fought against as psychoanalytical revisionism. For him, Freud's truth lay in the fact that he gave adequate expression, precisely through his psychological atomism, to a reality in which people are actually atomized and separated from one another by an unbridgeable gulf. Because the disintegration of the individual and society is of social origin, it cannot be eliminated through the integration of the sciences, through interdisciplinarity, as one would say today. Above all, however, social theory and psychoanalysis are not equal approaches. Even vulgar materialism, which bases individual forms of reaction on tangible profit interests, is right against the psychologist who derives economic behavior patterns of adults from their childhood, which follow objective economic laws, and into which the individual nature of the counterparties does not enter at all or only as a mere appendage. And in the Reflections on Class Theory it says, "The danger of psychologism, it is no coincidence that the author of A Psychology of Socialism ended up becoming a fascist like the sociologist of the party system, was averted in its origins long before bourgeois philosophy set out doggedly to defend its objectivity in the sphere of knowledge." Marx did not engage with the psychology of the working class. It presupposes individuality, a kind of self-sufficiency of motivational contexts in the individual. Such individuality is itself a socially produced concept, which falls under the critique of political economy. The average social science jargon about the alleged complexity and confusion of modern society also finds no basis in Adorno. In many respects, society is more transparent than ever before due to the elimination of uncounted mechanisms that point back to the market, due to the elimination of the blind interplay of forces in broad sectors. If knowledge depended on nothing but the functional nature of society, the famous cleaning lady could probably understand the gears quite well today. The systematic denial and repression of this experience is the basis of all varieties of positivism, including post-structuralism, which therefore produce an elaborate stupidity that ranks even lower than the ostentatious cleverness of cleaning ladies. The knowledge of complicated individual relationships is, according to Adorno, one of the most important tricks for sabotaging real knowledge. Today, facts have tended to become veils over reality. Despite the identity of the conceptual contexts, Adorno, in contrast to Marx, can no longer base his critical theory on a practically effective non-identical. This is undoubtedly an opportunity for theory, because now at the latest it must rid itself of its fatal tendency to become positive of its own accord and recognize the tracking down of any subjects of the revolution as a groundless projection of its own will into the outside world. Since it has lost the reality that urges it to think, the thought that urges practical completion, i.e. the negation of itself, must therefore renounce all revolutionary hopes even more consequent than Marx did and present the social doom for the purpose of criticism even more ruthlessly than before. Otherwise it would be nothing but affirmation and a cleverly devised consolation for the soul. On the other hand, critical theory must, in the form of a hypothetical counterfactual assumption, be based on a non-identity. If it renounces any revolutionary theoretical impetus, then all its statements would be turned into their opposite. They would then be an accurate description of the disastrous course of the world, whose critical or materialist character could perhaps still be affirmed by the theorist as a gesture. For the theory itself it would no longer be of any constitutive relevance, and this would make it all the more affirmative. Today, every serious social theory that still holds to Marx's theory is laboring under this aphoretic contradiction, and any attempt to resolve it, or to resolve it in any way, is necessarily doomed to failure. Adorno, at any rate, always avoided this because he knew that this aporia expresses a contradiction in terms that conditions are overripe for upheaval and at the same time immune to it. Adorno's frequently varied idea that, where the matter itself is ambiguous, one cannot insist on the clarity of concepts, but must rather accept methodological inconsistencies for the sake of truth, proves nowhere as relevant as at this point, which is constitutive for his theory. The unwillingness of social critics to withstand the uncomfortable contradiction to which they are exposed is regularly articulated in the accusation of a lack of consistency. For example, both Stefan Breuer, who was trained by Adorno, and the fundamental value critics of the journal Crisis believe that Marx based his revolutionary theoretical assumptions on an ontology of labor and thus fell behind his radical critique of value, commodities, and capital, which also understands labor as a factor constituting capital. And addressed to Adorno, the accusation made by Breuer and Crisis alike is that in his reflections on the category of the non-identical he asserted an ontology of the subject that was incompatible with his critique of the subject. The ontological argumentation had to be abandoned, but the social critique had to be upheld and developed further. That ontology and materialist critique are mutually exclusive is a given, but Marx's theory of revolution has only marginally to do with ontology, and Adorno's concept of the non-identical has nothing to do with it at all. However, the belief that two layers or strands of argumentation exist side by side in Marx's and Adorno's theories, which can be neatly separated from one another in order to then put the good one in the pot and the bad one in the pot, this belief is alarmingly naive and is more reminiscent of a sociological proseminar than materialist dialectics. Anyone who subtracts the revolutionary theoretical impetus contained in Marx's or Adorno's work does not retain a pure, unadulterated critique of capital, but a social theory among many others, which can no longer even justify why it should be critical and why it constantly speaks of value and capital and not of system and interaction. Stefan Breuer has honestly drawn this conclusion. If, as he does, one crosses out any revolutionary theoretical content in Adorno, then the rest is systems theory, and consequently Breuer can discuss critical theory and Luhmann's systems theory in his book The Society of Disappearance, in the horizon of an emerging convergence of critique and affirmation, page 65, as equivalent approaches that differ only in terminology, without the former still being able to criticize the other as ideology. The Crisis, on the other hand, resurrects the recently completed theory of revolution with all its metaphysical chicanery under the sign of fundamental value criticism, only minus the subject working class, thus bending the value criticism into false positivity. Two classic cases of the dialectic of enlightenment, radical demythologization, banished into the form of blind logic of consequences, turns into clarified affirmation or second-hand revolutionary mythology, both of which, in their own way, exorcise theory of its negativity. Adorno, on the other hand, preferred to accept a few theoretical indecisions because this price was too high for him. Adorno's epistemological reflections are anything but frugal, self-indulgent academic dry runs. Rather, they thematize the necessary contradiction of a late Marxist theory of society. At various points, Adorno explicitly understood his critique of knowledge as a resumption and radicalization of Marx's critique of philosophy. There is a striking indecision in Adorno's argumentation. He partly acknowledges Marx's intention of conceiving social theory as an expression of changing practice, by saying that it can no longer be maintained, and partly revises it in retrospect, by doubting whether the possibility of this ever existed. Of course, there is also a factual reason for this indecision. On the one hand, the failure of Marx's intention to sublate philosophy in transformative practice does indeed shed light on its shortcomings and contradictions. The continuum between materialist critique and transformative practice was never as unbroken as Marx sometimes made it seem. This is overlooked by Frank Bockelmann, who sometimes reconstructs Marx's practical theory too sympathetically and is quite harsh on Adorno where this is inappropriate. Nevertheless, Böckelmann's book über Marx und Adorno, Difficulties of Late Marxist Theory, published by Mackel in Frankfurt in 1972 and now long out of print, is one of the most important writings to emerge in the wake of the protest movement, because it attempts to understand Adorno's critical theory as a continuation of Marx's and to point out the consequences of the divergence between social criticism and revolutionary theory with uncompromising acuity. This article is also based on this magnificent book. Adorno therefore not only doubts that proletarian subjectivity was ever the evident factor that Marx made it out to be, but also criticizes Marx's demand for the sublation of philosophy as an all-too-wet and dry thesis that concealed the precariousness of the construction even then and to which Marx did not adhere. On the other hand, Adorno also knew that Marx's concept was by no means the product of a theorist who had gone mad, but had a real foundation. It contained a trace of historical reason, the flash of a then-missed revolutionary opportunity, the anticipation of a liberated humanity. And it is for this reason that Adorno considers Marx's envisaged self-abolition of philosophy to be a program that has by no means come to an end, but must be continued under changed conditions. Adorno's recapitulation of Marx's critique of philosophy begins with the central category of idealism, the ego that believes itself to be autonomous, the transcendental subjectivity. In it he recognizes the reflective form of nature-dominating labor that does not want to acknowledge its own conditionality. Self-dominant subjectivity is therefore confronted with its own mediatedness. It falls from the outset into that which it claims to create and constitute in the first place, into the object. Nature-dominating subjectivity sets its object, nature, as a mere substrate, qualityless material, which it arranges by means of classificatory, formalizing concepts. In the resulting repressive mediation of subject and object, both sides are deprived of their rights. Nature is mutilated and negated, sovereign subjectivity shrinks into the character mask of abstract identity, behind which the oppression of empirical individuals is concealed. The enlightened domination of nature institutionalizes society as a blind second nature. Against the romantic reactionary critique of natural science or technology, which believes it can refer to Adorno when it intones its lament about the coldness of the technologized world, Adorno made it unmistakably clear. To oppose the solid to the chaotic and to dominate nature would never have succeeded without a moment of solidity in the dominated, which would otherwise give the lie to the subject without ceasing. To skeptically deny that moment altogether and to locate it solely in the subject is no less its hubris than if it absolutizes the schemata of conceptual order. The particular origin of the formation of scientific categories in the abstraction of exchange therefore says nothing against their objective validity, but the critique of natural science formulated in parts of Western Marxism lives precisely from the blurring of this difference. The fact that the modern natural sciences are not an a priori objective, ISV-neutral form of knowledge, but are determined by capitalist form right down to their basic concepts, is a rather trivial insight, true and significant only as an objection both to the fetishistic projection of self-made conceptual schemes onto the natural object as its readable or leaping over property onto the observer, and to the subsequent property that is widespread among milers, the naively instrumental reference to natural science, which is widespread among milers and which, as with other phenomena, does not even care about their capitalist constitution. If, however, what Alfred Riedel still admitted is denied, namely that the scientific schemata are suitable as a minimum concept of what constitutes a natural process at all, that the rigid categories correspond, in Adorno's words, to a moment of solidity in the natural object. If natural science is thus understood as a purely usurpatory act of will that is a priori incommensurable with nature, the critique of natural science turns into counter-enlightenment. If the in itself of nature is unrecognizable by means of the concepts formed for us, if concept and natural object fall apart immediately, they also fall together immediately. Nature is then only the epitome of what is socially projected onto it, a purely social product, not a quality distinct from society and missed or recognized by it. Instead of breaking through the idealistic fallacy of constitutive subjectivity, Adorno, which regards the subject as the absolute and generating principle and nature as unqualified material, this hubris is merely turned negative, but its basic features are affirmed. A sociological idealism, Riedel, takes the place of subjective idealism. Under this assumption, a historical sequence of different types of appropriation of nature can be described, but it is no longer possible to justify why, for example, modern physics is not only different from the rites of the shamans, but also represents an indisputable advance in knowledge compared to them. It is obvious that such pseudo-criticism has done much to advance postmodern deconstructionism. If the left had not long since denied and repressed the epistemological banality that every concept necessarily refers to an object as its substrate, which is not absorbed in its constructedness, then its empty and tautological talk of the discursive or social constructedness of everything and everyone, because it denies the object any self-existence, would not be so popular with them. In the hope that the deconstructivist shares will soon fall again, it should therefore be noted once again. If nature is completely dissolved into discourse and society, society in turn coagulates into, as the post-structuralists themselves admit, absolutely determining, insurmountable, nature. The fact that the coercive character of capitalist reproduction, fetishized in this way, is also transformed into a positive condition for self-realization should be enough to make deconstructivism recognizable for what it is, bourgeois lifestyle philosophy for sophisticated bad taste. Even more succinctly, the aesthetic theory states, the extent to which the vulgar antithesis of technology and nature is mistaken lies in the fact that it is precisely nature, unspoiled by human care, over which no hand has passed, alpine moraines and scree slopes, that resemble the industrial waste heaps from which the socially approved aesthetic need for nature flees. Neither the mastery of nature nor enlightenment nor the claim of people to determine their own destiny as free individuals are open to criticism. What is up for criticism is the coercive character of self-preservation, the naturalness of human self-assertion, which, as a compulsive, natural growth, permanently reproduces what it originally rebelled against, the fetishistic inescapability of natural compulsion. No return to a fictitious unity of man and nature, but liberation from the compulsion of nature is on the agenda. Previous history, in its natural depravity, was merely prehistory. The entry of human beings into history is still pending, and in this, too, Adorno remains an orthodox Marxist. Accordingly, Adorno by no means simply dropped the concept of progress, as the popular misunderstanding would have us believe. He once characterized the position of his critical theory on the concept of progress as follows. No critique of progress is legitimate unless it names its reactionary moment under the prevailing lack of freedom and thus inexorably excludes any abuse in the service of the existing. What is programmatically outlined here and developed in various works on the subject was once again explicitly set out by Adorno in an essay entitled Progress. The text, written in 1962, to which he himself attributed some significance by describing it as belonging to the complex of negative dialectics, reads in parts as if it were aimed at today's zeitgeist, which indulges in a degouting mixture of murmuring apocalypticism, larmoyance, and detachment. Adorno considers the term belief in progress, which even softened Marxists like to use when they are in a self-critical mood, to be an expression of an obscurantist attitude. It is as flat and positivistic as they like to accuse the ideologized concept of progress in bourgeois society of being, and therefore in truth not its critique, but its equally ideological counterpart. Adorno's rescue of the concept of progress does not, of course, mean the faithful assurance that progress is both and, but rather, the concept of progress is dialectical, in the strict non-metaphorical sense, in that its organon, reason, is one, in that there is not in it a layer that dominates nature and a reconciling layer side by side, but that both share all their determinations. The one moment only turns into its other by literally reflecting itself, by reason applying reason to itself and emancipating itself from the demon of identity in its self-limitation. Progress is therefore not the other of the movement of progressive mastery of nature, its abstract negation, but requires the unfolding of reason through mastery of nature itself. Like the other philosophical concepts, Adorno seeks to preserve progress as a negative category, as a category of objection. If progress were truly the power of the whole, whose concept bears the marks of its violence, it would no longer be totalitarian. It is not a final category. It wants to run into the triumph of radical evil, not triumph in itself. By turning to the primacy of the object, to the non-identical, Adorno's self-criticism of philosophy aims to keep the door open to a transformative, revolutionary practice. Adorno knows that one cannot simply jump out of the philosophical context of immanence, the intellectual expression of the functional context of total socialization, i.e., abstractly negate it and retreat into an already illusionary refuge. Rather, following on from Marx, the philosophical categories must be turned against themselves and their highest principle, identity as the spiritualization of repressive comparison. The demarcation line to idealism is whether consciousness, theoretically and in practical consequence, asserts and wants to reinforce identity as the ultimate, the absolute, or experiences it as the universal apparatus of coercion, which it ultimately needs in order to escape universal coercion, just as freedom can only become real through civilizational coercion, not as a retour à la nature. Instead of playing up to the all-encompassing whole, the recognizing subject should redirect its subsuming function towards that in which it has its denied substance, towards the object, towards that which is non-identical according to the standard of repressive identity. The concept of the non-identical is the placeholder for that which, in the midst of the existing and as constituted by it in whatever way, could be the potential of liberation, that which could explode the conditions from within, i.e., the revolutionary theoretical concept of Adorno's critical theory. However, Adorno, by insisting on the non-identical, holds on to the revolutionary theoretical content of social theory, but, on the other hand, wisely refrains from immediately reifying the assumed non-identical again, as some kind of fabulous subject or the like. He too, like every Marxist social critic, has to pay his price. The non-identical is an abstract, shadowy category and will necessarily remain so as long as it does not manifest itself as a practically effective, nameable moment in social reality that actually undermines false mediation. For the time being, the primacy of the object remains a non-identity philosophical category, and the materialism that it guarantees is therefore always untrue according to the measure of its intention. However, this circumstance cannot justify a reproach against Adorno, because there is no alternative to his method, as all attempts that claim to go beyond it and always fall short of it testify. What could justify the true primacy of the objective cannot be positively determined here and now, but can only be modeled as a shadow image through the critique of false mediation. What thing itself may be called is not positive, immediately present. Whoever wants to recognize it must think more, not less, than the reference point of the synthesis of the manifold, which in the deepest sense is no thinking at all. Yet the thing itself is by no means a product of thinking, rather the non-identical through identity. Such non-identity is not an idea, but an appended thing. The fact that the non-identical can only be determined and recognized through mediation, however, means at the same time becoming aware of its own mediatedness. The non-identical is not absolutely individual or unique, not absolutely different, not pure immediacy. What is more than it is. This more is not imposed on it, but remains immanent to it as that which is repressed from it. In this respect, the non-identical would be the thing's own identity against its identifications. The insistence on the object's own determinacy, beyond its false mediation, but only recognizable through it, fundamentally distinguishes Adorno from all postmodern philosophers of difference. Their belief that one can make tabula rasa with the metaphysical general concepts through acts of deconstruction and set difference immediately against them not only fails to recognize the real metaphysics of capital, which is expressed by the general concepts. It also does not want to admit that the differential and particular is mediated in itself by social objectivity, which it reinforces precisely by insisting on its monadological isolation. Introduced as something absolutely distinct, difference suddenly becomes a being of its own dignity. The Heidegger worship of a Lyotard or Derrida is therefore only consequent. In every respect, post-structuralist philosophizing is the opposite of critical theory. Not only does it fail to recognize the repressive whole, but it also sabotages any attempt to anticipate an emancipation whose universality would consist in the unity of the many without coercion. Adorno's critique of false objectivity, of the repressive general and his advocacy of the non-identical, on the other hand, ultimately aims at a social generality that starts from the particular, i.e. the association of free people, the unity of the many without coercion. Again, an orthodox Marxian thought, and Adorno also makes the connection explicitly. Marx already expresses the difference between the primacy of the object as something to be critically produced and its grimace in the existing, its distortion through the character of the commodity. Primacy of the object is therefore to be understood ambiguously, denunciation of the existing and anticipation of the new in one. The analysis of the object takes precedence because a critical theory has to name the independence of social relations against the individual. The compact, seemingly timeless supremacy of relations in and against the socialized individuals simultaneously denies them the undiminished experience of what has been reflected in the relations as a result of their work, as a trace of progress, knowledge, and liberation, but has been forgotten and petrified because it has been incorporated into the existing as a moment of its self-preservation. In view of the death of unregulated experience, the object with all its implications is of incomparably greater importance than the subject's views. It is therefore the task of critical theory to uncover the history sedimented in social objectivations, the forgotten, scattered, disparate moments of the non-identical, the overshooting that are imprisoned in them. The analysis of works of art can claim particular relevance here because they compel reflection on where they, figures of the existent and incapable of citing the non-existent into existence, could become its overwhelming image, were it not for the non-existent in itself. Theory wants to help the non-identical, the immanent generality of the object awaiting its realization, to speak. The theory's method of assembling its concepts in constellations around the object is intended to dissolve the accidental, monadological existence of the thing and recognize the constellation in which it itself stands. The intention of such cognition is not the fixed theoretical system, but the density of experience, in which the traces of the non-identical with the theory and the preceding experience of the subject are pushed together, and abruptly, to form the whole of cognition. Thinking in conceptual constellations is not only a form of cognition that is appropriate to the state of total forgetfulness, in that the whole of cognition does not come about by the non-identical being blankly identified again, subsumed to the general concepts, but by it coming together to form the whole. Cognition through constellation is at the same time the anticipation of the new, of a reconciled generality. Admittedly not this itself. The objective truth of such knowledge is an uncovered change that can only be redeemed by revolutionary practice. Contrary to what the positivists from Popper to Althusser believe, truth is therefore not a concept of thought, not a criterion to be applied to the relationship of theoretical propositions to each other and to their presuppositions. The experiencing subject works towards disappearing in non-identity. Truth would be its downfall. How the fact that theoretical social criticism lacks practical criticism also leaves its mark on the concept of truth was succinctly characterized by Adorno in the minutes of the discussion on the dialectic of enlightenment. We cannot say that the whole is the true, we can only say that the whole, which does not exist, is the true. Munchausen's situation. The question of all questions, which everyone who engages in social criticism, at the latest after 1945, has to ask themselves, is how criticism is still possible if society is to be understood as a totality that can neither be opposed by a reason that contradicts it, for example from a divine outside, nor is there an immanent concept from which it can be transcended, in accordance with reason. Or, to formulate it with Frank Engster, albeit in different words, what is the measure to which a critique that intends to break open the total immanence of the present can align itself? This much in advance, Engster's system is absolutely seamless. In it, there are neither concepts nor relationships that do not originate from its absolute center, money, and do not refer back to this center as a result. Engster calls this center ideal identity, in contrast to speculative identity, which denotes an entity that has not yet established its reflexive reference to this center, or has failed to do so. Therefore, for him, a reference to a potential reality beyond the given one seems to have become redundant, as is the case throughout his work. It will be shown below that there is an unspoken utopia hidden beneath this surface. And, logically consequent, the same also applies to the other direction, the past. History, as this term is understood in critical theory, has never taken place for him, unless, like him, one describes only the temporal sequence of events related to each other within the presently existing as history. It remains to be seen whether the concept of history in critical theory has been sufficiently clarified. For him, the past and the future only ever take place within the present. From an epistemological point of view, this cannot be contradicted. Philosophically, the question of the existence of historical time depends on whether there are possibilities of transcending the present in one direction or another. However, I cannot go into this possibility in this text. However, Engster does not base his view on epistemology. Like all Hegelians, he considers epistemology to have been overcome by Hegel, but rather on Marx's concept of capital, insofar as past living labor is objectified in constant, fixed, capital, given the variable C by Marx, ultimately, he derives all further temporal references from this. The fact that money appears temporal as a medium of exchange is only an introduction to the concept of time. And so he can, logically of course completely correctly, state, for example, that capital never represents anything other than dead labor, in order to conclude, just as correctly, that this dead labor cannot be really dead at all, because, placed in relation to living labor, it ultimately makes it possible to produce value in the first place. So he calls this labor undead and then, in a note, refers to Zizek and Freud and discusses whether they too have given this term a meaning that corresponds to his own, Angster. Das Geld als Mass, see Note 2, page 662. I am presenting this at this point, although the concept of time is not yet at issue here, in order to have demonstrated in advance with an example how logic works for Angster, namely as follows. Of course he would deny that a monument, for example, could ever store memory, i.e. the past, within itself. What the monument reminds us of results solely from its confrontation with the consciousness of those who look at it. They have to put into it what it means, and this differs to a greater or lesser extent from what the monument builders wanted to put into it. Only, and this is highly interesting and treacherous, money, since it is, as he constantly endeavors to show, in our society from the outset, capital, preserves its past within itself, according to Angster. And in the same way, it refers to its future, as something to be realized there. Of course, Angster can repeatedly refer directly to Marx in this kind of penetration of semantic fields with regard to a wide range of concepts, making extensive use of the fact that Marx was in fact a student of Hegel, but ignoring the efforts of the late Marx in particular to free himself from his terminology, without, like scientific socialism, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And with him all existential ontologists and postmodernists. History therefore only ever takes place as a temporally determined expression of a certain state of capital accumulation. This even applies to primitive accumulation, as Marx described it, which Angster claims may have taken place for the first time at some point, but then takes place anew every moment. As little as history, as little do the spheres of the real into which money externalizes itself, and that is, as I said, totality, provide references from which a critique of the given could take its starting point. This particularly concerns the political, the state and law, but also the psychological constitution of subjects, or morality and ethics, as well as aesthetics and everything else. And as Angster's comments on the economy, as it presents itself to us in everyday life, and to economists, show, it is even less able to provide us with a concept of critique. The surface we perceive is not only described by him as an illusion, but explicitly downgraded. This does not turn it into an illusion or fiction, rather, it is one that is fundamentally necessary. So this appearance is certainly real, as with the postmodernists. And as with them, it is also open, albeit more or less only implicitly, despite the necessity of its appearance, in Angster's endeavor to establish a reflexive reference back to the reason for its emergence, to almost any number of possible interpretations, which means to be attributed to the Heideggerian man, i.e. not to authentic existence, which, so much polemic may already be, is identified by Angster in the productive power of capital. For Angster, appearance thus tends to mean what the signifier is for the original structuralism, and his criticism of this is directed at the fact that it has not succeeded, and this ultimately distinguishes post-structuralism from its predecessors since Foucault, but not from Heidegger. To conceal the logic, in the signifiers, beneath the surface, flowing through them, that connects sign and meaning. In essence, then, it is about the categories that Marx needs in order to be able to use them to define the concepts of profit and productivity, in accordance with their essence. Angster's presentation is therefore also limited to a few conclusions for this economy that arise immediately from his description of money, and only the concepts that Marx develops in Capital up to the step from which the decisive basic concepts of a self-reproducing accumulation of capital have been determined are categorically related to each other. It is therefore essentially about the categories that Marx needs in order to be able to use them to define the concepts of profit and productivity, in accordance with their essence. All of Marx's subsequent explanations, especially in Section V on the economy of time, are considered by him to be conclusions from the fundamental social, self-relationship, which is summed up in the capital relation and whose ideal unity is created by money. This is primarily about the categories that constitute market relations for economists. These remain stuck to the appearance of the surface, are, in the above sense, mere signifiers, and grasp reality the wrong way round, as they do not understand capital and its productive power as the externalization of money, but rather money and capital, and thus also and above all, labor, each only as, albeit necessarily, grasped as, they appear immediately. We can therefore confidently assume that Engster reads Marx as if he had presented something like the basis of a general systems theory from which, not by means of a reduction of complexity, but thanks to the method of his critique of political economy, all reality can be unfolded. In any case, the accusation that Engster has ignored essential aspects of bourgeois capitalist society, as he calls the given, can therefore hardly be leveled at him, because starting from the general he presents, once its basic structure and the logic, method, inherent in it have been affirmed, all further developments into the manifold phenomena follow as if by themselves. Engster is referring here to the sphere of production as opposed to that of circulation. In this way, Engster redeems the postulate immanent to Hegelian dialectics that method and object can only unfold in their unity. Once one has internalized, whether intuitively or consciously appropriated, it does not matter, what the father of all discourse theories understands by power, namely to unite in itself the general nominal and all its particulars at the same time real and to constitute therein a logic that allows all enlightenment to be denounced as a negative exercise of power. Then it is possible to write excellent texts about everything: natural science, psychoanalysis, literature, aesthetics, normativity, that leave nothing out and can hardly be brought to a common denominator thematically, but are in complete agreement on one thing, namely the affirmative reference to the master thinker Foucault. It must also be made clear at this point, however, that if it turns out that money does not fill the center claimed by Engster, and that nothing else can take its place, then the accusation of disregarding the role of the state, morality, the inner processes in the subjects, etc., hits him with full force. The all-important question in Engster's text is therefore what he understands by critique as representation and vice versa, i.e. why he insists on the concept of critique, even though he seems to deny the condition of its possibility from the ground up. As far as his representation itself is concerned, however, it is abundantly clear that although he does not conceive of capital, he does conceive of money, as he admits, not in exactly the same way as Marx, but analogous to his explanations, as an automatic subject that creates reality, objectivity, representationalism, for itself, on the basis of which it is, simultaneously, able to utilize itself, precisely, as capital, in order to, mysteriously enough, constantly increase itself in the process. Engster is firmly convinced that his solution to this riddle is adequate to that of Marx. The refutation of his conviction is met with the difficulty that he has read Capital much more closely than the, actually quite old, new Marx reading. It is an unparalleled indictment of all Marx philologists that an ontologist like Engster is so far ahead of them philologically that one cannot refer to their literature in the course of criticizing him, for he is almost always in the right vis-a-vis them. This interpretation seems to consequentially follow the results of a critique of political economy from the perspective of critical theory. At the beginning and as a result of this process of self-valorization, however, is money, and not capital or even labor, and Engster considers this to be the discovery he first developed in contrast to all other interpretations of Marx, because only, and here too it is difficult to disagree with him, it synthesizes all the divisions that arise in individual and supra-individual reflection on the given, such as those between subject and object, concept and thing, chance and necessity and a series of others, and thus also, and precisely, the social conflicts between capital and labor. His concept of synthesis immediately follows that of Hegel and thus his concept of the concept, or the self-consciousness of the spirit, and is therefore quite different from that of Kant and, which will be discussed separately, that of Alfred Sohnriethel's social synthesis. The fact that a synthesis between capital and labor, such as that of citoyen and bourgeois, has been historically established by National Socialism, naturally escapes the logic of being, because, as I said, Engster does not find a history that is detached from the present but has nevertheless constituted it. But it is impossible to contradict him in the fact that the opposition between labor and capital always logically presupposes a unity, in reflection. The only thing that can be disputed is that it is money that brings this unity to the concept. If one then takes a closer look at the course of his presentation, however, anyone who has read Heidegger's Being and Time should soon suspect that Engster goes beyond Hegel, even here not in detail, and above all in a completely different terminology, that of Marx, supplemented by that of Hegel, but analogous to the decisive logical principles, and follows the structure of Heidegger's main work. The stages dealt with in Heidegger, being, care, death, time are found accordingly in Engster. The first conspicuous feature that confirms this suspicion is that the deeper one delves into Engster's concept of money, the more closely it resembles Heidegger's concept of being, whether underhand or consciously, it is impossible to tell, and this despite the fact that in his explanations he makes every effort to underlay money with the concept of Hegelian spirit, or, framed within it, the absolute, or also that of absolute knowledge. Another, even clearer and decisive aspect is how Engster shifts the concept of time into money. This will have to be dealt with separately. In principle, there would be absolutely no objection to this, especially if it could be shown that Heidegger's existential ontology, like Hegel's philosophical system, did not fall from the sky, did not see the light of day as the result of a brilliant thinker, but rather unfolds a form of thought that, as ideology, reproduces nothing other than the reality of capitalist reproduction in thought. So if one does the same thing with Heidegger that ideology criticism also endeavors to show with Hegel, namely that his philosophy does not reproduce the world as a whole, but the world as one whose inner, non-empirical logic is constituted by capital, as ideology, i.e. necessarily false consciousness. In Engster's work, this relationship between object and critique is reversed. As much as he constantly assumes an identity of object and critique, for him critique precedes the object, otherwise he could not bring it into play at all. However, such an understanding of critique is far from Engster's mind. His criticism of Adorno and Riedel should also make this clear. So what does he understand by critique? Seen from the end of reading his book, this question can only be answered to the effect that the basis, or the decisive concept for his critique, i.e. the one that can give critique its measure, from which his presentation is to attain the status of a critique, is nothing other than being, in the original existential ontological sense. It is also striking that although Engster repeatedly brings into play the postulate that critique must be provided with a measure, he does not explicitly name such a measure at any point, but always returns solely to the self relation that object and critique assume in the representation, as referring to themselves in themselves. This allows only two conclusions. Either he himself knows this measure, does not know the concept that sets it out of itself, but then why does he not tell us this in all openness? Or he aims, without saying it openly, at a basis of critique that transcends the object. After all, it is hardly possible to speak of a concept if the thing at issue is not expressed, for which he has reasons to keep it concealed. If this is a mistake on my part, it is still incomprehensible why Engster does not make the slightest attempt to dissuade his readers from this conclusion, especially as he is otherwise at all times, and this is not least the quality of his explanations, ready and excellently able to anticipate and almost always refute the objections to his argumentation. For the concept of critique, Engster's form of presentation means that, in view of the totality synthesized in money, he cannot, and above all does not want to, refer to something transcendent to money, for in doing so, he would above all provide fodder for the Adornoian non-identical that he rejects. Only, viewed in this way, his presentation remains nothing but such. It would not be a critique in the Marxian sense. Marx's concept goes beyond Kant's in so far as it not only questions, and correctly, the common distinctions, but also negates what is presented as a whole. Postmodernism, Derrida, for example, also traces its concept of critique back to the former alone, if it still uses it at all. But if we ask what could take on the role that is able to synthesize the same totality as money in the same way, and at the same time negate it, contradicting the form in which it appears in contemporary capitalism, then we can go further and pose the question as follows: what could be the other of money at all, an other of its all-quality quantifying, all-calculating, instrumentalizing dimension? Something that organizes the totality as it is currently given by money in such a way that it might even, to put it mildly, be able to elevate its negativity into a positive? In True Reconciliation even, see the last and probably decisive sentence in Engster's critique of Adorno. Alone, Adorno has left dualism in his concept of critique in the irreconcilability that he assumes of the untrue whole. Engster, Das Geld als Mass, page 516. Engster's largely correct critique of Lukács' analysis of the commodity form, for example, explicitly pursues the purpose of showing in Engster's system that although the replacement of money, as Engster understands it, by the proletariat as an identical subject is practically impossible, Engster in no way rejects the idea as such, namely, to want, or even, to have to, replace the role of money with something else. This can only be an entity that is even more abstract than money, but contains it within itself, possibly as merely one of its externalizations, and this in turn, Engster leaves hardly any other possibility open here, can only be being. Money as an as-if category. Particularly where Engster meticulously reconstructs the central concepts from the first section of Capital, it is noticeable that he does not leave out the fetish chapter, which forms the conclusion of Marx's analysis of money and in particular summarizes the result of the preceding value form analyses, in his presentation. On the contrary, its core statement plays a central role in his reconstruction of Capital as a whole. However, and this is obvious after reading his entire text, the concept of the fetish itself remains remarkably underexposed. From this we can conclude that if he had devoted as much time to it as to the other Marxian terms in this section, then it would inevitably have been made clear, at least more explicitly than he would have liked, what subliminal, otherwise difficult to recognize shifts he makes in Marx's terms so that they fit into the scheme he is aiming for in his critique as representation and vice versa, or in other words, so that he can impute to Marx his concept of critique, which is positively based not only on Hegel's logic of being, but even more so on Heidegger's. This is, after all, the quintessence of Marx's concept of critique, which is little noticed on all sides. Its negation of what is represented presupposes a positivity that transcends it. Of course, Engster knows this very well, and in this too he is far ahead of most Marxologists. Adorno's concept of the non-identical represents a solution to this dilemma, a solution that Engster strictly rejects, however, as he also considers such a weakened transcendentality of his object, i.e. money, to be impossible. Engster admits, as already conceded, that he does not follow Marx exactly and thus informs us, as one could characterize it, that he unilaterally exploits the scope for interpretation that every text offers in his own sense. But he does not discuss the proximity of his concept of money to Heidegger's concept of being, leaving the reader, whom he otherwise informs about each of his steps from ever new perspectives, in the dark in this respect, and with regard to the more or less recognizable shifts associated with it, and leaving it up to him alone at these points to determine the deviations from a literal and logically adequate tracing of the course of the presentation. This can be proven by the fact that the definitions of the third chapter are far more important for Engster's argumentation than all the other definitions in this first section of Capital. It is these that run through his entire text. The fact that Engster only pretends to strictly follow Marx's differentiation of the functions of money is evident where he translates them into a, logically distinct, order of succession and ranking. First, money provides the unit of measurement, then it is to be examined as a medium of exchange and finally as money as such. Into this function, Engster also inserts the function that Marx refers to in the concept of treasury money, namely that of also being a store of value. For this insertion, too, which makes a separate treatment of this function largely superfluous, Engster, as almost always, finds a passage in Marx that seems to justify it. We will see how much this is at the expense of the realism of Engster's reconstruction. Engster is simply reformulating Marx's subdivision of this chapter, and he simply refers to money as capital money. In doing so, he emphasizes a certainty in the different relevance of these functions for the whole of capital accumulation that Marx could not possibly have intended. As an aside, in this chapter, or another one immediately following it, i.e. at least before the chapter on fetishes, there should also have been a place for references to the role of money for the state and law, for example, if Marx had addressed this topic. In any case, it has lost nothing in the analysis of the value form, in the narrow sense of the first chapter, which is solely concerned with the genesis of money, which Engster fails to recognize. The situation is different with the critique of knowledge, as formulated by Riedel. This alone belongs in the presentation of this genesis. What Engster basically does, not only here but in all categories of capital, is to shift them altogether into this third chapter, i.e. to present them as presuppositions, conclusions, externalizations, representations of the subdivisions of this chapter. The primary aim of my contribution is to present this shift into this chapter, which means, into his interpretation of these functions, as fundamentally wrong at the heart of the matter. For if one goes through these definitions more closely, as Engster does, the first thing one might notice is that the proven excellent Hegel expert seems to have missed the fact that the concept of money as such is hardly suitable for functioning as a function that can, moreover, be placed on the same level as the other two, or three, if one adds that of the store of value. Whether function is the adequate term for the determinations of money differentiated by Marx in this chapter is probably very questionable, even if Marx uses the term. In any case, Marx was not aware of the role that the concept of function plays in science today, and, of this we can be sure, he would never have accepted it, no matter how much he distanced himself from Hegelianism, any more than he would have accepted a theory of knowledge or science based on logical positivism. The concept of money as such can, as Engster is undoubtedly aware, be defined in two ways, and this brings us to the main problem of his entire interpretation of Marx. Either money is conceived as an entity that contains within itself all the determinations that can be ascribed to it, or, in Engster's terminology, that it objectifies, or it is conceived as an identity that exists in and for itself, Kantian, pure, that is, logically speaking, before all these determinations. His polemic against Riedel proves that he clearly recognized this difference, unlike his other critics. We must postpone until later the refutation of the objection that Engster would immediately raise here, namely that such subsumption logic cannot possibly grasp the object in question, i.e. money. In the sense of the former, it would be the unity of something under/in it, in the second, something identical in itself, to which every definition that explicates the characteristics and functions of money refers back. In other words, money, understood as an identity in and of itself, is not suitable for building a prima philosophia or even a system on it. Kant already failed to make pure reason the basis of a consistent system and, like all his predecessors, failed to achieve his goal of providing rationalism with a non-antinomic foundation. By conceiving of identity as a unity, of whatever, throughout, and this is precisely where Engster follows him unreservedly, Hegel provides himself with the basis for being able to claim that the antinomies of rationalism have been overcome. Not to follow Hegel in this, according to my view, which I largely share with Adorno and Riedel, is a prerequisite for a concept of critique appropriate to capital, which amounts to the necessity of a categorical imperative. We will see that Engster, and here he has Hegel and Heidegger, if not common usage as a whole, on his side, deliberately does not make this distinction in this way. Unity and identity always merge for him, as they explicitly do for Hegel, and in support of this view, moreover, he could invoke not only Adorno, identity is death, even if this seems very far-fetched at first, but also mathematics. Its central axiom, the existence postulate, which is supposed to capture this identity in contrast to the unity of one, or more, something, can only be represented as the unity of something captured under it, in a difference, for example in the form A equals A. The question now is whether Marx, like Engster and Hegel, also understands money in his value form analysis as a unity to which its determinations are immanent, or whether his analysis is only really consistent if one at least assumes, and this assumption contains exactly the question that Riedel asks of Marx's value form analysis, that this is about the pure identity of money, which transcends all other conceptions of unity, represented in the equal sign in the value equations of the first chapter of Capital. In order to then feel compelled to correct Marx to a certain extent. Linguistically and formally correct, this identity cannot in fact be represented, any more than the identity of God or the identity of the ego. Or only metaphorically, for example in the talk of something like an inextensible point. For as soon as it becomes an object, it is no longer itself, i.e. no longer identity in and of itself. From this, Engster draws the, in Kant's sense, false, Hegelian conclusion that identity never exists, not even in the mind, for itself, but only in the form of a synthesis. Comparable to the zero set in set theory, which must be assigned to every set as at least one of its elements. And it is precisely for this reason that the problematic nature of his concept of critique, which is explained in particular detail in the introduction, namely that society must become the object of critique, even though the same sociality is always already the precondition of this critique, and according to Engster, the term money can be used in place of society without further ado, misses the point. But of course this must first be explained in more detail. Here is just this much. The whole of German idealism after Kant, beginning with Schopenhauer, through Fichte, Hegel, and Nietzsche, with Schelling probably the only exception, to Heidegger, can be read, despite all the profound differences between them, as an ever-improving attempt to bring the self-referentiality of an absolute to bear. To place Marx in this development of German philosophy is to assign him to a tradition with which he fundamentally wanted nothing more to do. Nevertheless, in contrast to the nominal definitions generally used in the sciences today, it does not represent a merely nominally defined concept but, as in Riedel's work, springs from an action, the act of exchange. Engster's account, which is the conclusion one comes to after reading his book, basically provides evidence that money, as Marx derives it, must not be understood as a unity of those under it or in it, or even set apart from it, and certainly not as a concept synthesizing totality, like Hegel's spirit, but as a, purely formal, completely empty of content, identity in and of itself, in Kant's sense. As for his version of the transcendental subject and the categories a priori, there are, not only, colloquially, very different definitions of identity, the only thing they have in common is that they are almost never kept apart, especially by logicians. For example, if someone claims, I am a fundamentally honest person, I am gay or something else, then identity is understood as an entity endowed with properties from the outset. The identity that mathematicians and physicists base their equations on, whether as equality in or equivalence of equations, obviously defines this concept completely differently. And when someone speaks of the identity of the nation, which is in danger, they are using a different concept of identity. And this series could easily be extended to include a number of other examples, which would in any case still contain the logic in which law grasps unity. See Georg Finkenberger, Staat oder Revolution. Critique of the State on the basis of Carl Schmitt's theory of law. Engster's ranking of the other functions in this third chapter of Capital is also highly problematic, if one is not blinded by the many quotes, which are almost always at least correctly interpreted, even if they very often do not prove what they are supposed to prove. For example, the fact that money has the function of being a medium of exchange is simply undeniable. However, when logically related to its function of providing goods with their measure, it only makes sense to state that money, as a medium of exchange, gives goods their measure. This is how Engster sees it. Money is first, of course only logically, not in terms of time, a measure and then a medium of exchange, and that even before it is money as such, is simply not intellectually comprehensible. This would only be comprehensible if the existence of money in this hierarchy were already presupposed, and this is precisely the case with Marx in the chapter in question, as he has already deduced its genesis in the first chapter. In the third chapter, he can therefore analyze it as something that already exists in its entirety, i.e. with all its implications, in the order given by Engster with regard to its respective functions, insofar as these are of importance for what follows, i.e. the transition to capital, and therefore not already as in Engster, when he speaks of capital money as capital. However, Engster must interpret Marx's sequence as a logical sequence in itself, because this is the only way he can maintain the role of money as decisive for the totality of society, and must therefore also interpret the preceding chapters as if they merely prepared this third chapter. And this can be seen above all in the fact that Engster only considers the unfolding of the value form equation in the first chapter with regard to the separation of the money commodity, but not with regard to the genesis of money and the equation of the intrinsically unequal in the acts of exchange. Just as an aside, it should be noted that the history of money is not really important here. Engster is of course right, but the question of how this logical genesis relates historically is nonetheless permissible. Felix Martin, Money, the True Story, on the Blind Spot of Capitalism. Let us briefly discuss money as a store of value and the miserable treatment that Engster gives to this function. Marx actually does not develop it separately in this chapter, but derives it from the medium of exchange function, or rather inserts it into it. However, if we consider the concept of wealth with which Marx begins Capital in the first sentence, it should immediately become clear that it is precisely this function that is of central importance. Also and especially where the transformation of money into capital is concerned. The significance of credit, and thus of the entire financial sector, is only revealed by the function of money as a store of value. In Marx's case, as already mentioned, this is called treasury money. What distinguishes Marx from the classical economists in this respect is that, in contrast to them, at this point, of course, referring back to Hegel, he does not separate the functions in such a way that money sometimes has one, sometimes the other, depending on what is the subject at the time, but is always all of its functions at the same time, however contradictory they may be in real economic terms. Here, then, it is actually to be understood as a unit in Engster's sense, which contains its identity within itself, just as, see above, in set theory every set contains within itself, also and at least, the empty element. The only question is to what extent money actually contains within itself, as Engster endeavors to show, all the determinations, it sets them out of itself, that are inherent in commodities, i.e. above all, also procures the quantum of value assigned to them. But we can only deal with this problem when we come to Engster's significance of time. But now back to Engster's neglect of the concept of the fetish. From a logical point of view, the fetish chapter shows that the relationships underlying money, i.e. by no means, as in Engster, the money itself, as such, place the exchanging subjects in a relationship to each other that constitutes their sociality. Engster would never express himself in this way. For him, and this is how almost all Marxists think, sociality is immediate, even if, unlike for those, it is identical with money. The fact that it needs to be explained how and why individuals condition themselves into such subjects that constitute their sociality is not worthy of any consideration to him. Even Foucault is a few steps ahead of him here. This relationship appears as a thing, identical with itself, which is puzzling enough, but this riddle, as the analysis of the value form has shown, can still be resolved logically. However, this thing, actually as a unity in its concept, thus again entirely in Engster's sense, also confronts the subjects in such a way that it is understood by them, from an ideology-critical point of view, must be understood, as a being that is endowed with its own will, as a general subject for which we, the individuated subjects, are objects that, and this is probably how Engster sees it, have also, like every object, been set apart from it, the general subject. This is insofar as ideology is defined in critical theory as necessarily false consciousness, whereby necessity is not to be understood as the formological, but rather the Hegelian term for it. It is precisely this general subject determined in this way, not only in the fetish chapter, but here in a special way, that Engster also bases his concept of money on, but in doing so he fails to mention that Marx clearly describes this subject role as a fetish. Of course, this omission alone does not immediately mean that Engster distances himself from Marx. With the metaphor of fetish, however, Marx expressed something that remains implicit in Engster's work, or only shines through at certain points, neither a social relation nor a thing, and thus not even money, in any of its determinations, can be a subject, can think and act like a human being. Like a fetish, this subject role can only be ascribed to a thing, in the same way that money, or gold, can only be ascribed the property of having value. It cannot possibly have value in itself. Only, just as it cannot be concluded from the fact that the king is only king because his subjects have ascribed him kingship, it cannot be concluded that the power exercised by the king does not exist at all, so it cannot be concluded from the fetish character of money that its subject role is unreal. Marx speaks throughout of the commodity fetish alone. But, and this is also one of Engster's shifts, the purpose of the derivations up to the fetish chapter was to show commodity and money as identical in their difference, so that, at this stage of the presentation, one can immediately identify the commodity fetish with the money fetish. Engster, on the other hand, does not emphasize this identity, but rather the separation of the money commodity from all other commodities. This is not wrong, but it undoubtedly gives the depiction of money a different direction. Although money, or rather commodities, behaves exactly as if a table were starting to dance here, as if the general concept of the lion also existed here alongside the individual lions, like an empirically determinable individual, in contrast to these comparisons, this craziness in money, in commodities, is real, as a subject, it is precisely what it appears to be, just as the king is precisely the king ruling over his subjects, as which he presents himself, although he can only function as such because his subjects 50 have recognized him as king in the first place. This interconnection between rulers and ruled, which of course also exists in a particular way in a sociality constituted by capital, is regularly ignored when, for example, all kinds of phenomena are presented in sociology as socially determined, but it is omitted to indicate how individuals are constituted into bourgeois society in an inverted form. This is what Riedel means by the concept of social synthesis. Whenever Marx speaks of money, the aporia of logical impossibility and practical reality represented in money must be taken into account. And this is undoubtedly also the case with Engster. He cannot possibly have overlooked this aporia, he just expresses himself differently in this respect than we do here. With one small but decisive difference, Marx proceeds from this concept of money in order to then catch up with social reality in its further moments, the reality from which he had started in his research process. I am simply assuming here that Marx's distinction between the course of research and the form of representation is a familiar one, a distinction that I now consider problematic because the form of representation chosen by Marx almost provokes us to misunderstand it as prima philosophia, in other words, as it has been understood by all of his followers and critics. Engster also refers to this progression of Marx's presentation, although the closer he gets to what he calls the surface, i.e. the beginning of Marx's research, the more cursory it is. What is extremely worrying, however, is that in his retracing of Marx's account he repeatedly returns to the shifts in Marx's definitions of money from the first section of Capital on commodities and money, and here, as shown, above all the functions in its third chapter, and does so in such a way that all the categories that Marx differentiates after the conclusion of this section are questioned by him as to the extent to which money must, or, more cautiously, should, be regarded as decisive in every respect for their definition, should be. Or, to put it the other way around, Engster repeatedly taps his, even if he constantly tries to present them as analogous to Marx's, central determinations of money in terms of the extent to which they provide the criteria for Marx to allow, not to say derive, the concepts unfolded from the second section onwards. Above all, that is, labor, capital, surplus value, profit and productivity, to emerge from the determinations of money in the first section. To be more precise, the time inherent in money, but, like Engster, we can only go into this in detail once we are through with the concept of money without having to consider time at the same time. A great deal has already been written about the significance of this first section of Capital. Just this much, it goes without saying that the description here does not correspond to the historical course of the genesis of money, but neither does it presuppose the existence of capital, logically or historically. Above all, money is not, as Engster firmly asserts, already conceived here as capital. he calls money as such capital money without further ado. Rather, Marx is concerned with the conceptual preconditions, in the relationship between commodity and money, that must be given, logically and historically, so that the transformation of money into capital, logically and historically, can take place in the first place. This means that with, or also, in, capital, a certain relationship between the monetary expression of certain commodities, namely the means of production and labor power, and, concretely spent, labor time is added to the circulation of commodities and money and, historically speaking, appears for the first time. Or in other words, money is also, and even more so on the surface of the circulation of commodities, contrary to what the vernacular, in accordance with Engster, believes, not from the outset also and at the same time already capital. Using every conceivable means, which will be discussed later, Engster attempts to present the new element that is added to commodity money circulation in the first section, basically in his case, to money alone, and this is essentially the time in which work is carried out, and not, as in his case, the time in which money circulates, as already immanent to the concept of money there. This is the central motive for all the shifts he made in Marx's concepts, but I will also return to this when it comes to the concept of time. What has gone largely unnoticed so far is that the logic of money presented in the first section of Capital, and here especially the derivations on the genesis of money in its first chapter, finds its historical explication at the end of the first volume, with what is elaborated there on primitive accumulation. This, factually necessary, historical exposition could only have its place here, because capital accumulation is only added to the commodity money circulation and can in no way be derived from it, neither logically nor historically, and thus in contrast to Engster's view. Historically, however, the two must, at some point and somehow, have merged. Whether Marx adequately described this merging is not an issue here, as this requires a transcendentological concept of history, which Engster strictly rejects. And what he does with this primitive accumulation has already been pointed out above. The shift that Engster makes here again consists in the fact that, as already mentioned several times above, he understands money as a commodity merely separated from the circulation of commodities and not as a mental construct, constituted in the act of exchange, underlying this separation, which materializes in money, historically first as coin money, then as paper money and today as a mere number on a bank statement. In this way, Engster succeeds in constructing money as a unit that sets out all the determinations of the social whole from itself. The concept of the automatic subject thus admittedly gains an absolute and total as well as highly descriptive dimension. Let us leave aside for the moment whether this is adequate to Marx's intentions and his concept of critique. In any case, we can now define Engster's concept of critique in more detail. If one were to claim that the fetish character of money is not taken into account in Engster's definition of the concept of critique because he only deals with the concept of fetish in passing, one would be fundamentally wrong, because after all, he virtually potentiates its fetish role in every conceivable openness. This cannot possibly have been unintentional on his part. But why does he leave out the concept of fetish itself for a more detailed definition of his concept of critique, as well as any other possible concept, even though it is precisely this concept that could provide the measure for his critique? In any case, Engster constantly alludes to the content that Marx metaphorically conceived as a fetish, that and it is as if appears with money in a real way, as sensual supersensual, i.e. to the as if that exists in it, pointing to a logical impossibility, especially wherever there is talk of the appearance of the surface that money, thanks to its subject role, sets out of itself and the inversions there, translating quality into quantity. Admittedly, nowhere does Engster refer to money as a subject. For him, the separation of subject and object is overcome in money. He is aware of the slippery slope on which he is moving, otherwise he would not have felt compelled to explicitly reject Adorno's primacy of the object, which is directly directed against this existential ontological assertion of an alleged overcoming of this separation. For him, money fills a subject role that it can only have arrogated to itself, also and especially for him, but nowhere does he explicitly discuss this. On the contrary, he does not problematize this presumption. One is tempted to write presumption at any point. He also deals with the mysteriousness of money in some detail, but makes a huge detour around the concept of fetish, which is highly unusual for his other arguments. On the relationship between the explicit and the implicit among existential ontologists, who are able to talk in this way about something they are silent about, see Winfried Meyer's book Was keineswegs einst war, What Was by No Means Once, which unfortunately receives far too little attention. It is therefore more likely that we must, perhaps even should, assume that it is precisely this as if that provides him with the imminent measure of criticism that he constantly demands. Especially since he nowhere explicates another one, and this despite the fact that, as already mentioned at the beginning, he vehemently demands the development of such a measure in his extremely long introduction, for example, where it is a central theme, and it certainly cannot be developed from his other definitions of money. All other measures of critique used by Marxists up to now, labor, use value orientation, up to the identical subject/object in Lukács, the non-identical in Adorno, synthesis through labor in Riedel, are in any case strictly rejected by him. The fact that Riedel commits a capital error here, which Engster can savor with relish, should of course not go unmentioned. The fact that he devotes more than half of his remarks to the rejection of central results and premises, one cannot speak of refutation here, as this would in no way correspond to Engster's intentions, and the presentation of the critique of capital by these three authors indicates that he wants to locate his measure of criticism not so much against, but rather with these harshest critics of all ontology, minus, of course, what he considers to be false, where no one suspects it, in existential ontology. In the community in which he and we, however voluntarily and involuntarily, still move, it is not permissible, not to say taboo, to say this openly. I would have no objection to breaking this taboo, but this would inevitably mean that I would immediately leave this community, if I had to realize that I had not already done so, as required. And he can only make fun of the association of free people that Marx insinuates. Engster writes that Marx's association of free men is reminiscent of the ascension of the special commodity of labor power described by him in the section on Lukács, page 762. A further indication that the as if is the basis of his critique is his characterization of the sphere of circulation as an appearance, which he does not deny the reality of. Heidegger would never do this either, any more than an analytical philosopher would deny the reality of a symbol, but this reality coagulates for him into a second degree, so to speak, one that is based on a productive force that gives it its form in the first place. As much as Engster knows, and constantly insists, that this productive force must always first be realized in circulation in order to be productive at all, he nevertheless insists that this productive basis of circulation is the true, the authentic, the real reality. Of course, he does not use these adjectives, but the context in which he deals with the relationship between the spheres of production and circulation leaves no doubt that, however real circulation is, the productivity of the given relationship between living and dead labor constitutes a reality, not to say a being there, to which it is a mere surface phenomenon. Engster's as if thus refers to a confusion between appearance and reality that is peculiar to the common understanding, and not, as presented here, to the logical impossibility of the existence of a reality that nevertheless exists despite this. For the sake of brevity, I will only state here that, in my opinion, phenomena at the level of circulation represent the only reality whose existence I can be certain of, also thanks to positivist logic. What transcends this reality I assign to metaphysics, a metaphysics, however, from which the truth and reason of these phenomena, their positivity and negativity, can only be determined. However, I strictly refuse to understand this metaphysics, regardless of what it allows me to recognize, as a reality that is superior to the empirically appearing phenomena. I am convinced, even if I am not on Hegel's level here, that I am arguing more adequately than Engster when he assigns primacy to the sphere of production over the sphere of circulation. The question that now arises is, if money can, or should, to be more precise, be able to, be deprived of this reality, which it has set for itself and which is decisive, by a successful critique of its subject role, what then happens to the present world synthesized by money? Engster does not leave his readers in the slightest doubt that money also has the status of a substance. However, Engster makes no mention of the fact that this substance, united with the subject role, as Hegel and Schmidt logically and irrefutably show, must practically produce the sovereign. Do the individuals still contained in the objects of money, i.e. in subjects, then also emerge for Engster, as they did for Marx, and now exercise their subject role, as these individuals and thus no longer supra-individually, instead of money? Reference to the fact that this is a central concept in Engster. Reference to the fact that Marx is not unambiguous here either, a confrontation with anarchism. Hardly. When Engster talks about individuals, subjects, people explicitly or implicitly, they are appendages of commodities or, more precisely, of money. Rather, it suggests itself that for him, even and especially after a practically successful critique, everything would basically remain as it is, only that in place of money, once its status as an as-if reality, illusory reality, understood as an absolute that transforms all quality into a measurable quantum, forcing reflection to constantly calculate with everything objectified, has been overcome. Then the true, the actual reality could at least take its place, as decisive for the social totality from then on, the true, authentic, actual being. Or, which is the same if one transfers Heidegger's concept of being and time into Nietzsche's, or Foucault's, concept of power, the Superman takes the place of money. Logicians of being argue in a highly elaborate manner, but this does not mean that what they explain is politically meaningless, because no normal, philosophically unencumbered reader would understand it anyway. On the contrary, anyone who underpins Heidegger's logic of being with his critique explicates the form in which all those who see the fundamental evil of the present in money, in liberalism, in the instrumental quantification of everything qualitative, think at the highest level of abstraction and with the greatest conceivable simplicity. You can also put it like this: the mediatedness of the world, which rationalism reflects positively, alludes at every moment at the same time to an immediacy whose occurrence, or realization, both central expressions in Engster, it prevents, because it, negatively, transforms all immediacy into mediatedness. The best example of this, indissoluble, relationship between immediacy and mediation in a market-rational society is again advertising and the culture industry. It should be generally known to what extent Heidegger's concept of being provided the philosophical ground for the German National Revolutionary Popular Movement, just as Carl Schmitt provided the theology and Adolf Hitler the politics adequate to this ground. In contrast to his concept of critique, which is largely kept in abeyance, Engster sets out in all conceivable detail the method by which the given economy supported by liberalism functions in its innermost being and he does not put up the slightest resistance to this conclusion with his concept of critique, places a concept of economics alongside existential ontology, however unintentionally, which describes a practice that can assert itself in general society if liberalism, and with it rationalism, humanism, and individualism, should lose its social dominance, after its final crisis, or, as Engster calls it, after its death, if money, commodity production, and the surface realizing its value are thus liberated from liberalism, relieved by it of having to reflect all quality solely in calculable units of measurement. When Engster speaks of method, in agreement with Hegel and Hegelian Marxism, the premise is always that method and object cannot be separated, as in logical positivism, the object determines the form of its representation. No objection is to be raised here against this, as against other premises, such as the adequacy of object and concept, the obsolescence of an independent theory of knowledge since Hegel, but this also applies to all formological axiomatics, and they cannot, in principle, be contradicted, which is their invaluable advantage. In these cases, one can only ever criticize the fact that the postulates formulated in the premises and axioms have not been fulfilled in concretely named cases. However, such presuppositions of correct thinking always become a problem when it is assumed in principle that one's own thinking can do without such presuppositions. For example, because one already denies the possibility of being able to distinguish between method and object, thing and concept, form and content, etc. from the presupposition. Engster solves this problem with great skill. In Money, every difference has its unity. But if we now take a brief look at the title of his work, Money as Measure, Means and Method, it is immediately clear that the unity found in money is differentiated outwards, in terms of measure, means and method, and if one knows what Engster understands by method, that is, in anticipation of what is explained below, the specifically capitalist relation of production, then one can already guess how Engster conceives the unity of unity and difference, cf. The Hegelian formulation of identity and non-identity for Engster, it is not a premise, but the unity found in money, which appears as a productive force, that now in turn, as yet undifferentiated, sets the method, which, as detaching itself from this production in reflection, allows it not only to reflect on itself, as the true unity of money and production, but now also, with scientific methods, for example, to analyze the surface phenomena, the appearance, see above, as standing in difference between method and object, concept and thing, inverted. In the following, this intuition must be transformed into certainty. The concept that appears only marginally, if at all, in Engster's work, but from which he subliminally differentiates himself at every point, is that of economic rationality, as it was developed in the course of the Enlightenment and is still presupposed in all economic theories today. In a historically extended sense, I would date the beginning of this enlightenment to the 11th century in the Western West, primarily because its logical and intellectual foundations, which are the subject of the following, were laid here. However, the failure or inadequacy of these theories in relation to the concepts they themselves constituted was and is the material basis of the critique of all critical theory. To name but a few: equality, freedom, the common good. This is a failure that makes it necessary to speak of a dialectic of enlightenment, in which rationalism constituted a concept of reason that could certainly overcome the traditional relations of domination, but remained, and had to remain, so indeterminate or underdetermined that it was not only unable to oppose the emergence of modern barbarism, but was not even able to recognize it, let alone as its own product. In terms of theoretical history, it was humanism that wanted to achieve what rationalism itself could not, namely to formulate an ethic on a rational basis that could attest to the Enlightenment being founded on reason. It has long been all too obvious that this reason could not prevail in practice. If we take a look at the current state of the so-called Western world, we can only speak of a rottenness of the rational theories and humanistic ideals of the Enlightenment, before which even Nietzsche's polemic against the Christian humanistic ethic of compassion would have to fail, as this still presupposes an opponent who has a concept of the divergence between ideal and reality. In the West, however, there are only critics of this enlightenment, no one left to defend it, and certainly no one left to come to terms with its failure in order to avoid it in the future. Because the fatal thing is that the entire existence of Western society hangs on a rational drip, in its economy, its politics, its morals, its aesthetics. One is tempted to develop a new base superstructure theory with regard to this social self-image, in which the superstructure, the reflection, constantly rebels against its base. To assess the current state of affairs, it is actually sufficient to look at the comments in the so-called old media over the course of a few days. All rational principles of argumentation are constantly violated here. No one pays attention to the fact that a refuted argument should no longer be used, no one pays attention to the fact that they should not claim this today and that tomorrow, no one really responds to counter-arguments with a single word, but everyone claims to strictly observe precisely these rational principles. But they do not observe these principles according to their content, but merely the form in which they are formulated. They refer solely to the way in which rationalism refers to logic and empiricism. Publications in the media, statements by politicians and experts, the more strictly they adhere to the rational form, therefore rarely reach the level of A-level essays in terms of content. And this finding corresponds to the fact that in the social sciences, the claim to objectivity is already considered to be fulfilled if no objections are raised against the empirical data. Weber's old precept of value neutrality, as problematic as it was, has become a mere attitude that no longer even recognizes, let alone reflects, the underlying interests. And as far as humanistic ideals and ethics are concerned, anything that serves narcissistic self-gratification is permitted, i.e. remains practically inconsequential, in relation to society as a whole, and strictly avoids accusing fellow human beings of having evil intentions, unless they are those who do not care about hurting the feelings of their fellow human beings. The perpetrators of violence are basically resistors to whom Western culture has inflicted violence. Where conservatives are right, they are right. But directed against them, anyone who threatens violence can always expect to get a higher price. Above all, it's about keeping away from yourself anything that could be judged negatively by others. Good reputation, like honor in the past, is paramount, but unlike honor, there are no longer any opponents or enemies. This is countered by the fact that they, the beneficiaries and despisers of the Enlightenment at the same time, have lost their conservative opponents. In other words, no one today can surpass them in considering moral values, such as peace, willingness to engage in dialogue, tolerance, to be absolute. Conservatism has no chance if everyone can claim, without encountering any opposition, that when they ensured that the right to asylum was tightened, they were living up to their principle of doing everything to ensure that the basic right to asylum is upheld. The basis for this decay, not of morals, but of rational argumentation, lies in the fact that arguments are no longer made anywhere with regard to reason and truth, but solely on the basis of whether the argumentation is accepted by the population, i.e. the masses. In this respect, it would be more likely to observe an ever-increasing prudery. As soon as the charging of a unifying term, nation, region, interest, group, future, climate change, etc., with shifts, libidinous occupations, i.e. identifications on the part of the subjects exceeds a critical mass, ideology becomes a reality that establishes objectivity, and as such is recognized as reality by all subjects, as if this ideology were substantially true, and must also be recognized as reality by those who know that it is an ideology, because otherwise they prove to be no longer capable of reality. The central template for this dilemma, which is intrinsic to rationalism, is provided by money. Value is shifted into it by such a critical mass of subjects. It is precisely this dependence on subjective attribution that Engster fails to mention when he attempts to strip Marx's concept of the fetish of its central significance for the critique of political economy. This mass trusts in the stability of money. It thus charges a thing with something that cannot be contained in it, with value. It would be fundamentally wrong to characterize the logic of being that opposes rationalism, humanism, and liberalism as irrational, however much it provides the ideological foundation for barbarism. In any case, it is basically impossible to find out in the public debate who is arguing rationalistically and who is arguing in terms of the logic of being. The arguments are completely mixed up. Engster is one of the very few exceptions here, and we can even give him credit for that. No National Socialist has anything against a rationally organized economy, quite the opposite. For him and all other national revolutionary anti-capitalists, it is much more a matter of recognizing economic rationality, and here above all, the productive force of capital, to be politically available, but according to Engster, it is precisely this, the unavailability of the rationality of the economy, that characterizes a capitalism that synthesizes itself and its immanent differentiations, mediations, and negations, through money, and for this very reason makes it, money as well as capital as the concepts adequate to this force, as unavailable as otherwise only Heidegger's being, or God or the world spirit, can be described as unavailable. In the procedures of quantifying all qualities that are derived from money, due to its authoritativeness, which determines all objectivity, it succeeds in putting a stamp on society as a whole that has not been made by any human being. If one reads Engster's text against the background of Carl Schmitt's political theology and its absolute enemy, which is undoubtedly liberalism, then it is extremely disconcerting that not a single sentence can be found in it that would contradict Schmitt's view that money, as an entity that mediates goods, must be limited to the sphere in which it belongs according to its actual purpose, the economic sphere. In this way, the other spheres, the political, the legal, the aesthetic, the moral, i.e. the qualitative, the non-calculable, can be given their own right, independent of the economy, so that all these spheres no longer find their identity in money, any more than in a reason determined by economic rationality, but in being liberated from liberalism and its perversions, or its illusory reality. Carl Schmitt must be regarded as a thoroughly independent thinker compared to Heidegger. The two were connected by a deep mutual animosity. But the logic on which Schmitt built his theology is clearly that of Heidegger. And that is why his logic of being should be treated as briefly as possible, but in any case in more detail than is usually done in our circles. Logical foundations of positivism. The far from insignificant reason for the fascination that emanates from Heidegger's logic of being is that it can, with very good reason, claim to be formally structured in such a way that it does not contradict any logic. When I speak here of logic in the plural, every logician will at least bristle. This is because the term logic basically implies that there can only be one. This is because the central concept on which all logics are based is that of necessity. In the concept of logic, alongside and with the concept of necessity, its timelessness is just as inevitably included, which plays a central role in Engster's concept of time. Time and necessity are mutually exclusive in logic. Of course, one can calculate with time and apply it to objects, but a judgment is only logically correct if it is formulated beyond time. As critical as one may be, and should be, of logical positivism, as it was developed just over a century ago, the formal logic developed by it brings what logic is in its essence almost Hegelian to the concept. The basic logical formula is, in positivist terms, if P, then Q. This formula is formulated as follows: two elements are in a relationship of absolute necessity. The best way to understand what this means is to ask, in Hegelian terms, what negates this necessity, i.e. what stands outside the logical absolute. This is certainly not chance, it does not even relativize necessity. Probability theory demonstrates how chance can be logically represented in the form of necessity. Basically, the only objects that cannot be treated logically are those for which it is not possible to specify what their internal and, in their relationship to others, external coherence consists of. Thanks to the law of identity, to which everything can in principle be subjected, it is almost impossible to give examples to which this coherence condition does not apply. Now we need not dwell on the fact that this necessity is completely unproblematic for mathematics, for example, or for any analytical judgment. We are less interested, as far as logic is concerned, in the relationships between elements, i.e. objects, but much more in the concepts that build vertically on this level, the horizontal, one might say. We now find ourselves in the middle of an age-old philosophical problem, the definition of universals. With set theory, positivism has provided logic with a template that, while by no means solving the logical problems that have always plagued philosophers, allows us to show quite simply what is at stake when making logically correct judgments, namely always two things. On the one hand, the relationship of particular, individual elements to the unit that encompasses them, and vice versa. the relationship of this unit to the elements it encompasses, i.e., the vertical level mentioned above. On the other hand, and this represents the real problem of all logic, it is also about the fact that this procedure, formulated here in terms of set theory, of logically correctly relating the particular to the general, and vice versa, presupposes axioms that make the procedure of assigning concepts to objects and their relationships to one another dependent on certain preconditions, which cannot be attributed to logic itself. This axiomatics plays virtually no role today. Positivism considers the problems associated with it to be solved or, those that nevertheless arise, to be insoluble in principle, but is nevertheless the crux of Engster's concept of critique. This insolubility concerns above all the question of the reality content of universals. Since the answer to this does not affect logic itself, judgments are either true or false, whether they concern real content or not is completely irrelevant, it is simply no longer discussed. Before we come back to this, and this will only be the case when Heidegger's concept of time is under discussion, logic in the actual, positivist, here, set theoretical, sense must first be explained a little further in order to move on from there to the logic of Hegel and Heidegger. Of course, there are other, possibly more adequate ways of presenting it, but this seems to me to be the most comprehensible. Here are a few simple examples. If a citizen committed to logical empiricism states, "I am German," he has made a judgment that has the following logical structure. There is an element n, I, that is a subset of the totality, being German. This set logically overlaps the particular element n, which means there must be other elements, n1, n2, n3, to which this judgment also applies. We have a case here that remains completely unproblematic as long as it is clear how members of the group of all Germans can be recognized, for example, by the fact that they all, without exception, have a German passport. A political scientist, however, can now, for example, undertake, and this without being unfaithful to positivism from the outset, to understand being German less as a set of specific elements than as a meaningfully definable, general concept. The first thing he will realize is that the set of which the empiricist speaks, considered by itself, i.e., without taking into account all its n, is nothing more than a mere name, and this set is indeed that for every formal logician, but he is concerned with the question of whether this set, i.e., that of all Germans, has characteristics which, starting from here, i.e., the general, are common to the n, beyond such empirical facts as the possession of a passport, for example. This is why he basically only accepts nominal definitions. Let us assume that his answer is, Germans are people who do anything solely for its own sake, then he may have achieved his goal. Very soon, however, he will have to realize that other political scientists, along with all other experts in empirical social science, will attack him, accuse him of generalization, i.e., a lack of differentiation, and tear his definition of the unity of what it means to be German to shreds. Among other things, with the argument that there are, after all, many French people who pursue a cause for its own sake. And he will soon abandon his project, also for fear of being labeled a Hegelianizing metaphysician who operates in terms of essence or conceptual logic. Almost all of the debates in the media today revolve around this question of generalizing empirical data. And here each side accuses the other of having inadmissibly generalized individual cases or, depending on their taste, of having inadmissibly transferred generalities to individual cases. In addition, there is sometimes the accusation of inadmissible comparison. In this respect, it should be noted that these rationalists, for whatever reason, simply do not take note of the logical basis of their rationalism, just as they reflect even less on the logical historical preconditions, i.e., on their materialistic basis. Of course, one can now, positivism or no positivism, go in search of a definition that captures the essence of being German more adequately than that political scientist. But that is precisely not what the logic of being is about. They simply state, and this statement is completely correct, and assume in all their explanations that statements, any, i.e., not just explicit judgments, about individual, special elements, almost all of which they call events, can only be made if they are assumed to have a unity, Engster says, at least a speculative identity. Like discourse and narrative, this is one of the tickets by which post-structuralists today recognize each other as belonging together. Equating individual, special elements with events in the plural seems problematic. Heidegger's second main work is entitled, Contributions to Philosophy, on the event. The term is a borderline term in the word field of being and truth and does not denote anything factual there. For Badiou, too, event does not mean a single fact, but an unforeseen happening, the arrival of something new. To put it simply, in the context of such an event ontology, the event takes the place of what was once divine revelation, a sign of salvation. which it remains, see above, until it is reflexively re-referenced in the ideal identity of money. And initially they are completely indifferent as to whether this unity is really more than a mere name and whether, qualitative, determinations can be found at all that charge nominal identities with meaning. In order to explain how such charges of nominally determined units function, so that they can somehow, and however, be associated with concretely real events, one can fall back on how Engster interprets Hegel. This form of expression may sound sloppy, but it is unavoidable if one wants to do justice to what logicians of being understand by the event. Let us take another look at the set of all Germans, now starting from Hegel. We may now realize that there are Germans who are Nazis, but also those who do not have this characteristic. Unlike the positivist, a Hegelian dialectician would not simply abandon his further research into what it is to be German because of the, empirically, revealed contradictions in this general concept, and look for the commonality of all Germans elsewhere than in their relationship to National Socialism, but rather be inclined to state that the definition of being German is possibly a mediating category that places a something, being Nazi, in a relationship with its negation, i.e. everything that characterizes being non-Nazi, in such a way that in being German position and negation are synthesized towards a common ground. In other words, they are brought to a synthesis that calls for a new name, a different meaning of Deutschsein than the one that was assumed, at least in Hegel's case, a new concept. We need not dwell on this example for long, and the abbreviations of Hegel's logic that I have made here are also irrelevant as far as Engster is concerned. For he does not even need to go to the trouble of having to find a concept for such syntheses that corresponds exactly to them. After all, as he repeatedly emphasizes, these concepts are already available to him in Marx's Critique of Political Economy. What is decisive is the logical structure of which Engster, in agreement with Heidegger, and he in turn in agreement with all positivists and, if one disregards the abbreviations, also conceptual logicians a la Hegel, assumes that all difference, manifoldness, Kantian speaking, is based on a unity from the outset. Difference is inconceivable without unity, and that too is logically completely correct. From which it follows, what looks like this in Hegel, and is probably, one has to be careful here, also meant like this, that the synthesis of position and negation is a, also, historical, process of ascending from the particular, the individual to the general, in Hegel, from the abstract, the simple to the concrete, the composite, is no longer understood by logicians of being as work yet to be done on the concept, but as eternally existing, being, a being in which presupposition and result, timelessly, always already fall into one. There is also no need to go into Hegel's shortening of this work on the concept by Engster, in agreement with Heidegger, at this point. What is at stake in general can be explained using another example. The common differentiation between, supposedly harmless and peaceful, Muslims on the one hand and, extremist, Islamists on the other. And Hegel's problem of time, which is also addressed here. In the unity to which both sides are logically necessarily related in this difference, i.e. in Islam, their difference, it makes no difference whatsoever whether the content of the confrontations between the various Islamic groups amounts to a fight for life and death, is abolished. In this unity, the negative mediation that may arise in everyday life, especially in existential situations, and with it the reference to negation in general, is overcome, with the result that all Muslims must feel equally attacked, out of their unity as Muslims, as soon as someone, not otherwise than logically positivistically perfectly correct, points out that, if the Islamist is also integrated into the unity of Islam, then it is hardly possible to speak of Islam as an essentially peaceful religion. For his purposes, Engster refers to the chapter on domination and servitude in Hegel's phenomenology in order to interpret it in the sense of Heidegger's being toward death, which is not so far-fetched if Hegel is also and especially here reduced by the historical reference. The way out that is consistently chosen in debates about Islam, especially against the backdrop of the devastating religious wars currently raging in the Middle East, in order to avoid criticism of Islam for fear of being accused of Islamophobia, just as the young Hegelians avoided criticism of religion, consists of the trick of claiming that these wars have no religious basis at all, but that religion is merely instrumentalized by the parties to the conflict for their own interests, which, at the same time opens up the longed-for possibility of identifying the West as the real culprit. From the perspective of the Muslim who, like Heidegger and with him Engster, thinks from the unity of Islam, which has overcome all its internal disputes, such a positivist logic is, however, and quite rightly so from their perspective, also, logically positivist, the exact opposite of a true positivism, and here the logically rational, socially, that is, regardless of whether in experts or in common sense, tips over into its irrational opposite, Islam, as the unity of all that exists, invested in Allah, is here the true positivity. The above positivist who doubts the unity of Islam, who nags at it, is thus a denier of the unity of God, a negator. And thus Islam presents itself as a unity that is more than a merely nominal one. At least this unity contains the qualitative determination that every individual Muslim is obliged to be loyal to it, and that he has to make all his further judgments on the basis of this determination. In other words, those of Engster, this unity determination is, in every respect, decisive for what is set forth by this unity. There is no need to go into this example any further, because all we had to show was that for existential ontologists, man thinks, always, fundamentally, and never otherwise, from a superindividual unity to which, beyond its nominal character, determinations are also ascribed, for which the characteristics of the elements combined in the unity are completely irrelevant. This is the deeper reason why Engster strictly rejects subsumption logical procedures, especially where they are used by Adorno and Riedel. It is quite enough that, for example, when he reflects from the unity of being German as a basic unit inherent in him, he must regard himself and everything else as German, and because of this must understand every attack on a German, undertaken because of his being German, as an immediate attack on his personal integrity. The all-important question for philosophers is there a unity? Admittedly, for Engster this is different from that of a god or a nation. It is money that contains within itself all the units that otherwise, speculatively, at first, summarize reality, and can provisions be given for this all-unity that elevate it beyond a mere nominality? Did Hegel not, as Engster asks, not grasp precisely such an all-unity with the spirit, as the identity that is, at all times, conscious of its absolute knowledge, through all differentiations of relative knowledge? Didn't Marx discover that Hegel basically does not represent a spirit conscious of itself, but nothing more than the functioning of money in a capitalistically reproducing society? Mind you, we have not yet said a word about logical premises that every formal logician can immediately infer from the examples given. But we are still a long way from being able to go into this. First of all, we must clarify on what grounds Hegel and Heidegger can claim to be able to get by without such premises, and that without violating positivist logic, which is dealt with here in terms of set theory. Positivist logic can basically be reduced to two core theorems. 1. The so-called universal theorem, for the set A applies, N is an element. 2. The existence theorem. Whether a judgment or an argument is correct is determined by whether one of the two propositions has been correctly underpinned by the empirically determined data. For an avowed positivist, of whom there are hardly any left, an assertion that amounts to being able to think logically correctly without presuppositions is considered metaphysical presumption from the outset. And on this point, as much should have already become clear, we will have no choice but to agree with positivism. And before that, we should also show the consequences of such presuppositionless thinking for the consciousness of reality. As is well known, Heidegger calls the all-unity, understood precisely in the formal logical sense, as a set of all sets, the determination of which is basically the concern of all philosophers and logicians, insofar as they have not renounced the development of a prima philosophia, as Adorno did, for example, being. The elements that represent it, nowadays, the events, are each being for itself. From them, the existing, something like a space arises with Dacian, in which a particular existing, reflecting itself and its world, makes the being present, existent, in every existing speak, or shine, or whatever other variant of expression this murmur may take on among existential ontologists, whereby being in existence reflects on itself in order to, simultaneously, externalize itself again into being, or, as Engster would probably express it, if he were to bring his Heideggerianism out of the background, to help practically creating being to its so-being. Not to be confused with Hegel's logic of essence, but alluding to it in a Heideggerian way. In relation to Marx, this refers to the sphere of production. In order for Engster to succeed in bringing Hegel, and with him Marx, into Heidegger's logic of being, however, he must go one step beyond Heidegger, or, one can also see it this way, interpret Heidegger quite narrowly at a crucial point. It should be pointed out once again that we still have to talk about time, which only completes this bringing in. For the content-related determination of the unity must, he believes and constantly repeats, be able to be shown to be decisive for the elements captured by it, or in it, or by it. It should be pointed out once again that we still need to talk about time, which only then completes this bringing in. Philosophically, and this is discussed in detail by Engster, it is about the question of the identity of thinking and being, or of concept and thing. Engster would not even agree with the view, especially of some representatives of the new Marx lecture, that Marx's categories are immediately adequate to reality. But of course he would also not agree with Adorno's view, or even that of Sartre, that the difference between thinking and being is in principle irrevocable and must therefore always be mediated. In this question, he also does not agree with Hegel and his view of the abolition of difference in the mediating concept, but, naturally one could say, he follows Heidegger and the whole of postmodernism, for whom all differences have their unity in being, and thus also this one. Antinomies, contradictions, negations, or even riddles do not exist in this unity. Engster's postulate of the authoritativeness of the all-unity, for him, of money, thus boils down to the fact that in this unity the separation of concept and thing does not exist from the ground up. He then again calls this ideal identity instead of a merely speculative one. However, the unity of thinking and being, concept and thing, can be lost when being is placed into the existing and then referred back to being, and as such does not re-enter being, but rather is expressed in the counter-principle to being, in short, in liberalism and its universalization of market rationality, i.e., in the mediations and negations set out of being negatively, inverted, materialized and personified, is also expressed by Engster in that he speaks, particularly in the resume to the chapter on Lukács, of the removal from the necessity of reflection. Frank Engster, Money as Measure, Means and Method, pages 310 ff. Polemically, for Engster, critique has to organize this removal. If this proof does not succeed, then the determination of this unity remains stuck in speculation. What Engster demands here, and with which he can invoke Hegel's science of logic to a certain extent, is that every unity is determined as a synthesis of a difference, of position and negation, but then nevertheless, and this then must not be understood temporally. The initial difference should still be analytically determinable from the synthesis. To demonstrate this with the difference between concept and thing discussed in the previous note, their real separateness does not exist in their synthesis, for Heidegger and Engster not even in the famously infamous Hegelian sense of their Auftrobenzin in the threefold sense of this expression, and yet it is Maschgebend, according to Engster, for the possibility of being able to appear real, in slash of Dacian, as separate in precisely the form in which it is perceived here. What Hegel can and must be sharply criticized for, namely that, as a result of his system, he has to assert the impossibility that, once the spirit has constituted itself, all of its constitutive steps should also be able to be analytically determined, coagulates in existential logic, albeit unintentionally, into a premise that can only be described philosophically as complete nonsense. Here, too, it should be pointed out that these ontologists deal with the concept of time in the same way. They conclude from the fact that being is timeless that it is externalized in time. From a purely mathematical point of view, this is not only logically possible, but even given in principle, since deduction and induction are one and the same. But even in physics, it is only permissible to infer an empirical case from a law of nature if this conclusion can be confirmed by experiment. To postulate an analogous unity of synthetic and analytical judgments for social processes at least presupposes that all elements, in their generality as well as in their particularity, are clearly determined, i.e., that they can be subjected to the theorem of identity. But even apart from the fact that this presupposition can only claim validity for the scientific understanding of non-social nature, i.e., not for social processes, the theorem of identity, to which the social sciences and humanities actually subject everything, is one of the central discoveries of rationalism. This rationalist concept of identity fundamentally means something quite different, much more specific than mere unity. Namely, nothing other than the being identical with oneself of all the elements for which a generalizing judgment has yet to be determined. Of course, once the judgment has been determined, it is also subject to the law of identity, but only if I have not violated the formal logical rules at any point in the process of determination. However, when logicians of being such as Engster, or even Hegel, speak of unity, they have, consciously and rightly, of course, because this would basically be nonsense, almost never determined it correctly in terms of formal logic. And, as the failure of analytic philosophy shows, this would only be possible if everything that does not conform to analytic judgments were banished from reality. So it follows, no analytical judgments can be inferred from a synthetically determined general, in Hegel's sense. Kant's is different. And, above all, it follows that the concept of unity, as Engster conceives it, can in no way be shifted into the rational concept of identity as easily as he does, or made identical with it. Orthodox existential ontologists are likely to reproach Engster here for a rather arbitrary narrowing of Heidegger's thought. After all, such a differentiation between proof and speculation is largely alien to their master. As far as Hegel is concerned, however, Engster's emphasis on the relevance of the determination of unity for what it captures, despite the one-sidedness of Engster's interpretation, is plausible and, in relation to Marx's concept of value, he even hits the nail on the head, because this relevance of the unit of value for the capture of the objects it captures as commodities. This value is what makes objects into commodities in the first place, although by no means value alone, see also below. And almost all Marxologists have so far not even made this an issue. It was probably far too obvious for them to see a problem here at all, is in fact the central purpose not only of the analysis of the value form, but of the definition of the concept of abstract labor even more so. But their objections are not our problem. What is more interesting is that we have here another case of how Engster proceeds strategically in his interpretations in order to reach his goal, for of course, had he been asked, Heidegger would never want to deny that it is being that helps the existent to attain its quality, nor that it is this same being that allows one existent to be passed off as more valuable than another, that is, to provide it with a measure at the same time. Also, and not only for Heidegger, quantity is an immediate consequence of quality. After all, we always judge quality quantitatively at the same time. One thing is always somehow better than another. Nevertheless, Engster also makes one of his characteristic shifts here. All of a sudden and under the table, one involuntarily asks oneself constantly, how does he come up with this, the concept of unity, and not only where Heidegger is concerned, but with Engster every time he takes a unit as a concept as his subject, takes on the sole meaning of a unit of measurement, i.e. that of units, such as those represented by the meter, the second, or the kilogram. This is even more the case with Hegel, albeit with a high degree of philological justification, as he discusses the measure at length in his Science of Logic. The differences he elevates into a new unit have an effect back on it, as a unit that actually, also, provides it, the differential, with its respective unit of measurement, such as the meter for space, the second for time, the kilogram for mass. Not only that, and now, at first glance, Engster seems to be making a mockery of it, although Hegel does too. The ideal identity is decisive for the determinate, being grasped in it not only with regard to its unit of measurement, but also for the amount of measurement apportioned to it. As if the width of the table at which I am sitting is determined not only by the unit of measurement meter, but also by the measure too of the being of the table. For Heidegger, this simultaneousness of unit of measurement and height of measurement in being is probably nothing other than a sheer matter of course, which Engster also criticizes. Hegel, on the other hand, is explicit. He distinguishes the heights of measurement, which merely determine a multiple of a unit of measurement algebraically, i.e. meter, second or kilogram, from the units of measurement to which this height is simultaneously immanent, which applies to all qualitative judgments, even if this height can only rarely be fixed in a number. He assigns the former to the natural sciences, which are of no further interest to him, and the latter to the qualities that his philosophy, of the spirit, is concerned with. As an aside, Engster does not go along with Hegel's separation of nature and spirit. Like Riedel, it is clear to him that natural science cannot be located beyond the critique of political economy or, as with Hegel, dismissed as meaningless. But only at first glance, the closer one looks, the more consistently Engster is able to explain this narrowing of the concept of quality to the concept of measure as adequate to the being of the existent, and finally to present the concept of money as developed in Marx's analysis of the value form, also and especially with regard to its measure for the individual commodities, in such a way that the basic structure of Hegel's, and, as implicit as it remains in Engster's work, Heidegger, to the point, synthesizing the totality of society. Before we can take a second look at this endeavor and then give this shifting or narrowing achievement of Engster its due, we must ask ourselves how Hegel's logic differs from Heidegger's and how Engster succeeds in leveling out this difference in such a way that he can, with recourse to Hegel, trim Marx down to an existential ontologist. The most vivid image of the basic structure of Hegelian dialectics is the Trinity dogma of the Catholic Church. The Protestant Hegel, as he admits, owes almost everything to it. And starting from this trinity, the logics that followed Hegel, i.e. the positivist and the existential ontological, can also be presented most succinctly in their differences as specific versions of this trinity. The first step in grasping the significance of the trinity for logic must, of course, be to detach it from the personalized content of its Catholic version. God is then an all-unity from which everything emerges, whereby this emergence cannot be logically understood as creation in terms of time, but only in terms of absolute necessity. Religiously, the Creator God is conceived as omnipotent, which is only the figurative expression of absolute necessity. The special feature of the Trinity, which no other religion knows in this form, is the realization that this all-unity must also logically include the fact that we humans are different from God. In order to be comprehensible, the all-unity must therefore be presented in such a way that it also contains the differences into which it is interpreted. The logically simplest expression of difference is that it distinguishes A from what it is not. Expressed in logically exact terms, A is different from not A, and this differentiation expressed in the most abstract, simplest way means that A stands in a relation to not A. It is immediately apparent that set theory and dialectics can easily be represented as special formalizations of the basic Trinitarian structure. We will come back to some of these particularities, especially the relationship between synthetic and analytic judgments. Here we must first draw attention to the most important point, namely that which, historically, made it possible to detach the Trinity dogma from its religious content, as the one-person God, who is at the same time three, equally divine, persons, namely God the Father, God the Son and the Holy Spirit, in the first place, which can only be done here in brief. The formalization of the Trinity is undoubtedly due to the universalism controversy in the High Middle Ages in the Western West, the theological core of which was about the role that the Holy Spirit actually plays in the concept of God. Seen from today's perspective, against the background of purely formal logic, this Spirit is at the absolute center of the Trinity, and accordingly, the relation between the differential, called the horizontal level above, as well as between the particular and the general, called the vertical level above, is at issue in logic. As a result of the so-called scholastic debates, a new concept emerged in the early modern period at the latest, which stands for the centrality of the concept of relation in all logic, and which was previously unknown to philosophy in this form, that of identity. And it was only from its unequivocal validity that laws of nature could be formulated. It should only be noted here that it was, of course, rationalism that promoted this reification of a relation into an absolute concept, into a proposition of identity. And this to such an extent that today it appears to be the most natural thing there can be, even and especially to common sense, that things must be understood as identical with themselves, without realizing that in this reflexive with itself there is nothing but a relation to be found, i.e., no identity in the simple sense of the word. Logical positivism turned this proposition of identity into an axiom, usually called the axiom of existence, without which no logic and no law of nature could claim validity. Hegel now, and this will be decisive for us from now on, at least partially retracts the formalization of the dogma of the Trinity in the proposition of identity, and this is basically his greatest and lasting merit. The aim of this retraction, to break open the rationalistic reification of logic in order not only to make the antinomic divisions between logic and history, thinking and being, pure and practical reason, form and content and all the others disappear, but also to abolish them and, especially in logic, to do without presuppositions, i.e. premises or axioms, that cannot be further justified. In order to be able to do this, he dissolves the concept of identity back into its relation, and thanks to this dissolution, the concepts of unity, negation, and mediation, which are basically immediately formally applicable to the dogma of the Trinity, become the concepts that methodologically determine his philosophy. And it is precisely this retraction, without mentioning the dogma of the Trinity, that Engster resorts to in his interpretation of Hegel. This is not to be understood as a reproach. Only in mathematics can logical structures be transferred one-to-one to different circumstances. The thoughts of philosophers basically never follow a given basic structure completely. If they did, the philosopher would have failed in his profession. And so here, too, Hegel's and then Heidegger's reference to the Trinity is to be understood as anything but metaphorical, but also not as if they were simple, functionally equivalent transfers. When Engster speaks of analogies in this context, one can only agree with him. Engster plays with an equivocation when using this term, interpretation as interpretation on the one hand and postmodern Hegelian as self-development on the other. Central to this is his interpretation of the Hegelian concepts of mediation and synthesis. To give an example, Hegel begins his science of logic by demonstrating the necessity of thinking being and nothingness, as mediated in becoming. However, it is not becoming, as a superficial reading might suggest, but it is being determined, by a spirit, i.e., determined by / reflection, that accomplishes this mediation. In all abbreviated brevity, being contains all determinations. But what contains all determinations is itself indeterminate. The indeterminate, however, is called nothingness. Thus being is nothingness. Becoming, on the other hand, is presented as a concept that synthesizes being and nothingness, which goes back to the timelessly conceivable, passing over of both being into nothingness and nothingness into being. The question of whether Hegel is not cheating here, which would mean that everything possible can be deduced from the transition from being into nothingness, but never ever becoming, and that too, with necessity, is highly justified, but does not play a role here. Logic and time, or becoming, are mutually exclusive. You could put it this way: becoming transcends logic and then, in Hegel's other works, mediates it with history. For, as Hegel has previously shown, being is nothingness and vice versa. What Engster now claims is that synthesis, in this case, becoming, retains within itself the concepts that led to it, being and nothingness as the same thing in judgment, which simultaneously contradicts itself by maintaining them both as distinct, in such a way that this synthesis must be authoritative, and he wants this to be understood literally, for what it synthesizes, i.e. for being and nothingness in becoming. Incidentally, he derives the term currency from the root of this expression, i.e. waren, which is at least original. Logically, it could be concluded, in Engster's sense, that Hegel would have identified being and nothingness as fundamentally temporally determined. But this contradicts Hegel's intention so much that Engster, when he introduces time into money, makes no direct reference to this concept of becoming in Hegel. It would probably also be more correct to state that the inner necessity that Hegel claims here does not actually exist. If we stop at this beginning of Hegel's logic, then this appears to be utter nonsense. Hegel can only begin his conceptual logic, the objective form of thought, or also, form of thought, in exactly the same way as he did. If he had begun with becoming, as a synthetically mediated, and this necessity presupposes the demand on becoming to be decisive for being and nothingness, then the determinations of being and nothingness would have to be able to be determined analytically from becoming, ultimately, therefore, from history, or at least from time, and then Hegel would not only have been able to begin in this way, but would have had to. This is of course, as Engster states quite correctly, a classic contradiction in terms, but one that can be resolved if this synthetically mediated temporally interpreted. What is important here is that mediation, like negation, is in any case completely resolved in money, as in Heidegger's being. Here we must remember Hegel's concept of knowledge. It contains logical necessity, at least in absolute knowledge. What is reasonable is real and vice versa. Reason, logic, and history are thus conceived as one, contingency is eliminated. But that would only be the right Hegelian version. The left Hegelian version must separate reason and reality. Despite Hegel's famous dictum, this is also possible because he does not understand everything that is merely there as real. Mere existence and reality, in the emphatic sense, are not the same thing for Hegel. However, everyone can understand intellectually what was already evident in Heraclitus. In contrast to Parmenidean, being, the concept of becoming, determined in and for itself, cannot be used to determine anything other than itself, however much it may refer externally to a being. It is, so to speak, in the for itself, completely indeterminate and thus nothing, and indeed, unlike being, a nothing without any, logically necessary, transition to anything. And starting with nothingness is out of the question. Nothing definite can be extracted from what is empty of content. What I have shown here about the concept of becoming as synthetically determined could be applied to Hegel's entire conceptualization. Or to put it another way, Engster has basically discovered a sore point in Hegel here, without elaborating on it. But Engster is not claiming nonsense at all if we look at Hegel's logic not as an example of the case described here, but from its end, or also from the phenomenology, for in the all-unity of spirit all beginnings are said to have been caught up from it, and this follows immediately. What was previously laid out must have synthesized itself in such a way that it must be possible to analytically determine all determinateness from it, the spirit now conscious of itself and expressing itself from here into the world, otherwise the knowledge of this spirit would not be absolute. In exactly the same way, starting from a synthetically mediated, but at the same time analytically containing the mediated in itself, even if the procedures of interpreting, synthesizing and analyzing progress completely differently and completely different mediations and categories play the decisive role, then in Hegel, Marx proceeds, if one follows Engster, when he determines what role money plays in the capitalistically reproducing society. And in doing so, it should be added, en passant overcomes the dubiousness of Hegelian syntheses. Just as, in Hegel, spirit is the self-consciousness of that which is, objectively or ideally, externalized, objectified, by it, so Marx, in the shortest possible formula, understood money as the self-consciousness of commodities. Heidegger, and this is what makes things tricky, is actually the philosopher whose logic of being pours precisely what, according to Engster, Marx did with Hegel's logic of being into a form of thought that reduces Hegel's basic logical structure, and thus also that of Marx, to its decisive, and logically comprehensible, moments. And what takes the whole thing to the extreme, in a very specific way, namely less formally, but all the more in terms of content, Heidegger approaches the Trinity dogma of Catholicism again far more closely than Hegel. In this way, he can also enter into a dialogue with Catholicism, as with positivism and Hegelianism, in such a way that he can also claim with good reason that he has merely raised the concept of God to a more abstract level. And this is how it works. Being, with which Heidegger begins, is in truth, in contrast to Hegel's concept of being, neither determinate nor indeterminate. It contains everything that is determinate and indeterminate, thus also nothingness, at the same time, like God the Father. It is, in an immediate sense, precisely that which, in Hegel, is only at the end, that is, the general synthesis into which all negations and mediations have been absorbed. It comes to a determinate, in Heidegger, to a being, theologically, to creation, because being, analytically, sets it out of itself, it externalizes, objectifies, itself in it. This then bears the name ontological difference. And with this put forth it can, as the logician of being does not have the slightest problem, certainly be a positive that brings itself through its negation to a new unity. Rather, what is decisive is the reflexive reference, the Holy Spirit, of the existing, God the Son, to being, God the Father, through which it can only be plausibly claimed of being that it represents, analogous to Hegel's spirit, and even in itself, the self-consciousness of all that exists. In any case, the central assertion is, being, is not only the unity of determinacy and indeterminacy, but also the unity of beginning and end, a beginning to which the end leads, by means of synthesis, i.e. through the differences of the existing, and an end from which, by means of analysis, the existing, in reflexive reference back, assures itself of its being. I realize that these references in the brackets to the Trinity are in great need of explanation. My point is to have at least briefly pointed out that Heidegger, in complete contrast to Hegel, rehabilitates the relationship of unity and difference, of being to the existent, with regard to the relationship of authority between the Father and the Son that is inherent in the Trinity dogma of the Church. And this is important, even if it is difficult to comprehend. Unlike Hegel, Heidegger makes no mention of temporal sequence up to this point, it is solely a matter of logical consistency. For Heidegger, this self-assurance of the existing, being does not need this, takes place in what he calls Dasein. By reflecting on this double track, a term I invented for this state of affairs, of being one in everything and as everything, i.e. by reflecting on the difference between being one and being all, compare the formal logical distinction between existential and all statements, being appears simultaneously in the existing as well as the existing in being. The problem that Heidegger now has is to integrate Sein, Dasein, and Seiendes into a reality that exists in time, and now we can no longer avoid the concept of time. Heidegger packs this evidence of the temporality of everything that exists, exactly as it appears, into being, in such a way that he naturally does not claim that being is temporally determined, that would be logical nonsense, being and temporality are antinomically mutually exclusive, but simply leaves it at the evidence that being as existence always manifests itself temporally. This leaving it at that represents a philosophical scandal without equal. For it conceals the irrevocably antinomic relationship between being and becoming. But this concealment, and this potentiates the scandal, follows precisely the way in which we deal with this and all other antinomies in everyday life, as supposedly resolved in immediacy. There are a number of ways of defining time, and probably just as many ways of measuring it. However, the many types of time that Engster finds are almost all pulled by the hair. It is impossible to say which of the methods is the correct one, as with any definition, that of time depends on the object to which it is to be related. In principle, therefore, there is no objection to Heidegger's concept of time, which Engster follows almost word for word. Not in Heidegger's words, but aptly reflecting what he meant, the basic definition of time is its pure presentness. It assumes, one could say, that time is defined as the intersection of past and future presence. Be that as it may, in contrast to being, which is something indeterminate and determinate at the same time, could basically not develop any identity on its own. It can only have identity as the unity of all that is concerned under it. See above. Time, determined in this way as pure presentness, is logically determined from the outset as identity, and that even, in and of itself, it no longer has an immanent relationship, it is something like a point without extension. If, like Heidegger, we simply merge being and time into one, then we have, in a way that fascinates every logician, brought the theorem of identity into being, and now, since being is temporally externalized into existence, we not only have positivist logic without all its complex axioms in our hands, which allow us to measure and calculate everything that exists, but also all other definitions of time necessary for science and technology, such as the physical ones, whether in the sense of Newton, the theory of relativity or quantum theory. But only evidence-based, and evidence does not mean, in terms of formal logic, logically also necessary. The concept of history, whether Hegel's or the rationalist historians, naturally becomes a problem. But this is dealt with elsewhere, as is the problem of indicating how dynamics enter into social relations. At least Engster knows that there are no mysterious forces at work here that, as traditional Marxism in its historical materialist version has claimed, drive contradictions or class antagonisms to dissolve themselves in history, and most postmodernists with him, one cannot be so sure about Heidegger and his old cronies, for they are not afraid, and Heidegger in particular after his about-face, when he quasi-historicizes the concept of time and from now on, i.e. after the defeat of the Germans, speaks of becoming, to speak of being giving Dacian a task to fulfill. Engster, on the other hand, attempts to provide a justification for this connection between being and time, whereby he reaches deep into the dialectical sleight of hand. It is precisely the timelessness of being, he of course speaks of money instead of being, that, when it translates itself into the existing, the commodities, presents itself as the other, i.e. as a Hegelian negation of this timelessness, which can only mean, timeless being, with logical necessity, deprives itself of time. In any case, time is defined, whether by Heidegger or Engster, as analogous to being. Money it too is, albeit in being/money, which thus remains logically prior to it, indeterminate and determinate at the same time. As determinate it reveals itself in the existing, and thus basically only enables the differentiation of the one existing from the other, and as indeterminate it only enables its determination. With this concept of time, Heidegger achieves a philosophical highlight, without which he would hardly have acquired the reputation of the greatest philosopher of the 20th century. With it, he has developed a simple, generally valid principle of individuation, according to which everything that exists can be differentiated according to its determinations. Engster demonstrates how this can be made fruitful for the critique of political economy. He sorts the differences between the types of commodities not along their qualitative determinations, but according to the types of time that money applies to the commodities. Each type of commodity, means of production, labor, etc., is determined by it from its own relation to time. We will not discuss here what kind of blossoms this leads to, the very idea is absurd in itself. There is only one objective form of time, physical time. As far as time is concerned, one can therefore dispense with conceptual logic and follow positivist logic. The decisive step for Engster in interpreting Marx as having anticipated Heidegger's logic of being thus consists in shifting Marx's concept of time into the concept of money in precisely the sense presented here. How he succeeds in this is explained in the third part. This enabling of a determination from an indeterminate can, at best, be seen as a relapse into the Kantian determination of constitution. In the sense of Nietzsche's polemic, Kant asks, how is true knowledge possible? And answers, by virtue of a faculty. So not even in the sense of the often enough anything but meaningless question about the condition of possibility. It makes no sense at all to subject this logic of being to an immanent critique, and even Hegel's logic is only accessible to such a critique in its implementation, but not in its basic structure. One could just as well go about formulating an immanent critique of mathematics, i.e. try to prove that 2 plus 2 is in reality 5. It is a form of thought, objective form of thought, which means, one can think in this logic and the only relevant question to it can be whether anyone thinks at all, and if so, who thinks in this logic. The answer can only be, everyone in the world today thinks in the logic of being. The fact that the whole world thinks in this way is not least due to the fact that the universality of rationalism, as the form of thought that immediately corresponds to capital, to liberalism, in opposition to autocratic decisionism, is generated solely in the totality of all acts of exchange, but not in such a way that the empirical, individual acts of exchange, on the basis of which the totality is constituted, would result in a unity that could be mediated with the individual acts. Also in a rational way, i.e. also using scientific methods. This is precisely what Engster polemicizes against in his critique of Lukács, Adorno, and Riedel, and therefore also generalizes socially, which is shown by the fact that even the worst authoritarian character feels compelled to use rational arguments for his decisions. Rationalism is therefore unable to achieve what money, according to Engster, being, according to Heidegger, is able to achieve without difficulty. The dilemma: we all have a unit, with certain characteristics, in our heads, but the characteristics, behaviors, of the elements, vulgo, the subjects, of this unit are not, at least not rationally comprehensible, absorbed into it. The common sense solves this aporia by unquestioningly adapting to the external, empirically given reality, by fitting into the gears of capital as a cog, i.e., by functioning, and its satisfactions, i.e., the successes it achieves there, as well as the frustrations it suffers there, and, in addition, packaged together with the surplus energy, i.e., the entire positive and negative power that has not been completely used up in the conflict between the pleasure principle and the reality principle that remained during his confrontation with reality, he adds it to the unity that has formed in his mind. His reason now has no choice but to short-circuit the unity of his understanding with the multiplicity of his sensory perceptions. Heidegger proves precisely this short-circuit with the concept of existence. In this, being, the all-unity, is reflected in existence, the unity of reason and understanding, in Hegel, of reality and reason, whereby at the same time being is reflected in the existing, i.e., in the external, empirical reality. It also follows from the fact that, from the presupposition, the all-unity of being knows no outside that transcends it, that there is no real difference between being and the existent, but only the so-called ontological, in fact, actually only a purely nominal, difference, into which existence sees itself placed in order to trace the immediate, yet also intrinsically reflexive relationship of being to the existent. In this kind of logic of being, the only thing that remains of rationalism, but is also bound to it, is the all-unity, the set of all sets, albeit shortened by all the logical axiomatic preconditions and historical conditions of origin of this logic, which cannot even be held against rationalism in this way, on the one hand, and the multiplicity of empirical reality grasped by it on the other, whereby the latter, unlike in rationalism, is reduced by all the highly diverse relations that really exist between the empirical elements, or in other words, Hegelian. It is reduced by the mediations that connect one element, an event, with all the others, which is tantamount to the fact that the negation relationship in which each element stands to every other, the differentiation thus given, no longer finds its way into the logic of being. Here, negation, not time, is the general principle of individuation. However, it would be fundamentally wrong to claim that this abstraction of negation and mediation would banish both from the logic of being. It goes without saying that Hegel also wanted to heal the deficit of rationalism, not being able to consistently conclude from the individual to the whole and from the whole to the individual. By inserting time into being in the way he does, Heidegger lays out the in and for itself, timeless, being in the existing in a temporally determined way. This allows us to logically trace the mediations and negations that rationalism also undertakes. But now in the awareness that the unity into which the multiplicity of elements in their respective relations to one another ultimately enters could also do entirely without their determinations in the concrete, Hegelian, composite, the real. And so, thanks to Heidegger, the rationalist dilemma dissolves into nothingness. The assertion that the empirical subjects, the individuated individuals, are not taken into account in this logic of being is just as false. This is basically only true in one respect. It excludes, and this like all logic, only the contingency of the acting subjects. Only rationalism, as much as it is logically based on positivism, which naturally has nothing to do with subjective contingency, claims to make it its central object. However, insofar as this contingency is charged by rationalists and humanists with a pathos of freedom that is highly inadequate to reality, since contingency is rather to be understood as constituted by capital, it cancels itself out. In any case, it no longer relates to the experience of real freedom. The essential reason for the failure of rationalism therefore lies in the antinomy that, on the one hand, it must necessarily presuppose this contingency, because otherwise the acts of exchange it assumes in economics would not exist, but only a more or less forced, or even manipulated, transfer of goods from one person to another, but this contingency, and with it the subjects, find no expression at all where the logically correct grasp of the unity of the social whole is concerned. Nor can it, because the difference between the elements xn cannot possibly be represented in the set A. It can only include what is common to all xn, or, to put it another way, only that in which all xn are equivalent. Since the logic of being claims to be presuppositionless, it has nothing to do from the outset with these presuppositions of rationalism, which are based on contingency. And so it also does not have the rationalist's problem with the subjects. It simply falls back on the rationalist definition of unity, and, however limited, the economic principle of rationality, without having to accept the presuppositions set therein. This logic of being is of course also historically a result of capitalist synthesis. Engster is absolutely right about this. What he is wrong about is the historical classification of the basis and genesis of this synthesis. Just as there are no external or internal differences, so being knows no presupposed premises, thinking and being, and not to forget, acting, are one and the same. The reflection of the existing as being thus always remains with itself, and thus naturally also in the reflection that takes place in existence, as a reproduction of the reflection of the existing in being. As Engster explains in detail, there are, as it were, two kinds of reflection in existence. The existential, one could say, which turns to being, and the normal, everyday, which turns to being. In a manner of speaking, of course, only, because in reflection itself no distinction can be made. In order to capture what is meant in an expression, Engster also speaks of the reflection of reflection. Engster. Das Geld als Mass, Middle UND Method, page 585f, which alludes to Aristotle's definition of philosophy as the thinking of thinking. Absolute subjectivism and absolute necessity are indistinguishable in the all-one. It is against this subjectivism that Adorno develops his primacy of the object, which Engster consequently rejects. And if it is now up to being to interpret itself into the existing in such a way that it comes to what the rationalist describes as subjects each provided with a special ego-consciousness, then these subjects also exist, and existence reflects their ideas of itself, usually attributed to the man or the oblivion of being, just like the mediations and negations in the manifold established by rationalists. Incidentally, postmodernism has shown how this works in the wake of Foucault. It is not about making subjects disappear, but rather about their integration and orientation in and towards the immanence of being. And so the subject can not do and think what it wants, it only carries out what is already inherent in it as its being. Only, when these subjects begin to speak of freedom, then the logic of being rejects this idea, against the background of absolute necessity, which only knows a single subject, namely itself, as an illusion, constituted, or at least reinforced, by liberalism, which, as Engster demonstrates, does not even need to be addressed with a single word. But let us leave the logic of being and look at the fate of common sense, which, in its unity, continues to be confronted with an environment external to it, which the logic of being regards as the in truth objectified being of being. Wherever he has shifted it to, instead of abstract being, possibly also to the nation, the people, the culture, the company, the family, etc. Unlike the philosopher, he is prevented from pretending that he affirms the negativity he suffers in the outside world, as Nietzsche did with suffering, turns it into something positive, as the existential ontologist did with current events, or even understands it as a productive force to be used positively, according to Engster and Foucault. For he does not sublimate and rationalize the unexpressed psychic energy, but first divides it into positive and negative, in order to then transfer it immediately to the various socially offered entities, the objects he occupies, that haunt his mind. In the language of social media, likes and dislikes. It is then up to the politician, or economic expert, or therapist, to take up this immediacy in such a way that it can be rationally integrated into the mediated nature of the political, insofar as it is embedded in a Republican representative system. However, the philosophers of being also do not succeed in completely liberating themselves from negation and mediation, at least as long as there is still something existing that opposes them. He too, and here philosophy and common sense merge seamlessly, concentrates the positive into the one, being, and the negative, which is separated from it, not into an outside, this is denied to him, but into a man, into an oblivion of being, which has anchored itself in the reflexive back reference of the objectifications of being in those subjects who refuse to insert themselves and their reflection into Dacian, into their existence. Philosophically speaking, from the man, nothingness, death, is not conceived as a moment of being to which all that exists amounts in time but, in being, is also overcome at the same time, but as the absolute negation that must be fought. These subjects insist on the mediation of a real external to thinking, reject the possibility of thinking without presuppositions, insist that such a self-reproductive, automatic, subject, as which being is presented, is a mere shift of ego identity into an abstractly empty general, which the individuated subject, who cannot master his solitude, undertakes in order to escape his fear of exclusion from his community. It is clear that, without it being made explicit, the negativity of the man is personified and concentrated in the Jew, and there are many reasons for this that have been explained elsewhere. Of course, the liberal, the humanist, the conservative, the rationalist, the transcendentalist can also be attributed to the man, insofar as they insist that reason cannot exist where rationality of understanding and with it negation and mediation no longer play a central role. And it is also evident that a critique of rationalism, which not only does not end in the logic of being, but also wants to prevent such an end, as the dialectic of enlightenment shows, which is inherent in it, with all its might, is attributed to the man, in whom even the most detached philosopher of being bundles all negativity, in the same absoluteness as the positivity of being. In the Third Reich, it was the National Socialist mass movement, with the philosopher of being Hitler at its center, that raised the common sense of the Germans into existence and thus helped them to exist as Volksgenossen. Capital and the state with their mediations did not need to be abolished, the main thing was that they functioned, but they were now aligned towards one center, one being, the Volksgemeinschaft. And the Jews, as the personified negation of this being, could be destroyed. Which means, their bodies also had to disappear into nothingness. And in order not to let this success be taken away from them, all remaining strength had to be used to bring this work to an end until complete capitulation, even before all military and other rationality. As abstract and difficult to understand as the philosophy of being may appear, as unbearable as its whispering and as repugnant as its historical blindness may be, it is no longer just knocking down wide open doors in all circles, right down to the regulars' tables. It has long since found itself right at the center of society, only held back in its barbaric violence by the rational form that organizes itself on the global markets. Every crisis further shakes the validity of this form. And the masses may appear to the philosophers of being as a mob, they provide it with its philosophy. If the material basis of rationalism fails during or after a crisis, the rabble and experts unite in destructive violence. To repeat the central meaning, when Heidegger speaks of being an Engster of money, it intuitively appears as if they are talking about objects outside our consciousness. But this misses the point of all existential ontologists. They speak of being as Hegel does of spirit, that is, as a superindividual and ideal, all, unity that is equally immanent to all phenomena and at the same time encompasses them, which does take on objective form, in the most diverse ways, and becomes the object of reflection, but cannot be transcended by it, which Engster aptly characterizes as the unavailable. It is not so difficult to understand being, as the all-general present in every single consciousness, as something unavailable, but money? Doesn't the availability of money actually constitute its being? However, if we show that Engster made one of his shifts in concepts, particularly in Marx's concept of money, it becomes clear what allows him to speak of the unavailability of money. His concept of money compresses, if you take a closer look, everything that economists refer to as the market and its laws. At the end of his money story, Felix Martin has a fictitious interlocutor say that the necessary reform of money depends on all market participants. The market is seen here as a universal field of discourse, so to speak. If you want something to be done right, you have to do it yourself. Felix Martin, Money, the True Story. Über den blinden Fleck des Kapitalismus, p. 364. However, Engster would disagree with this, because in his unbroken identification with the second nature given by money, he is unable to conceive of the transformation of conceptual realism into nominalism. Having decided, without any recognizable inhibition, to throw his Hegelian Marxist system over the empiricism supposedly constituted by the substance-subject money like a net woven from concepts, he has to suppress the insult that he can no longer capture anything real with such a net. This reveals the unhappy consciousness of the nominalist, who, however, no longer wants to know anything about unhappiness once and for all. And nobody actually has this market, we will come back to that. In addition, Engster's concept of money already implies the concept of capital. Let us recall the function of money as such, from the third chapter of Capital, which Engster translates into the term capital money without further ado. In any case, in all of this he catches up with Marx's dictum that with capital, even if represented in capital money, as a unity with all of its negations, all of its externalized other, all that it is not itself, not in and of itself alone, a purely social relationship has been constituted in the minds, supra-individually, as an automatic subject, whose substance, so much in advance, adequate to Marx's conceptuality, is abstract labor for Engster. Just as, for Hegel, the subject in the mind is at the same time substance. In other words, what had remained a mere postulate for the rationalists from Spinoza to Kant has been realized. With Heidegger and Schmidt, the determination of this unity of subject and substance functions methodically differently, but their procedure leads to the same result. Following Engster, Marx analogizes money to Hegel's spirit. Just as the latter reflexively represents absolute knowledge as the self-consciousness of all consciousnesses and objectifies itself in phenomena, assigning them their measure, so money is the spirit of all commodities and, contained therein, of the consciousnesses of the owners of commodities. And therefore not the fetish. It provides the commodities, and their owners, with both the consciousness of themselves, gives them unity and identity, and the unit of measurement, from which it follows, money is the self-consciousness of commodities, and it thus also has a consciousness of itself, just as spirit does for Hegel. Thanks to commodity production, this, money, consciousness is objectively expressed in the commodities in order to assign them their adequate unit of measurement, their value. Or in other words, in money, society is reflected as a synthesized, all-unity money through commodity production. See, for example, Engster Money as Measure, Means and Method, page 758. It therefore seems as if the relationship of all other commodities is broken and objectively experienced through the excluded money commodity, as if through an unconscious reflection, and as if money thereby also experiences its own quantitative determination, its own value. In the invitation to a podium discussion, Engster increased the thesis of the reflexivity of money to delusional clarity. Even more immediately, money identifies itself with the same time that it brings with it in a quantitative way like a second nature. In commodity production, money is transformed into value, which for Engster means, money is immediately transformed into production in such a way that it is not only simply transformed back into money, but as more money, Marx's G', as soon as the produced commodities have realized their value as money, i.e. have been sold on the markets. Engster's depiction of the sphere of production is usually quite accurate. And it is also correct that he does not understand commodity production and the formation of profit and productivity empirically, i.e. he does not believe, as labor movement Marxism does, that he can determine them concretely in the factories. What is wrong, however, is that he assigns the supra-empirical, the metaphysical space as I would call it, in which relative surplus value production takes place to the determinations of money, instead of understanding Marx's metaphysical conceptuality here merely as a solution to the rationalist dilemma, by means of the original Kantian question of the condition of possibility, of not being able to explain from the observable surface how productivity and profit, ultimately, relative surplus value, can come about at all. Reference should also be made to the above assumption that Engster gives the sphere of production a status that is analogous to Heidegger's concept of Dasein. As little as Engster denies the necessity that capital accumulation can only take place when the commodities realize their value as money on the markets, on what he calls the appearance of the surface of circulation, in his exclusion of the rationalism that is constituted in this realization, Engster fails to mention, he can hardly have been unaware of this either, that it is precisely one of the most important, and above all, one of the most important, and above all decisive, discoveries for the productivity of capital is precisely this rationalism's ability to define units of measurement in normative nominal terms, i.e. detached from their real content. Engster shies away from this term like the devil shuns holy water because he has to avoid people recognizing that when he talks about money, he is basically only talking about the market and, above all, what economists call its laws. I can only refer here to Engster's chapter on the future perfect tense, in which he clearly interprets himself as a follower of postmodernism. Engster, Geld als Mass, Middle UND Method, p. 671f. Hegel describes this nominal identity as a tautology that is not worthy of further consideration in his Science of Logic. See Hegel, Science of Logic 1, 1812, pages 28, 85, 102. This is contradicted by the fact that without the purely nominal and tautologically formulated definitions of units of measurement, mankind would never have come to the realization of the laws of nature. At any rate, taking this into account would have done his natural philosophy a lot of good. Today, for example, it is common practice in the sciences to derive all units of measurement, especially the fundamental ones, those for space and mass, from the unit of measurement for time, regardless of the reality for which a unit of measurement is then derived from it in particular. Historically, the definition of a day, today an atomic clock, i.e. immediately objective, not as pure presence as in Heidegger. None of this is mutually exclusive. Engster's basic thesis that every unit also functions as a unit of measurement in itself, thanks to its identity, and that the level of measurement remains linked to this initial unit and therefore does not represent a purely formal, merely algebraic operation, does have historical justification, because in the past, and still today in common sense, units of measurement had the closest possible relationship to the thing to be measured, which led to a chaos of the most diverse units of measurement that were extremely difficult to convert into one another. But he radically rejects such a historical view. It does not even occur to Engster, which he has in common with all other Marxologists, that Marx could also have followed this rationalist nominal method of forming units of measurement, in principle, when he introduced the concept of abstract labor, i.e. that Hegel's logic of measure, as a synthesis of quality and quantity, was quite irrelevant to him for the definition of this concept. At least this is not even discussed as a possibility at any point in his work. Hegel, Science of Logic 1, page 387. In measure, in abstract terms, quality and quantity are united. Engster could reply that Marx had internalized Hegel's logic to such an extent that he intuitively applied it when defining the concept of abstract labor. Perhaps so. But this objection does not hold water if it can be shown that, in order to understand this concept, it is not necessary to go beyond a few principles of positivist logic. Unlike Engster, it does not take several hundred highly complex book pages to discover the logic of Hegel's measure in this concept. First of all, in unquestionable agreement with Marx, whether dialectically or rationally derived does not matter, the two procedures do not form a contradiction here. Engster states with regard to the concept of value that it provides the unit of measurement for the quantity in which the quality, in Marx, the use value, of commodities is measured and, because value, transformed into money commodities, has been excluded from the circulation of commodities, assumes an independent existence. Of course, Marx's definition of value contradicts the common derivations of the economic classics and even more so of the economists who followed Marx himself, such as the marginal utility theorists. In the transformations of the first chapter of Capital, the argument is hardly dialectical, but obviously strictly formological. Although this is pure Hegel, it could easily be reformulated in such a way that no rationalist or opponent of Hegel could contradict it. Engster is, see above, up to this point in full agreement with what Marx states up to the fetish chapter. Of course, this goes too far for any rationalist, but it has nothing to do with the determination of the unit of value. So it cannot be denied that money, like space, the unit of measurement for the length of a distance, but in a different, quality-oriented way, provides commodities with their unit of measurement, expressed in whatever currency. However, after the unit of measurement money has been derived, Marx first poses the question, a question that a natural scientist does not even need to ask: how is it that this head of lettuce costs exactly 1.24 euros? In Chapter 3 of Capital, which is central to Engster's concept of money, Marx describes this unit as world money. Engster has to omit this only yet because, in order to turn Marx into an existential ontologist, he has to claim that he had already established the relationship between the measure and time long before, in production, Heideggerian, in Dasein. The problem of all economists, in contrast to other sciences, is precisely that the unit of measurement does not automatically provide them with the means to determine the size of the measurement qua simple algebraic operation, in comparison to a primal meter or an atomic clock, for example, but that the height of the measurement is always given to them at the same time, i.e. 1.24 for a head of lettuce, measured in the monetary unit euro. From this fact, Engster draws the razor-sharp conclusion that the height of measurement is also determined by the value on which money is based, in the same way as the unit of measurement. In other words, according to Engster, the concept of abstract labor was not introduced by Marx because in economics the unit of measurement and the level of measurement come from objectively fundamentally different sources, but rather, and the aim of Engster's entire book is to prove this, Marx merely interprets money, which he had previously defined as timeless in the first section, in this concept, now, with the introduction of the concept of abstract labor, in time. Of course, he again fails to mention that he is evading Marx's question about the reason for the difference between values and prices, which later recurred in the Marxological discussion as the so-called transformation problem, questioning it as such. And also, but probably unintentionally, that he basically confirms the economist's assertion that prices, in contrast to the measures of the natural sciences, do not come about on the basis of a measurement, but result from the measured itself. The only difference is that Engster speaks of values instead of prices. Philosophically and logically, the relationship between price and value is about the relationship between chance and necessity. Marxists, like Engster, Geld als Maß, Mittel und Methode, p. 611 bis 633. On page 622 Engster comes full circle with a simple subheading. Money as an event of difference. Assume that although a certain contingency cannot be denied to prices on the markets, they are, seen as a whole, quantities that are formed by necessity, objectively, in production, corresponding to the labor time exploited in it. This is why the surface is regarded as an appearance. Marx's argument, however, gains its persuasive power because it is much more adequate to reality, from the reversal of this relationship between chance and necessity. Prices may be formed on the basis of pure contingency, absolutely by chance, purely subjectively determined. Only when one confronts these price formation mechanisms with production does one realize that this pure chance proves to be pure necessity. Chance logically precedes necessity, and that is why the surface cannot possibly be characterized as a semblance. Without it there is no necessity. Before tracing how Engster justifies this, it is necessary to go beyond what has already been mentioned to the reason why he, in highly obvious agreement with Heidegger, attaches so much importance to initially keeping time out of money and following Marx in this, but why he then, in the course of his work, returns to the beginning of the analysis of the value form and claims that time was already involved in Marx's concept of money from the very beginning. Among a number of other reasons, the most important is undoubtedly to avoid at all costs the impression that he is arguing transcendentologically or historically, i.e., transcending the present, as every rationalist is forced to argue, whether he wants to or not. In this way of being logical, the universal claim of rationalism can be radically stripped of its ground and reduced to a mere idea arising from capitalist commodity production, which pursues only one purpose: to ensure, with the least possible use of means, that the produced commodities disappear as quickly as possible in consumption, in order to ensure that the circulating money commodity, which does not consume itself like consumer goods, constantly multiplies. In terms of its claim, rationalism is universal in a far more comprehensive than merely economic sense. It is ultimately concerned with subjecting social relations as a whole to rational end-means relations. Its greatest problem, and not least this is the reason for its failure, which has opened the door to existential ontology, is that it does not know, and from its self-conception cannot want to specify, which ends should be at stake in the rational use of the available means, as soon as the sphere of individual commodity production is left behind. Particularly in the political sphere, it is necessary to determine the purposes to be pursued, as they must first be generalized beyond those set individually. Time, and one that could be said to be politically claimed, that is, one that, in Engster's sense, transcends money and commodity. However, Engster does not accept anything that transcends money, any more than he accepts rationalism. But not only that, even worse, rationalism and liberalism also want to assign a certainty to, political or other, social existence by determining a general will, however named, common good, consensus, will of the people. For existential ontologists such as Heidegger and Schmidt, this is an unbearable, absurd event. If being were not presented as initially free from time, the old philosophical question of primacy in the relationship between being and becoming could not be claimed to have been resolved. For if being, for Schmidt, the sovereign, did not set the purpose of everything that exists out of itself, then the concept would be meaningless as the attempt to prescribe political subjective purposes to money, as Engster understands it as the unavailable. From this it follows, and this is the meaning of the logical reduction of being by time that is initially undertaken for the purpose of the presentation. Being, in money, always acts, lays out, according to Engster, its determinations, like all logic, timelessly. It is the precondition and result of all beings, all commodity production, at the same time. Which means, all mediations requiring, historical transcendentological, time and progressing via negations, as much as they can empirically only take place in this way at all, are not to be found in being, in money, immediately, but must, seen from the reference of the existing back to being, for it is inconceivable to existential ontologists that something, and moreover something as central as time, exists without being at least absent present in the ground of being, be understood as then nevertheless laid out in being, are thus not there, not nothing, but seen from the perspective of being, in the first step of being into being, simply irrelevant. For being is immediate in the existing as this, as long as no oblivion of being is stated, and thus time does not have to be taken into account for this reason, in being, and this ontological difference is reflected in Dacian. Thus, conceived as timeless, it becomes apparent that being operates beyond all differentiations, negations, and mediations, more precisely, produces, creates objectivity, i.e. also and especially beyond good and evil. Here we should also refer to existential ontological anti-humanism, which denounces a humanism that seeks to heal the deficit of rationalism, see Descartes and Spinoza, of not being able to develop morally justifiable ethics. Reference to the anti-humanism of Rosi Braidotti. And from here, the being of the Germans cannot possibly act evil, it hurts no one, it kills and murders no one. In order to unfold, it merely destroys all those who oppose its being, so that in existence it can devote itself solely to the care of its being and finally to being unto death undisturbed, and in it, freed from all temporality and reflection and thus redeemed, it is alone with itself. Above all, the empirical subjects follow the principle of suppressing negation in an almost ideal typical manner. This begins with advertising. Here the principle is the elimination of any reference to a negative connotation, even in the slightest, encompasses the culture industry and the art world, extends to uncritical loyalty to the companies that employ us, to loyalty to religion and the state, and finally ends in a particularly abhorrent manner in the unquestioning acceptance of Hamas. Propaganda. Just as the absolute enemy empirically confronts being in the outside, as the principle that negates it, liberalistically anchored in circulation, globally exercising power in time, so too does the inverted, because it postpones death, vulgar time. This is not the one Schmidt means as the one determined by the political, but the enemy of the political, the unity of the counter-sovereign, in waiting, in other words, liberalism, and the Judaism for which it is responsible, represented today first and foremost in the State of Israel. Money itself is thus as enemyless as it is timeless, but for Engster, even if he admittedly does not concern himself with enemy determinations at any point, the presence of enemy and temporal determinations in existence, so much negation and mediation exists for him in money after all, refers to a mode of existence in money. He calls this mode abstract. Implicitly, however, this enemy determination is addressed all the more in being, as present absent, in exactly the same way as time. And at least as long as time is still determined by the, rationalistically determined, concern for individual existence, especially in economics, and the death of liberalism, its final crisis, is postponed to the future, time must be reckoned. See the subtitle of Engster's work, which means, it must be inserted into money and its timelessness, as timeless or abstract time, which Engster defines as not only analogous to his version of the concept of abstract labor, but as functionally equivalent to it from the ground up. The utopian moment in this form of expression is admittedly developed polemically. Of course, Engster does not take the liberty of explicating it. But his concept of critique, to which reference should be made here as a reminder, leaves little choice. For existential ontology, this subsequent insertion of time into being means that its unity is not determined by the particular experiences that individuals have in time when they deal with reality, and certainly not by their general experiences with the given society or their memories of it, but the other way round. It is being that determines their experiences, their reality, their perceptions, and thus their understanding. Possibly also from the memories of the crimes committed by them in the name of the German people. Or liberalism, Judaism, the all-destroying rationalism, as long as thinking does not yet universally submit to being. And as far as money is concerned, Engster comes to exactly the same conclusion. Rationalism can be accused of many things, above all, that it cannot grasp the whole against its own claim, in which it acts and to which it gives form, as long as liberalism has not done away with itself, at least. Today, this predetermination of form goes so far that no government, no movement, no matter how authoritarian their actions, and therefore not even existential ontologists, refrain from rationally justifying their decisions, even if, of course, only in the sense of the psychoanalytical concept of rationalization. And since he allows the purposes of individual subjects to be dictated to him, which, in principle, should be one of his positive aspects, he can differentiate these purposes along a rational, or otherwise relevant, in a figurative sense, hierarchy. It is basically equivalent to him whether someone pursues the economic purpose of being able to afford a yacht or earning a living. In short, he is incapable of grasping the motives, libidinal object occupations and fears that move individuals to their actions. He cannot grasp that they are carried out in pure immediacy, i.e. without a rationally reflected telos. But, conversely, this can also prevent him, if he is not at such a dilapidated level as he is today, from assigning them to an abstraction such as being, power, money, liberalism, etc., without mediation or history. Reference to Adorno's jargon of actuality. A critique of existential ontology which, like the critique of positivism, should have been formulated much more sharply from today's perspective. Adorno cannot be blamed for this. We have to make this criticism. Furthermore, in his reference to logical and empirical positivism, he makes the claim that all arguments must neither contradict empirical facts nor, in terms of time, claim this to be true today and the opposite tomorrow. And, even if this is only very rarely practiced even by die-hard rationalists, there is at least the claim to subject the arguments that are decisive for an action to a retrospective, i.e. again, temporal, review. This means that although rationalism cannot penetrate to reason, it does not exclude a grasp of the historical foundations of contemporary society from the outset any more than it excludes an assessment of its moral quality. Reference to the categorical imperative. Here are some remarks on Nietzsche's/Foucault's concept of power and its reference to Heidegger. All three emphasize, with Engster, the productive force, of power or of being, reference to dynamics. The former differ from Heidegger in that they place time and being in the concept of power as one. Engster differentiates all this very cleverly and at the same time unifies it, in money. We now come to the central shift in Engster's interpretation of Marx, which conclusively and adequately demonstrates how much it is indebted to Heidegger's logic of being, the integration of time into the concept of money. Without referring to Marx, but simply to evidence, he states that money, as a medium of exchange, occurs in time while it circulates, i.e. passes from one hand to another. If it does not circulate, then it is a store of value, treasury money, which, as shown, is of virtually no interest to Engster. In Marx, the empirical concept of time only appears in the third chapter, money or the circulation of commodities, but significantly, Engster does not refer to this, because time here, as elsewhere, is conceived by Marx in physical terms and nowhere in terms of its logic. The fact that Engster refers to money in its function as a medium of exchange in order to justify his move to shift time into money is, of course, logically clever. But if you take a closer look, the arbitrariness of this choice becomes apparent. The fact that money, in whatever function, can circulate at all and thus appear in time, is solely due to its objective physical form, even if this only consists of a number expressed in a currency on an account. And so he could have taken any other object, which exists in time in the same way as sensual supersensual money, as a medium of exchange used as a store of value, without exception, and shifted its change of location in time, i.e. its movement, into the supersensual identity of money, i.e. he could, see below, have proceeded in the same way as Heidegger when he introduces time. If it does not circulate, it interrupts its temporality and, like value, also preserves its temporality within itself. Both abilities are in great need of explanation, are as mysterious as the fetish character of money, and of course go back to it. Another example, the meaning of a text. But it also lasts as a store of value, and here, too, the reference of money to time is established. In the way in which it incorporates time into money, therefore, money not only always already sets all objects, and that is everything that exists, regardless of whether they are originally commodities or not, for which it is therefore relevant, but also places these objects in a relationship to time. This recourse to money as a medium of exchange offers the philological advantage that the Marxian determinations following the first section of Capital on commodities and money do not always have to be placed in their relation to time in this way, quasi-retrospectively. So also and especially not capital, insofar as it makes the stored medium of exchange, via credit, that is, in a temporal circulation albeit at a higher level than the normal exchange of commodities, into a component of value in enterprises, and so also, and all the more so, and now it becomes adventurous, not in labor, thanks to the monetary expression that this labor assumes, as wages, as variable capital, time is immanent to it from the outset. Differentiation of labor. Labor sans phrase, concrete labor, abstract labor, labor power, expenditure of human brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. The fetishization of abstract labor, characteristic of the Croesus group, finds something of an additional justification here, for Engster, time, on the basis of which Marx traces the measure in his determination of abstract labor, average socially necessary labor time, has always been set apart from money, even if, he admits, but only that, not immediately. As would be the case, for example, if the means of production were immediately identical with the proceeds of production. Nevertheless, Engster does not treat this non-correspondence against the background that price formation and value determination represent two completely different procedures of measurement, but rather assumes throughout that prices would represent a mere deviation from true values that occurs on the surface. In this, he remains rooted in traditional Marxism. It is significant how Engster interprets this concept of necessity, not as the time necessary for the production of a commodity, but as the time necessary to produce the worker's means of reproduction. But such errors are not the point here. However, instead of speaking of the markets, the price formation mechanisms at work there, in particular the competitive relations, money, as soon as it has realized the value of a commodity, influenced by these mechanisms only by chance, on the surface level, as a deviation of prices from value, subsequently returns to itself, provided with exactly the measure that was previously externalized by money in commodity production, plus the realized surplus value. As repeatedly emphasized, Engster has little or nothing to say about the conditions and preconditions of this realization, which Marx wanted to catch up on in the subsequent volumes of the first, and thus also not about the rationalism that is constituted there on the markets. In this respect, the surface reality is suddenly, even for Engster, exactly what it appears to be. If a head of lettuce costs 1.24 euros, not only the unit euro, but also the measure 1.24 comes from one and the same unit, money. Whether the 1.24 euros only represent a price or also the value suddenly no longer matters. The worst off are the living subjects who actually do the work. The concrete labor, and with it the lifetime of the worker subject, becomes nothing but a completely indeterminate jelly, which, like any other commodity, derives its measure, unit of measure and level of measure, solely from the money that emerges from itself and at the same time reflexively comes to itself. In order to be able to understand working time as individually spent lifetime ceded to companies as what it is, namely as legally sanctioned bodily harm, one needs the categorical imperative in Adorno's version. In other words, something for whose necessity the structuralist Engster is not able to muster the slightest understanding. In other words, in a nutshell, abstract labor is derived from the abstract time expressed by money, i.e., not from the concrete labor time spent by individual subjects. Abstract time and abstract labor are functionally equivalent. The identity, which the unit of money is at the same time, is transferred as soon as money is externalized into what exists, the commodities, i.e., into commodity production and circulation, to time, and thus this identity of time, as a unit and measure at the same time, all commodities taken together, is implicit in every moment of commodity existence, of production and exchange. As central as the sphere of production is for Engster, in it basically nothing more takes place than the division of the, always already given, uniform total time among the individual commodities. Wherever time is reckoned, see again the subtitle of Engster's work, i.e. measured, money in its being is immediately set apart temporally into existence. And not only in the determination of the value of goods, but also in the procedures and results of the natural sciences. The problem, in practice, no one actually measures this time that is contained in the price expression of abstract labor. Empirically, this time is only measured at the level of the personal relationship of the labor subject to his company. Socially, this time then disappears in the prices that its labor costs. Engster simply equates the identity of money with the identity of time, like Heidegger's being and time. Only in this way can he claim that calculating with money is one and the same as calculating with time. The process by which he makes money and, working, time identical is abstraction. This is an absolutely fascinating idea for any theorist, since abstraction is the business he is in by profession. This is where Marx's choice of words, which he considered to be the only discovery that he had added to classical political economy, takes its revenge. For to the common mind, abstraction is always an intellectual achievement, one that opens up the logical connection between the general and the particular. And so it is left to theorists such as Engster to determine how money has managed to set the price of lettuce at exactly 1.24 euros per lettuce, waiting for the theorist to determine the true value. Engster, at any rate, will presumably avoid answering this question, because otherwise he would have to invoke market forces and laws, just like his colleagues in the scientific community: supply and demand, marginal utility determination, competitive mechanisms. And thus implicitly have to admit that his packaging of all these mechanisms into the single category of money was based on an abstraction, and an empty one at that, i.e. a very bad one. But Marx meant something else with the concept of abstract labor, namely a process of abstraction in the sense of not refraining from particularities, but an abstraction that completely leaves out that which is refrained from. In the same way that the natural sciences initially disregard the disturbing factors, lukaks, in their models, only to realize at some point that this abstraction threatens to blow up the validity of their models. Example today, the climate models. However, this omission does not take place in money, as Engster wants to prove under all circumstances, but in real empirical terms in nothing other than concrete work, namely in the production sites of goods, i.e. the companies, and without the addition of conscious intellectual activity, it is unnecessary, would only be a hindrance. In this respect, Engster is right. There is indeed a socially real, supra-individual abstraction of, or from, labor. However, the place where this takes place is not money. This is obviously nonsense, because whatever one understands by abstraction, there is one thing that money can never do, namely abstract, but the individual enterprise in which the transformation, transubstantiation, of concretely spent time into a monetary expression is carried out in real terms, i.e. by living subjects. As Riedel accuses Marx, it is still the task of critique to clarify how the mind manages to achieve such unconscious feats of abstraction, especially that of time into timelessness, but also concerning other basic philosophical categories, which it does not immediately know how to achieve. For this knowledge it needs a theory that transcends the empirical real. As far as Engster is concerned, money is the material carrier of this abstraction. But this is precisely what his criticism of Alfred Riedel is directed against. He wants, come hell or high water, to shift this intellectual work, see also the work on the concept above, into money. For Riedel, the need to clarify this coming into being results in the need for a separate theory of knowledge, which is rejected by the new Marx lecture, with the exception of Helmut Reichelt, who at least sees this as problematic. Engster can be seen as typical of the consequences of this rejection. Although reflection is a central concept for him, at no point does he feel the slightest need to inform the reader of the claim to validity with which he reflects on his subject matter in the way he does. However this clarification is made, one thing is clear. Although money itself cannot possibly abstract, it can be presented as if it could, as soon as theorists such as Engster put themselves in the place of money in order to then adopt this process of abstraction in its place. And this theorist then measures the true value determined by working time, a measurement that is not really practiced anywhere else. Engster cannot make excuses for the fact that statisticians, when they measure what they call labor productivity, naturally also refer to the time worked. This measurement by statisticians also implicitly plays no role for him. The workers cede their lifetime to the companies, which can dispose of the labor power as a result of this cession. Everything else follows from this. This ceded time is of course determined subjectively, but is measured objectively, in physical time, usually recorded in a contract. The measurement of this time, and this is the decisive factor, presupposes, like all physical measurements, the theorem of identity, in the above, transcendentological, i.e. Kantian sense. This identity does not result from any unity in the sense of Hegel or Engster. The origin of this theorem of identity, its generalization into all social relations, goes back to a historical process that must be presupposed for the eventual installation of capitalist relations of production, transcends it. Without its genesis, which first made the discovery of scientific laws possible, there would never have been capitalism, never a productive force emanating from capital. Engster's ahistorical approach ultimately leads to the fact that he has to regard money, and with it capital, as tautologically predetermined. For him, money has the identity that it creates out of itself as a precondition of its existence. Engster is of course right that this productivity does not come from labor. These concrete historical events cannot be referred to here. It should only be recalled once again that the first section of Capital catches up with these historically given preconditions, which must be present in order for capital accumulation to occur at all. Engster only repeats here, on a more abstract level, the tautology that economists fail to realize when asked about the value of money. 100 euros are not worth anything to them other than another expression of it, such as $120. Riedell's thesis is, in a nutshell, every act of exchange takes place only insofar as the minds of the exchangers set the value of the exchanged goods as equivalent. This condition of equivalence is actually timeless in the mind. Only the act of exchange, which of course takes place in time, remains present in consciousness. However, according to Riedel, the first philosophers succeeded in reflecting on the timeless equivalent in the acts of exchange, enabling them to develop their central categories as timeless. They succeed in this because what is held identical in every exchange is at the same time empirically objectified as a thing in coinage, a historical event whose scope must naturally escape Engster because of his limitation to the supposedly pure logic of money. In short, the condition of possibility, Kant, of calculating with the identity of time does not arise from the fact that the concept of money itself already reduces a generality to an identity. This happens in every general concept, basically in every concept, reference to conceptual logic. Rather, it arises quite specifically from individual acts of particular, individuated actors, in their heads. By no means, so much here against Hegel, in any general, superindividual spirit. How the generalization of this general then takes place is a historical question. Spread, generalization, chain of circulation as a precondition. In Marx, Engster also ignores these historical preconditions that are important for the emergence of capital. Riedel also establishes the law of identity in relation to money, but in a completely different way from Engster. For Riedel, the pure identity, detached from all intellectual sensual experience, which this axiom of all deductive logic addresses, has been present in money since it emerged from pure nominality and became coinage, i.e. at the beginning of the 6th century BC, but also before the emergence of capital. He thus avoids a tautological derivation of the relationship between logic and history. However, Engster is undoubtedly right that he does not succeed in explaining how what is invested in money could then become the basis of all measurements in bourgeois capitalist societies. This is Riedel's blind spot. However, Engster's solution to this dilemma of the adequacy of logic and historical representation is not only inadequate because it is tautological, but is also logically wrongly derived, and politically dangerous. As far as logic is concerned, Marx finds the physical concept of time socially present. Its derivation does not interest him. It was not his subject, neither in Capital nor anywhere else, just as little as the concept of the laws of the natural sciences or, even if only not in Capital, the relationships of state and law, morality and aesthetics to capital, even though, as we know today, they should certainly have found their place in this work. One may regret this, but to conclude from this, as Engster is forced to assume that Marx also gave these dimensions of the real as commodified existence, i.e. as moments of totality, their measure by defining money as capital money, from which all moments of the real could be extracted as a unit of measure and value, is simply absurd. Also in view of the undeniable fact that of course everything empirically real can take the form of a commodity and thus also be measured in money. The specific thing that distinguishes the economy from the political, for example, or even the essence of the state of capital, is thus inevitably missed. The mere appearance of money in the form of a currency, etymologically, it also contains the word waren, i.e. time, but this Heideggerian playfulness with signifiers should be abandoned where they are not even capable of illustrating a thing, immediately implies that a state exists that guarantees the stability of money, starting from its transcendent outside. Guaranteed. And as a medium of exchange whose circulation is interrupted, i.e. exists as a means of storing value, it always has an owner, which means that money in this state is no longer a purely social category, but at the same time establishes the opposite of sociality, namely privacy, as a prerequisite for synthesizing it again in exchange. Reference to the unity of the separation of citoyen and bourgeois. If Engster also, like the state, does not treat this concept of property as a basic category of bourgeois capitalist socialization, he can indeed refer to Marx insofar as he does not make it a central subject in the first volume of Capital. However, in view of the circumstances under which Marx wrote Capital, this can only mean that Marx concentrated here on the economy and reserved its connections, undoubtedly mediated by money, for example to the state and law, for later investigations, or those of his comrades. Even for economics, as I will show here, it must be denied that money even remotely has the subject role that Engster ascribes to it. When it comes to the general subject of our society, there is only one concept that comes into question, that of capital, albeit only as a result of capturing all spheres and dimensions of social totality and as a fetish, at any rate not as the initial category of a prima philosophia. This applies all the more to the state and law. Both spheres are of course dependent on the economy, but there is no doubt that they are not completely absorbed by it. Just as Engster, correcting Marx, or, as I see it, extending him, shifts time, and with it the concept of abstract labor as such, into money, he differs thematically from Heidegger, who has nothing to do with money when he rants about being in time, but proceeds logically in the same way, or, as I see it, analogously. And as far as his reference to Hegel's logic of being is concerned, the only thing that can be said beyond what is stated here is that in the event that Engster's interpretation of Hegel is correct, he has replaced Hegel's concept of reason with the concept of measure. Whatever one may find fault with Hegel's concept of reason, without it, his entire philosophical system collapses, i.e. there is no need to deal with it. For as I said, Engster understands abstract labor solely as the reduction to the time that is spent during production to realize value. The fact that empirical subjects must actually have performed work, be it physical or mental, in order for value creation to occur at all, which can then be measured in terms of time, that only labor, never time in any case, can be value-forming, is something that Engster must suppress with this shift of time into money. Engster proclaims this program of replacing the concept of reason with that of measure itself as follows. The present work is intended to carry out such a shift, namely between Hegel's absolute and Marx's capital. The concept of analogy was chosen for this shift. Engster, Geld als Maß, Mittel und Methode, p. 24. In Hegel, however, the absolute as the rational is not only realized in logic, but also in the philosophy of nature and spirit and throughout world history, just as Marx's critical theory also includes the critique of religion, the state, and the state of history. Engster would therefore have to ask himself why he did not attempt an analogy between Hegel's encyclopedia and critical theory from Marx to Adorno and instead suppressed all objects of real philosophy. In any case, Marx had not the slightest reason to believe that money was intrinsically bound to time. All the reasons that Heidegger has for shifting time into being were completely alien to Marx. Or after Heidegger's turn in the course of the defeat of being German, becoming, with which he adds to time in being a historical reference to a possibly still possible German future. He could have known neither positivism, nor structuralism, nor existential ontology. Even if he may well have anticipated these, typically German, aberrations of thought in some places. For he is not an avowed enemy of rationalism, but polemicizes against its deficits. He only resorts to Hegelian conceptual logic, and logics other than explicitly positivist ones, such as Kantian and also theological, when and only when rationalism fails. He does not wrap up the riddles of capitalist economics, its antinomies, and even more so those of philosophy, in an all-unity that supposedly solves all riddles, such as that of being, into which everything that resists rational explanation can then be shifted without further ado and claimed to be solved. On the contrary, he leaves the solution of these riddles to the practice of criticism, whose reason must go beyond rationalism, but can in no way contradict it. And this can be assumed, even if he does not elaborate on it. And the third chapter of Capital is an example of precisely this, Marx's recourse to Kant. Marx presents nothing other than the condition of the possibility that money can turn into capital at all. And as much as he is, of course, concerned with a critique of money and as closely wedged into each other as he conceives the relationship between money and time, it remains a relationship between something that is different from each other in every respect, something that can only be grasped as a unity in nominal terms, only in an empty, i.e. poor abstraction, for all I care, only in a merely speculative, i.e. precisely not ideal identity. Possibly even about its abolition as the central unit of measurement for wealth and, above all, simultaneously with the abolition of the state, of which Engster makes no mention at all, just as little as of the political dimension of the economy. The expansion and contraction of circulation time therefore acts as a negative barrier to the contraction or expansion of production time or the extent to which capital of a given size functions as productive capital. The more the circulation metamorphoses of capital are only ideal, i.e. the more the circulation time becomes zero or approaches zero, the more capital functions, the greater its productivity and self-utilization. If, for example, a capitalist works to order so that he receives payment on delivery of the product, and the payment is made in his own means of production, the circulation time approaches zero. Karl Marx, MEV 24, p. 128 f. Marx can certainly be accused of overlooking the fact that the physical concept of time, as he uses it throughout, and only he uses it in his definition of abstract labor, owes its genesis to the intellectual foundations that were the prerequisite for the reproduction of capital becoming historically possible in the first place. One should therefore refer to Riedel's correction of Marx's analysis of the value form. Engster must strictly reject this correction because it strictly contradicts the one he makes. Riedel argues epistemologically, Engster argues logically. That is a difference of substance. Just as there is not even a single gram of natural substance to be found in money, or value, it is equally impossible to discover any temporal reference in money itself, in money as such, no matter how sophisticated the intellectual acrobatics. And from this observation that something is conceived timelessly, it by no means follows that this timelessness implies the existence of the temporal. Heidegger and Hegel are both engaging in pure mental acrobatics here. In terms of conceptual logic, however, Hegel is right again, infinity presupposes finitude. Where Engster refers to money in its function as a medium of exchange, which as such actually requires time, he is practically tripping himself up. It goes without saying that the transfer of this medium of exchange takes place in time, but only in the same way that any given act has a temporal, objective or subjective, such as exchange value and use value, reference. In the act, however, as it presents itself in the minds of the exchangers, time is abstracted, mentally, i.e. without a conscious act in the individual act of exchange, and only in this real one, time and timelessness actually fall apart. But without ever, as Engster untruthfully claims, coinciding again in some ominous being or elsewhere. As much as ancient philosophy may have tried to conceive of such a coincidence, it did not succeed. Several, purely, formal logics, of being, cannot exist side by side. From the concept of the necessity constituting every logic, it follows that unity must be understood as an unbroken totality that analytically contains within itself everything it grasps. Nevertheless, from a practical point of view, there are two logics that do not merge seamlessly into one another. On the one hand, the economic rational one, which superimposes itself on everything that is real, must understand itself as universally valid, appears today as positivism, and has its basis in the exchange of goods insofar as it determines the theorem of identity from this, and not from a unity, not from a certain, incidentally very modern, concept of time. Secondly, and here we come to the political dimension of logic, that of war, of violence, of authority, which is upstream of commodity exchange, in commodity production as in the state. It leads a shadowy existence in the public sphere, is repressed, but is constantly subliminally present and is practiced, especially in the negotiations that precede the exchange of goods. The intertwining of these two logics permeates all statements and judgments about reality, so that rational arguments are only made in terms of form, but in terms of content not even the lowest standards of coherence or consistency of argumentation are met, not to mention the claim to reason. In any case, Engster clearly draws reflection over into this logic that is external to the exchange of goods and thus hits the nerve of subjects who talk about peace, reconciliation, and humanity in general in order to be able to carry out the work of annihilating difference in particular all the better in the name of their unredeemedness. What appears as a logical necessity for Engster, the inclusion of money in time without being one, and is impossible in its realization at all, is simply due to Heidegger's need to safeguard himself against a critique that notices that his logic of being is fundamentally incapable of adequately grasping processes taking place in the existing. With his concept of time, Heidegger seemingly kills two birds with one stone. Firstly, in this way, the existing can be presented as temporally determined, insofar as it is simultaneously set apart from being and time, and secondly, with his concept of time he has stated a principle on the basis of which one existing can be differentiated from the other without having to attribute this principle of individuation to a human subject. It is attributed to the non-human being there, whose reflection relates this principle of individuation back to being. In other words, having answered the necessity of the question of being, Heidegger feels compelled to find a solution to the fundamental problem that has existed since the beginning of philosophy, namely the question of how being and becoming merge into one another, i.e. non-antinomically. A solution, incidentally, that is not necessarily contrary to that of Hegel's logic, but radically simplifies its complexity, and this without reintroducing the concept of history, which he strictly rejects and which regards history as preceding, currently given, being. After the turn, the relationship to time is somewhat different. As simple and evident as its existential ontological solution is in its immediacy, it is logically untenable, since it is not based on necessity in the formal logical sense, and would also not be accepted by positivists if they were to deal with the problem of time as a subjective bodily phenomenon of sensory experience, i.e. in a way other than purely logical. Of course, this would mean asking them to read all logic in terms of content. Klaus Heinrich, this would probably remain a futile endeavor. The usual criticism of ontology, i.e. the ontological need for immediacy, as well as National Socialism, that it affirms capital and basically only pursues this affirmation more radically than liberalism, rationalism, and humanism ever have, completely misses the causes of its effectiveness. Rather, it formulates, and promises, a utopia, a reconciliation, beyond market rational mediations and negations precisely where, as with Engster, the utopian taboo is strictly observed, i.e. where the utopian is not an issue at all. In Adorno's non-identical, Engster still recognizes moments of a positive utopian and therefore consequent rejects it. For if existential ontology were to thematize this utopian aspect, then it would become abundantly clear that none other than the capital sovereign should unite all power in it. And there is no need for a utopian thematization. The philosophical pack that argues in terms of the logic of being and the fascist mob have always understood each other perfectly, beyond their differences in taste, in their common and shared core. Like no other, the concept of measure in the critique of political economy raises the question of what is to be understood by unity at all. In Hegel's logic, the units of measurement are not understood in normative nominal terms, i.e. detached from their real content, but measurement itself is understood as a unity of quality and quantity. According to Hegel, expressed abstractly, quality and quantity are united in measure. The abstractness of the expression is to a certain extent due to the sphere of being to which it still belongs, but within this sphere it is already the concrete truth of being, and therefore the peoples have revered something inviolable and sacred in it. Hegel developed this view of measure, which was directed against nominalism and modern rationalism, from his criticism of Kant's and Spinoza's philosophy. Instead of measure as the union of quality and quantity, Kant only finds modality, which, like all other categories, serves to enable the intellect, from the identity of the transcendental subject, to recognize the diversity of the perceived. The manifold of what is perceived. In Spinoza, the mode takes on the role of the third in relation to quality and quantity, which, in contrast to Kant's modality, is not reduced to the human faculty of cognition, but is rather regarded as the mode of divine substance. But, as Spinoza says, the definition of the mode, insofar as it is not the definition of the substance itself, cannot include existence in itself. And therefore, even if the mode does exist, it can still be conceived as non-existent. Because such a mode cannot be a form of mediation in Hegel's understanding, the substance conceived in this way remains in the immediacy of being and does not become its concrete truth, while Hegel's own concept of measure claims to make the transition into essence, and from the logic of the latter ultimately progressing to the logic of concepts. The spirit unfolds the unity that it has already ascribed to measure as a total process of infinite mediation. The criticism of Spinoza's mode is thus, the negative identity of the qualitative and quantitative, in which the measure is realized, is as it were suspended in the mode, it does not pass over into the essence, unity is not led back to concrete unity, division is not led back to reconciliation. Thus the mode as such is the untrue and only the substance is the true, to this substance everything is to be led back, which is then a sinking of all content into emptiness, into only formal, contentless unity. It is precisely this unity that is taken as the transcendental subject of the faculty of knowledge in the Critique of Pure Reason. When, in the development of his critique of political economy, Marx refers to the concept of substance in order to define labor as the substance of value, he feels compelled, as it were, to agree with Spinoza. In the words of Hegel, he traces everything back to labor as the substance of value, but this proves to be a sinking of all content into emptiness, into merely formal, contentless unity, as the mode of the average labor time necessary for the production of a commodity. The realization that society is based on or consists in the formation of this average is to a certain extent the demystification of Hegel's measure. For the opposition that Marx encountered, the opposition of private labor, which at the same time must present itself as immediate social labor, or of particular concrete labor, which at the same time is only valid as abstract general labor, only reveals itself to a unity that is merely formal and devoid of content. Thus, in the value-form analysis, money turns out to be a unity neither of that which is subject to it nor even of that which emerges from it, i.e. not, like Hegel's spirit, as a concept synthesizing totality, but as a purely formal, empty identity in and of itself, in the sense of the Kantian transcendental subject identity, which transcends all other conceptions of unity, represented in the sign of equality in the value equations of the first chapter of Capital that are provided with it. Thanks to his intensive study of political economy, above all Adam Smith, Hegel had initially attempted to understand money as a unity in the sense of the transcendental subject, which itself must appear as a thing. The manifold works of needs as things must realize their concept, their abstraction. Their general concept must be as much a thing as they are, but which, as a general, presents all. Money is this material, existing concept, the form of the unity or possibility of all things of need, appendix to the General Philosophy. In Early Political Systems, page 334. The fact that the manifold works only realize this concept by exchanging the commodities they produce for one another is, of course, concealed by the concept of need. In the later philosophy of right it is said that it is the reason immanent in the system of human needs and their movement, which organizes the same into an organic whole of differences, section 200, but money does not appear here as a measure in the sense of the logic of being, but only as a general means of exchange in the hands of the commercial class, section 204, into which, alongside all other classes, the spirit in the organic whole is reduced in order to flow into the state, Grundlinien der Philosophie des Rechts. Works, Vol. Chapter, pp. 354 and 357. Hegel deliberately does not want money to be understood as a measure, because then there would be no need for a state at all. The state would already be realized in the measure, ergo in money, and the question of law would no longer arise. This is exactly how Frank Engster sees it in his book Money as Measure, Means and Method, as if to avoid having to talk about the state. This shyness was far from Hegel's mind. Insisting on sovereignty vis-a-vis the anti-Napoleonic rackets and German Romanticism, he rather hypostatized it as the in and for itself general, which is not determined by bourgeois society, but conversely determines it. The young Marx already saw its main error in the fact that it grasps the contradiction of appearance as a unity in essence. In the idea, whereas it does, however, have a deeper thing to its essence, namely an essential contradiction. Hegel's concept is the set illusion of the unity of the political state with itself, and in such a way that not only two opposing principles unite, but that the unity of the same nature is the existential ground. Karl Marx, On the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right, 1843. Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Werke. Berlin 1956 ff. MW Vol. 1, pp. 295, 297 and 298. From this existential ground there is always already a middle not only between, but in the extremes. From it the measure is ultimately grasped in logic that should ultimately be so suitable for those who wish to remain silent about the state as to resolve the essential contradiction of bourgeois society. The mystification which the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands, as Marx notes in the epilogue to the second edition of Capital, could be seen precisely in the fact that the empty and abstract generality of unity, which the young Hegel still perceived in money, is passed off as concrete and living. Marx merely speaks of dialectics being upside down, but sees its rational form as being given by contradiction, by the fact that in the positive understanding of what exists, it also includes the understanding of its negation and is therefore critical and revolutionary by nature. This late critique of Hegel is somewhat incidental, although it is entirely appropriate for an epilogue, especially since it was only addressed as a reply to his German reviewers, who accused him of Hegelian sophistry. MEW 23, page 25. The contradiction that lies in the fact that Marx's critique does not understand money as a concrete truth like Hegel's logic of being, but as a false generality, is in any case barely hinted at, probably because the contradiction between abstract general labor and concrete private labor can only be eliminated beyond money anyway, in communism. The equal sign of the value equations presupposes an abstract quantity that makes abstraction from the entire measurability of quantities of use. This concept of quantity is not bound to any particular content of use, has nothing empirical as its content, such as electrical voltage, it can only be thought. This constellation given with the analysis of the value form, the recognition of which goes back to Alfred Riedel, basically makes it possible to formulate the critique of political economy in the first place. In other words, to make capital recognizable as a non-entity, as an automatic subject, as self-valorizing value, in all its manifestations, and to denounce the fact that it not only inverts the subject-object relationship, but also creates all the conditions to extinguish this relationship itself. If it is claimed that Marx's transition from money to capital is modeled on Hegel's transition from the logic of being to the logic of essence, this is misleading insofar as, unlike in the science of logic, it does not function in capital, so to speak. Helmut Reichelt, Zur logischen Struktur des Kapitalbegriffs bei Marx, p. 10. The same applies to the recourse to Herbert Marcuse's concept of essence from 1936 in Hans-Georg Backhaus, Dialektik der Wortform, page 44. Since his critique of Hegel's Staatsrecht, however, Marx knew what had to be taken into account when Hegel thought from a center in order to ensure the transition from bourgeois society to state power, namely, that this center was the concealed opposition between generality and particularity. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Rechtsphilosophie. MEW Vol. 1, page 288. The Grundriss already states that money in its final, completed determination appears on all sides as a contradiction that dissolves itself, drives to its own dissolution. But the pure abstraction that it is in relation to the real riches only realizes itself as a material representative of wealth by being thrown back into circulation, disappearing against the individual particular modes of wealth. In circulation it remains as a means of circulation, but for the accumulating individual it is lost, and this disappearance is the only possible way of ensuring it as wealth. While for Hegel the essence is the remembered being, for Marx this objective logic initially appears very subjective. Here it is the investing commodity guardian who remembers his money in the hope that it will come back to him, if possible multiplied. The objective, however, is shown by the fact that the commodities are already transformed into money, not only in the mind of the individual, but in the imagination of society. Ibid. Page 118. In the midst of political economy, Marx thus encounters the key to the whole mystery of a metaphysics still hidden to itself, as Kant once called it in his letter to Marcus Herz and expressed it in the question, on what ground does the relation of that which is called conception in us to the object rest? Letter of February 21, 1772, Immanuel Kant, Briefwechsel, page 100. Money can therefore not be regarded as a measure in the sense of Hegel's logic. The analysis of the value form in the first edition of Capital comes to nothing in the phase of the four. The value form analysis of the first edition of Capital runs into the void, so to speak, as a pre-monetary value form, Backhaus, as if to demonstrate ex negativo that the break with Hegelian logic is only possible through the idea of a unity, as offered in philosophy by the Kantian transcendental subject and in reality by money. However, this subject, as Kant himself understood it, cannot be applied to money. Rather, it must be regained, or rather, newly gained, in the critique of Hegel's logic, however indirectly, and this is, so to speak, the highlight of Marx's analysis, because otherwise it cannot be determined as a conception of society in its totality. If Marx considers it in Capital in a Hegelian way as a form in which contradictions can move, it turns out to be a Kantian a priori according to his analysis of the value form, since the opposition of abstract labor and concrete private labor only moves to the extent that the latter can only ever disappear in the former. Insofar as Marx is not always able to make this disappearance clear in abstract labor itself, or does not want to for the sake of the workers' movement, Riedel rightly criticizes its concept as a fetish ode to the Hegelian legacy. Marx repeatedly oscillates here between abstract labor as the substance of value and general labor as a kind of anthropological substance. Alfred Sohn Riedel, Notizen zur Kritik der Marxischen Warenanalyse, p. 434. In this context, Sohn-Riedel also points out that it was Hans-Jürgen Kroll who, in a very perceptive essay, introduced the concept of essential logic to Marx's commodity analysis. Hans-Jürgen Kroll, Zur Wesenslogik der Marxischen Warenanalyse. In Constitution und Klassenkampf, but Sohn-Riedel is not sure whether Kroll meant it critically or approvingly. If it were meant approvingly, which Sohn-Riedel assumes with some justification, then for him it means that Kroll would have affiliated himself with the Frankfurt School, which was inclined to credit the Hegelian remnants in Marx as a virtue, ibid. In any case, it is only half the truth, or rather the positive dialectical interpretation, when Hans-Georg Backhaus writes that for Marx, value is not an immovable substance in undifferentiated rigidity, but a self-developing subject in differentiations, subject. For the unfolding occurs according to the rigid formula G to G', just as the subject spoken of here is an automatic one. It is precisely in its function as a measure of value that money serves, according to Marx, as merely imagined or ideal money. Nevertheless, this is no longer an a priori in Kant's sense, insofar as it presupposes social and ultimately political coercion. People as commodity guardians are, after all, forced to imagine money in its function as a measure of value and thereby equate their various labors with abstract human labor. They do not know this, but they do it. If they knew it, they would no longer allow themselves to be forced, is the idea with which Marx follows on from the classical Enlightenment. When Sohn-Riedel took him up with the question of how social synthesis was possible at all through such equation, this was already based on the experience of the First World War crisis, Heinz Langerhans, which had called this possibility into question as never before. In Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, History and Class Consciousness, it was already stated. The qualitative being of things, which leads its extra-economic life as an incomprehensible and eliminated thing in itself, as use value, which one thinks one can calmly neglect during the normal functioning of economic laws, suddenly becomes the decisive factor in the crises. In a certain sense, Sohn-Riedel did nothing other than subsequently unfold the intellectual preconditions of this insight. And only by unfolding them did she definitively rule out overcoming the crisis once again by hypostatizing an identical subject-object, as Lukács had demonstrated with the class consciousness of the proletariat. By rejecting this Hegelian turn to logically justify revolutionary class consciousness in recourse to Kant's critique of knowledge, Sohn-Riedel evidently did not consider it necessary to resolve the crisis within Hegel's dialectic itself as its overshooting, not to say messianic, moment. The problem of ignoring Hegel instead of reading him as a metaphysician of capital, Kroll, caught up with Sohn-Riedel at the latest as soon as he attempted to demonstrate the epistemological critical connection between the commodity form and the form of thought in the exchange of commodities in the ancient polis, where it is not yet possible to speak of a process of valorization and thus of the totality of the commodity form. The illusory dialectic in the master and servant chapter of the Phenomenology, which Sartre was to succeed in uncovering in being and nothingness, returns here in the dialectic of a real reflection of exploitation as the source of wealth formation in the ancient polis, ibid, pages 45 to 111. Unity is always already tacitly presupposed, which is, after all, ostensibly only supposed to result from the process, contingency in history thus crossed out. Perhaps Horkheimer and Marcuse reacted so idiosyncratically to Sohn-Riedel's projection because, as far as the philosophy of history is concerned, it showed them something of their own Hegelianism in Kantian, alienated language, which also flirts with existential ontological terms. While Adorno himself obviously perceived Sohn-Riedel's weakness as an encouragement to confront the epistemological critique of pure reason and the dialectical science of logic all the more clearly. This dissent can still be seen in the dialectic of enlightenment, where in the first chapter, when determining mediated domination, no real distinction is made between mediation through tools and mediation through exchange, while Sohn-Riedel's critical liquidation of a priorism has certainly left its mark on the conception of homo economicus in the Ulysses excursus. In other words, he left this negative dialectic to Adorno, with the problematic consequence that he himself held on to the positive dialectic insofar as he stored its concept of progress in a logic of production untouched by the logic of exchange. Thus he found himself rightly and wrongly misunderstood in Adorno's remark that Sohn-Riedel had first drawn attention to the fact that the pure ego inevitably contains social labor. Theodore W. Adorno, Negative Dialectics, p. 178, rightly, because for Sohn-Riedel the transcendental subject can only be pure of everything because it arises solely from exchange, wrongly, because Adorno thus claims what he had rejected, that the alternative to this purity can by no means be seen in labor or production. As is well known, Adorno has wrested the concept of the non-identical from the crisis of Hegelian identity, whereby the logic of essence and concept can no longer be used to justify a state or a concept of progress. Unlike Sohnriethel's sociological studies, however, this negative dialectic was also able to perceive a promise in exchange that is exactly the opposite of the consequence that the transcendental subject promises as soon as society disintegrates, and that is also expressed in the negative dialectic, the philosophy of pure identity as death. If one simply cancelled the category of measurement of comparability, immediate appropriation, violence would take the place of rationality, which is ideologically inherent in the principle of exchange, but also as a promise. Criticism of the principle of exchange as the identifying principle of thought wants the ideal of free and just exchange, until today merely a pretext, to be realized. That alone transcends exchange. Ibid. Pages 355 and 150. The new Marx lecture, however, bypasses such a critique of the principle of exchange. The reasons are not only different from those of Sohnriethel, who did not want to engage with Hegel, they are downright opposed to them, insofar as the deviation of Marx's analysis of the value form from Hegel's logic is again blurred here. As long as value, as something that unfolds itself in distinctions, is only to be reconstructed over and over again, we know that we are at least mentally dispensed from that which is not resolved in mediation, be it pure identity as death or the transcending promise. And rather than asking what significance Sohnriethel's critique of cognition could have for a new reading of Adorno, it may also be more obvious to refer back to Isaac I. Rubin, whose insights into the Marxist concept of labor are so urgently needed. Rubin, whose insights were, however, quite close to those of the critical liquidation of a priorism. However, both Rubin and Eugen Pastuchanis, both of whom, according to Ingo Elba, worked out the main features of a new reading of Marx at a much higher level of reflection than the representatives of the Institute for Social Research a little later, lacked an epistemological critical focus on the question of unity. Adorno, on the other hand, immediately understood the necessity of this intensification in Sohnriethel's early projection. In any case, it is symptomatic that Marx's exegetes regularly render Marx's concept of crisis obsolete together with identity in and of itself, as it is established in the Critique of Pure Reason, while Sohnriethel probably only perceived the condition for bringing the possibility of crisis, already given in the commodity form, back into the center of critique in the first place in the concept of this formal, contentless unity. In the new Marx lecture, however, Sohnriethel operates, so to speak, as the purveyor of the term real abstraction, of which, however, various preliminary forms already exist in Marx himself. The question, however, is how, through which unit or in which, real abstraction takes place. Is it the identity of Hegel's spirit, which is simply translated as capital in terms of its essential logic and which could then be understood in reverse as one that processes what is abstracted from out of itself in the first place, or the identity of Kant's transcendental subject, with which precisely this cannot be attributed to capital and progress in the consciousness of freedom, as Hegel defines history, must be denied again. The fundamental concept of identity that breaks with the notion of unity, as one of identity and non-identity, which Sohnriethel's critique of knowledge provokes, is either not recognized or repressed. For Sohnriethel, literally or figuratively speaking, a footnote suffices for the authors of the new Marx lecture, see Backhaus. Dialectik der Wertform, page 18, Elba, Marx im Westen, pages 15, 38, 303 und 451, Michael Heinrich, Die Wissenschaft vom Wert, p. 209f. The consequences of this are that there is hardly any essential difference between Hegel's logic and Marx's critique. In Backhaus, this leads immediately to a somewhat grotesque narrowing of Adorno and Derrida. Backhaus, Dialectik der Wertform, pages 18 and 27f, in Heinrich, who understands the difference between Hegel and Marx to mean that the latter always has to deal with an external object. This very difference, which would only be accessible with a critique of knowledge, is neutralized in a concept of totality that follows Hegelian logic. For Marx's method, he states a kind of economy of deficiency, albeit with a paradisiacal outlook. The deficiency of a category is expressed by how it can be remedied by means of another category. The first category points beyond itself, to the second, which in turn is deficient as long as the totality of the bourgeois mode of production is not yet represented. Ibid. Page 173. Similarly, Backhaus speaks of a theory of categories to be elaborated. Backhaus. Dialectik der Wertform, page 27. On the levels of abstraction and levels of argumentation of such reconstruction, Joachim Brun aptly wrote that one never learns which level is the last, at which level the elevator would have reached the top. In other words, Marx is assumed to have a linear line of thought from the existing beginning to the non-existent end, whereas he wanted to develop a circular one. Because Marx is a circular thinker, entirely unscientific, the result of his critique is clear from the outset, namely the socially necessary truth of the categorical imperative, or, as Max Horkheimer happily put it in 1937, as a single unfolded existential judgment. Nevertheless, and this shows the whole ambivalence of the new Marx lecture, it is precisely Heinrich who emphasizes as succinctly as only Rubin or Sohnriethel that the measurement of the labor time necessary for the production of a commodity can only take place through exchange, and treats measure and means of exchange on the same level, i.e. does not place measure above exchange, as would correspond to Hegelian logic. See Ibid. Page 219. For critique, totality only exists through a unity that excludes the manifold, not as one that includes it and could be reflected through the completeness of the categories. It was only a matter of time before someone drew the conclusion from this repression that the transition from being to essence or from money to capital was always already completed in money itself as the actual identical subject-object, in this the blind successor to Lukács' class consciousness, and consequently announced progress as one in unconsciousness. Just as Hegel criticized Spinoza's philosophy in the science of logic for withholding from being its transition to essence, Frank Engster obviously wants to criticize capitalism as withholding communism in his adaptation of Hegel's logic. But this would have to be brought about in the same way as money, without the consciousness of the individual, without a subject that would have to reflect on its relationship to the object. Such an interpretation of Marx's critique does not proceed without borrowing from Heidegger's logic of being. It does not emerge as clearly in Engster's work as the reference to Hegelian logic, but it is much more consequential, and Manfred Dahlmann has devoted all the more energy to making it visible in detail in order to present certain prerequisites of the critique of political economy more comprehensively than elsewhere in his work. Having provoked him to do so could be considered a merit of Engster's book. The author of Money as Measure, Means and Method draws on the conceptual repertoire of existential ontology only incidentally. For example, he explicitly uses Heidegger's concept of Gleichersprunglichkeit, as if it had been created by chance, so to speak, for the definition of money. Money is in force in that it separates social relations from themselves and represents them for the very first time, so that social relations thereby, through their representation, enter and receive determination for the very first time, as it were from behind, their determination as relations of exchange, law, debt, recognition, etc. Money must then originate precisely from those social relations that it simultaneously represents and presents, and which, for their part, only occur as certain relations in the first place. Sociology in the sense of critical theory, however, would have to understand the incomprehensible and separate the concept from the thing, to understand the originality of equality itself as the spell that cannot be dissolved in thought and would therefore have to be dissolved in reality if individuals are to be conscious of themselves and powerful. However, in Engster's work, however discreetly he refers to German existential ontology, money and social totality are consistently posited like Sein and Seiendes in Heidegger's work. In other words, the origin in the equiprimordiality, the unity in the separation, is always already presupposed. The critique Engster has in mind wants to place itself on the standpoint of money as if it were this being. Like money, it must stand alongside the social totality and, from the standpoint of an ideal unit of value, share that blind reflection through which money relates all work and all capital through the realization of its results and establishes immanence. Critique must still think itself from that unconsciousness which money establishes through its functions instead of thinking, but gives it to think through the reality of value. Engster, Das Geld als Maß, p. 764. In this way, Engster not least takes account of the growing importance of the financial markets in an unconscious way by completely abstracting from the importance of the monetary policy of states and their central banks for money, and thus the importance that this should give critique food for thought. The existential ontological U-turn serves to substitute the question of sovereignty with a reality of value, as if such a reality were not only possible without the existence of states, but had long since been realized. If there is still talk of sovereignty, it does not concern the relationship between states, but fantasizes the world sovereign. Whoever thinks of Heidegger's shepherd of being in relation to this programmatic sentence is a rogue. In any case, where Hegel spoke of spirit and Marx of revolution, it is no mere whim to demand a critique that would have to think itself from the unconsciousness that money produces instead of thought. An unconscious spirit is unspirit, and only with it can we continue to philosophize after Auschwitz as if nothing had happened. In contrast, critique would have to break through precisely what is referred to as the blind reflection of money, to explode the immanence that it produces, by virtue of the insight that communism is not withheld from society in the capital relation, but rather buried in order to bring forth its full potential for destruction. In Capital, Marx quotes the statement of the young Engels, from the outlines of a critique of national economy, who knows how to link unconsciousness with the catastrophic crises that come upon humanity every few years like great epidemics. It is a law of nature that is based on the unconsciousness of those involved. Marx, Das Kapital, 1st volume, 1867, page 47. Engster affirms unconsciousness in order to project the concept of being of existential ontology onto the Hegelian subject-object and to blur their difference. The historical experience of the philosophical concepts, which for Hegel was still to be accepted as a contradiction in the development of the concepts, is to be faded out precisely through this superimposition. Frank Engster remains silent about this potential, which gives his bold use of the concept of communism itself a frightening quality, even though, or perhaps precisely because, this author is far removed from Heidegger's decisionist gesture. We must first call out again for the one who is able to frighten our existence. The Enlightenment. It is reduced to nothing more than something like a conceit of autonomous subjects. Its dialectic simply does not exist. Just search Engster's text for National Socialism or Anti-Semitism, the result is frightening. As often as I have defended many authors who have not reflected on this dialectic, it was simply not their topic. I am not prepared to accept this excuse in this case, because Engster is explicitly not concerned with some peripheral area of political economy, philosophy, or history, but with its core, and the lack of this dialectic is absolutely unforgivable. Repressing economic crisis and political violence only allows us to think from the point of view of unconsciousness, as the latest theorist of money recommends. If it is no longer possible to remain silent about the crisis, such as in a lecture on contemporary finance capital, then Engster merely speaks of a current suspicion that the indebted present will no longer be compensated for by the future. In contrast to the nonsense of a predictable final crisis of capitalism, due to the sheer size of speculative bubbles, as found in Crisis and Exit, the theorist of the existence of money rightly states that although a decoupling of capital from labor and exploitation is currently taking place, it is still only a temporary decoupling. The financial sector must therefore remain permanently hovering over the present like a sword of Damocles as a still uncompensated, uncertain, and risky future. His question, however, is not which catastrophic policies pursued by which states and ideologies are already lurking beneath this sword, but how do I, in this situation, use Heidegger's ontology to conjure up withheld communism? If working capitalism means the transfer of the past and the addition of a new present, how does the visualization of the future present enter into this visualization? From the point of view that Frank Engster advises critics to adopt, money as a means of exchange is absolutely subordinate to money as a measure of value. The means of exchange functions as an appearance of the measure. What appears to be a process of exchange and circulation is merely the social form of a measurement that is as unconscious as it is objective. Marx, on the other hand, could only regard circulation as an appearance of production as soon as he was prepared to reinterpret his own concept of abstract labor as the concrete concept of an identical subject-object proletariat, through which past and living labor would be mediated. It is precisely one of the best aspects of the new Marx lecture to question this false concretization as soon as it becomes apparent, and this is precisely what Engster takes offense at. The new Marx lecture remains fixated on the medium of exchange function of money and on a money-mediated exchange of commodities, circling endlessly around the contradiction of use value and exchange value and around the necessity of abstraction and the independence of exchange value. But a mode of production that puts itself into relation through the processing of quantitative quantities and utilizes, reproduces, and increases its productive power, such a mode of production cannot be opened up by a logic of exchange and by supposed processes of abstraction. Frank Engster, on the task of a categorical social critique. In Streifzug 73/2018. This retracts the insight first formulated by Rubin when he wrote of the impossibility of resolving the question of the logical or historical priority of one or the other of the two functions of money, measure and medium of exchange. He saw the peculiarity of Marx's method precisely in the fact that here the development of both monetary functions takes place in parallel. In one and the same social process, Isaac I. Rubin, studies in Marx's theory of money. This is the only reason why Engster is able to economically implement his basic idea taken from Hegel's concept of measure and constantly speak of living labor time, which enters into a relationship with its own objectified past, in which he sees the overcoming of death through the economy of time, and thus perhaps also marks his own distancing from Heidegger's being toward death. But there is no living labor time, only living concrete labor, private labor, as Marx says, labor of the individual who has to sell his labor power. In Capital, labor power, labor, creature, individual, corporeality, labor process, etc. are attributed as living. It can only be understood as an elliptical omission when the manuscript for the third volume states, the value of the commodity is determined by the total labor time, past and living, that goes into it. Economic Manuscripts 1863 to 1867. Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels. Mega. Department. 2, Volume 4.2, page 334. What is always meant is the time of past and living labor. They are always already past in the substance of value, in the same way that existence is thought in Heidegger's being toward death. Despite their murmur, the existential ontological concepts sometimes correspond very precisely to political economy, albeit always determined by the fact that the worst consequence that can be drawn from it in a crisis is already affirmed in advance through this correspondence or evoked. Thus, identity in the sense of the transcendental subject, which nolens volens underlies all self-preservation under capitalist conditions, becomes the appeal to sacrificial death, only being free for death. Gives Dacian the goal par excellence. The seized finiteness of existence tears us back from the endless variety of possibilities of comfort, ease, and self-expression and brings existence into the simplicity of its destiny, which consists of sacrificing oneself for the people. Engster, who actually knows how to develop the homologue of political economy and German existential ontology more consequent than anyone else, hesitates precisely at this point. In order not to make being free for death the goal of existence, he simply translates this existence as living labor time instead of that of the individual who has to sell his labor power. And the whole mishap is reduced to the fact that capitalism denies living labor time communism. What Marx described as the transfer of value from past labor, which takes place in living labor for the production of commodities and to which Engster alludes with the relationship of living labor time to its own objectified past, is only suitable for establishing a new identical subject-object of history under a certain condition, as which money is chosen by Engster. If this money as a measure is completely placed above money as a means of exchange, above the logic of exchange. This is also explicitly expressed in Engster's critique of George Lukács' existentialism in Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, Frank Engster. Lukács' existentialism, or the self-reflection of productive power through the self-consciousness of the commodity labor power. In Class History Consciousness. What Remains of George Lukács' Theory, page 84. In this context, Manfred Dahlmann even speaks of spiritualism in Marx himself. But the spirit of dead labor only appears in the price calculation of production costs. The unity of the separate, of circulation and production, is shown in the compulsion that, under certain market conditions, only with a certain machine, or rather, a machine of a certain productive power, which has once been produced with living labor to create value, can surplus value continue to be produced to the required extent, because this very machine forces a certain labor intensity. According to Rubin and Sohnriethel, however, there can be no question of this when it comes to the utilization of value. Only as a medium of exchange can money give commodities their measure. The material activity of production and the formation of the social nexus are two quite different activities, and the jumping-off point around which, according to Marx, the understanding of political economy revolves is the fact that the social nexus is divorced from labor and is based on the activity of exchange, which is opposed to it and separate from it. This dualism is, in a sense, Sohnriethel's concept of the non-identical. In any case, it is not surprising that it stands in the way of Engster's logic of being in the same way as Adorno's non-identical. Sohnriethel. Notizen zur Kritik der Marxischen Waren Analyse, page 433. The fact that Sohnriethel was also repeatedly inclined to fetishize labor and its logic of production, including Taylorism, as a hidden and forgotten being, which only emerges in the pure facticity of capitalist crises and is embodied in the worker, is another matter and, as indicated, is related to the fact that he rejected Hegel's dialectic more than he criticized it. It also explains his temporary sympathies for Maoist China in the phase of the so-called Cultural Revolution, to which Adorno replied that he felt nothing but horror for such bearers of hope. Adorno/Sohnriethel, Briefwechsel, page 152. If, as Sohnriethel correctly recognized, labor plays no constitutive role in the social synthesis of capital, then on the other hand, as he erroneously suggests, only this synthesis would have to be abolished and society would already have a new synthesis at hand in labor itself, including physical labor. Here the criticism that Engster made of Sohnriethel, Engster, Das Geld als Mass, page 546, is absolutely right. He never denied this problem either. Only he saw it as something long outdated anyway, which may have been somewhat reckless in view of the regressive needs on the left. For Riedel himself, Kant's critique of knowledge prevented the worst. When he speaks of the being of production, it is not in the sense of Heidegger's oblivion of being, but in that of the thing in itself. What we can therefore analyze at all is always only the value form and its origin, but not the real being of production itself in its immediate form. Riedel, Sociologische Theory, page 110. However, it did not prevent him from ignoring the elements of anti-Semitism as the crisis of the form of thought and the commodity form. Riedel thus radicalizes the problem that Marx had already raised in the introduction to the Grundrisse, criticizing the dialectical approximation of concepts. For a Hegelian, nothing is simpler than to set production and consumption identically, whereby Marx conceded that these activities, understood speculatively in this way, as those of a single subject, would at least appear as moments of a process in which, however, production was the overarching moment. But between the producer and the products comes distribution, which determines his share in the world of products through social laws, and therefore Marx already poses the question here: does distribution now stand as an independent sphere alongside and outside production? If the question is answered in the affirmative, and Marx's analysis of the value form already presupposes this answer, then the unit of measurement, value form, and the quantity or amount to be measured in it, value quantity, are also based on the respective opposite activities, the former stemming from circulation, the latter from production, and it is precisely their separation that becomes flagrant in the crisis. The value form is reduced to the real abstraction of exchange, which alone gives the exchange of commodities its social synthetic effectiveness. The process of exchange thus produces the value form of the commodities. Labor, on the other hand, determines their value form according to the socially necessary average labor time spent on the commodities. Alfred Riedel, Das Geld, die bare Münze des a priori, p. 742. The quantity of value can only appear in the units of measurement of the value form, in money, i.e. the other way round, and against Riedel himself. Labor does determine the quantity of value in the sense that this quantity of value does not come about by chance, but it cannot therefore claim to be an essence, for it does not appear at all in the value form, that is, in the empiricism of commodities, in their real abstraction. Rather, the price is an expression of the fact that it does not appear or only appears negatively, to the extent of its disappearance. Profit is fed by surplus value, which only arises when private labor can be replaced, the organic composition of capital grows, or as economists say, productivity is increased. In other words, the labor theory of value, like Hegelian logic, can only be understood negatively. The being of labor does not pass over into essence, and therefore the concept of a unity that would be different from the identity in the transcendental subject, which has become total through the capital relation, remains utopian. While in a figurative sense, for example, the meter and the number of meters measured are based on the same activity, which one must be able to see, to use the appropriate Kantian formulation, in isolation from others, just as the separation into the normative nominal form and its objective content means the consciousness of the measurer at all times. He does it, and he also knows it. The purely formal identity owed to the exchange process, on the other hand, makes it possible to measure labor in the production process in the first place. In this sense, it makes it feasible to compare private labor qua real abstraction, and that means, to compare what is not comparable, for example, from a scientific point of view, namely the respective average of the labor time necessary to produce a certain commodity or a certain use value with the labor time necessary to produce a certain use value. This is the same as comparing 5 meters with 3 volts or 7 kilometers per hour with 5 kilograms in a figurative sense. It presupposes, which Riedel unfortunately failed to make clear, only he could have done so. See ex negativo his studies on National Socialist economic policy. The exchange on the markets in a given national society, Marx, just as it regulates, via the average of labor intensity and the average rate of profit, the access of this society to the world market. This is precisely what Riedel means when he says about the equal sign of the value form analysis in Capital that an abstract quantity is assumed here, which also abstracts from the measurability of quantities of use, which has nothing empirical to do with content, but can only be thought. Thus, however, the opposition between concrete private labor and abstract social labor, as which the latter must, as Marx says, present itself, cannot be mediated in any other way than through a supposition of the contracting parties, which they lay down in the contract itself. It is no more able to do so than Kant's identity of the transcendental subject contains or produces the multiplicity whose unity is only possible to think through it. There is indeed a socially real, superindividual abstraction of, or from, labor. But the place where this takes place is not money. That is obviously nonsense, because whatever one understands by abstraction, money can in no way do one thing. namely abstract, but the individual enterprise in which the transformation, transubstantiation, of concretely spent time into a monetary expression is carried out in real terms, i.e. by living subjects. Frank Engster sees the error of Riedel in assuming such a supposition and explicitly rejects the view that abstracted labor and a substance of value are merely an insinuation, which is only generated by the factual equation of commodities in exchange and only have reality in the imagination of the subject. This insinuation does indeed presuppose a subject, even and especially if it does not know or does not want to know what it is doing, a subject that is not already abolished in the identical subject-object, reduced to the logic of measurement or deconstructed in the structures of being. Engster's criticism of the concept of the non-identical, with which Adorno justifies the primacy of the object and thus the subject-object separation, should also be seen in this context. Adorno would in this way, contrary to his intention of a critique of any philosophy of origin, introduce a first, ibid. Page 508. The theorist of money must fend off everything that he quite rightly perceives as an experience of the non-identical in Adorno. Overwhelmed nature and suffering, the finiteness of the body and its needs, p. 508. Only in this way does the insinuation with which Marx subordinates the concept of a living labor-time function, liveliness beyond the lib. Engster could have taken up a few passages from Negative Dialectics, where Adorno himself indirectly advocates unconsciousness. Non-identity is not an idea, but an attached thing. The experiencing subject works towards disappearing into it. Truth would be its downfall. Adorno, Negative Dialectics, page 189f. It is no coincidence, however, that the author of Negative Dialectics directly contradicts this untruth, which turns the non-identical into a new identical subject-object, as soon as he takes up the debate with materialism and, without even speaking of the non-identical here, arrives at its definition, as it alone mocks all original philosophy. Only to the quenched bodily urge did the spirit reconcile itself and become what it promises only so long as, under the spell of material conditions, it refuses the satisfaction of material needs. Ibid. p. 207. The messianic motif in this is precisely that such reconciliation presupposes the full consciousness of the unreconciled, whereas in Engster's concept of money reconciliation has already taken place, so that consciousness in general appears as the false that does not allow communism to come to itself. This motif already underlies the first sentence of Riedel's exposé. When society is defined here at the level at which a piece of bread eaten by one person does not satisfy another, sociological theory, page 39. This justification of social existence based on the bodily separateness of natural individuals turns head-on against German existential ontology. From this point of view, it is no longer a problem for Riedel to poach in Heidegger's realms and use terms such as Dasein, sane, Menigkeit, etc. But such a subject should not exist, neither in capitalism nor in communism. Frank Engster prefers to speak of the state of exception in connection with the monetary commodity, and he does so quite deliberately. For him, the sovereign is absorbed into the subject-object of money and is thus already explained and justified. There is no state of exception that does not correspond to the segregation and exclusion of the money commodity, so there is nothing more to say about decisionism or National Socialism. For Engster, too, albeit extensive, footnotes suffice to clear up this terrain. A state of exception and sovereignty, he sees through the decisionists, are supposed to be deprived of the very mediation around whose necessity the dialectic of Hegel and Marx revolves. Yet the sovereign must deal with this logic in a sovereign manner, he says, he must redeem himself in its reason. Both can also be shown for money, on the one hand the state of exception and the sovereignty of a monetary commodity, which on the other hand is only there to place all other commodities in one and the same relationship and thereby expose them to its own relation of immanence. This state of exception permeates the entire sovereignty of money. By separating out and fixing a monetary commodity, a single commodity is placed in a state of total exchangeability because it is located where no commodity can be, namely in a state of exception. The state of exception can therefore only be decided sovereignly if the sovereign/the monetary commodity permanently occupies the state of exception. In order to maintain itself as an exception, sovereignty must constantly decide on the state of exception. The money commodity only becomes sovereign when its exclusion from the world of commodities, as shown in the analysis of the value form, is constantly repeated, and it is repeated when the money commodity returns as a medium of exchange and is constantly included and excluded. In the inclusion and exclusion of the medium of exchange, the social relationship is constantly decided and the exceptional position of money is maintained. Sovereignty then maintains itself by making the state of exception permanent and constantly exposing the order/relationship to the decision of its exception. The state of exception that is as decisive as it is persistent is then normality. In order for this theory to be satisfied, a state is required in which money as a measure actually relates sovereignly to money as a medium of exchange, roughly as sovereignly as the state under Xi Jinping relates to circulation. The Heidegger-inspired reading of Marx and its distortion of the concept of critique and communism brings to mind the current concepts of Chinese economic policy, in particular the new so-called social credit system, in which citizens are assigned a certain number of points on a social account by the state depending on their behavior, be it as a subject, producer, or consumer. In the form of these points, a measure is placed above money as a medium of exchange, above the logic of exchange. Here, in reality, the living everyday behavior, the best possible behavior of the subjects, is placed in a relationship with their own past of work, by the state subject capital, to use another term from Heinz Langerhans. The balance on the social account determines the respective access to the free market, which in the liberalist sense of the word is of course none. Only with a certain number of points can one participate in the exchange of certain goods or services. This points system thus stands, to use Engster's term, alongside the totality and, from the point of view of an ideal unity, shares the blind reflection in which money would otherwise relate all work and all capital through the realization of its results. God knows, there is currently no more discreet, friendly, even literally obliging way of setting relations of domination and servitude against the forms of mediation of bourgeois society. The new Silk Road thus also leads to the Rosa Luxemburg Stiftung's Helleprank. A lecture by transport economist Uwe Behrens, Silk Road, a myth from a world that still enchants us today, was announced there for September 19, 2019 with the words that the Belt and Road Initiative offers a new opportunity to make trade more sustainable, to promote national progress and sovereignty of all those involved. And that this is the political opportunity to change the economic world order. Facing this constructively is an urgent imperative for the Federal Republic of Germany. Says Uwe Behrens. It was only a matter of time before someone came along to present, of all things, a montage of Marx's analysis of the value form and Heidegger's theory of recycling in the philosophy section of the postmodern theory of recycling range. This was not Frank Engster, but Heinz-Dieter Kitzsteiner, who, unlike Engster, did not take the arduous detour from Marx to Heidegger via Lukács, Adorno, Sohn-Riedel, and Hegel, but instead met the enormous demand for postmodern specialties in 2004 with a direct Wendy for Marx und Heidegger. Turn from Marx and Heidegger that was disturbing for left-wing readers. The fact that the Dernier CRI did not develop into a scandal and that Kitzsteiner has only been poorly received to this day is probably due to the fact that, although Heidegger was usually seen as the philosopher of National Socialism without scrutiny and quite correctly, reading him and his early and later admirers is still widely regarded as superfluous. Kitzsteiner himself points out that there had already been previous attempts to think Martin Heidegger and Karl Marx together and that his own attempt to announce a future thinking was therefore not the first. However, previous efforts to mediate the two had left the form of mediation unclear. Kitzsteiner seeks to remedy this deficiency by allowing Marx and Heidegger to speak in a kind of interchangeable discourse in such a way that the essay gradually reveals the extent to which they both bid farewell to the idea of a historical power of the species, however hidden. The former in capital through the form-genetic continuation of value as an automatic substance subject, and the latter after the turn by way of the subjugation of Dacian to an unavailable history of being. If, contrary to Marx's better insight and with Engster, money and spirit were first to be alloyed in a Hegel-Marxist manner and then reduced to a pure, stateless economy, this could hardly be dismissed. However, neither Marx nor Heidegger pronounce the farewell as such. Marx tacitly loses the only supposedly historically powerful subject proletariat in the overall process of capitalist production, MEW 25, as mere variable capital, and Heidegger returns in the well-known interview with Augstein, not at all shaken by National Socialism, but merely disappointed by his failed ambitions as a leader in the service of knowledge, returns to his beginnings as an altar boy in Meskirch by taking refuge in historical theology, but now with the heroic gesture of the solitary thinker looking far into the distance and at the same time far upwards. Only one more God can save us. The initial strategic operation, with which Kitzsteiner wants to go beyond a mere narrowing down of Marx and Heidegger, consists of identifying both as Gnostics. Our thesis to be implemented. The world-view of Gnosticism of the bad creator God and the coming God of redemption has been distributed between these two thinkers. Marx had transformed the demiurge into a form-genetic concept, i.e. into the capital subject. Heidegger recognized the false demiurge in the man and later in the framework. Both thinkers were complementary and needed each other, because Heidegger's interpretations fell behind Marx on the one hand, but Marx did not reach the Heideggerian horizon on the other, which, after Hegel's failed attempt at a mediation of spirit and world, only opened up the metaphysical sense for the need of needlessness and the event in the history of being. The complementary deficiency of both thinkers could be remedied uno acta by an implantation of the capital subject into the Heideggerian turn. As a result of this operation, the Gnostic motives of both thinkers would come together again and mutually compensate for each other's shortcomings. In this academic order of battle, Heidegger keeps the metaphysical battlefield open and with it the hope for the restoration of existence from the truth of being. This is the great thing about the contributions to philosophy with the actual title Vom Arianes. Marx, on the other hand, is stripped of his historical philosophical metaphysics. He has the merit of having understood the demiurge. Thus the Gnostic motifs in these two thinkers have fallen apart into their constituent parts. One represents what is, the other conceives what is missing. Only together do the two form a whole. With Marx for Heidegger, with Heidegger for Marx. Neither Kittsteiner nor Engster, who both read capital as an inverted Hegelian logic, consider that even in Hegel pure logic could be problematic and, as it were, contaminated in itself and, moreover, that its relationship to real philosophy, to the philosophy of nature and spirit, would have to be determined before one can pursue the idea of naming Hegel and Marx, and with them spirit and money, in the same breath and then, with a wink, placing the latter in an analogy. In the concept of analogy, Engster hides the fact that he neither knows anything more precise about the connection between spirit and money, i.e. about Hegel as the metaphysical thinker of capital, Kroll, nor about the categorical location of the concept of analogy. This is why he can also present analogy as a translation of the concept of displacement and ultimately concede that he is essentially concerned with the supposed agreement between Marx and Hegel in their understanding of immanent critique. For this reason, one searches in vain in Kittsteiner's work for an examination of the critical reception of Hegel from Schelling to Adorno, and Engster's less than ingenious critique of Adorno's negative dialectic is also largely misguided and, where it hits something, does not place itself in the orbit of his strength, Hegel. One also misses any opening of Kittsteiner's almost ornamental line of thought and the excessively redundant Engsters for the objects of the spirit, as Hegel defined it as subjective, objective, and absolute, and as it has returned thematically in materialist criticism since Marx, above all as a critique of religion, political economy, society and state, the individual, psychoanalysis, and art. Aesthetics. Kittsteiner and Engster also leave out history. They enjoy strolling through the pedestrian zones between post-histoire and postmodernism, in which nothing seems to exist between the demiurgically self-referential process logic of money and the event horizon of being. History never took place in this case. Winfried Meyer sees in such philosophy after Auschwitz not only the splitting off of theoretical from practical philosophy, but also, in the psychoanalytical sense, a denial of real history, which was decisive for the silence of the accomplices in post-war West German society, which Meyer calls a clandestine criminal community. This community of accomplices is inherited by Kittsteiner and Engster. As representatives of postmodernism, both philosophize above the usual level in that the students of Foucault, Lacan, and Derrida generally show no particular interest in German idealism or in Marx and the new Marx reading. But by using the critique of the value form only as material for a montage or an analogy, Kittsteiner and Engster simultaneously act out their indifference to everything that constitutes the truthfulness of the existential judgment to be unfolded. The necessity of communism and that Auschwitz does not repeat itself, that nothing similar happens, Adorno. However, while Kittsteiner, at a bright point in his implantation project, at least still makes use of competition as an objection to the absolute claim of the substance-subject capital, Engster also includes this in his program of the self-measurement of all that exists, or rather, excludes it from the bad infinite becoming of money, always only to nothing but itself. After the substance-subject has been unfolded, it must be crossed out again. For the term alone leads to the false assumption that the movement of world history is based on a fixed center as substance. On the contrary, the dynamic substance of capital only becomes an active force and reality in the competition between the many capitals. The substance is an empty center whose power emerges from the interaction of competition. Kittsteiner, with Marx for Heidegger, page 119. One wonders, however, how Kittsteiner, despite this insight, could arrive at the opinion that such an empty substance subject could overcome its lack of being in Heidegger's horizon of the history of being. Thus it remains merely function and appearance on the surface, also called the level by Engster, of the real reflection of money, function for the formation of the average profit rate, appearance, because on it the capital relation appears inverted as a mere result of the activity of individual acts of exchange of the market participants. He thus follows the first reviewer of his dissertation, Andreas Arndt, in his unshakable loyalty to Hegel, who is not deterred by either the aforementioned or Auschwitz. However, Engster does not want to accept Arndt's thesis that Marx not only failed in his intended materialist inversion of Hegel's dialectic, but that one cannot recognize any dialectic in Marx that is located at a theoretical level comparable to the science of logic. Andreas Arndt, History and the Consciousness of Freedom, page 132. In his epilogue to the second edition of the first volume of Capital from 1873, Marx explains programmatically, "My dialectical method is not only fundamentally different from Hegel's, but its direct opposite. For Hegel, the thought process, which he even transforms into an independent subject under the name of idea, is the demiurge of the real, which only forms its external appearance. For me, conversely, the ideal is nothing other than the material realized and translated in the human mind." I criticized the mystifying side of Hegelian dialectics almost 30 years ago, at a time when it was still the fashion of the day. The mystification that the dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands in no way prevents him from having first presented its general forms of movement in a comprehensive and conscious way. With him it stands on its head. It must be turned upside down in order to discover the rational core in the mystical shell. Karl Marx, MEW 23, page 27. Engster wants to see this radically differently on his path from Hegel via Marx to Heidegger, namely analogically, as if Marx had actually turned Hegel's spirit upside down, turned it inside out into money and thereby demystified it. This is Engster's starting point on his wooden path to Heidegger, and this is how his postmodern USP and at the same time the assembly plan of his kit can be outlined. USP stands for Unique Selling Proposition. It determines whether and to what extent a product stands out from competing goods through an outstanding feature in the sense of a unique value proposition in such a way that a certain minimum level of sales seems likely. It goes without saying that such marketing rules also apply to products from the culture industry and other sectors of ideology production. First, isolate logic from the Hegelian system and split off from it the entire real philosophy, in particular the philosophy of space and time and the philosophy of nature, and of law, morality, and morality as moments of the objective spirit without remainder. In other words, read Hegel only from the end, so to speak, and forget how he was even able to unite the three parts of the system in the absolute spirit since his years in Jena. Within logic, focus on measure as a qualitative quantum, in which, according to Hegel, quality and quantity are in immediate unity, in order to prepare the jumping-off point for the analogy of spirit to money and a strange primacy of measure, which is due to Engster's fixation on the immanence of immanent criticism. En passant, one short-circuits logic with the phenomenology of spirit in such a way that the self-examination of consciousness that takes place in experience is unceremoniously reinterpreted as a self-measurement, since Hegel literally says that consciousness gives its measure to itself. Then Marx's critique of political economy is subjected to the same procedure by reducing it to the analysis of the value form, in particular by splitting off Marx's critique of Hegelian philosophy, German ideology, and the state, and with it the objects of materialist critique since Marx in general, above all the critique of anti-Semitism after the Shoah, of politics in post-Nazism, of the state and its violence, of the individual in psychoanalysis and of so-called culture through waste. Separation. It is known that Marx did not work out the planned systematic critique of law and the state. However, a critique of this kind is often laid out in his work and is even applied in some places, for example in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of law and not least in Capital, where the exchange of equivalents is identified as a just exchange. Marx's critique makes it clear that exploitation takes place in the forms of law. Once a Hegel supposedly fully compatible with Marx has been gained through this parallel reduction to logic, one impregnates it with the latter in order to gain a spiritual money subject that devours everything visible, living and individual like a black hole. This Trinitarian, weakly viscous money subject, composed as measure, means and method, is finally injected in vitro into the Heideggerian frame, an intervention that immediately produces three results. The final urbanization of the Heideggerian province, Kreuzberg instead of Tottenau, then the approximation of being, previously conceived as an indeterminate abyss of all existence, to an unconscious subject, and thus finally the world marketability of the same, which henceforth is to assert its automatic subjectivity and stateless sovereignty as real against Marx's bitterly ironic talk of the automatic subject. With this operation, Engster succeeds in doing what philosophically less talented cultural scientists have not been able to, bringing Heidegger home from the National Socialist state of exception, in which value is no longer utilized, into the normality of a prosperous world market at the height of the Chinese application of the law of value, as it would have been called in Moscow and East Berlin in the past. It has been said that this operation presupposes reading Hegel beyond his history of reception, which extends from Schelling to Adorno, and simply assuming the possibility of a reversal of the logic of spirit into one of money. However, Engster should have assured himself of the viability of the Hegelian ground before building his philosophically far from resilient bridge to Marx. Since his early attempts to postmodernize the critique of political economy 20 years ago in the journal Karoshi, Engster has not been able to reconsider his prejudice against Adorno. The latter criticizes Hegel and reads Marx as a theorist of the subsumption of the particular and the individual under the general, thus failing to see dialectics as the mode of constitution of the theoretical subject-object, which Marx later only needed to socialize as a faithful disciple of Hegel. Even then, it was apparent that Engster could only conceive of critique as immanent without any remainder and therefore did not want to waste a thought on its immanently attainable limits or on the gaps and ruptures within dialectics. As if this could be a reproach, he attests to critical theory that it least of all wants to understand its critique of capitalist society as having been created by capital itself, and thus insinuates that Adorno is asserting some kind of faked positive outside of money against the inverted society in a similar way to the Catholic asserting God's unconditional will to salvation against Lutheran predestination. In fact, Engster invokes theological motifs when he believes he can decouple the non-identical as a projection of bad conscience, with which Adorno wants to escape Hegel's sinfully circular dialectic. For although it would correspond to the untruth of the whole to also understand any critical social theory as endowed by the totality of capital and as a moment of its self-mediation, for Adorno such a determination of social critique would only have sinned again, subsumption logically, against the non-conceptual and non-identical that critical theory espouses, the reconciling circle of Hegelian dialectics, which the non-identical is supposed to break through as its bad conscience, would be closed once more. In Adorno's negative dialectics, Engster thus assumes to recognize a kind of penitential work, which, however, is exhausted in the mere awareness of guilt and in the pure thinking of the non-identical. The consequent negativity of negative dialectics can only appear against the untrue whole if it can present a non-identical par excellence, in which the possibility of the completely other is preserved. And critical theory finds this non-positive object in thinking itself, which can become culpably aware of that which does not come to itself in the concept and thereby reminds reflection of the non-identical. And, Engster seems to want to add, its false satisfaction is far below the level of Hegel as the overcomer of Spinozist immanence and substance philosophy. It would be inappropriate to hold a 20-year-old text against Engster if he had since reflected on his enthusiasm for the immanence of immanent criticism and had not continued to fend off Adorno's criticism of Hegel, but had instead received it in a reasonably unbiased way, away from his mesotheoretical compulsion to rhyme. Actually, however, Engster never wanted to realize his effect against gaps in the processual self-relationship of spirit and money and in the constitution of all that exists through self-measurement imagined as universal, but rather intensified it in the idea that negative dialectics also essentially intended to secure a measure of critique. Nature, too, experiences a wondrous encounter with itself through the fact that man applies to it the measure previously taken from it. The trick, however, is not just to take nature's measures from it in order to hold it to its own measures and make it the object of knowledge. The trick is that nature is thereby the object of itself. It is not science that makes nature the object of measurement, but science that organizes nature to make itself the object of measurement through its measurements. Science organizes, as it were, the self-encounter of nature. The close connection between measurement and self-reflection of nature is therefore not just a metaphor. Frank Engster, Spirit, Logic, Capital, and the Technique of Measurement. Revista Opinião Filosófica no 71. Porto Alegre 2016, pp. 166, 167. Adorno finds this in the non-identical, which, however, can only assume this function ex negativo due to the failure of speculative identification and unfortunately only in violation of the immanence requirement of critique. The non-identical, however, does not measure anything, but is only the name for that which is necessarily repressed and excluded from logic, which appears in the attempt, albeit conceptually mediated, to break out of the context of immanence and delusion, and shows that it does not work out in the concept. Engster calls such attempts to break out a failure of identification, although such identification should conversely be understood as a failure of the non-identical, that which is not absorbed in the identificatory concept, which owes itself to the unrestrained defense against the finite, the transient and the lapsed. Perhaps it is particularly clear at this point that Engster does not want to reflect on his preliminary decision to want to think dialectically and does not want to see that Adorno is basically attempting nothing other than to emancipate immanence itself as the object of immanent critique. For immanent critique has its limit in the fact that ultimately the law of the immanence relation is one with the delusion that would have to be penetrated. It is evident here, as elsewhere in his promotion of a Hegelian Marxism condensed into fundamental ontology, that Engster, despite his enthusiasm for immanence, remains subliminally attached to Kant's idea, criticized by Hegel, that one can determine the tools, means and standards of knowledge of the absolute before and outside of it. See, for example, Hegel's famous Introduction to the Philosophy of Spirit, pages 68 to 81. Engster does nothing else, contrary to his own intention, when he presupposes, forgetting history and before all experience, that his great method, borrowed from Hegel's logic of being and shifted into money, could catch up with itself in pure immanence and, like the Hegelian absolute, simultaneously establish and justify itself as a pure self-relation in a movement that runs counter to itself. Engster thus paradoxically reads capital as a speculative existential judgment that essentially exhausts itself in a critique of the money subject imagined as reflexive through its representation, and vice versa, i.e. in the self-critique of money, which the only task of the very latest new Marxian reading is to measure itself in pure observation and by applying the grand method. Engster should therefore be reminded of the materialist critique of Hegel since Schelling, which, however, he only seems to know in the form of the negative dialectic, without taking up the critique of transcendental and speculative identity that is intertwined there. Thus from Kant and Hegel in the first two models of negative dialectics, pages 209 to 353. By dismissing Adorno as a subsumption theorist who laments social synthesis only as a violent subsumption of the particular under the general and, moreover, in his fixation on the logic of exchange, misses the money that has become conceptualized, as it were, in capital. Engster does indeed draw some truth from the finding that Adorno made no secret of his disgust with economics and that his references to the critique of political economy in the narrower sense are below the level of his critique of Kant and Hegel. On the asymmetry of philosophical and economic critique in Adorno, see Dirk Braunstein, Adorno's Kritik der politischen Ökonomie. pp. 9f and passim. Referring to a seminar transcript from the summer semester of 1962, Braunstein suggests that Adorno shared Marx's disgust with economic shit, as Karl Marx put it in a letter to Friedrich Engels dated April 2, 1851. But since the publication of Negative Dialectics more than 50 years ago at the latest, it is not difficult to see that Adorno not only reaches Marx's critique of political economy in his critique of Hegel's central concepts, mediation, identity, negativity, totality, and experience, but also unfolds Hegel's critique, which in Marx's case was still rooted in Feuerbachian materialism, in a materialist dialectical way and makes it fruitful for the critique of the crazy and objective thought. Forms of economics. Since the critique of Hegel by Schelling, Feuerbach, and Marx is also stored up in Adorno's critique of Hegel in the negative dialectic, the three studies on Hegel and the Minima Moralia, Engster's bridge from Hegel to Marx collapses with the proof of the insufficiency of his Adorno critique. It is not possible here to trace the path of the materialist critique of Hegel since Schelling because this list is not yet complete and, in particular, Freud's psychoanalytic self-criticism of the individual as a drive subject is to be understood as an implicit metapsychological, i.e. real philosophical critique of the Hegelian primacy of the subject. Sartre's phenomenological ontology and Sohnriethel's finalization of the transcendental subject also articulate materialist resistance to the proton pseudos of absolute spirit, in which processive relation poses as substance. See Christoph Turk's habilitation dissertation, which is still worth reading, in which he explains the confusion of relation and substance as both the mischief of didactics and speculative dialectics. Mediation as God, page 16, 124f, as Father, God is pure, indeterminate being, i.e. nothingness. But insofar as he determines himself as Son and bends back into himself as Holy Spirit, he is concrete totality. The absolute mediation, as which Hegel conceives reality, is indeed an expression of the mediating movement of capital, but one that has absorbed the whole of Western metaphysics. Hegel's form absolutist interchange of substance and infinite mediation mimics didactics in the idea that didactic mediation is a consistent third thing alongside the mediated. In this respect, reference should only be made to the studies by Manfred Frank and Dieter Henrich, who follow the traces of Hegel criticism from Hölderlin via Schelling, Feuerbach, and Marx to Sartre, although Engster wants to know as little about them as he does about history, including the history of philosophy in general. He basically limits himself to a metacritique of Adorno's critique of Hegel. In addition to the sometimes remarkable and readable presentation of epistemological aporia in Lukács and Riedel. The latter should be pursued here because the delusional trait of insistent immanent critique is particularly evident in it. Total immanence would be the term for the psychotic dissociation of God before his contraction in the act of creation. Because he wants to nip in the bud any materialist attempt to break out of the circles and Sismondian spirals of the constantly pursuing and recapturing money mind, Engster must misunderstand Adorno's negative dialectics as an ontology of the non-identical, as if this denotes a standpoint that can be taken and not precisely the gaps and cracks in the guilt and delusion context of a conceptually constituted reality that cannot be positivized by its very concept. The standpoint of money, which Engster recommends the reader to adopt, differs from this supposed standpoint of non-identity through its speculative identity, which must be repeated in the seamless immanence of critique for the sake of the possibility of knowledge. Thus the critic stands simultaneously next to and in the social totality, just as the separated monetary commodity stands simultaneously in and outside the immense collection of commodities, or the animal as such next to and apart from lions, tigers, hares, and all other real animals. Marx. Everywhere nothing but the speculative identity of identity and non-identity, and far and wide no non-identical and not even an intransigent Kantian antinomy capable of resisting its resolution in the restless self-continuation of the concept of money. From this field mound of a perfected Hegelian Marxism, the critic could then, reflecting unconsciously as it were, share the unconscious reflection of money in its three functions as measure, means and capital method in the cool security of pure immanence, within which money withholds the event of communism from us for the time being. And so Engster short-circuits the prohibition of images with Heidegger's event. However, as is well known, Marx's critique has not been able to overcome capitalist society. If the communist revolution will have been the event, to take up a term of Heidegger's that has become topical, that did not have to follow from the contradictions of capitalism and from its historical development with objective or even logical necessity, if the communist revolution must rather be an event precisely because it will only be able to justify itself from a new, different society, then there can be no logical or even scientific justification of the revolution anyway. At the very least, there can be no theory of a future, completely different, communist society even before it occurs. This is something that Adorno and materialism not only never denied, but repeatedly asserted against the brushing out, Adorno, of utopia. Engster, however, assumes that there is no relationship between the non-identical, which cannot be theorized, and a communist society, which cannot be theorized either, because he cannot distinguish the concept of domination from the name of another society, which owes itself to a certain negation of the false without the perspective of insublation in the concept, free association as the unity of the many without compulsion. Since immanence is the first philosopher's duty for Engster, he must somehow rig up the never-ending but at the same time mind-numbingly boring self-collection of the money-spiritual substance subject in the housing of its immanence. The gesture, borrowed from Heidegger and also latently heroic in Engster, of a readiness to keep oneself open for the arrival or absence of communism serves this purpose, a method that is particularly familiar from Heidegger's contributions, to which Engster therefore quite rightly refers, and which to a certain extent Marx also perceives in his younger years in Hegel's leap from logic into the event of nature. This whole transition of logic into the philosophy of nature is nothing other than the transition from abstracting into viewing, so difficult for the abstract thinker to accomplish and therefore so adventurously described by him. The mystical feeling that drives the philosopher from abstract thinking to contemplation is boredom, the longing for content. In the conversation with Augstein, however, God takes the place of the event that Engster calls communism. Karl-Heinz Haag has pointed out that this boredom not only motivates the leap of the idea into the externality of nature, but also stands for the transition from absolute idealism to positivism. He refers to a passage in the Great Logic where, according to Hegel, the absolute idea freely sets itself as the unity of the pure concept and its reality and thus merges into the immediacy of being. Hegel cannot conceal it. When the absolute, existing as a world historical process, has achieved the conscious unity of its concept and its reality, it returns as the totality in this form to the beginning of the process, and is once again nature. For Hegel, as for modern pantheism in general, no other sense of nature and history was conceivable. In his absolute idealism, Western metaphysics merges into positivism. Engster, like Hegel and others after him, may also feel such boredom and therefore calls the event onto the stage of his critique by presentation vice versa as the king's messenger on horseback. At the same time, however, he avoids any exploration of the inner ruptures and outer limits of speculative dialectics and, as far as the latter is concerned, would probably refer without hesitation to Hegel's remarks on the transition of the finite into the infinite after the self-reflection of the barrier and the ought. Whoever determines the barrier as such has already gone beyond it, and the thing in itself is also only a thing in itself for us. Every Hegelian knows this. But in the protective lee of his affirmative reading of Hegel, which is summarized in such easily quotable philosophical themes, Engster shortens Adorno's negative dialectical criticism of Hegel by one essential: dialectics. For this alone, as a negative, is able to transcend the untrue positivity of immanent speculation as its own untruth, with the concept against the concept. For speculative thinking only has its truth when it speaks of the absolute, as which the mind presents itself as a processual self-relation and, if it could explain itself, capital vis-a-vis the individual. Outside of such a hypostatized absolute, speculation has lost its right. It must then take a step back and acknowledge that its central concept of mediation is itself mediated and therefore cannot fulfill its intended function of being not only the finite mediation of subject and object, but also infinite substance and subject itself. Hogg calls this insufficiency of pure mediation the historical desubstantialization of the absolute. The presumed absolute of capital shares this with the traditional absolute of God. This God is, of course, a completely meaningless entity. As a principle that is absorbed in its function, the mediation of the world, it is unable to fulfill this function. Ibid. Page 99. According to Adorno, Hegel therefore violates his own concept of dialectics by not violating it. The logical movement of concepts cannot be transformed into existence. According to Hegel, the non-identical is constitutively required in order for concepts, identity, to come about, just as, conversely, the concept is required in order to become aware of a non-conceptual, non-identical. Only he violates his own concept of dialectics, which would have to be defended against him by not violating it, by uniting it into the supreme unity free of contradiction. Summa maius summa inuria. Adorno thus by no means opposes the imperative of immanent critique with an abstract freedom to critique from a standpoint outside the context of delusion, as which he understands the negative synthesis of capitalist society as it presents itself in the consciousness of the individual. Rather, he outbids Hegel materialistically in the realization that although nothing leads out of the dialectical relation of immanence, but he himself, this exit leads to a no longer speculative logic of decay, in which Hegel's truth first becomes visible in its falsity. However, this logic is porous, as it were, and allows light to shimmer into the cave of immanence in such a way that freedom must not only be thought and transcendentally presupposed as a condition of the possibility of critique, but can also sometimes and for a moment be sensed as possible at any time. Hegel's Untruth is therefore the title of an extraordinarily concise essay in which Gazzoni sums up Adorno's critique of Hegel in the concurrence of truth and untruth. Hegel's system is speculatively true insofar as in it, for the first time, the individual, the finite and the different is set and determined as such. However, it only becomes constitutive for the whole as something that disappears and is suspended in the infinite process of the conceptual totality coming to itself, which as a whole is therefore the untrue. This speculative untruth is in turn contrasted with the historical truth of the finding that the supremacy asserting itself in Hegel's thought of the self-referential system corresponds to the closedness of social generality, the identity compulsion that the absolute concept does to the individual, who is indissoluble in the concept. Gazzoni and Adorno shy away from expressing this generality as the paradoxical generality of negative socialization that has become immediate in money and the state, which Marx simply calls the capitalist mode of production at the beginning of capital. But that is not the point, because Gazzoni now goes on to ask with Adorno, but how does this historical truth relate to the speculative truth mentioned at the beginning, i.e. Hegel's insight into the antithetical character of existence? The answer is, because these two truths contradict each other in that the socially constituted primacy of the subject as a form asserts itself against the individual, it becomes clear that Hegel's speculative truth is at the same time historically untrue. Truth and untruth on the speculative level are opposed by untruth and truth on the historically real level. The discrepancy between the speculative and historical level is as such already an index of untruth. This discrepancy thus indicates the untruth of a reality or the truth of an unreality, which, as a conceptually constituted reality, has in common with Hegel's system the deceived primacy of the subject. But neither Hegel's spirit nor capital can save the individual as disappearing, liberate the particular from its service in and to the general and, in the sense of a positive synthesis, become history-forming, creative and historically true out of itself. Restless mediation through negation and sublation into ever-new unstable immediacies can indeed provide respite against the inherent tendency of the Hegelian spirit and capital towards final synthesis through annihilation, i.e. towards an identity in death that is now finally no longer speculative. At the same time, however, the danger grows that with the increasing organic composition of total capital and the people who serve it, the power of resistance against tendencies to want to escape the always latent and threatening annihilation by running amok into immediate annihilation for the sake of annihilation decreases. According to Adorno, the primacy of the object, the telos of revolution, should therefore be recognized and made possible. Gazzoni quotes Adorno, who expresses this with less emphasis in negative dialectics. True primacy of the particular could only be achieved by changing the general. Logic and real philosophy. Just as Adorno and materialism after him criticized the strict separation of logic and history through logic as a sham in order to make the defeated heard in the medium of spiritual experience and ultimately make suffering eloquent, Engster's spiritualization of money simply presupposes this separation qua split off of Hegel's logic from real philosophy, which remains unthematical in the 790 pages of his dissertation, without reflection. In the aphorism Legacy of Minima Moralia, Adorno, in memory of Walter Benjamin, defines the historically non-identical more closely as that which has escaped the dialectic, which would shine towards a historiography from the perspective of the defeated from the fragments of the single catastrophe, Walter Benjamin. Nothing finite and nothing ugly, no pain and no fear, not torture and not the Shoah should contaminate the pure logic of money, as a reflection of the same in itself, and hinder the self-measurement of the world in money and in the natural sciences. In the pure space of such immanence, Engster, like stubborn neo-Hegelians elsewhere, fails to realize that pure logic, which is assumed to be timeless, is already contaminated by at least the time that the speculative proposition requires for its unfolding. This therefore already affects the divine concept before the absolute idea decides to release the moment of its particularity or of its first determination and otherness, the immediate idea as its reflection, freely from itself as nature. But because the idea is beforehand in the unthinkable being of logic as the representation of God before the creation of nature and a finite spirit, one must assume that Hegel's God had already lost himself into the externality of time before the first day of Genesis, although this only becomes thematic in section 257 of the Encyclopedia, i.e. logically and historically after the free self-release of the absolute idea into the externality of its otherness, section 244, which now determines the idea as nature, section 247. Just as the concept insisting on its purity will never again be able to settle its initial debt to nature by its own power, the abyss opened up by the free leap into nature before all time separates it forever from its timeless beginning. Thus even the beginning of logic cannot justify itself by itself and requires an unmediated positing, the leap from an unthinkable existing, a possibly natural something, which is of course anathema to Hegel in his search for the pure beginning, which is why he must presuppose the something, but in the same logical second must empty it into an indeterminate being. Nor can Hegel close the abyss by presupposing nature to spirit from the standpoint of spirit in the second conclusion of section 576 shortly before the end of the Encyclopedia, because the conclusions do not imply a reversal of time, but are only intended to represent the absolute self-relation of the thinking idea that has become concrete and completely transparent. This initial positing is followed by the to a certain extent transcendentological point-like equation of being as a concept with being in general, which in its indeterminate immediacy is supposed to be the same as nothingness. Thus, in Hegel's beginning of logic, the preliminary form of the ontological proof of God returns in the proposition of Parmenides, according to which thinking and being are the same. However, the equation of being and nothingness has nothing in common with speculative identity, of identity and non-identity. For the latter finds in the logical object its other in itself, which must be denied to that first being in its initial form, since it has not yet reached the stage of reflection, since it is without any further determination. However, when Hegel attests to this being, in order to preserve its purity, that it is only equal to itself, then, contrary to his intention, he contaminates it in the same breath with a reflexive pronoun that indicates and can indicate nothing other than that the being itself is obviously not the same after all, or rather the same only in its negativity towards itself. Even here at the beginning of the logic, Hegel wants to radically shake off the objective in order to assert the primacy of the subject, which cannot tolerate an initial something. Hegel cannot tolerate even the minimal trace of non-identity in the beginning of logic that the word something reminds us of. Being, because it can only be equal to itself and should have nothing else in itself, cannot merge into nothingness, but must always already have merged into it. How can one conceive of such an initial movement, from which all forms of objective logic from existence to the absolute idea are supposed to emerge? Hegel can only do this by plagiarizing Heidegger and anticipating his jargon of actuality in a very unswabian way. In the pure reflection of the beginning, as it is made in this logic with being as such, there is no such thing as an initial movement. Being as such, the transition is still hidden, because being is only posited as immediate, the nothingness only breaks forth from it immediately. That the nothingness bursts forth from being so that the transition unconceals itself in becoming into existence, this unconcealment nourishes a nasty suspicion that Hegel's absolutism of form has always been closer to Heidegger's fundamental ontology than those who, even after Auschwitz, still want to put Hegel on his feet or even, like Engster, bring Marx into line with Hegel. While Hegel, however, tacitly passes over the initial contamination of being with time and reflexivity, Engster, conversely, does everything in his power to insistently infuse time into his money subject in order to awaken it to living money long before it comes into circulation spatio-temporally as a coin or bill and more or less regulated by the state, which Engster does not seem to know. In other respects, too, it must be acknowledged that Hegel, for the sake of the ontotheological coherence of his system, also took great pains with real philosophy and, when he saw it exposed to certain dangers, did not deny them, unlike Engster and Hegelians of today, but actually sought them in the philosophy of law, for example. However, while Engster excluded all experience from his logified concept of time as vulgar in Heidegger's sense, Heidegger's Langweil, Unheimlichkeit, or Sorge still echoes an experience of time. These remnants of experience may have prompted Heidegger in 1933 to want to connect his heroic existentialism to the heroic realism of Nazis who had passed their school-leaving exams and had earned the Knight's Cross in the Freikorps. Hegel's worried and sometimes almost fatalistic remarks about the inability of bourgeois society to control the excess of poverty and the generation of the mob are therefore surprising. Remedying poverty was therefore an important, moving and agonizing question. His understanding of the rabble's lack of rights and a sense of the causes of an overproduction crisis are occasionally and even remotely reminiscent of Marx's critique of political economy, for example when Hegel summarizes the crisis of underconsumption in the formula, "The poverty of the producers consists in the lack of consumers." Finally, he does not shy away from the timeless statement that there is also a rich rabble. Without exception, Engster does not descend into such low realms in his purely logical attempt to access postmodern society. Neither does he consider that Hegel always conceives his logic simultaneously as ontology, which must find itself philosophically in the passage through nature and the forms of spirit in absolute spirit, nor that Marx explicitly describes his critique as one of political economy, which for Hegel is situated real philosophically in objective spirit and by no means in logic. At a panel discussion in Freiburg in February 2020, Engster countered the objection that neither Hegel's logic as part of the overarching system nor the analysis of the value form in capital can therefore be separated from the objects of real philosophy with the vague assertion that the logic of spirit, like that of money, essentially provides the method for adequately thinking and understanding the objects of nature and spirit, which may well be contingent. He thus brings the history of the labor movement, as one of conversion from the possible collective subject of history to real variable capital since 1914 at the latest, and Auschwitz down to the status of Kriegsquelle and, on top of that, falls behind Hegel to Kant by depotentiating the method to a tool of cognition that confronts the real in such a way that it can no longer think the mediation that has always existed between thinking and its object. In 1802, in two polemical articles, Hegel countered Traugott Krug's equally polemical demand to transcendental idealism that it should deduce its pen philosophically, a priori. In a lecture from 1956, Dieter Henrich shows that Hegel did not yet have a developed concept of chance in his first years in Jena and that Hegel's speculative idealism does indeed assert the necessity of the whole of existence, but that it nevertheless claims so little to be able to deduce everything individual that it is rather the only philosophical theory that recognizes the concept of absolute chance. Hegel, however, says both that world history is progress in the consciousness of freedom and that philosophy grasps its time in thought. If one takes Hegel seriously in these two mutually dependent suppositions, and one may assume that Engster, as an experienced Hegel-Marxian, does so, then it is easy to see that Hegel's logic, according to his own understanding, must be at about the same world-spiritual level of progress as his real philosophical desideratum that the rabble, which is obviously unavoidable in the system of needs, should be freed from poverty by means of corporation, colonization, and subsidiary control. Hegel, The Philosophy of Right, pages 224 to 227. The main route to new lands and the element animating industry is the sea, and the brave search for new lands is the poetry of trade, Ibid. Page 224. To comprehend what is the task of philosophy, for what is reason, Hegel teaches in the preface to the Grundlinien der Philosophie directs, thus ratifying the alliance between the absolute idea at the height of his philosophy and the objective spirit in its world-historical form in the years between the double battle of Jena and Auerstedt in 1806 and the July Revolution a year before Hegel's death in 1831, two undoubtedly non-contingent events in the historical field of action of the French Revolution. In his early draft system of 1805/1806, Hegel had not yet differentiated between the real spirit, as he defined it at the time, and the absolute spirit. In his lectures on the history of philosophy, Hegel defines this homology of philosophy and history as the self-generation of the species through labor. This labor of the human spirit in inner thought is parallel to all stages of reality. No philosophy goes beyond its time. The history of philosophy is the innermost part of world history. Engster, his reviewer Arndt, or even the blogger from Daily Hegel would probably still object to Hegel's own self-understanding that the merely objective spirit, including world history, lags behind the absolute spirit and that only the logical absolute concept reaches the height and purity of philosophy, which has become completely transparent. This is the title of a now-defunct philosophy blog by Mark Puschel, who now writes for the online platform Philosophy Hoot, Philosophy and Alice, was das Uthort, where you can read how a Hegelian of today spends his days. Twitters regularly under the programmatic pseudonym Daily Hegel, writes irregularly for the feuilleton of Junge Welt and is active in the Society for Dialectical Philosophy. But such objections not only misjudge the claim to totality of logic in Hegel's system, they also fail to take seriously the result of the same, which promises the dissolution of reality and concept in the restored reflectionless immediacy of the self-conscious spirit. Without the realization of this promise, Hegel's philosophizing would not form a system at all, i.e., his principle would evaporate into a mere regulative idea, the realization of which would be fundamentally impossible. But it is precisely such a conception that is the subject of Hegel's polemic. This conception is ultimately Kant's, which Adorno also criticizes as the Kantian block, but without wanting to liquefy it in the absolute self-relation of the idea, as Hegel does. In addition to proving the entanglement of logic and history in Hegel, Frank points out that the logical character of his system also forces Hegel to make peace with reality and rejects the well-known objection that Hegel only means by reality that true reality which is in the idea as a tautology. To be content only with oneself in the equation of reason would be to adopt a position of repressive tolerance that hardly differed from that of the old Schelling and, moreover, put Feuerbach's and Marx's suspicion of idealism entirely in the right, rather than reflecting negatively dialectically as Adorno did in his critique of Hegel's truth in its falsehood. Engster's reading of logic should be discussed in detail because it explains his postmodern radicalized desubstantialization of society, i.e. the progress from the Hegelian liquefaction to the structuralist nomatization of the categories, and because it shows how the path from Hegel to Heidegger can be beaten into the woodwork even without Foucault and Lacan. His remarks on Marx, on the other hand, seem to serve above all the equally ambitious and hopeless project of turning Hegel from his head to his feet. At the same time, they serve as a visual note for the left-wing academic scene, which, in wistful remembrance of Bolshevik antiquity, has difficulty with the subtleties and capers of the French master thinker and prefers the Polylux Marx slides on the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation's latest capital course to them for the time being. The main thing to learn from their critiques is that Marx did not yet know Adorno and Riedel and therefore did not distinguish between the real abstraction on the loom and that on the marketplace as strictly as his distinction between production and circulation would otherwise suggest. The fact that X commodity A equals Y commodity B is something different from the painful reduction of the worker to a mere raw material of capital, to the productive expenditure of human brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc. This reduction is real abstraction, since it asserts the worker solely as the seller and user of his labor power, thereby forcing that division of unhappy consciousness which makes the worker face himself as his other. This real abstraction is also real speculative insofar as it induces a delusional search for identity in this non-identity on the part of the individual threatened by disintegration, which shares with Hegel the failure of speculative reconciliation. In contrast, the real abstraction in exchange envisioned by Riedel is, as we know, Kant's transcendental subject taken back into the finite, which now, as a coined a priori, establishes a different, non-speculative unity of consciousness and society. The commodity guardians carry out this identifying abstraction on the products, which they equate as commodities, in three ways: through the perception of commodities as carriers of value, i.e. as hidden money, through the real synalagmatic act of exchange, and through the shifting of the libidinal energy of occupation from the commodity sold to the consideration. In capital, therefore, two identities, the speculative and the transcendentological, not speculative, but antinomic, confront each other. The fact that Marx wavered throughout his life and even in the same sentence as to whether he should merely flirt with Hegel's peculiar mode of expression or liberate him as the great thinker from the mystical shell to his true greatness is due to the dialectic of antinomy and contradiction that has become historical, as it presents itself in the still open dispute between Kant and Hegel. Negative dialectics can therefore also be understood as the attempt to assert and preserve the antinomy as resistance to the speculative movement from nothing to nothing, but without relinquishing the realization that subject and object are always already mutually mediated and that the instrumental access to social reality, be it via the categories of understanding or via the regulative idea of a God, is therefore always untrue. In this respect, materialism does not follow Hegel's program of speculative mediation, which culminates in the self-sublation of the idea into unconscious nature, but remains faithful to the young Hegel's concept of experience. This dialectical movement, which consciousness exercises on itself, both on its knowledge and on its object, insofar as the new true object arises from it, is actually that which is called experience. Hegel, Phenomenology of Spirit, page 78. Spiritual experience, however, is not Engster's thing. For him, objective reality is not even bent down good, because he simply does not need it. From the vantage point of the money substance, no breeze disturbs the restless calm of the money spirit, which is allowed to incarnate in the postmodern critic and be completely with itself where it is completely sufficient. It and he need nothing external, and Engster does not want anything real either. It could be the timeless calm and purity of self-destruction that has become transparent. This self wants to escape the violence of the transcendental and the, supposedly speculatively constituted, automatic subject enclosed in the abstract through preliminary identification with the existing. It resists the self-dissolution of unhappy consciousness through mimesis of the processive value, whose self-referentiality it psychologically repeats and doubles in its narcissistic retreat into itself. It becomes clear at this point, Marx, that Hegel is not only the metaphysical thinker of capital, Kroll, but also the real philosopher of narcissism as the feeling form of the subject. The subject fails again every day in his lifelong adolescent endeavors to love, because the struggle for his inner unity has always consumed almost all his strength, and the desired object is therefore usually only available for low-energy narcissistic self-reflection. Here, in contrast to Lacan, the mirror becomes a prosthesis of the ego function. The fundamental division into the seller, employee, and the object of the sale, labor power, and all the divisions in the competition that result from and accompany this division, non-human and superhuman, citoyen and bourgeois, buddy and competitor, make devotion to the object difficult to the point of impossibility. In general, it becomes questionable whether one can even love oneself and the other in their real abstract existence as brain, muscle, nerve, hand, etc., or as the competing propagandist of oneself and one's range of goods on the markets. Against the backdrop of such a precarious and chronic congestion of the libido, Freud recognizes in secondary narcissism the ineffectual attempt to heal the subject who is no longer capable of libidinous occupation of the external world through the return of the object libido to the ego qua transformation into narcissism. With repressed libido, the occupation of love is felt as a severe reduction of the ego, the satisfaction of love is impossible, the re-enrichment of the ego is only possible through the withdrawal of the libido from the objects. The return of the object libido to the ego, its transformation into narcissism, represents, as it were, a happy love again, and on the other hand, a real happy love also corresponds to the original state in which object and ego libido are indistinguishable from one another. From the perspective of desire as the father of philosophical thought, Hegel's speculative idealism thus also proves to be a performative return of the object libido to the ego designed as a system, which essentially only requires the real as something that always disappears in the passage to the construction of an inviolable and immortal self. However, because this impossible return to the state of prenatal aesthetics ultimately longed for by the narcissist threatens to end in the solipsistic, lonely death of the narcissist, he seeks to become psychologically self-sufficient and to seal himself off in a sphere of sovereign immanence against the intrusion of any real. The most obvious symptoms of this narcissism are therefore gap phobia and an indolence towards oneself and others that goes hand in hand with the growing organic composition of the narcissistic subject. In order to no longer feel the pain of the loss of the object and to prevent bodily pain or, where this obviously does not succeed, to repress it, the subject throws itself with all its imaginative power completely into the spiral vortex of a hallucinated objective subjectivity. As Marx showed in the chapter on fetishes, this is a real illusion. As such, however, it meets the anesthetic need of the subject just as much as it creates this need by splitting the species. After all, it came as no surprise when Engster, at that panel discussion in Freiburg in February 2020, when asked why not only Auschwitz but also physical suffering have no place at all in his grand logic, dissolved history so completely in the presence of his logic that he did not refrain from saying in all seriousness, "We did not know anything about pain in the Middle Ages, for example. It is to be assumed that in those times people did not suffer by virtue of the hope of redemption in paradise, or at any rate suffered quite differently from us." The ensuing discussion revealed that even outside of his dissertation, nature has disappeared from Engster's logically economic discourse, and the subjects of real philosophy lie so far outside the circle of his interests that one cannot help but see Engster as being close to spiritual healers from a pain therapy perspective. Their preferred range of therapies could be summed up by the motto, indolence through immanence. The psychoanalyst Peter Schneider attested to a phobia of gaps in science in general, based on a fear of castration. Any gap in knowledge threatens the constant and steady growth of knowledge towards unification, a desire that can easily be traced back to what Freud described as the first infantile sexual theory with regard to the discovery of the anatomical sex difference. If something is missing, it will grow. Freud states this as follows: faced with the genitals of a little girl, the boy does not state the absence of the limb, but regularly says, as if consoling and mediating, "But he is still small, now when she gets bigger, he will grow." Sigmund Freud, on infantile sexual theories. Theodore W. Adorno, in turn, stated that the hatred of psychoanalysis was immediately one with antisemitism, not merely because Freud was a Jew, but because psychoanalysis consists precisely in that critical self-reflection which sets the antisemites in a white heat. This critical self-reflection also consists of standing up for the very gaps that drove gaphobics and antisemites alike in their rage at difference, which Adorno identified as the driving force behind all ticket thinking. Psychoanalysis stands for those gaps that negatively indicate that freedom is possible. In the following, I will put this up for discussion, more or less elaborated, by trying to answer a seemingly quite different question, namely the question of whether, and if so, why psychoanalysis is important for social criticism. There is a consensus, at least in certain circles, that it is a good thing to try to understand the subjective side of social conditions. What Adorno said in a similar vein can't be all that bad. Realizing that this assumption is self-evident, I will begin with what psychoanalysis is not needed for in order to quickly come to the conclusion as to why it is so difficult to get along without it. Is psychoanalysis needed to criticize conditions in which man is a humiliated, enslaved, abandoned, contemptible being, i.e., for a critique whose concern is not always greater comprehensibility but its own abolition? Wouldn't it be enough to agree with Marx that capitalist relations are not systematically set up to enable the best possible life for all? Do we need psychoanalysis to establish that the subject that makes or establishes history here is an automatic one and that it simply does not make much sense and, if you were born in a less privileged corner of the world, is also quickly fatal to continue living in the best of all possible worlds, at least from the perspective of capital? Then you would just have to convince everyone else that G to G prime, Volgo making more and more money out of money, is not a good purpose of socialization, that instead of relations of production that follow the requirements of the self-valorization of value, relations should be created in which the productive forces are developed and used for the needs of people. It must not be called technology here, as otherwise it would be misunderstood that the form of technology is owed to the relations of production and that technology in itself is a fine thing and could be much more if it did not serve the requirements of capital valorization. The fact that there is still starvation in the world, that the deprivation that can also be experienced in rich industrialized countries is not a natural relationship, in short, in order to criticize seemingly natural misery as man-made and thus also to be abolished, requires a more differentiated argument than this one rattled off in fast forward, but not psychoanalysis. There is no need to refer to psychoanalysis in order to establish that it is a scandal that people still spend their lives trying to survive in the face of social wealth at the beginning of the 21st century. And this is precisely one of its points of application. In order not to become cynical or helplessly angry and subsequently depressed in the face of these conditions and the daily confrontation with their sheer incomprehensible absurdity and brutality, not to attack the next best person because of something else, not to fall into senseless actionism, not to simply accept everything and immediately shut it out again, nor to resign oneself, it is necessary to experience that theory is always also a rationalization in the sense of a defense. If this is successful, then the defensive momentum is lifted insofar as theory not only constitutes experience as specific by bringing it to the concept, but also makes it possible not to be made too stupid by one's own powerlessness or the power of others. In order not to become stupid in the face of the grotesque amount of superfluous suffering, it is not only necessary to have a view of the existing that is sharpened by hatred, as Horkheimer once attributed to Adorno, but also to remember that Adorno described talent as happily sublimated rage and at the same time reminded us that thinking must be understood in terms of desire. Without the theory and practice of psychoanalysis, however, such thoughts would not be possible. Criticism requires psychoanalysis as a moment of reflection. In this sense, every theory is a rationalization, but this says nothing about its truth content and does not generally place theoretical thinking under suspicion of pathology. The latter is determined by the individual meaning. For example, when theory is primarily used as a rationalization of differently located individual conflicts, the former by the content. An anti-Semitic world conspiracy theory is also a rationalization, which first and foremost serves to allow the corresponding impulses to pass through the ego. Perhaps psychoanalysis would not even exist if humanity had managed to come to its senses in Marx's time. As we know, however, this did not happen and psychoanalysis is still in the world. Now, as the only one that seriously deals with the subjective conditions of objective irrationality, it contributes to understanding how and why people make these lousy conditions their own and at the same time insist, albeit mostly counterfactually, that they do not have to, that freedom is possible. An important prerequisite here, however, is that Sigmund Freud's psychoanalysis is not only a subject theory but also a cultural theory, but it is not a social theory, at least not if we consider Adorno's concept of society, which is based on Marx's critique of political economy, to be binding. The fact that people somehow live together, organize this coexistence together and have to deal with external and internal nature in the process also occurs in Freud's work, which he calls culture. However, there is no concept of society in his work. According to Adorno in brief, society, as a fate that has become independent of those who have produced it, is not the subject of Freudian psychoanalysis and cannot be developed using its concepts. Those who attempt to gain a concept of society from psychoanalysis fail to recognize that although it is the individuals through whom society is maintained, its laws of motion cannot be derived from the actions or even the desires or fears of the individuals. Just as it does not work the other way around. If Germans love Germany, this may be functional for the state and capital in many respects, but this functionality is, at least in the vast majority of cases, at best a rationalization of why they do it. Society does not function like the psychic apparatus, and social theory is neither a dream nor the narrative of a patient on the couch. Neither can one draw direct conclusions about social conditions from the psyche of individuals, nor can theory be read analogously to the procedure of dream interpretation. Derrida's Marx's Ghosts is representative of the psychoanalysis of textual work carried out by postmodern authors. Derrida demonstrates here, perhaps unintentionally, what happens when one absolutizes the psychoanalytic method by dealing with the text as if it were a dream, by attempting to translate what has been distorted by the dream work, displacement and condensation, etc. along the margins and incidentals, associatively, decidedly anti-logical, which has nothing to do with dialectical. Reading past the autonomy of the secondary processual and its object. What Adorno stated about Freud, that his greatness lies precisely in the unresolved contradictoriness of his thinking, that it is precisely because he thematizes the atomized individual that he does justice to his object in its social mediation, is still true. And it is also true because Freud leaves a gap. He presupposes his subject as separate, as individual. It is only in the development of his subject theory that it becomes clear how it can come about that paradoxically, according to Adorno, something social is found in the innermost psychological cells. Another misunderstanding regarding the use of psychoanalysis is that it is simply possible to apply psychoanalytical categories taken from individual analysis to history and society with the intention of criticizing society. It is neither possible. I will choose an extreme example from the 1970s to illustrate this, to develop the category of money logically and historically from the anal character, for example, by applying this concept relating to the individual to something social, nor is it possible to derive the constitution of individuals from social requirements. To function as a container of labor and as a citizen does not mean to do so for the reasons that capital and the state require. Similarly, text or interview-based remote analyses a la the psychoanalysis of the Islamic Christian Jewish man are not possible, just as it is not possible to gain insights beyond one's own needs by putting prominent politicians on the couch, however entertaining this may be in individual cases. The psychology of collectives is always the psychology of individuals in a collective. Therefore, the psychoanalysis of social mass phenomena is not a question of the external application of categories to another object, but rather the demonstration of mediation. Freud shows in mass psychology and ego analysis that the individual in the mass is no longer so far removed. But he also shows this by developing the dynamics of their disappearance in the masses on the basis of the individual. There is a fundamental relationship of non-identity, a further gap, between the social justification of subjective behavior and the individual desires, fears, fantasies, and damages that come up against it. This can be clearly seen in the last part of the dialectic of enlightenment, which is called Elements of Antisemitism, not least for this reason. The authors do not attempt to present a comprehensive subjective-objective theory of antisemitism. They first deal with the objective conditions which repeatedly produce antisemitism from within, and then with the psychological conditions of antisemitic resentment. Both approaches are conducted side by side, they only meet in the object. In the gap between the two lies the condition of the possibility of freedom, albeit a negative one, which cannot be grasped positively as a generality. Freedom is determined by this gap because one cannot be transformed into the other, because no matter how much one is driven to it by circumstances, no matter how damaged one is, no matter how much one may be forced to project into the evil outside, one does not have to be anti-Semitic. Generations of anti-German leftists have pored over the fourth and fifth sections of Moishe Postone's Antisemitism and National Socialism, some alarmed, rationalization of antisemitism, some relieved. Rationalization of antisemitism. What Post 1 offers is a theory in which the subjective conditions are short-circuited with objective rationality. According to my interpretation, says Post 1, the Jews were not only equated with money, i.e. the sphere of circulation, but with capitalism in general. Post 1 emphasizes that this does not mean that the Jews were consciously identified with the dimension of value, as it is part of the manifestation of capitalism to fall apart into the abstract and the concrete. This reality of abstractness, which characterizes not only the value dimension in its immediacy, but also indirectly the bourgeois state and the law, was identified precisely with the Jews. Post 1 moves solely on the level of the interpretation of social reality, which necessarily becomes false as long as one does not try to understand it correctly. By not being interested in the individual's response to his equation of the Jews with capitalism, he closes precisely the gap mentioned above. The subjective disappears in its objective conditionality, freedom can no longer be justified. The fact that an abstract principle of socialization only appears through the actions of individuals, Marx critically called these character masks, is the prerequisite for constantly searching for those responsible. If this remains unclear, who are then to be held accountable? In that the statement the Jews are identified with the reality of abstractness seems to explain both what objectively pushes towards antisemitism and what subjectively drives towards it and is not absorbed in it, the subjective conditions fall out. But only if the two remain separate can one still think that no one has to become anti-Semitic, no matter how much there may be to support it. In the separation of subjective conditions and objective irrationality thus lies the condition of the possibility of contingency, and thus of freedom. The first historical use of psychoanalysis as an element of a critique of society was due to the realization that the revolution had failed. This is where the reference to psychoanalysis by the staff of the Frankfurt Institute for Social Research began in the 1930s. The subjective conditions of objective irrationality are only something that one has to deal with in terms of social criticism when it can be established that people make the conditions their own instead of fighting them, that they become anti-Semites and National Socialists rather than standing up for the association of free people. When Adorno states that for social reality in the era of the concentration camps, castration is more characteristic than competition, this also means that society cannot be understood without the ever-present threat of physical violence and annihilation. However, Adorno's imperative to organize thought and action in such a way that Auschwitz is not repeated has not replaced Marx's imperative to abolish all conditions in which man is a degraded etc. being. In order to achieve the former, one must continue to want the latter. In this sense, the core of the question that the first generation of critical theory posed with psychoanalysis can be seen today. Today, it is no longer necessary to ask why the revolution did not take place. This presupposed being able to remember that it could once be anticipated, as Adorno wrote about Marx, as lying around the next street corner. Today it is much more a question of keeping alive the idea that social change is still urgently necessary and still possible, against the power of circumstances, against the stupidity of most left-wing movements, against the constant frustration of hope, if we still have any. Against the enormous tendency towards naturalization, whether with recourse to the fairy tales of the good old Stone Age spiced up with evolutionary biology or to being, which encompasses everything and stuffs every gap that opens up with a viscous mush of has always been like this and will therefore always remain, psychoanalysis is needed as a critique of anthropology, as a critique of naturalization and betrayal of the Enlightenment, as a critique of blind faith in progress and denial of progress. By betrayal of the Enlightenment we mean that friends of biologistic reductionism on the one hand and friends of postmodern unity of difference on the other have in common that they cannot or do not want to think dialectically and instead fall back and forth between a general belief in progress and hostility to progress. Inevitably, the idea that even criticism of progress can still be progress escapes them. However, at least in left-wing, intellectual circles or discussions, the problem today is not primarily a belief in progress but hostility to progress. The very idea that things could be different is suspected of being teleological, as if the end of capitalism were not progress. So in order to keep the space open, to be able to think of a beyond of capitalist socialization at all, not to turn off the light that, according to Adorno, shines from reconciliation, one must, however, understand all the phenomena of capitalist socialization in order to be able to criticize the second nature as such again and again. Even if psychoanalysis deals with the individual and collective failure of this possibility, the background is always that freedom and reason are possible. The voice of the intellect is known to be quiet, but Freud also wrote that it would one day make itself heard and that one could be optimistic about this. Psychoanalysis, like critical theory, stands up for the bourgeois subject, which, in the process of emerging, was already beginning to perish. It advocates that what is inherent as a possibility in bourgeois society and the bourgeois subject could still be realized. The insistence on the possibility of freedom is expressed in critical theory and psychoanalysis through the depiction of society and the individual in a state of unfreedom. It is about the possibility that enlightenment could succeed after all by enlightening itself about itself. Thus, psychoanalysis does not open up freedom from complexes and conflicts, but rather a different way of dealing with them, perhaps similar to what Freud described as the transition from finite analysis, that on the couch, and infinite analysis, the establishment of an analytical attitude in the sense that it is open, ready to question what is taken for granted and what is cherished. This is what critical theory and psychoanalysis have in common, to insist on the possibility of freedom, even counterfactually, if necessary. As long as there are still people who could know this, it is impossible to know whether the liberation from self-inflicted immaturity etc. can succeed or not. Another thing psychoanalysis and critical theory have in common is that they both oppose the individual and social tendency to naturalize social conditions and subjectivity. Here, too, we are dealing with a relationship of non-identity. What may be attractive in the psychological sense of naturalization, in the sense of desire and defense, is not its social function and vice versa. Both approaches have a deterministic moment that they themselves transcend in the implementation of the theory. If society has objective laws, then these apply to everyone. Everyone must obey the law of value. Not paying at the checkout has consequences, and a life of dropping out usually does not make you happy either and is all too often paid for with regression or presupposes it. Freud, in turn, said that he believed in external, real, coincidence but not in inner, psychic, coincidence. However, his assumption of continuous psychic determinism refers to the role of childhood in the developed symptom and applies until the symptom can cease because its meaning can become conscious, which is one of the aims of analysis. No psychoanalysis without infantile sexuality. In this case, orthodoxy is the avant-garde. As a rule of thumb, whenever infantile sexuality and the associated drive theory are relativized or considered superfluous, we can assume that we are dealing with uncritical theory that either completely relegates the psychic to nature or dissolves it into the social. Early examples of the latter are the approaches of Erich Fromm and Karen Horney, described by Adorno as revisionists because they attempted to sociologize psychoanalysis in order to eliminate precisely that which constitutes its socio-critical potential by closing a gap. They fail to recognize that Freud, by making the individual absolute, is precisely not developing a psychology of adaptation, but rather showing how subjective desires come into conflict with objective ought because they are not identical. The psychic apparatus, as projected by Freud, can only be used retrospectively to show what it serves, how it functions. In neuropsychoanalysis, for example, the entire apparatus serves the purpose of self-preservation and adaptation to a given environment. Problems, such as those captured in the concept of drive destiny, how the drive finds its object is the result of a story, do not arise from this perspective. In the Freudian conception of infantile sexuality, we are again confronted with a gap. Neither from unconscious desire nor from infantile sexuality, which, polymorphously perverse as it is, cares neither about reality nor reproduction, does a straight path lead to genital sexuality, which at least in terms of possibility contributes to the preservation of the species. In his 3 treatises on sexual theory, Freud describes the process in which the tender current meets the sensual current, in which infantile sexuality meets the requirements of species preservation, as penetrating a tunnel from both sides, a rather difficult undertaking. The fact that the result is usually the so-called normality of sexual life is not a biologically determined process, but a cultural achievement. Sexual life encompasses the function of obtaining pleasure from body zones, which is subsequently placed in the service of reproduction. Therefore, no psychoanalysis without post-compatibility. Subsequent compatibility means that experiences, impressions, traces of memory are later reworked on the basis of new experiences and on reaching a different stage of development. They are thus simultaneously given a new meaning and a new psychological effectiveness. In other words, past and present determine each other. What matters is what happened in the past. But how this works and can be remembered is also determined by the present experience. The concept of Nachtraglichkeit has hardly been received in the field of critical theory, which is something that should be made up for. In Freud's theory of trauma, memory, and remembrance, Nachtraglichkeit is explicitly found as a moment concerning time and the constitution of meaning. His entire theory functions in the mode of Nachtraglichkeit as a causalism turned on its head. Both the developed symptom, clinical level, and the developed individual or developed psychic apparatus, subject theoretical level, can only ever be told retrospectively how it came to be, but the reverse does not work. The two-stage approach to sexual development, which according to Freud contains the conditions for man's aptitude for the development of a higher culture, but also for his aptitude for neurosis, can also be located in the context of post-compatibility. In puberty, the sexual development interrupted by the latency period is continued, the infantile comes to new effect as something reworked. Mario Erdheim has accordingly suggested replacing the evolutionist concept of higher culture with that of history. The principle of post-compatibility is what in adolescence sets limits to the determinism of early childhood and gives historical consciousness its basic structure and thus makes history possible. Freud has the beginnings of the psychic begin with the search for pleasure. The apparatus, which is supposed to be a psychic apparatus, is forced by the necessity of life to confront reality in this search. On this path, according to Freud, reality and fantasy, inside and outside, primary and secondary processes, self and other, ego and the other, etc., are separated. What all these pairs have in common is that they are not presupposed for the apparatus. What Freud places at the beginning is solely the search for pleasure and the compulsion set by the body to pursue this in confrontation with reality. This beginning is not an origin, it is not possible to deduce from it what will become of this constellation. As Marx stated, it is true that one can deduce from man to the ape, but it does not work the other way around. It is the same with the psychic apparatus. Freud started from the dream and then projected an apparatus that he could assume would be able to dream. Freud's psychoanalysis is a critique of all anthropology, because it will only ever become apparent retrospectively in the concrete what has become of the initial conflict of desire and need, because the future, individual and genre historical, is open, because it is neither the being that is in us West, nor the language that speaks to us, but the unconscious, like that which can be conscious, results from the separation of the pleasure and reality principles and the resulting entanglements and unbindings. Development can only be broken down backwards, starting from concrete individuals in a concrete social situation. Human nature is not understood positively. Psychoanalysis in its strict Freudian form is also thinking nature into the subject because nature is suspended in it. However, if it is grasped as psychic, it is always something other than just nature. Significantly, Freud spoke of the cultural process. Understanding culture as a process means that it must always be reconstituted, as both Freud and Horkheimer and Adorno point out, and can at least potentially change constantly in the process. But this also means, as history shows, that you can never be sure of it, that it does not function as a possession. Only one parallel can be drawn between Marx and Freud: the denunciation of a supersubjective compulsion that is, after all, only capable of expressing itself in subjective action. Just as the critique of political economy denounced the capitalist subject as the character mask of an invisible compulsion, in the revolutionary hope that the critical concept of the subject and the criticized subjectivity were not immediately identical, so the critique of psychic economy exposes the compulsive unconscious in the supposedly free will of the individual, in the therapeutic hope that psychic regression is an individual fate that can be reversed. However, to the extent that the increasing organic composition of capital reinforces the politically coercive character of subjectivity, the degree of coercion of the subject also increases. Externally, the legal subject loses the, always limited, autonomous control over its fate and becomes part of the allegiance of the authoritarian state. Internally, the ego loses the, always limited, control over the immediate constraints of the ID. In the epoch of the concentration camps, castration is more characteristic of social reality than competition, Adorno. The unrestrained nature of the public campaigns against the enemy and the arbitrariness of the state cannot be countered with the assumption of a coolly calculating bourgeois subject. In general, the preoccupation with National Socialism, with anti-Semitism, with Germany, the Germans, and those who emulate them must not pretend that the turn from society to racism and race has left categories such as interest and consciousness in force in the individual. In the rearchization of society, the subject also rearchizes. Where I was, I libido becomes it. It is therefore about the question of the correspondence between concept and reality, a question that is, however, already wrongly posed in this form, because it posits both as independent of each other. The critical theory of society must therefore be concerned with the genesis and validity of an independent relationship, with the reconstruction of the constitution and reproduction of a real system in which people, far from being the subject of their history, are helpless and uncomprehending in the face of their own socialization, which confronts them as something objectively external. The aim is to develop society as an independent one, i.e., to develop independence out of people's actions without allowing them to be absorbed into it. With the concept of experience, Adorno addresses the other, dark side of knowledge, the suffering of empirical subjects in society, their desire to remedy it. The fact that this is not a moment that is external to the proof of the reality of the categories, but an integral part of the answer to the question of the truth of critical theory, will be presented in the following. To this end, I will attempt to develop Adorno's concept of experience in order to then address the question of reality from the perspective of subjective suffering. The prerequisite for these reflections on experience is a concept of society that sees it as inverted, as an independent, pre-existing structure that has arisen from people's actions and could then be changed if it were possible to take back the real independence. First of all, society would have to be recognized as a universal block, around people and within them. Indications of change beforehand only help the block, either as the administration of the unmanageable, or by immediately challenging its refutation by the monstrous whole. The category of experience is central to Adorno's thinking. It integrates the mostly denied irrational moment into the process of cognition without abandoning the unique potential of the human being, the ability to reason. At the same time, experience allows us to reflect on the structure of Adorno's concepts, which always refer to their sublation of philosophy, to the possibility that could still be realized and without which knowledge would be exhausted in blind comprehension. Philosophy, as it can only be justified in the face of despair, would be the attempt to view all things as they appear from the point of view of redemption. Knowledge has no light but that which shines on the world from the point of view of redemption. Everything else exhausts itself in reconstruction and remains a piece of technology. It remains to be seen whether the standpoint of redemption is an imaginary place or rather a real perspective. The concept of experience also shows how much Adorno's explication of negative dialectics, whose methodological nerve he described as determinate negation, is oriented towards the projection of the self-consciousness of spirit from Hegel's phenomenology. He takes up Hegel's definition of experience from the phenomenology of spirit. There it says, this dialectical movement which consciousness exercises on itself, both on its knowledge and on its object, insofar as the new true object arises from it, is actually that which is called experience. Experience is presented here as a dialectical movement, as a process of reflection in which both consciousness and its object change. This process consists in the fact that that which first appeared to consciousness as the object sinks down to a knowledge of it and the itself becomes a being for the consciousness of the itself. This is the new object, with which a new form of consciousness also emerges, which has something different as its essence from the previous one. Step by step, consciousness recognizes that that which it considers to be essential, unmediated, and external, is something produced by itself. Adorno has adopted this Hegelian construction, according to which the experience of consciousness continuously changes consciousness and its object. For Hegel, as is well known, this process leads to the mind only ever encountering its own products. The identity of mind and object of knowledge is the goal, the final stage of experience, which ultimately leads to the whole being the true. Adorno counters this programmatically: the whole is the untrue. Much quoted, hardly understood, this statement is the shorthand of negative dialectics and at the same time a verdict on society as a whole, which is untrue because it produces suffering that should be avoided. It is not that the spirit experiences the world as totality that is to be criticized, but that Hegel proclaims this as reconciliation. Even where he strikes experience in the face, even that which motivates his philosophy itself, experience speaks from him. If the subject object to which his philosophy develops is not a system of the reconciled absolute spirit, the spirit nevertheless experiences the world as a system. Thus Hegel, even if he wants to reconcile the irreconcilable, has formulated an accurate experience, the experience of society as a primary system. The fact that the mind experiences the world as a system, however, and here Adorno turns against Hegelian idealism, is not its exclusive responsibility. To this objection it should be replied that the object of mental experience is in itself a highly real, antagonistic system, not only by virtue of its mediation to the cognizing subject, which finds itself in it. The compulsive constitution of reality, which idealism had projected into the region of subject and spirit, is to be translated back from it. This was done by Marx, who did more than just flirt with Hegel, but to a certain extent, translated Hegel's philosophy back into what he had projected into the language of the absolute. Even if a moment of individual compulsiveness is certainly part of dialectical thinking, Adorno agrees that it is nevertheless the straitjacket of the world that is reflected in the straitjacket of dialectics. Those who bow to the dialectical discipline have to pay for this with a lack of the qualitative diversity of experience in order to prove themselves adequate to the administered world as its abstract monotony. If one does not submit to it, one doubles reality instead of grasping it. The concreteness that must first be realized would be betrayed, one methodically claimed, it would already come into its own. Knowledge must submit to the dialectical discipline if it does not want to degrade concretion once again to the ideology that it begins to become real. Here, object and method do not meet externally. The violence of dialectical thinking, which forces thought out of contemplation, is rooted in the violence of circumstances. Despite all compulsiveness, it is the dialectical discipline that points beyond the system, insofar as it does not close itself off to unregulated thought. The unregulated thought is electively related to dialectics, which, as a critique of the system, reminds us of what would be outside the system, and the force that releases the dialectical movement in cognition is that which rebels against the system. Both positions of consciousness bind themselves to each other through criticism, not through compromise. Beyond all assertion, the correspondence between concept and reality also poses a problem. So what does it mean when Adorno says that the Hegelian experience of the system is that of a real antagonistic system? In the lectures on Introduction to Sociology, Adorno goes into this in more detail. With reference to Durkheim, he first states that a certain impenetrability is the very essence of the social. Society can be felt on the skin when one encounters any collective behavior that has the moment of unresponsiveness and, above all, is incomparably stronger than the individuals who exhibit this behavior, so that one can say that society becomes immediately palpable where it hurts. Note the choice of words. Adorno is not talking about understanding or recognizing, but about feeling and hurting. And in the eyes of sociologists striving for objectivity, he is presumably treading on slippery ground by leaving the safe sphere of the cognitive in order to engage with the irrationality of feeling in order to justify objectivity, as we shall see. Now a feeling, even if it finds expression, is always more and different than this expression, which always remains an attempt. Something that is not absorbed in articulation should become an index for the fact that society is a presupposed structure. But a second thing becomes apparent here. As long as it hurts, the individual, as much as they are a moment of society, cannot be absorbed into it. The possibility of experiencing society becomes an index of the non-identity of the individual and society. As examples of this particular experience, Adorno mentions academic meetings that produce a worse result than could be expected from the minds of all individuals, or the fact that someone becomes an exemplar as a job seeker. This makes it clear that Adorno is by no means concerned here with the arbitrary experience of individual suffering, without which human life is inconceivable, but with an objective moment, with the suffering of the irrationality of society, which can only be experienced individually and is at the same time generalized to the point of opacity. Everyday life is full of further examples. Just think of the various Hartz or Ruhr-Up commissions or the current Brain-Up campaign to save Germany as an educational location by means of instant elite universities, whose associative proximity to push-up bras is not unjustified and which all have in common that no ideological criticism is actually required to reveal their, even imminent, absurdity. It is this moment of incredulous amazement, the feeling that this simply cannot be true, that everyone has felt, whether a critic of society or not. It is the irrationality of the whole thing, the fact that the world is far from being rationally organized, that can be felt and experienced here. So society as experience, that would be what one encounters and what one recognizes at the same time as the condition of the criticized and inadequate, even in a very simple, immanent sense, inadequate moments, but which then prevents these moments from becoming effective and really being changed. But society as an experience is more than can be felt on the skin. Since it is always categorical, the experience of society is referred to the theory of society. Theory and mental experience need to interact. The latter does not receive answers to everything, but reacts to the world that is false to the core. Experience reacts to the world that is false to the core. What would be right is a world that can be experienced immediately, a world that does not have to be grasped first, but is revealed through contemplation, a world that would be reasonable in the emphatic sense. Theory has no jurisdiction over what would be removed from the spell of the false world. Here it becomes clear that the concept of experience cannot exist without that of independence. Critical theory, the attempt to reveal as one's own the conditions that are made by people but appear to be independent, is only necessary in conditions that are not immediately accessible to their occupants. The immediate nature of the view, on the other hand, drives to ideology. What in the object transcends the determinations imposed on it by thinking first of all turns it towards the subject as something immediate, where the subject feels completely certain of itself. In primary experience, it is in turn the least subject. Immediacy does not remain to the dialectic as what it immediately gives itself to be. It becomes the moment instead of the ground. The difference to the whole now lies in how the individual tries to explain to himself what he has to experience in terms of social objectivity. From the anti-Semitic delusion of Jewish world domination to karma or fate to the concept of society, everything is possible, although the circumstances invite delusion, not criticism. This is where the limit of experience lies, in the justification of totality. Truth is an index of itself and its opposite, according to Adorno. However, it cannot refer to the experience to which it owes itself, but must instead engage with configurations and contexts of justification that help it to become evidence or convince it of its shortcomings. If it fails to do so, then any circle is possible. Even the anti-Semite will only ever find further proof in the world of his conviction that all conceivable evils can be traced back to the world domination of the Jews. Nevertheless, the subjective ways of reacting, which the object needs, in turn require constant correction of the object. This takes place in self-reflection, the ferment of spiritual experience. If experience makes critique possible in the first place, since as an individual it points beyond the general and points in itself to the non-identical, then critical theory is necessary in order to demonstrate the correspondence between concept and reality, critical theory that develops the genesis and validity of real categories in such a way that they, definitely negated, point beyond themselves. Intellectual experience is thus to be understood as a process that permanently abandons itself to the openness of speculation, without, however, renouncing the binding nature of theory. Whoever does not want to spin over a thing with categories, but wants to know it himself, must indeed abandon himself to it without reservation, without covering himself with what he has already thought. But he can only succeed in this if the potential of that knowledge is already waiting in himself, as theory, which only actualizes itself through immersion in the object. However, philosophy and theory are not the same thing for Adorno. Although the former is dependent on the latter, it is not exhausted by it. The idea of philosophy is to go beyond the concept with the concept. Philosophy wants to translate pain into the medium of the concept. It is far from being value-free or neutral. Where one loves, one understands, and it is the element of desire that, antithetically, constitutes thinking as thinking. One must reflect on this in order to overcome the split-off nature of thought, as intelligence is not a split-off faculty of the soul. What is significant here is the proximity to Freud, who in the interpretation of dreams allows thinking to arise from need. All the complicated activity of thinking is only a detour to the fulfillment of desire made necessary by experience. Experience teaches us that the hallucinatory fulfillment of desire does not fill us up, which sets thinking in motion, which has thus arisen from a vital and very physical need. Here, too, Adorno refers to experience. Both body and mind are abstractions of their experience, their radical difference a given. It reflects the historically gained self-consciousness of the mind and its renunciation of that which it negates for the sake of its own identity. The supposed basic facts of consciousness are other than mere facts. In the dimension of pleasure and displeasure, the physical protrudes into them. This refers to an experience that can be had every day, but whose power is often enough denied for the sake of supposed objectivity. If something physical always intrudes into consciousness, this also means that there can be no independence of cognition from the cognizing subject, since there is always a subjective, an irrational moment that influences cognition, for better or for worse. Thinking always has a goal that does not necessarily coincide with the manifest goal of cognition. Behind thinking there is always a need, however sublimated, whether consciously or not. It cannot be eradicated, but only reflected upon and brought into cognition, even if perhaps only as the knowledge that reflection has subjective limits. Experience implies constant scrutiny. It is revealing that Adorno draws on the psychoanalytical term reality check in this context, thus emphasizing the psychological dimension of experience once again. As a reality check, experience does not simply duplicate the impulses and desires of the individual, but also negates them so that he survives. This is where the Freudian motif of the need for life enters the concept of experience. Having experiences is a condition of development, a constant back and forth between desires and the possibility of their realization. Where this dependence on experience leads and whether it can become experience in the emphatic sense depends both on the subject and on society. Adorno considers the possibility of experience to be precarious, as the administered world drives out the possibility of experience from its forced members through the law of perpetual sameness. The philosophical experience must give an account of how much it is contaminated according to its possibility in the existing, ultimately with the class relationship. In it, philosophical experience, opportunities that the general desultorily grants to individuals are turned against the general that sabotages such experiences. If this generality were established, the experience of all individuals would be changed and would shed much of the contingency that has so far irremediably distorted it, even where it still exists. Criticism of privilege would thus become privilege, such is the dialectic of the course of the world. Anyone who has had the good fortune not to have conformed to the prevailing norms in their intellectual composition is morally obliged to say what most people are unable to see or forbid themselves to see. Even though Adorno explicitly states at this point that elitist arrogance is what is least befitting of philosophical experience, it becomes clear how difficult it is not to deny the contingency that lies in the subjective conditionality of experience on both sides, that of the psychological constitution and that of the concept of society, and not to negate social conditionality in favor of a false egalitarianism without proclaiming an elite underhand. Adorno's counter-concept to experience is that of opinion. Experience, which no longer deserves to be called that, degenerates into opinion. For Adorno, the congealing into opinion is subjective and, because there is no individual without society, at the same time objectively conditioned. Opinion is the positing of a subjective consciousness, however limited in its truth content, as valid. One might risk the general definition that the pathic opinion is the hardened, the reified consciousness, the damaged capacity for experience. The hypothetical judgment is not restricted by the introduction, I think, but rather underlined, even if the opinion is neither substantiated by judgment nor by experience. The constancy of the opinion, even if it runs counter to all reason, lies in the relief it offers the individual. The resilience of mere opinion is explained by its psychological power. It offers explanations by means of which one can organize contradictory reality without making any great effort. But for Adorno, opinion also remains contradictory. Although it marks the hardening, the blind retrieval of the ever-same, this anticipation of judgment is also constitutive of experience and even truth. To have an opinion at all, to judge, already seals oneself off to a certain extent from experience and tends towards delusion, while on the other hand only those capable of judgment have reason. That is perhaps the deepest and most irrevocable contradiction in opinion. Without a firmly held opinion, without the hypostasis of something that is not fully recognized, without accepting as truth something of which one does not quite know whether it is the truth, experience, indeed the preservation of life, is hardly possible. With desire and pain, an irrational moment of the mental experience of the object is suspended. Sublated means that they only appear as mediated elements in experience and are not immediate, since experience only has continuity in a general form. Only in this way does it become experience for the individual. Silent sensing is constituted as experience only in linguistic representation. This also means that individual experience, because, according to Adorno, it has no continuity without concepts, is always simultaneously more than individual through its participation in the discursive medium, according to its own determination. Here, too, we find a Hegelian figure of reflection. In the phenomenology of spirit it is shown that the this of sensual certainty, which is supposed to refer to a completely immediate individual, becomes general by implication the moment it is spoken of as an individual. Consequently, the general is in fact the truth of sensual certainty. This is a double in fact and in realization, whether it is known or not. In contrast to the opinion, still widespread today, that we are dealing with something immediate in the so-called facts, Hegel already objected that if science were presented with the demand to deduce, construct, find a priori a so-called this thing or that person, then it is reasonable that the demand should say which this thing or which this I it means, but to say this is impossible. This is about an insurmountable difficulty of understanding, about the impossibility of communicating a single, particular impression. However, we should not resign ourselves to this, but rather reflect on it. For it once again becomes clear what an essential role the concept of experience plays in Adorno's critique of positivism. He sets his concept of spiritual experience in opposition to the pointedly non-spiritual experience of empiricist science, which he defines as a unity of reification and a naivete that confuses the cast of the world, facts, and figures with the world's ground. Spiritual experience, on the other hand, marks the fragile attempt to hold thought in abeyance against the need for something ultimate and primordial. Only experience that is aware of its condition and its limitations, that does not misunderstand itself as something original and unmediated, would have the chance to comprehend itself. This, according to Adorno, would be philosophy. The task of philosophy, which Adorno, referring to Hegel, calls the science of the experience of consciousness, is to develop and reflect on this experience of consciousness, i.e., becoming conscious of oneself. This always involves remembering that the mind is an origin of nature. Arisen because it drifts beyond nature, yet cannot escape it. Emancipation would not be the independence of the mind from the body, but the incorporation of the moment of nature in thinking. Only in the experience of its own naturalness does the genius escape from nature. The mind springs from nature because it knows of its dependence. Adorno calls this philosophy spiritual experience. Such philosophy would be nothing other than the full unreduced experience in the medium of conceptual reflection, while even the science of experience of consciousness degraded the contents of experience to exemplars of the categories. In order to overcome idealism, one would only have to pursue this concept of spiritual experience, in order to get out of the idealistic sphere in this way. The contents of such an experience are not examples of categories, but become relevant precisely because a new thing emerges from them. In a tricky, dialectical way, this also includes a rescue of empiricism, since experience is always an experience of the object. This means that the form of generality, in which experience alone can articulate itself and be reflected in itself as spiritual, does not constitute the end point of knowledge. Even if individual consciousness, the arena of spiritual experience, must make use of language in order to be able to grasp experience as experience, this form of the general is nevertheless not the goal of knowledge, but a necessary moment that must be reflected upon. Classification is a condition of knowledge, not knowledge itself, and knowledge dissolves classification. Language, the medium of experience, creates the unity of consciousness, it thereby lends it continuity. Experience can only be articulated in the form of a general, since the individual has no experience, not even so-called experiential material that is not predigested and delivered by the general. Through its participation in the discursive medium, it, the individual experience, is always more than just individual in its own determination. The individual becomes a subject insofar as it objectifies itself by virtue of its individual consciousness, in the unity of itself as well as in that of its experience. Animals are likely to be denied both. Because it is general in itself, and insofar as it is, individual experience also approaches the general. If knowledge denies its own condition, that it only ever deals with the mediated, then it becomes ideological, because the concretes are always prepared by their generic concept. In contrast, the concealed processes of abstraction in the concretes, which for their part are extremely concrete, predetermined by the abstract legality of society, must be critically worked out. Adorno is not concerned with resigning himself to the obscured possibility of expressing the immediate, but with reflecting on the necessary objectification in language. He therefore explicitly turns against Ludwig Wittgenstein, whose dictum, "Whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent," he regards as anti-philosophical par excellence, since philosophy can only be defined, if at all, as an effort to say what one cannot speak of, to help the non-identical to find expression, while expression always identifies it. Impossibility is constitutively part of what philosophy wants, and yet it only becomes philosophy when it is interested in the non-conceptual, in that which since Plato has been dismissed as transient and irrelevant and on which he stuck the label of lazy existence. What is aimed at what it is not itself a priori belongs to a sphere of the untamed that has been tabooed by the conceptual being. This untamed is contained as a moment in the new that emerges in experience, but can only appear in the concept. The concept of knowledge is characterized by recognizing that which is not itself one with it. Here, too, the secure ground of the seemingly purely spiritual is abandoned. One could therefore also say that the speculative ratio, this kind of ratio, which goes beyond the conceptual order of an already possessed positive, necessarily has a moment of irrationality in itself precisely because it goes against what it already has as a certainty. This moment of irrationality is the representative of the mimetic moment in thinking, the moment of the immediate assimilation of living beings and consciousness to that which is different from them. The task of philosophy is to appropriate to the concept those moments of identification with the thing, instead of the identification of the thing, which are located without concept in the mimetic mode of behavior. Experience thus opens up the possibility of differentiation. This is the process in which the mimetic moment merges with the rational on the path of its secularization. It is founded from two sides, from the individuation of knowledge and from the object. Differentiated is he who is still able to distinguish the smallest and that which slips from the concept in this, the thing, and its concept. Only differentiation reaches the smallest. In its postulate, that of the ability to experience the object, and differentiation is its experience that has become a subjective form of reaction, the mimetic moment of cognition finds refuge, that of the elective relationship between the cognizer and the cognized. These are moments of identification with the object that allow us to experience the unexpected, and also the unsettling, as suspended and withdrawn, the differentiation, the detection of that which is not absorbed in the form. It is important not to fall for the illusion of the immediacy of this moment. What in the object exceeds the determinations imposed on it by thinking, it first turns to the subject as something immediate, where the subject feels completely certain of itself. In primary experience, it is again the least subject. Immediacy does not remain to the dialectic as what it immediately gives itself to be. It becomes the moment instead of the ground. Adorno 1969-50. In contrast to science, which strives for objectivity and wants to arrive at universally valid knowledge as neutrally as possible and without contamination by the subjective, individuality is necessary for knowledge in Adorno's view, precisely because it contains contingency, since only it stands for the fact that subject and object are not identical and that science can be more than tautology. In sharp contrast to the usual ideal of science, the objectivity of dialectical knowledge requires not less but more subject, otherwise philosophical experience would wither away. Unlike in the movement of individual human consciousness, the general cannot be grasped by the subject at all. If the individual were cooped, no higher subject, purified of the dross of contingency, would emerge, but only a subject unconsciously comprehending. The fact that individual experience is nevertheless more than individual is, according to Adorno, doubly conditioned. Firstly, through the form of language, in which alone it can communicate and objectify itself, and secondly, because the individual is not a presupposition of society. In individualistic society, however, not only is the general realized through the interaction of the individual, but society is essentially the substance of the individual. For this reason, social analysis is also able to extract incomparably more from individual experience than Hegel conceded. The non-identity of subject and object remains precarious. Unconscious comprehension can take the place of experience. This also lies in language, the form of experience, which implies that language, too, does not externally add to the process of cognition. For the more completely language is absorbed into communication, the more words are transformed from substantial carriers of meaning into signs without quality, the more impenetrable they become at the same time. The demythologization of language, as an element of the entire Enlightenment process, reverts to magic. The Enlightenment remains in the realm of mere domination, of mere control over the incomprehensible as long as it pauses before the concept of spiritual experience or seeks to eliminate it as something uncertain. But what is lost on the way from carrier of meaning to sign? A word that may only signify, but not mean becomes so fixated on the thing that it freezes into a formula. What is lost is what goes beyond designation, i.e. the space in which meaning is first created as a movement between subject and object, the possibility of experience. Instead of bringing the object to experience, the purified word exposes it as a case of an abstract moment. On its way from carrier of meaning to sign, language becomes independent by objectifying itself. Horkheimer and Adorno demonstrate this in the language of fascism, which represents the extreme of a language that has become rigid and alien, because the history of words has been lost to the speakers and the last bond between sedimented experience and language has been severed. Everything becomes slogan. The layer of experience that made the words into those of the people who spoke them has been eroded, and in its prompt appropriation, language takes on the coldness that was previously only to be found on advertising pillars and in the advertisements section of the newspaper. It is precisely this layer of experience that is misjudged, and the meaning of words, taken for granted, is understood as a self. Language becomes the words of people when they are aware of the historical constitution of its meaning, the validity of which can change, but also differs individually, and do not ascribe to language the violence that is, after all, a social relationship. This description must remain cursory here and only serves the course of the argument. A succinct remark by Marx on the subject: language naturally becomes a phrase as soon as it becomes independent. Otherwise, some stereotypes would still be grasped, but they slip away from the experience that could fulfill them. Understanding, grasping the meaning of a word, is therefore a process in which the subject must be involved. if this process stands still, truth cannot be experienced and cannot become a truth for the subject. Someone may hear sentences that are true in themselves, but he only experiences their truth by thinking and thinking further. Adorno summarizes these thoughts more generally elsewhere as the method by which the independence that lies in objectification can initially be withdrawn in thinking. In reading the existing as the text of its becoming, idealistic and materialistic dialectics meet. The genesis of what comes to us in an almost ready-made representational form must be questioned. However, what becomes the justification of idealist dialectics, what lends its reflective movement a positive goal, i.e. the inner history of the concept, becomes the measure of the untruth of concepts for materialist dialectics, because what they refer to has not yet been realized. Negative dialectics cannot be concerned with producing a goal, a system behind the concepts that could be formulated positively, but rather with questioning them with regard to their immanent possibilities. What negative dialectics penetrates its hardened objects with is the possibility that its reality has betrayed and yet which looks out of each one. But even with the utmost effort to express linguistically such history coagulated in things, the words used remain concepts. This is the goal of immanent critique, to question the object for its possibilities in the reenactment of its history and thus to drive it beyond its previous realization. As a movement, a concept is therefore, as Adorno stated in reference to Nietzsche, only to be unfolded and not defined. Dialectics, according to its subjective side, amounts to thinking in such a way that the form of thought no longer makes its objects into unchanging, self-perpetuating ones, that they are such is refuted by experience. Every definition must fail, since it either grasps only the possibility and thus trivializes the existing reality or insists on the bad reality, but thereby conceals the possibility and thus perpetuates the reality. The negative moment of truth of idealist dialectics is the objective machine infernal, from which consciousness, and not consciousness alone, would like to escape. It must not hope for this by ignoring it, but only by grasping it. Thinking in concepts must always miss its object, since it objectifies in form. Adorno's philosophizing, on the other hand, is an attempt to come as close as possible to the movement of the concept. The possibility of nevertheless meeting the object is formulated as a counterpart to the concept, as metaphysical experience. This also misses its object, but precisely because it is mistaken, it creates the model of experience, as it does justice to its object in error. One must be like a child, enraptured by the one unmistakable place, without squinting at the general. The content of such experience can be visualized in the happiness promised by the names of villages such as Otterbach, Waterbach, Rieuenthal, Mombrun. One believes that if one goes there, one would be in the fulfilled, as if it were. Once you are really there, the promise recedes like the rainbow. Nevertheless, you are not disappointed. Rather, you feel that you are now too close and therefore cannot see it. The approach to the desired fails, but the disappointment remains absent, just as if there were the certainty that although the desired is missed by what is meant, it is still there somewhere. It seems to be about the memory of happiness and a meaning that cannot coincide with the object. The child takes it for granted that what delights him in his favorite little town is to be found only there, quite alone, and nowhere else. He is mistaken, but his mistake creates the model of experience, of a concept which would finally be that of the thing itself, not the poor thing subtracted from the things. That which is subtracted from things is an abstract general. A concept, however, is the movement between abstraction and totality. As abstraction, reified, that which is dealt with under it becomes an exemplar, as totality it becomes a moment of multiplicity. Therefore, the particular, and for Adorno this is the utopia of knowledge, comes into its own in the concept when it is conceived as a movement between both poles. Klaus Heinrich understands abstractness as a concrete manifestation of the concrete social general. Or as Marx formulates the retraction of objectification, one must force these petrified conditions to dance by singing their own melody to them. The promise of happiness is directed towards a memory of childhood, of the way, at least the adult believes, in which children experience the world, by seeing the uniqueness of the object, even if they misjudge it. In this it comes into its own and is not just a specimen of a general. The metaphysical experience brings to light the uniqueness that is lost from sight under the condition of the generally enforced commodity form. Here we see what could be if the rule of the general were broken, what lies as a possibility both in the concept and in reality, even if it is far removed from its realization. However, it is not suitable for a critique of the existing, as the critique of an inverted society is dependent on categories. Nevertheless, it points in the direction in which knowledge should move in the process of its self-reflection. The utopia of knowledge would be to open up the conceptless with the concept without making it equal to it. The contents of such intellectual experience would no longer be reduced to examples of their categories. In philosophical experience, an experience that would become conscious of itself, the self-consciousness of man as a species being is anticipated. The Hegelian self-reflection of the subject in philosophical consciousness is in truth the dawning critical consciousness of society of itself. It seems to me that a philosophical experience denotes the possibility that lies in the concept of spiritual experience. It is something to be realized, just as philosophy for Adorno is something awaiting realization. The first sentence of his Negative Dialectics refers to this. Philosophy, which once seemed obsolete, survives because the moment of its realization was missed. It would have been possible long ago for humanity, as far as the progress of the development of productive forces is concerned, to consciously shape its own life and appropriate the independent conditions. Only then would the theory of society become superfluous. Theory is assumed and used in order to abolish it in its current form. The ideal of a changed theory would be its extinction. It would be extinguished if the real independence were withdrawn. Even if Adorno states at the end of Minima Moralia that thought for the sake of possibility still has to grasp its own impossibility, and that the question of reality or unreality itself is almost indifferent to this task, this possibility is more than just a mind game. Even the thought that holds possibility, which is always defeated again, against reality, holds it merely by grasping possibility as one of reality from the point of view of its realization, as that for which reality itself, however weakly, puts out its feelers, not as in it would have been so beautiful, the sound of which resigns itself in advance to the fact that it failed. Reflection instead of resignation could be the appropriate slogan. But what has been gained with Adorno's concept of experience for the question of the reality of concepts? This concept is at least a serious objection to the thesis that the truth of knowledge can only be found in theory. By integrating the suffering and desires of empirical subjects into knowledge, the concept of experience breaks through the projection of the system into reality, which establishes its dominance over reality. Because it breaks the system without asserting a prior, it can justify the reality of concepts. The whole is untrue because it makes us suffer and because it cheats us of the desire for the good life that has long been possible. What is true is a concept of society that expresses this, that attempts to grasp the distorted possibility as reality. Not in order to arrive at a closed system, it is already logically impossible to establish such a system, but because the non-identity of the thinker and the thought lies in the experience of society and thus the false can be experienced as false in the first place. It is a moral moment that appears in this concept of truth, as it is laid out in Adorno's thinking, and which cannot do without the critical theory of society. In contemporary German ideology, in which the jargon of actuality seems to have been seamlessly replaced by that of the upright gate, the concept of subjectivity is experiencing a boom. There is hardly a book among current Marxist works that does not lament the excess of objectivity, Riedel, hardly an essay that does not speak of the reconstruction of the subject, Brock/Vetter, the redefinition of the subjective factor, Marcuse, the production of subjectivity, Lorenzer, or even of morality, Kroll. As in the philosophy of life at the turn of the century, whose terms were merely replaced by more contemporary ones, mechanization and subjectivity are opposed to each other and treated as if they were mutually exclusive principles of socialization. The conflict of modern culture appears as a peculiar weakness of a subject that is constitutive despite all alienation in the face of the strangeness and hostility with which the entities of objective culture oppose the changing tensions of the subjective soul, and as in the idealism of classical German philosophy, as whose heirs Marx and Engels figure, what posthumous revenge of German ideology on its critics. The solution to this conflict is expected to come from a collective effort by the universal subject, which is supposed to elevate itself to the living center of the totality it produces through discursive will formation, Habermas. What is forgotten is what was still present to the great idealists themselves and what their critics in the 19th century, Marx, Feuerbach, Habermas, had to say. Forgotten is what the great idealists themselves were still aware of and what their critics in the 19th century, Marx, Feuerbach, Kierkegaard, Nietzsche, turned into the decisive argument against idealism. That subjectivity in history to date has only existed as transcendental, as a doom asserting itself behind the backs and over the heads of the acting individuals. Forgotten is that subjectivity as transcendental is a unity of collectivity and domination and is only ever realized at the expense of the particular subjects. Forgotten, finally, is that subjectivity and mechanization are not opposites, but correlates. According to Marx, the surplus of objectivity consists precisely in the fact that the value relation as capital, which has become the subject of an automatic process, subjugates the empirical subjects and establishes the domination of dead labor over living labor. The more subjectivity, the less subject. Even Hegel, in contrast to his contemporary epigones, knew that world history as a medium of unfolding subjectivity is not the ground of happiness, which, of course, did not prevent him from advocating a similarly fatal affirmation of progress, as today, under different auspices, is one of the compulsory exercises of a zeitgeist that is optimistic to the point of murder. But even where one is aware of this problem, where one knows that subjectivity is a concept based on sacrificial abstractions, which a materialist theory, instead of blindly adopting, would have to critically examine, the situation is hardly more encouraging. Ever since Lukács in History and Class Consciousness introduced the life-philosophical myth of the remainder that cannot be reified, Simmel, into contemporary Marxism, the materialism that has remained critical and has not yet been blinded by the prevailing economism has clung to the assurance like a drowning man, that the process of reification, the commodification of the worker, as long as he does not consciously rebel against it, annuls him, stunts and cripples his soul, but does not transform his human soul essence into a commodity. The position of retreat contained in this is obvious. Could Marx, as we shall see, with some justification, that capitalist reification would be suspended along the line of its own development by the unfolding of the world-constituting and world-revolutionizing potencies of living labor and finally, like an armor that had become too tight, be blown up, thus contemporary critical Marxism, which has become aware of the illusionary character of this hope, sees its fundamentum primarily in residual areas not yet grasped by the exchange value relation, the much-invoked block of real life that stands against the interest in exploitation, Knecht/Kluge. Forced onto the defensive in this way, it suffers the same fate as the bourgeois philosophies that oppose reification. Driven out of one bastion after another by the advance of the rationalization process, it is forced to shift its revolutionary foundation into ever more abysmal and abstract regions. The instinctual ground of the history of development, Kernitsky, the materialist instinct, Knecht/Kluge, the inner transcendence of matter, Bloch. And with this very shift to admit at the same time that the insistence on the subject can no longer invoke any real social contradiction, only the desire to save, Adorno. Nietzsche's interpretation of the concept of the subject thus seems to receive a late confirmation. The subject, or, to put it more popularly, the soul, has perhaps been the best tenet of faith on earth up to now because it has enabled the majority of mortals, the weak and depressed of every kind, that sublime self-deception of interpreting weakness itself as freedom, their so and so being as merit, Nietzsche. Here, then, a supposed subjectivism of strength, which, however, only expresses the expansion of alienated sociality. There, a hidden subjectivism of weakness, to which that Marxism has regressed, which adheres to the revolutionary theoretical claim of its founders. From the inflation of subjectivisms we can learn how things stand with regard to the subject. If it is true that the philosophical concept only arises when a figure of life has grown old, modern subjectivism heralds the end of the empirical subject. It is its demise that has long since secretly determined contemporary thought, without it having yet given an account of itself. An examination of more recent reflections on the connection between subjectivity and reification can show that contemporary thought, even and especially where it sees itself as materialist, has already produced answers to a question that it has not even asked yet, answers that, roughly sketched out, say that the objectification of transcendental subjectivity characteristic of perfected bourgeois society has already progressed so far that the desire to save has come to nothing. There are many indications that we are on the threshold of an epoch in which socialization no longer takes place as the formation and shaping of a given individual substrate, as the subordination of the empirical to the transcendental subject, but as the social production of a completely new anthropology whose products do not first have to be formed, because they are constitutionally objectifications of the completely independent social form. I would like to try to substantiate this thesis in an examination of the science that has made the fate of empirical subjects in this society its subject like no other, psychoanalysis. Despite many distortions due to its class-specific and ethnocentric bias, psychoanalysis has discovered a number of important mechanisms that make it possible to grasp the structures of bourgeois socialization more precisely than is possible on the level of Marx's explicitly formulated insights alone. Freud's insights can be taken up as valuable extensions of the materialist approach in an appropriate form that allows the inner convergence of commodity analysis and psychoanalysis to emerge, although they must not be ontologized. Like the categories of political economy, they are also subject to structural change. They are ciphers in which social relations have been inscribed, often against the will of the theoretical subject, that need to be deciphered. Just as for Marx the development from classical political economy to vulgar economy was not only a theoretical process of decay, but also a process of decay and loss of reflection, which was due to the progressive reification of the determinations of production, i.e. to an objective becoming without reflection of society as a whole. The development of psychoanalysis also contains more than passing storms in the cloudy sky of abstraction. Its course from its beginnings with Freud to its affirmative fading stage in contemporary psychotechnology preserves the history of the empirical subject in bourgeois society in coded form, and before any attempts are made to use psychoanalysis for the purposes of revolutionary theory by reactualizing its materialist content, as is done today in numerous approaches to materialist psychoanalysis, this history must first be deciphered, because it alone can provide information about the chances of such an inheritance. Our reading of psychoanalysis will take place in two stages. In a first step, we will show that there is an interconnection between Marx's theory of bourgeois society and Freud's theory of the psyche, a connection that consists neither in a relationship of reflection nor in one of interaction that assumes both moments to be essentially different. Rather, as I see it, it is a relationship of homology, of the repetition of the logic of one in the other. The constitution of society and that of the individual obey the same dialectical logic, which is ignited by the contradictory mode of existence of their object under bourgeois relations of production, so that they do not first have to be related to each other externally. We will try to work out this homology by paralleling Freud's theory of drives and Marx's analysis of the commodity as closely as possible. In a second step, we will then attempt to find indications for a change in the quality of socialization in the sense mentioned at the beginning by examining more recent forms of reflection in psychoanalysis. Lorenzer and Lacan were chosen for two reasons. Firstly, to achieve the most pointed presentation possible by confronting two controversial positions. Secondly, because I did not want to repeat the profound criticism that critical theory has made of the conventionalization of psychoanalysis, Adorno, and neo-Freudian revisionism, Marcuse. The following remarks are indebted to their suggestions, in particular the theory of a change in the organic composition of man, Adorno, developed by Adorno in the 1940s. Psychoanalysis, the science that has not without good reason been called the critical theory of the subject, is initially silent on the question, what is subjectivity? This first silence does not arise from negligence or ignorance. Psychoanalysis is in fact not immediately interested in subjectivity as it has been developed as a super-empirical constitutive unity, above all by idealist philosophy. Psychoanalysis initially knows nothing of such a transcendental subjectivity. Its object is the individual, isolated empirical subject to subjects not in the philosophical sense of consciousness, but in the etymological sense of the word, as exposed, subjected, suffering. The world of psychoanalysis is monadologically structured. Just as for Marx, for whom the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears at first glance as an immense collection of commodities, as an incoherent context, so too for psychoanalysis, which has not the commodity but the commodity owner as its object. The social relationship is initially nothing but a conglomerate of particularized individuals who have nothing in common with one another. Behind the thin facade of culture, the world reveals itself to her as a battlefield, as a universe fragmented into atoms, whose elements attract and repel each other, but are separated from each other by abysses. Immediately, taken by itself, the individual, like the individual commodity, proves to be a content indifferent to social form, characterized by certain qualities and dimensional relationships, and thus cannot be reduced to a general denominator. According to Freud, its essential characteristic is to be an instinctual being, determined by the desire for the rejection and satisfaction of its impulses. In the pursuit of its interests, it becomes a wild beast to which the protection of its own kind is alien. It is filled with self-love, readiness to hate and aggressiveness, and cannot tolerate too intimate an approach from the other. The neighbor is alien and unbearable to him, a temptation to satisfy his aggression on him, to exploit his labor without compensation, to use him sexually without his consent, to take possession of his possessions, to humiliate him, to cause him pain, to torture and kill him. Homo homini lupus, after all the experiences of life and history, who has the courage to dispute this sentence? Freud knows of no immediate unity that connects people. His starting point is the human being as it is in itself, if one abstracts from all integrating and synthesizing functions through which this instinctual being is subsequently socialized. And what he discovers by means of this abstraction is that beast of early bourgeois contract theories, the individual filled with primary hostility, who is a virtual enemy of every culture and threatens every community in his blind pursuit of his own interests. But like Marx, Freud also knows that the individual is not absorbed in this immediacy, which forms the material content of socialization, which is always its social form. For all his emphasis on the asociality and antagonism of individuals, with which Freud takes account of the reality of bourgeois competitive society, he cannot avoid noting the moment of unity that stands in the way of complete disintegration. Just as the commodity is not absorbed in the relationship between man and nature, as manifested in use value, the individual is not exhausted in the here and now of individual narcissism. It exists simultaneously in relation to others, is condemned to sociality through the weakness of its nature, through the compulsion to work and the power of love. Its essence is the double existence as its end in itself and as a link in a chain to which it is subservient against or at any rate without its will. Although driven beings and guided by certain mutually exclusive needs, individuals live in society, they behave as if they were uniform, they tolerate the idiosyncrasies of others, place themselves on an equal footing with them and feel no sense of repulsion towards them. They are not social beings, but they behave as if they were. They are not immediate social beings, but they undoubtedly live in a community libidinally connected among themselves. What are the causes of this duality? How is this coexistence of two contradictory determinations possible? Analogous to Marx, who traces the double form of the commodity back to a deeper contradiction, the double character of the labor represented in the commodity, Freud also traces the contradiction of sociality and unsociality back to a deep structure. For him, the ultimate cause of this contradiction appears to be the unidentical mode of existence of the drive. The drive is what it is, but at the same time it is not. It is a life instinct, an erotic instinct, which pursues the goal of complicating life through the ever-expanding synthesis of living substance, which is fragmented into particles, naturally preserving it in the process, combining isolated human individuals, later families, then tribes, peoples, nations into a great unity, humanity. At the same time, however, it is a death drive, an urge to destroy, which works towards dissolving connections and thus destroying things. Again and again this urge to destroy thwarts the work of Eros, it dissociates where the latter unites, it explodes where the former unites, without this leading to a victory for one or the other. This metaphysical construction seems all too daring and astonishing to Freud, imposing itself on him with irresistible compulsion, for him to want to make predictions about the outcome of the conflict. Nevertheless, he holds on to it emphatically, and it would indeed be nothing more misguided than to chalk up this excursion into metaphysics as adventurous speculation in an empiricist manner. There is no doubt that the assumption of a contradiction between Eros and death, the life instinct and the destructive instinct, is metaphysical, but it is a metaphysics that is rooted in the matter. Freud formulates in the terms of a biologistic metaphysics what, according to Marx, is caused by the contradictory mode of existence of bourgeois society, by the disjointedness and fragmentation of labor, which comes into contradiction with itself due to the atomization of producers. Under bourgeois conditions of production, the products of labor are both private, mutually exclusive, particular, and social, general, manifestations of a unity. They are use value and exchange value, social and non-social at the same time, and this also applies, mutatis mutandis, to the drive structure of the individuals involved in this contradiction. If labor were immediately social, the products would not appear as commodities. If libido were the only form of drive, people would not appear as individuals. Only in the fact that labor is what it is, and at the same time is not, lies the condition of the possibility of commodity production. And only in the fact that sexuality is fragmented in its essence, itself originally opposed to its own unity, Pontalis, lies the condition of the possibility of bourgeois individuality. The contradiction of commodity-producing labor, the self-contradiction of social totality, simultaneously contains the non-identity of the drive structure. Although Freud is too much of a positivist to trace the dialectic that is ignited by this contradiction, he knows that opposing determinations of a thing cannot be immediate. They require representation, require a form in which they can move without cancelling each other out, and Freud's reflection penetrates far enough to show that this movement follows the same mechanism of doubling as the dialectic of commodity-producing labor. If its contradiction is first resolved by doubling itself into the empirical content on the one hand, the world of use values, and a pure form abstracting from this content on the other, the value that takes over the unifying functions, then the self-contradiction of the drive likewise finds its solution through the formation of a double structure in which pure sociality and drive stand in hierarchical relation to one another. Just as the subordination of use value to exchange value brings the contradiction of commodity-producing labor into a progressive form, the contradiction of the drive structure is resolved by the social and culture-forming strivings asserting themselves in a mediated form, behind the backs of the individuals as it were, and taking control of the primary aggressiveness. Eros fulfills its task by dispossessing individuals of their original aggressiveness and, by transforming an initially hostile feeling into a positively emphasized bond of the nature of identification, unites them into an intimately connected mass. while the libidinal strivings that cannot be reconciled with the social structure of norms, the cultural superego, are split off and pushed into the unconscious, where they henceforth lead a privatized existence, the repressed aggression is turned against the individual and used to build up an inner psychic instance that represents sociality in him as a kind of inner thought police, the superego, as it is called in the terminology of the second topicality. Under the conditions of this doubling into the repressed and the repressing, which will have to be examined in more detail, all sociality and generality lies only with the superego. Whatever claims to be valid must refer to the superego, whatever wants to go beyond the sphere of particularity must pass through its censorship. Just as in bourgeois society no use value is valid that cannot be transformed into sounding coin, so no individual impulse is valid that cannot be reconciled with the demands of the superego, the money of the psyche. Just as a minority, that has understood how to put itself in possession of means of power and coercion imposes its law on a reluctant majority, the sociality incorporated in the superego confronts the drive structure, like a tribe or a stratum of the population that has subjected another to its exploitation. It observes the individual, drives it on, reinforces its fear and thus makes it compliant, ready for integration into a cultural context that only means new denials. A similar process thus takes place in the microstructure of the psyche as in the macrostructure of society. Because, under bourgeois conditions of production, particularity and generality are only available to individuals as opposing, mutually exclusive determinations, but are nevertheless vital to each other, the mediation between the two can only be realized violently, at the expense of the particular moment. Only by making themselves into something other, by refraining from their particular quality, can people unite. Only by relating to a commonality remaining in the unconscious can they identify with each other, behave as if they were the same. Because their natural form does not coincide with their social form, their sociality is alien and hostile to them, as value, as money in the exchange relationship, as a superego, as an inner foreignness within themselves. Just as the sociality latent in the particular commodity only comes to light in the exchange relationship, in which its respective use value is abstracted and its sensual quality is erased, the pure form, as Hegel once remarked, is the night in which the substance was betrayed, so too the drive can only realize itself by submitting to the superego, as whose essential quality Freud emphasizes its purity and independence from the economic, i.e. empirical material, relationships. As the representative of all moral restrictions, as the bearer of tradition, of all the enduring values that have been propagated in this way over generations, as the advocate of the striving for perfection, in a word, as the representative of spirituality, it is just as purely social as value, into which, according to Marx, not an atom of natural substance enters. And just as the latter only knows empiricism as something to be transformed and destroyed, the superego also applies the strictest moral standard to the ego helplessly abandoned to it and rages with severity and cruelty against all impulses that do not conform to this standard. The more of the transcendental, to put it with Adorno, also proves to be the less of the empirical subject in psychoanalysis. However, these remarks are far from a sufficient answer to the question of how psychoanalysis believes it is possible to socialize the unsocial. The conflict between a social, in Freud's terminology, erotic drive and a disturbing factor, the primary aggressiveness, has indeed found a first form of movement with the differentiation of a privatized ID, which contains the impulses repressed into the unconscious, and a superego, which represents the social generality in the individual, but only in an ideal form, as it were. It is still open as to how this form of movement appears, because it is not only true of the core of our being, the dark ID, that it does not communicate directly with the outside world and only becomes accessible to our knowledge through the mediation of another instance. This determination also applies to the superego, as it reaches deep into the ID and is difficult to localize. As with value, one does not know where it is to be had. The problem at issue is therefore the same in psychoanalysis as in the critique of political economy. How does the realization of abstract sociality, the objectification of the general equivalent, the erection of the superego come about? For after what has been developed so far, there can be no doubt that this realization takes place. Marx devoted particular attention to answering this question, as the various versions of the value-form dialectic testify, while Freud's information on the structure and genesis of that medium through which we attempt to grasp an image of the two other instances, Anna Freud, is comparatively meager and, as a recent study emphasizes, has not developed into a consistent theory. Nevertheless, let us try to draw at least a rough comparison. If, according to Marx, the objectification of value takes place in such a way that the abstract social relation glides along various natural forms until it finally grows together with a single, privileged form of the same, gold, then the construction of the superego also takes place on a natural form, albeit a comparatively ethereal one, because it belongs to the psychic region, a constellation of drives. This is as little of an immediate nature as use value, which becomes a value mirror in the simple value form. Just as this is already a processed, socially mediated nature, it is also a modified, shaped constellation of drives that becomes the carrier of the superego. According to Freud, this is not possible in any other way, as the ID as such is unable to keep itself alive due to its exclusive orientation towards the pleasure principle. It has no unified will, is a chaos, a cauldron full of seething excitations. It has no organization, does not muster an overall will, only the endeavor to create satisfaction for the instinctual needs while adhering to the pleasure principle. The ID therefore always differentiates structures that enable its adaptation to the environment and which Freud summarizes in their entirety under the concept of the ego. In a long process of maturation, which according to Freud's assumption is repeated in the history of every individual, the instinctual nature develops through the stages of the pregenital organization of the libido from a blurred, undifferentiated, ambivalent egoless primal state, phenicial, to an integrated unity that is able to mediate the demands of the inner world with the outer world, to control the motor apparatus, to bind tension energies through counter-occupations, to order and regulate the mental processes. As the sensory organ of the whole apparatus, the ego takes the detour of thinking between the drive's demand and the act of satisfaction. It decides whether the drive's demand should be fulfilled, postponed, or suppressed, checks reality and thus replaces the pleasure principle, which is based on immediate gratification but thus jeopardizes self-preservation, with the reality principle, which promises more security and greater success. From this point of view, the ego appears as a means of the, admittedly unconscious and therefore incapable of purpose, instinctual nature, which, for the sake of the environmentally adapted satisfaction of its impulses, interposes the postponement of thought work between need and action and produces all synthetic and organizational achievements of the ego only for the sake of more perfect satisfaction. It would therefore certainly be to overstretch the criticism of psychoanalytic categories if one were to allow oneself to be tempted by terms such as control, organization, synthesis, etc., with which Freud characterizes the ego, to transfer the relationship between use value and value directly to the relationship between the ID and the ego. It remains to be shown that such an isomorphism is not completely out of thin air, but in my opinion it is of a more complex nature than is evident in most parallelizations of value-form dialectics and psychic structure. In contrast to the attempt to equate the development of libido and ego on the one hand, and of value form and money form on the other, an attempt that has recently been made, for example, in the work of J.J. Gu, it must be insisted that such an insertion of logical and historical categories obscures the difference between the formed and the forming beyond recognition. The specificity of bourgeois society does not consist in the fact that sensuality is suppressed in it, for this is what all historically known societies have done up to now and have had to do under the pressure of self-preservation. It consists in the way in which this suppression occurs, namely, not as the simple destruction of a supposedly natural economic emotional world still immediately attached to use value, in which sensuality would still be free from social constraints, but as the transubstantiation of labor products. And the existence of such products always already assumes the degree of mastery of instinct and control that is indispensable for production. Marx's statement that labor is a process between man and nature, in which man mediates, regulates and controls his metabolism with nature through his own action, is an indication that ego performances such as drive, control and organization are not already bourgeois per se, and it is therefore initially appropriate to correlate the ego with labor, not with value, with from. Of course, work, it is almost a triviality to emphasize this, does not exercise its central function for the constitution of the ego in an immediate way, but always only refracted through the relationships in which the producing individuals stand to one another. In order to survive, the newborn subject, product of natural history, must find its access to social practice, and in every society it must pass through the purgatory of socialization, from which it emerges only as a more or less broken one. Freud worked out the decisive importance of the Oedipal constellation in this process, and however one may evaluate the dispute about its universality, it is at least certain that in the well-known highly cultural societies it forms the cause of that differentiation within the ego through which the individual is made socially acceptable. On the Oedipus complex in pre-civil societies, cf. Perrin, who rightly shifts the analytical interest from the inconclusive dispute about the universality of the Oedipus complex to the culture-specific outcome of the same. since the available ethnological and anthropological material neither confirms Levi Strauss and Lacan's assumption of the universality of the Oedipus complex nor, conversely, allows a clear assignment of the Oedipal structure to patriarchy, Bornemann, or to bourgeois society, Reich, it does indeed seem to make more sense to examine the specifically capitalist form determination of the Oedipal conflict, Ottomeyer, than to trace a primordial drive ground of the history of development. Kernitsky, in which the entire natural history of domination is supposedly already laid out. The prohibition of incest has not yet decided anything about history. Through the threat of castration, the child, both boy and girl, is denied access to the satisfaction it naturally seeks, thus creating an unbearable situation from which the victim can only free itself by introjecting the prohibition and identifying with the forbidding authority. Desire and law are, to take up a formulation of Lacan's, inextricably linked. Under the pressure of the superior parental power, the still weak ego must renounce the satisfaction of its forbidden incestuous desires. It is sacrificed to the needs of society and forced to submit to the destructive tendencies of aggression which it would have liked to exercise itself against others. At the bottom of every socialization lies the sacrifice of the individual. In order to enter society, the ego must tolerate the establishment of an instance within itself, which acts there like an occupation in the conquered city, and whose domination is all the more implacable as it becomes part of the individual personality by settling on the drive and plunging deep into the ID. Although functionally representative of society, i.e. abstraction from the instinctual nature, this instance, the superego, is energetically its product, advocate of the inner world, expression of the most powerful impulses and most important libido destinies of the ID, i.e. the abandoned desires for love and hostility. The social repression of nature presents itself as nature, albeit as nature sui generis, which has little more in common with the repressed one. Bourgeois society, and this brings me back to my starting point, does not itself create the various instances of the psyche. However, and this is decisive, it brings them into a relationship that is historically unprecedented. While, as ethnopsychoanalysis has meanwhile demonstrated in numerous studies, in pre-bourgeois societies the ego is so strongly characterized by intensive identificatory relationships with its immediate social environment that one can sometimes even speak of a collective ego identity or even a group ego. The isolated and solitary ego of the owner-market society can only gain its social dimension by entering into a tense relationship with its superego, which becomes the exclusive mediating instance. In contrast, for example, to the West African Dogon and Agni, where the frustration of the Oedipal-phallic impulses is absorbed by early group identifications in such a way that there is no complete introjection of the forbidding authority and the development of individualized feelings of guilt, bourgeois socialization centers on the production of a social character described by Freud as a coercive type, which is characterized by the predominance of the superego, which separates itself from the ego under high tension. It would certainly be exaggerated to see this type of compulsion as the only type of character to be found in bourgeois society, but Freud clearly points out that it is the actual, predominantly conservative carrier of culture. Under its rule, the ego increasingly detaches itself from its embedding in concrete social contexts, as embodied, for example, in the clan conscience of the Dogon and Agni, distances itself from the original parental individuals, becomes more impersonal, so to speak. The stronger the social dissociation and, as a result, the mediation through the forms of the market becomes, the stronger the inner psychic complement of these forms becomes, the more comprehensive its power over the individuals. The superego becomes hypermoral, it demands from the ego the unrestricted domination over its ID, without caring about the happiness of the ego. Its claim to dominance becomes absolute, and in the pursuit of this claim it develops such an extraordinary hardness and severity that it often seems like a pure culture of the death instinct. In the development of this, if you will, idealistic character of the superego, Freud sees, evolutionistically, the true progress in the history of the human soul. It is not true that the human soul has not undergone any development since the most ancient times and, in contrast to the progress of science and technology, is still the same today as it was at the beginning of history. We can prove one of these mental advances here. It is in the direction of our development that external compulsion is gradually internalized, in that a special psychic instance, the superego of man, takes it under its commandments. Every child shows us the process of such a transformation, and only through it does it become moral and social. This strengthening of the superego is a highly valuable psychological cultural asset. The people in whom it has taken place are transformed from cultural opponents into cultural carriers. The greater their number in a cultural circle, the more secure this culture is, the more likely it is to be able to do without external means of coercion. We can now be more precise. The connection between the structure of the psyche described by Freud and bourgeois society is not to be found in the mere fact of the enforced renunciation of drives, nor in the subjugation of the individual to social systems of rules per se. The fact that Freud's structural model is based on the psyche of the bourgeois individual and does not deal with general human constants is due to the fact that it describes a state in which the unity of individuals does not lie immediately in themselves, but is only unconsciously produced by a mechanism working behind their backs, which Marx describes as an exchange relationship, Freud as superego dominance. Both structures are characterized by the fact that they are non-empirical or over-empirical, owe themselves precisely to the abstraction from work or the instinctual nature, although they emerge from these two. Value and superego detach themselves from the ground from which they spring and reflect themselves in it, transforming all existing relations according to their requirements, so that finally only through their mediation can the individual isolated works, the partialized drives, enter into a relationship with one another. Thus we have the structure of the psyche analogous to value, the superego as the bearer of bourgeois morality. We have the instance corresponding to the material content, the ID, and finally we also have the form in which abstract sociality is realized. The ego of the isolated individual or the various egos, which relate to one another only indirectly, through the market. The constitution of the psychic apparatus, a term whose use will be discussed below, is thus homologous to the constitution of the value relation. Both structures obey the same dialectical logic, which has the effect that the social relation, which has become contradictory, can only present itself as an immaterial, yet real context of exchange, as culture, by abstracting from itself as productive content. It is therefore more than a mere metaphor when Marx states, in a certain sense, man is like the commodity. Let us take a closer look at this homology. In bourgeois society, we said, the unity of individuals is not immediate. The mechanism that unites them is unconscious to them, a coercive law over which they have no control. They are, as Marx calls them, character masks of their own independent context. However, this context only asserts itself by means of their actions. Only by carrying their commodities to market, by entering into relations of exchange with one another, do individuals set in motion the process to which they are ultimately subject. Only by making their products equal to one another do they release value from its merely ideal destiny and enable it to unfold in such a way that it becomes capital, an automatic subject. They have no choice, but their actions are nevertheless conditio sine qua non. By bringing their products into the value form, they simultaneously transform themselves. They must learn to domesticate their immediate needs in relation to their own products, must learn to maintain their identity in the constant change of the roles of seller and buyer, must learn to overcome their primary aggressiveness in dealing with other commodity owners. Just as their product is not realized as value through the exchange with specific other commodities, but through the exchange with the value of the same, so too the commodity owner must be able to detach his relations with the other inhabitants of the commodity world from their natural form, so to speak, must learn to see in them not the concrete, but the generalized other, not the individual, but its legal derivative, the person. And just as his product can only exchange itself by shedding its natural libe in order to realize its ideal determination as a value, he must also be able to distance himself from his own self and treat it as an object. Do we still need extensive digressions into ethnology and historiography to prove the historical peculiarity of this form of ego identity? As beings in immediate need of the content-essential side, whose ego organization is at the service of their instinctual nature, the owners of commodities can only realize this being by making themselves agents of the unconscious and abstract social context, whose specific legality forces them to distance themselves ever further from their instinctual nature, to form the instinct more sustainably and mercilessly than the requirements of concrete labor ever demanded. Like the commodity, the ego also takes on the form of value. And just as the dialectic of the form of value in the commodity leads to an ever-increasing consumption of the empirical material moment, the ego also takes on more and more alien structures, making itself an instrument of the superego, which aims at the complete subjugation of the drive to the pure ideality of culture. In order to escape the pressure exerted by the superego, the ego identifies with the aggressor and enters into an ever-increasing opposition to the ID. While the latter descends into chaos, a disjointed jumble of split-off and repressed impulses, the ego works on establishing a well-ordered system of rational relationships in which everything is supposed to be of crystal clarity. In contrast to the ID, which knows neither logical laws of thought nor space and time, there is nothing in the ID that corresponds to the concept of time. The ego establishes the temporal order of mental processes and subjects them to a reality check. It orders and regulates the mental processes by coding and transforming them, lifting them from the level of the primary process characterized by displacement and condensation to the level of the secondary process determined by thinking and judgment. Archaism is replaced by control, free energy by bound energy. In place of the dissolving perception comes the identity of thought. In place of interest in the content, in the intensity of an idea, comes interest in the form, in the paths of connection between the ideas. I and logical order become synonyms. Here, too, a comparison with non-bourgeois cultures is instructive. Perrin and others, for example, point to the low level of ritualization of temporal processes among the West African Agni. Eric Wolf reports on the different, non-chronological time structure among the Vietnamese, where events are linked to one another on a scenic mythological level, whose temporal determinations are not based on linear progression into the future, but on a constellative and at best periodic repetition of the past. Worf's observations of the Hopi Indians and Le Goff's description of the medieval consciousness of time also deserve mention in this context. With regard to these forms, the history of rationalization emanating from Occidental Europe could certainly be written as the history of the violent totalization of that abstraction of consumption as which chronometric time presents itself for Hegel. Chronometric time conquers society and, as the I equals I of pure self-consciousness and as the measure of abstract labor, becomes its constitutive principle. Time permeates the body and with time all the minute controls of power permeate it. Foucault. Freud leaves us in no doubt for a moment that this relationship of the ego to the ID is hierarchical in nature. Although itself only a differentiation of the drive, a piece of the ID, the ego becomes independent. It attempts to override the conditions of its emergence. Like the superego, it draws its energy from the ID by appropriating the erotic object occupations sent out by it and binding the diverted energies to the ego structure produced by identification. However, this transformation of object libido into ego libido is not merely a detour of otherwise unaltered drives. Freud insists that the substitution of the ego occupations by the ego, which imposes itself on the ID as a love object, naturally means a giving up of sexual goals, a desexualization. Seen energetically as nothing more than a kind of parasite on the ID, the ego is characterized by the ability to neutralize the forces emanating from the ID and to transfer the energy thus transformed to new objects determined by it in a way that increasingly takes into account not only the requirements of self-preservation but also the postulates of the superego. In its mission, the ego makes the ID compliant, redirects the energies of the drive and thus forces the progress of spirituality, which is supposed to consist of the gradual overpowering of sensuality by spirituality in the development of humanity. Like Marx in his apotheosis of the great civilizing influence of capital, Freud also celebrates the expansion of the abstract as world historical progress, which seems to open up the prospect that the intellect, the scientific spirit, reason, will in time gain the dictatorship in human mental life. From this perspective, it seems only a matter of time before the final subjugation of the instinct, the rule of reason, will be complete. We may emphasize as often as we like that the human intellect is powerless in comparison to human instinctual life, and we may be right. But there is something special about this weakness. The voice of the intellect is quiet, but it does not rest until it has made itself heard. In the end, after countless repeated rejections, it does find it. This is one of the few points on which we can be optimistic about the future of humanity, but it means no little in itself. Other hopes can be attached to it. The primacy of the intellect is certainly a long, long way off, but probably not infinitely far away. But just like Marx, Freud is no more the uncritical apologist for the totalization of the abstract. In the same breath in which he elevates the logization of the psyche to a program, it is no coincidence that the guiding maxim of psychoanalytical psychologic is that where there was an ID, there should be an ego. He admits the limits of this undertaking. The rule of reason threatens to fail because its repulsion from the ground from which it emerged does not succeed completely. Just as value remains inseparably chained to use value on the level of simple circulation, commodities must prove themselves as use values before they can realize themselves as values, says Marx, so too the ego can only unfold by constantly referring to its antithesis. Its synthetic and organizing power always comes too late, is quite the opposite of sexual life, which is really there from the beginning of life and does not come later. Beyond its activities there remains another, inaccessible reality that obeys its own laws, a non-eliminable center of force that remains permanently beyond its influence, and which constantly strives to penetrate to consciousness or to rejection through motor actions against the resistance of the higher layers of the soul life. Freud, who in a remarkable formulation compares the soul to a modern state in which a mass addicted to pleasure and destruction must be held down by the violence of a prudent upper class, did not miss the analogy of this relationship to the structure of society as a whole. Just as, according to Marx's theory, the use-value producing labor in pre-industrialism represents a barely domesticated potential for resistance, against which the class will, set only in subjective form, struggles in vain, the drive, for all the dominance of ego and superego, is also absolutely unconquerable. The language of force, to use Ricoeur's expression, can never be defeated at this stage by the language of meaning. Just as in social conflicts the classes excluded from culture imperiously demand their rights, so in dreams and in mental illnesses the excluded knock at the gates guarded by resistance, and all too often the organization of the ego proves not to be strong enough to fend off the overpowering impulses from its inner world. If the dam breaks, as for example in severe psychoses, the consciousness is flooded by primary processes, like culture by the uprising of the subcultural masses, which for the bourgeoisie is synonymous with the onset of barbarism. A flood of infra or supralinguistic phenomena pours over the well-ordered syntactic and semantic structure of language and consciousness, the logical forms of thought are pushed into the background, the space-time coordination is abolished, the linguistic means by which the finer relations of thought are expressed, the conjunctions and prepositions. The modification of declension and conjugation are dropped because the means of representation for them are lacking, as in a primitive language without grammar, only the raw material of thought is expressed. The abstract is reduced to the concrete on which it is based. The content revolts against the form. The ego, which is used to ordering inner and outer processes in a sequence centered around the present, proves to be anything but sovereign. It is not master in its own house, a constitutional monarch who believes himself to be an absolute ruler, and because he is content with the information of his Supreme Court offices and does not descend to the people to hear their voice. He is sometimes overthrown by them and degraded to the submissive servant of the ID, which uses violence to force the fulfillment of its wishes, a fulfillment, of course, that it can only find in the hallucinatory world of psychosis after the demise of the ego. Thus psychoanalysis, which proclaims the primacy of the intellect, also provides a critique of it. While in one direction it presents itself on a cultural, philosophical, and individual psychological level as an adventure of reflection, as an archaeology of the subject, Ricoeur, which only destroys the pseudo-evidence of immediate consciousness in order to achieve a new, more comprehensive quality of it. In the other direction it leads to a radical denunciation of the center around which the Occidental bourgeois episteme is organized. It shows that this universal centering, through which man proclaims himself the supernatural center of existence, the master of this world, is in truth the hypostasis of a non-human, the seizure of power and totalization of independent ideal structures, which are transfigured by idealist philosophy as spirit and culture and deciphered by Marx as abstract sociality. Analogous to Marx, who understood his critique of political economy as a critique in the Kantian sense, as the demonstration of a limit, a block, at which this totalization was bound to fail, psychoanalysis also aims to shatter the overhang of subjectivity that has in fact led to the desubjectification of subjects, and like Marx, it believes it can accomplish this shattering because and insofar as it merely expresses what is actually taking place in terms of shattering the conscious but immaterial world of logic, language, religion, ethics, etc. appears to it as a thin veil that conceals another, unconscious and repressed but energetic material world, the world of drives, which represents the supposedly irrevocable precondition of culture. By holding on to the indissolubility of this material moment, by criticizing culture from a standpoint outside the ego organization, a standpoint that enjoys extraterritoriality without being empty transcendence, psychoanalysis resists classification in the Enlightenment idealist tradition, which is concerned with restoring the virtual wholeness of the subject, Habermas, as well as reduction to affirmative social therapeutics. Its insistence on the particular assigns it a place in that line of tradition of materialist critique that insists on the irreducibility and the inherent right of the non-identical in the face of the universalization of the abstract. Freud knows, in contrast to some of his successors who have lapsed into irrationalism, that this non-identical must not be immediately posited, not fetishized, for after all, it is precisely the self-torn nature of the drive, its contradictory structure, that has led to the development of the psychic apparatus, which therefore must not be posited as absolute, neither on the side of identity nor on the side of non-identity. But he also knows that the existence of this non-identity is the condition of the possibility of a critique that denounces the false socialization in the name of the particular, because it takes place at the expense of the particular, and exposes its violent character. The materialist motif of psychoanalysis has its foundation and its bastion in this. The question is whether it is impregnable. Marx's and Freud's conviction that they had found the constitutive force in the fundamental dimension of labor or drive, which would necessarily destroy the claim to totality of the transcendental, of value or the superego, was already an illusion before it had even been fully expressed. Capital and the interpretation of dreams, the two most important critiques of bourgeois socialization in the 19th century, did not escape the fate of all philosophy of continually coming too late. As intellectual reproductions of the concrete, they too appeared, to use Hegel's words, only at the point in time when reality had completed its process of formation and finished itself off. While they still thought they could gain impulses for change from the difference between concept and reality, this difference had already dissolved and critique had shrunk to utopia, to a groundless and placeless endeavor that still believed itself to be driven by the current of history and yet had already lost itself in no man's land. Depth psychology, as Horkheimer aptly put it, began its flight when twilight had already dawned for the sphere of circulation from which its categories originated. The structural dynamics from which this twilight resulted have already been dealt with in detail elsewhere, so we will content ourselves here with a few references. Historical materialism and psychoanalysis, as we have seen, agreed that bourgeois society was determined by a peculiar mechanism of mediation. The existence of private property, i.e., the parcelling out of society secured by civil law and state sanctioning power, meant that the productive living ground, the basis of social reproduction, labor, could not exercise its unifying functions immediately. It was broken by the private property relations of the proprietary market society, and was therefore not the sociality of concrete labor, but only that of abstract labor. Because abstract labor, as an invisible hand so to speak, repeatedly integrated society through crises and frictions, bourgeois society was able to present itself as what it actually was on the surface: an enormous collection of goods, a conglomerate of interactions and contractual relationships between independent subjects, whose only connection consisted in the forms of market and law and their state guarantee. And because, conversely, this atomization and parcelling out of individuals appeared to be a kind of essential feature of bourgeois society, Marx and Freud were able to assume that the abstract mechanisms of socialization, precisely because they related to presupposed elements, were mere form, which is alien to the content itself and only mystifies it. This assumption was undoubtedly correct as long as it could be based on the fact that the difference between simple circulation and the exchange of wage labor and capital was only of a relative nature, which was true at least as long as labor was only formally subsumed under capital. However, it was problematic insofar as it ignored the dynamics inherent in this relationship of subsumption. Unlike in pre-bourgeois societies, in which circulation never got beyond the status of a formal social movement that merely mediated between consumption and production without modifying these extremes itself, in bourgeois society the form itself became active. Instead of remaining merely the external form of a content that continues to be the real starting point and therefore also the overarching moment, circulation became independent of production, value of labor, spirit of empiricism, and then reverted to its ground. As capital, abstract general sociality did not stop at a formal mediation of use-value interests, but gradually subordinated production itself in order to adapt it, also in terms of its material structure, to the mechanism of exploitation. Workers and the means of labor were transformed into objective forms of existence of capital. In a comprehensive process of colonization, the full extent of which is only slowly beginning to become clear, abstract sociality, mediated by the subjective class will of the bourgeoisie interested in surplus value, smashed the existing structures based on non-capitalist socialization and subjected the isolated elements to ruthless formalization. The techniques of disciplining and rationalization elaborated by Weber, Elias, Foucault, and others, which began to take shape in the transition from a society of legal political oppression to a society of appropriation of the means and products of labor, techniques of parcelling, isolation, hierarchization, localization in an analytical space, control through temporal planning, etc., permeated production and socialization. Techniques of parcelling, isolation, hierarchization, localization in an analytical space, control through temporal planning, etc., permeated production and socialization, binding individuals into a network of relations and combinatorics and uniting them into a huge Gesamtatelier, Marx, in which domination and production formed an impenetrable unity. This Gesamtatelier, anticipated in the military camps and prisons of the pre-bourgeois age, differed essentially from the preceding forms of oppression in that it not only demanded signs and products, forms of expression or work performance from the subjects, it not only placed the individuals in a framework alien to them, not only subjected them to a transcendentally constituted constitution, but produced the individuals it needed as agents of machinized production and consumption itself. Bourgeois socialization, which has gained objective existence in machinery and large-scale industry, differs from all historically known power relations in that it is not only repressive and violent, but also productive. Just as it transforms the means of labor into a material mode of existence of capital through the systematic application of science, it also transforms the producers who are active within this mega-machine, Mumford, into mere machines for the manufacture of surplus value. It is often said, says Michel Foucault, that the model of a society consisting essentially of individuals is borrowed from the abstract legal forms of contract and exchange. Commodity society was understood as a contractual association of isolated legal subjects. Perhaps so. The political theory of the 17th and 18th centuries does indeed often seem to correspond to this schema. But we must not forget that in the same epoch there was a technique by means of which individuals were actually produced as elements of power and knowledge. The individual is undoubtedly the fictitious atom of an ideological conception of society, but it is also a reality produced by the specific power technology of discipline. One must stop always describing the effects of power in negative terms, as if it only excludes, suppresses, represses, censors, abstracts, masks, obscures. In reality, power is productive, and it produces the real. It produces realms of objects and rituals of truth. The individual and his knowledge are the results of this production. However, this positive reference to Foucault's theory of an epochal threshold in the history of power techniques requires a qualification. In contrast to the ideas developed above, Foucault does not understand power transcendentally. For him, power is not the epitome of that abstract general and at the same time synthetic structure of the value relation which, as the discipline of capital, Marx, and social disciplining, Ostrich, mediated by the state, permeates and shapes the social body, but rather a structure of social relations without a center, as it were, under which one can imagine everything and nothing. Power, one learns, is not an institution, is not a structure, is not the power of a few powerful people. Power is the name given to a complex strategic situation in a society. However, such a dissolution of the bourgeois mechanism of socialization into the rather cryptic evocation of manifold relations of power does not correspond either with historical reality or with Foucault's own account. It is precisely the birth of the prison that testifies to the effectiveness of a transcendental center, namely the sovereign bourgeois state, which, through its disciplinary activity, operates the constitution of that second nature that finally experiences its appropriate realization in the megamachine of late capitalism. The fact that transcendentalism dissolves in the end, after its synthetic work has been accomplished, is the result of the process of capitalization/rationalization, but not its precondition, as Foucault implies. The fact that this structural change in bourgeois society from a transcendentally constituted proprietary market society into an objective organism also signified a historical turning point in the procedures of individualization. In Foucault's words, the transition from the individuality of the memorable to the individuality of the calculable human being, the home machine, was quickly, albeit mostly unconsciously, registered by psychoanalysis after Freud. While Freud, although convinced of the irrevocability of the difference between individual psychostructure and transcendental sociality, had already clearly localized the dynamic moment in the ego or superego, his successors shifted the analytical interest completely in its favor with the turn from ID psychology to ego psychology. From a merely formative instance, which Freud had once compared to a rider who had to steer the horse to where it wanted to go of its own accord, the ego became more and more a variable detached from the drive ground, which according to ego psychology was supposed to be autonomous, but in reality shrank to a completely abstract point of reference, which still made the most extreme behaviorist exaggerations appear appropriate. The individual drive nature, on the other hand, to whose unmistakable specificity and non-identity classical psychoanalysis had adhered, was sociologized. Although the line of the revisionists, Fromm, Sullivan, Horney, and others, sharply attacked by Adorno and Marcuse in the 1950s was not able to assert itself completely, the tendency to push back the contents of Freud's legacy that were perceived as offensive has clearly dominated since then, and this included above all the insistence on the concept of the drive, which, as we have tried to show, represented the truly materialistic moment in psychoanalysis. Among the by no means minor merits of critical theory for the interpretation of Freud, one of the most important is the insight that the attack on the biologistic naturalistic features of Freudian theory was ultimately aimed at this moment and was at the same time more than just a theoretical historical process. The elimination of the non-identical by a psychoanalysis striving for social viability corresponded to the prevailing social tendency, which overall worked towards the conquest and domestication of those resistant moments that still stood in the way of the technical realization of value, the self-objectification of abstract sociality. And nothing underlines the inevitability of this tendency better than the fact that even the currents of psychoanalysis that were decidedly directed against ego, psychology, and social therapeutics were not able to escape it. We will try to work out this secret agreement, which still links the most opposing positions in the current discussion, using two examples, both of which can claim to be a late capitalist form of reflection in psychoanalysis: Alfred Lorenzer's theory of socialization and Lacan's interpretation of Freud and the École Freudienne. At first glance, Alfred Lorenzer's work does not seem to fit in at all with the line of progressive elimination of the materialist element in psychoanalysis that we have outlined. Lorenzer not only uses apt arguments against the ego-psychological and reflection-philosophical dilution of the drive-materialistic moment and against the familialistic narrow-mindedness of analysis. He is also aware of the importance of the non-identical and accentuates its indispensability for critique without at the same time fetishizing it, as Freudo-Marxist biologism does. His Historical Materialist Projection, the subtitle of his last book, 1976, explicitly aims to reformulate psychoanalysis on the basis of a comprehensive materialist concept of production, through which its anthropological and individualist distortions are to be abolished in equal measure. In this perspective, psychoanalysis appears as a critical theory in Horkheimer's sense, as a preliminary form of a political discussion to uncover the revolutionary subject, which claims to bring the essence, the practical constitutive subjectivity, to light by penetrating through the reified phenomena. Despite such not exactly sparingly presented declarations of intent, Lorenzer is also unable to escape the constraints of the matter, as can be seen in his model of socialization. Lorenzer understands socialization according to the pattern of the labor process as described by Marx in the first volume of Capital, as an eternal natural condition of human life and therefore independent of any form of this life, but rather common to all its social forms. The product of this labor process is the developing subjectivity of the child, the producer is the mother-child dyad, the means of production are the so-called symbolic forms of interaction, the self-generated means of production of the generic subject, Lorenzer. In the ideal case of successful socialization, and this is the model's assumption, there is a gradual agreement between the child's nature and maternal practice in the mother-child relationship. While the child brings its bodily needs into the interaction as a determining factor, the mother, from the bodily movements that communicate themselves to the intrauterine organism to the postnatal repertoire of care and upbringing, conveys the scheme of social rules of behavior that is determined by the structure of the social system. Symbol formation plays a key role in this practical dialectical process, from which the individual subject ultimately emerges. Through it, a subject emerges from the presubjective indivisibility of the early childhood organism, which possesses the ability to dispose of the initially unconsciously practiced forms of interaction in a linguistically reactive way and to articulate its needs in a socially general way. By arriving at language, the individual arrives at itself as a social being, and since the predictor system of language, as Lorenzer assumes, is based on the forms of interaction into which the child has introduced its own bodily needs in its relationship with its mother, this verbalization should not be regarded as repressive, but from the beginning as a self-realization of its needs, Lorenzer. The individual then finds his realization in general without any breaks. Admittedly only under ideal conditions, which Lorenzer believes are rarely given in reality. The being initially exists only in itself, not yet for itself, it must unfold under conditions that do not correspond to it. Human practice, we learn, takes place in forms that restrict and constrict its actual essence. Lorenzer deformed by relations of domination, interaction exists only as distorted, and these bad forms of interaction, in which the mutilation of productive cooperation, Lorenzer, is expressed, in turn produce socialization conditions in which the contradictory nature of the whole has an immediate impact. Because, due to the dominance of power relations, social generality and individual essence do not coincide and human beings cannot fully develop their essential powers, a discrepancy between the consensus, as expressed above all in the language system, and the individual forms of interaction is unavoidable, and because the child is the weaker partner within the mother-child relationship, it is evident that this discrepancy is arbitrated at the child's expense. The interactions that clash with the social system of norms embedded in language are excluded from the language game, they lose their language symbol. The frowned-upon interactions are desymbolized, i.e. repressed from consciousness and pushed back into the unconscious, but not eliminated. Although language closes over them again, the desymbolized forms of interaction remain virulent as prelinguistic impulses, acting as unconscious compulsion. They become clichés that are always ready to be called up when the corresponding situational stimuli provoke them. According to Lorenzer, the task of psychoanalysis is to reverse this relapse to a pre-symbolic level that manifests itself in neurosis and to abolish the socially produced privatization in a process of gradual illumination of the unconscious. The enforced atomization and isolation of social beings per se is thus exploded by psychoanalysis, and since this is not just an isolated process of liberation in the interaction between analysand and analyst, but a process in the course of which the analysand recognizes the social conditionality of his individual deformation and the necessity of changing these social conditions, the critical and potentially revolutionary character of psychoanalysis seems to be proven. Desymbolization is selective loss of subjectivity. Resymbolization, in turn, is its restoration. It is the selective formation of subjectivity. Consciousness raising, understood as resymbolization, means the restoration of reflection, discussion, and the ability to cooperate, restoration of the conscious ability to act in a transparent confrontation with oneself and others, in sum, restoration of practice, Lorenzer. Even this crude description shows that Lorenzer's undertaking to restore the original, undamaged projection in the damaged practical life with the help of a changing process results in the opposite of what he intended. By limiting his basic materialist considerations to a few vague paraphrases of Feuerbach's sixth thesis, without seriously subjecting himself to the effort of conceptualizing what the much-invoked sociality under bourgeois conditions of production actually is, Lorenzer is sitting on an essence that is anything but a historically complete system of sensual concrete subjective structures. The only social being in bourgeois society is value. For if, as Lorenzer believes, labor were immediately social, the dominance of bad forms of interaction would be pure usurpation, if bourgeois society were not a mediated but an unmediated context of violence. However, according to everything Marx has worked out about the capitalist process of reification, there can be no question of this. Social practice in bourgeois society is not narrowed, it is, as the practice of privately producing individuals, contradictory and torn apart. And because it is this, it finds its unity only in value. It requires mediation through an abstract form of circulation which, according to Marx, is sensual and supersensual at the same time. Only this form of circulation, which has detached itself from living production, is the bearer of sociality under bourgeois relations of production, and the more this inversion is consolidated, the more comprehensive its power over immediate individual labor becomes. Lorenzer thinks he is protesting against reification in the name of social labor, but since social general is only the abstract labor that creates exchange value, not the concrete labor that produces use value, he only repeats the hypostasis of abstraction once again. His essence is the unessence. In his emphatic invocation of socially organized action in the sense of labor, he overlooks the fact that only capital has produced socially organized action. He overlooks the fact that it was only bourgeois society that made man into a purely social being, whose instinctual needs are fully subject to the social determination of form from the very beginning, for even if pre-bourgeois societies reproduced themselves through productive metabolism with nature, they did so within conditions that were still entirely determined by natural and domineering conditions and therefore excluded a humanization of nature, as Lorenzer understands it as the result of labor. That the organization of bodily needs into concrete instinctual needs is already a result of practical dialectics, not its foundation, is not a determination of the essence of man in itself, but the result of bourgeois socialization, in which the enrichment of the worker as a whole and therefore of capital in social productive power is conditioned by the impoverishment of the worker in individual productive powers. Lorenzer misses this basic trait of bourgeois socialization, that generality can only ever be produced repressively, at the cost of violent suppression of the particular, and because he misses this, his theory of socialization, even and especially where it imagines itself to be beyond all formal determinations, is only a conceptless reflex of this production relationship, but not, as he would like, a contribution to overcoming it. However, if Lorenzer's theory is not read as the ontology of labor that it presents itself as, but as what it is, the ontology of capital, it expresses quite well the comprehensive changes that have taken place in the aggregate state of socialization since Marx and Freud. Unlike Freud, who discovered the social in the individual in his analytical immersion in individual monadology, Lorenzer is only able to grasp the individual as a product of the general, as an objectification of an interaction conceived as productive. Interaction is no longer the mere form in which the intercourse between individuals takes place. It is a form that coincides with the content, because it is the form that produces the content. The subject of socialization, as in the bourgeois mode of production as a whole, is not the concrete, experience-bound producers, the subject is rather a relationship, the mother-child dyad itself as subject, which is supposed to be constitutive for what emerges from it. Its product, the individual consciousness of the child, is presented as the objectification of this relationship. Its psychic structures are nothing but a precipitation of socially mediated forms of agreement, actually produced, realized forms of interaction. Only now, then, does the psychic apparatus become an apparatus in the true sense, a reification of abstract functional relationships. Just as the capitalist machinery, according to Marx, is ultimately nothing other than capital in existence, the individual is also only a precipitate, the reification of a social relationship that individuals do not have at their disposal. However much Lorenzer may insist that this precipitate is not a crude imprint but a structural correspondence, however much he emphasizes the autonomy of this product it is nevertheless decisive that it is tout off fate, the product of a relationship of which we have known since Marx that it can in no way be traced back to interpersonal relationships. And precisely Lorenzer's emphasis on the unconditionality and absoluteness of the interaction shows that he has modeled this relationship exactly on the pattern of the value relation, not on that of concrete empirical relationships. In contrast to Freud, for whom the independent form of interaction was always dependent on something that it had not produced itself, a special ego to which it could attach itself, in Lorenzer's work, interaction itself is productive and produces the material in which it objectifies itself, an absolute subject that objectifies itself and can return to itself from this objectivity qua reflection, a productive structure that transforms everything that is merely found into the results of its existence. In the concrete interaction of a mother-child dyad, characterized by a certain form of interaction, the relationship between an outlined drive profile and a counterpart external to it in the environment is by no means established. Drive profile as well as environmental horizon are conversely only built up in the agreement on forms of interaction. Lorenzer. It is this momentous change in the relationship between drive structure and society that makes Lorenzer's concept, regardless of his revolutionary theoretical ambitions, appear as a level of reflection in psychoanalysis appropriate to late capitalism. The repressive society no longer superimposes and shapes an existing individual substrate determined by the drive's own dynamics. Rather, this appears as a product of society as a whole, also in terms of the drive structure. Freud's core problem of how, in view of the primary self-love and hostility of individuals, their aggregation into society can be conceived is thus resolved. Sociability no longer needs to be anchored in the individual because it is already generated in the individual's production, as an essential property that ensures the integration of the individual into the system, as it were, below an individuality that exists only as an empty shell. The character mask has become the character. Whereas Freud's unsocial ID, however already modified, was the primary, overarching principle against which acting in the long term had to endanger the ego to the utmost, Lorenzer's ID has become derivative, secondary, a function of society, which is set as primary. Because it is no longer its constitution that is worth questioning and criticizing, but conversely its not yet complete implementation, the ID appears only as a nuisance, as an indication of an imperfect realization of the essence, but not as a materialistic moment of control, as a counter-category from which the criticism of repressive socialization could be organized. The ID is no longer the ground from which abstraction is made, the energetic basis that needs to be reconciled, but rather, the concrete ID as a real drive potency is a complex of manufactured forms of interaction that need to be resymbolized for the sake of the autonomy of subjectivity. Lorenzer does distinguish between a non-socialized and a socialized ID, between forms of interaction that were never included in the realm of linguistic forms of action and those that were excommunicated from language under duress. However, the first-mentioned moments do not play a significant role in his theory. For whom the difference between drive and society has shrunk to that between comprehended and not yet comprehended forms of interaction, the unconscious is only out of itself, split off sociality, which has been removed from the grasp of consciousness under the pressure of irrational power relations. The dematerialization of the ID, however, simultaneously threatens the instance from which Lorenzer, not so far removed from ego psychology, expects the overcoming of reification, the ego. As a dialectical concept, in Adorno's words, a piece of libido and the representative of the world, the ego had its essence in the difference to that which it was not immediately. Its achievements were based on the complicated balance between drive and reality principle, and only by mediating between the two could it assert itself as its own. The invasion of social control into the psychic depths, however, eliminates this difference and thus abolishes the basis of the ego's existence. The conscious functions merge with the unconscious, the triumphant archaic impulses, the victory of the ID over the ego, harmonize with the triumph of society over the individual. No longer broken by the mediating power of the ego, the pre-symbolic configurations shifted into the ID ensure the integration of the individual into unsocial society with the precision of a computer program, even where the reactions appear to be deviant and irrational. As clichés and emotionally emptied sign systems, they assert themselves behind the back of the individual, unhindered by inhibiting reflection, functioning with inner, unreflected inevitability. Their characteristics are those of the capitalist machinery: pervasive determinacy, undelayed discharge, irreversibility, stereotyping, constant repetition, attachment to standardized scenic arrangements, characteristics that are an indication of how the change in the composition of capital asserts itself into the deepest layers of the individual psyche. The organic composition of the human being grows. That by which the subjects are determined in themselves as means of production and not as living ends, increases like the proportion of machines to variable capital. The division of labor accomplished in the individual, his radical objectification, amounts to his sick-splitting. Hence the psychotic character, the anthropological precondition of all totalitarian mass movements. It is precisely the transition of fixed characteristics into snapping behaviors, seemingly coming to life, that is an expression of the increasing organic composition. Quick reactions, unmediated by the mediation of being, do not restore spontaneity, but establish the person as a measuring instrument, available and readable for the center. The more immediate its impulse, the deeper mediation has in truth been established. In the promptly responding, unresisting reflexes, the subject is completely extinguished. Lorenzer believes himself to be beyond this consequence with his non-subjectivist theory of subjectivity. However, by taking the subject back into society completely, he only ratifies it. He does not want it. But he does. Whereas in Lorenzer's case one first has to remove an enormous superstructure of normative proclamations in order to uncover the secret ontological foundation of his conception, the other position we want to examine does not require such laborious operations. Jacques Lacan's interpretation of psychoanalysis presents itself openly as an ontology of the unconscious. This is initially an advantage that can hardly be overestimated, because in this way, after the ego-psychological and reflection-philosophical flattening of psychoanalysis, those moments that are rightly regarded as Freud's actual discovery are once again placed at the center of theoretical interest: the radical heteronomy of consciousness, the indestructibility of unconscious desire, the determination that captures the human animal from the symbolic order. In stark contrast to the attempts to restore a lost totality of the subject through the self-reflexive revision of splitting processes, Lacan strives for the destruction of egocentrism, for the reactualization of the Freudian insight that the ego is not master in its own house, and that its suffering, its alienation, intensifies to the extent that it turns against the ID and the unconscious production of desire. Lacan reminds a psychoanalysis that has ossified into adaptation therapy that the subject, on whom everything is supposed to depend, exists only as an inauthentic one in a world in which his needs are reduced to exchange values. Instead of being an unquestionable place for the abolition of alienation, the ego in commodity society bears its stamp. It is not a concrete subject of desire, but, to use Heidegger's expression, in the inherited interpretation of the man existing, i.e. fully shaped by the structure of the system, moi. For Lacan, the language games into which, according to ego psychology, the privatized individual is to be reintegrated, are an expression of broken intersubjectivity. The actual subject, the sujet de l'inconscient, never speaks directly to the other, rather, it is only ever able to articulate itself indirectly. Forced to make use of language as the medium of communication, it is subject to its laws, its specific way of representing objects and thus reifying them, so that it only ever moves in a relation imaginaire that makes a real relationship to the other impossible. The world of language games is the world of alienation, a world of imaginary identifications in which the ever only ever appears as a mask. The task of psychoanalysis cannot therefore be to perfect this mask and allow the individual to be completely absorbed in the consciousness of the moi. According to Lacan, it is precisely the opposite that is important: to lead the subject back from the relation imaginaire to itself, to the literalness of its unconscious desire, into a sphere of radical eccentricity in which it speaks. Freud's formula that where the ID was, the ego should become, is therefore read by Lacan as follows: where it was, I must arrive. What is the nature of that it beyond reification, that abandoned horizon of being that needs to be brought up, and what possibilities are there for accessing it? Lacan does not leave us in the dark about this, despite the sometimes difficult-to-bear hermetism that characterizes his formulations. The unconscious, according to the first of his two famous formulas, is the discourse of the other. And the second, the unconscious, is structured like a language. In extreme brevity, these two sentences express what Lacan is primarily concerned with: the radical demarcation from all attempts to shift the object of psychoanalysis back into first nature, to transform it into something archaic and primitive that somehow persists under the cover of civilization, which from time to time manages to break through. Following on from Freud's insight that the drive in consciousness and in the unconscious can only ever be represented by an idea, i.e., that it is always already mediated, Lacan rejects any naturalistic and biologistic interpretation of the unconscious. The unconscious is not the original or the instinctive, and in terms of elements it only contains the elements of the signifier. According to Lacan, seeking the truth of the subject beyond the cultural order is an illusion, because man has always moved within this order, which can no longer be understood as constituted by man, but as a constituent. The subject's place in it is already fixed at birth, its history already determined as an event that will play out entirely in the network of meanings that arise from the combinatorics of the structures of this order. Lacan's emphasis on the priority of the cultural is, of course, aimed at anything but a rehabilitation of culturalism. Just as little as the immediacy of first nature can the particularity of culturally specific experience provide information about the inner laws of the unconscious, which, as structuralist anthropology in particular has shown, are characterized by transcultural structures, such as the Oedipus complex and the regulation of kinship relationships, which in turn constitute culture in the first place. The reference to the experience of community as the substance of this discourse does not provide a solution. For this experience gains its essential dimension from the tradition that this discourse first establishes. This tradition establishes the elementary structures of culture long before the drama of history inscribes itself into it. And these structures in turn reveal an order of acts of exchange which, even if unconscious, is inconceivable outside the permutations made possible by language. Lacan conceives of this universal deep structure, the structure of structures, Althusser, which underpins the elementary structures of culture, as a symbolic order, as language. As a system of relations and abstract units, that must be distinguished from their individual articulation, parole, language cannot be reduced to a tool that a subject standing outside and above language can use at will. Rather, language can speak in a way that makes it appear independent of reflexive access. The condition of possibility for this is to be seen in the separation between signifiant, signifier, sound image of the linguistic sign, and signify, signified, idea corresponding to the sound image, which has become common property of linguistics since de Saussure. According to this concept, language consists essentially in its phonematic order, which is based on the property of the signifier to form itself according to the laws of a closed system, while meaning, signify, on the other hand, only emerges from the combination of signifiers. It is a continuous flow under the phonetic chain, Shen signifiant, which, due to its ability to mean more than what it literally says, makes meaning possible in the first place. Lacan transfers this thesis of the dominance of the signifier to the unconscious. According to this, the unconscious is not some hidden meaning that the subject only has to make conscious, it is rather a certain network of signifiers that operate separately from their meaning and without the subject's knowledge, obeying an automatic law that is no different from the transformation rules of formal language. Lacan, who sees Freud's decisive discovery in the fact that he anticipated the formulas of linguistics in an area in which one could least expect their dominance, ensures this agreement by correlating the two central mechanisms of the primary process, displacement, condensation, with those two axes of language in which, according to structuralist linguistics, all linguistic development takes place. Condensation, according to his thesis, corresponds to the modalities of the so-called paradigmatic axis, whose units stand in a relationship of selection, substitution, and similarity, metaphor. Displacement corresponds to the syntagmatic axis, for which the relationships of combination, contiguity, and metonymy apply. Both mechanisms enable networks of signifiers to crystallize in the unconscious, systems of letters which, due to their metonymic and metaphorical character, never immediately manifest their actual meaning, but nevertheless determine the articulation of the subject to such an extent that it appears almost as a slave of language. The effect of language is the cause introduced into the subject. By virtue of this effect, the subject is not the cause of itself, it only carries within itself the worm of the cause that divides it. Its cause is the signifier, without which there would be no subject in the real. But this subject is what the signifier represents, and the signifier is not able to represent anything, except for another signifier. Consequently, the subject that listens is reduced to this signifier. Consequently, one does not speak to the subject. It speaks of it. This radicalization of the concept of language, sometimes reminiscent of Heidegger, enables Lacan to thoroughly liberate psychoanalysis from all biologistic misunderstandings. At the same time, however, it leads him to throw the baby out with the bathwater and to throw overboard all those moments that are not identical with the symbolic order. In a very similar turn to Lorenzer, which, however, no longer allows interaction but language to function as the cause of the subject, Lacan understands subjectivity ontologically as the objectification of an abstract general, which is presented as absolutely unassailable. As with Lorenzer, socialization appears to him not as an integration of pre- and extralinguistic complexes of needs, drives, etc., but as an event that takes place entirely within the existing symbolic order and emanates from it. But while Lorenzer sometimes still recognizes a material substrate, albeit one that is completely undetermined, which then immediately disappears without a trace in the social machinery of imprinting, Lacan and his school go one step further and completely eliminate any extralinguistic moment. True to Lacan's maxim that our physical nature is merely a production of the mind, whose instrument is the mathematical symbol, the École Freudienne develops a concept of socialization in which the order of life, the ensemble of natural biological conditions, no longer plays a role. Although Laplanche, for example, still recognizes a dimension of certain vital bodily functions such as instinct, which functions as the source of drive and to which the emerging drives lean, this instinct is immediately qualified as from birth, useless, as it were. However, the material moment has completely disappeared from the dimension that is of decisive importance for the development of the subject, sexuality. While Freud's sexuality was still the material energetic ground that culture both forms and needs, Laplanche's formulas of the radical loss of the biological and the implantation of adult sexuality in the child make it clear how far the dominance of the signified has already progressed. As a structure profoundly opposed to the organic vital apparatus, the order symbolique inscribes itself into the child's body from the very beginning, mediated by the mother's desire, and constitutes it as sexually determined in the first place. Like a foreign body that is implanted into the child's organism from the outside, sexuality invades the nascent subject, opening up an abyss of desire and inscribing a letter that seems to hold the incomprehensible immediacy of enlightenment. Leclerc. The child's body becomes a surface, an open book in which the desire projections of the other are inscribed and which, through this inscription, becomes the ensemble of erogenous zones as which the body becomes the object of psychoanalytic interest. To take the body literally, writes Leclerc, is to learn to spell the name composed of the erogenous zones that constitute it, or to recognize in each of the letters the uniqueness of pleasure, or pain, that it fixes. The unconscious is a coded system of letters, and the task of the psychoanalyst consists in nothing other than listening silently to the articulations of this system, which burst forth in sudden turns from the usual significations of the discours intentional. But if the individual drive structure is in this way a function of the symbolic order, and this in turn presents itself as a formally manageable letter formation, as a geometry, a combinatorics, a memory, comparable to that, which is also called in our modern thinking apparatuses, which are based on an electronic realization of significant composition. What then is the difference between the individual and the general? What is the cause of the alienation that makes the language of the subject appear as parole vide, as distorted and reified communication? The École Freudienne, which has resolved the contradiction between empiricism and the symbolic order in favor of the latter, attempts to answer this question by applying a moment of non-identity to the symbolic order itself. Lacan believes that such a non-identity, a fundamental void in the structure of structures, can be inferred from the description of language presented by structuralist linguistics. Language, as de Saussure had shown, is not a collection of substantially defined elements, but a system of signs characterized by their delimitation, i.e. by their negative, not their positive sides. Bierwisch. Language is intrinsically differential, afflicted with indeterminable intervals, insofar as a signifier is only as it represents an interval in relation to another signifier. According to Lacan, the same non-identity also characterizes the symbolic order, the order of pleasure, Leclerc, which is similarly dominated by difference, the more or less of tension. The production of pleasure requires a palpable interval, a differentiation, a difference, a nothingness must open up, which for a moment conveys an empty reflex of unconditional pleasure, a moment of suspended tension, or rather a moment in which those poles mingle that guarantee the differentiation of difference, end. The difference, the void, behind which it is easy to recognize Heidegger's Nichtens Nichts, is represented in the symbolic order by a specific signifier that signifies fulfillment and withdrawal, presence and absence at the same time, the phallus. Through it, which cannot be reduced to the biological organ in its physical reality, the subject is defined in two ways. On the one hand, it is the privileged signifier of this marking, in which the part of the logos converges with the emergence of desire, the culmination of that comprehensive process of erogenization through which the libe is brought forth as sexually determined by the symbolic order. On the other hand, however, as the embodiment of the fundamental difference between the sexes, it is the signifier of radical withdrawal, the symbol of a lack in the place of the other, representing a structure in which the immediate fulfillment of desire, incest, is forbidden and only permitted as a redirected one, mediated via the phallus as a substitute for the partial objects. It is therefore no coincidence that Gu speaks of the phallus as the money of sexual objects, which, to the same extent that it embodies the highest pleasure, blocks access to it. Because nothing is concealed behind it but pure difference, or, as Lacan puts it more pointedly, nothingness, death, the subject, which is assigned its place in the symbolic order through it, or through the castration complex, is in its essence only this nothingness, an interval between the elements of the Shen signifiant, whose identity dissolves at the same moment in which it attempts to assure itself of itself through identification with a certain signifier. It is this fundamental non-identity of the symbolic order which, according to Lacan, constitutes the being of the subject as one desperately striving for unity and unambiguity, and yet which is always already beyond the respective imaginary crystallizations of this subject, because death lies at the bottom of being. If we want to get at what was there in the subject before the serial games of speech and what is of the greatest importance for the birth of symbols, we find it in death, from which its existence gains all the meaning it possesses. Indeed, it asserts itself for others as the desire of death. If it identifies itself with the other, it does so by freezing him in the metamorphosis of the image of his being, and all that exists is never evoked by it other than under the shadow of death. Quotation, end. A meaningful critique of Lacan will, in my opinion, have to start at this point, not at the hypostasization of the symbolic order, which has been the main point of contention of materialist theory up to now. The accusation of ahistoricity and anthropologism raised by Lorenzer, Schneider, Alfred Schmidt, and others overlooks the fact that it is precisely the attempt of the École Freudienne to work out the effectiveness of universal, cross-cultural structures, such as those present in the exchange relationship, that is closer to the intentions of historical materialism than general statements of essence about practice, historicity, etc. In contrast to the superficial humanism of this position, which is in truth only a materialistically draped transcendental idealism, structuralism succeeds in grasping the general phenomenon of the independence of the social form of circulation, which presents itself at the level of so-called archaic societies in the form of institutional rules that ensure the reciprocity of social relations, Levi Strauss, at the level of more developed formations as a context of circulation, and, finally, in capitalist industry, becomes objective. This process is certainly not a necessary, and certainly not unilinear, process, because a whole series of contingent historical conditions were required to realize this relationship. Nevertheless, the structuralist emphasis on the autonomy of the symbolic precisely captures the form of social synthesis characteristic of historical appropriation societies, Riedel, which caused labor and sociality to exist in opposition to and separate from one another, until, in the capitalist society of production, Riedel, they became immediately one, which is also registered by the structuralist theory of an identity of logos and desire, order, and pleasure. Even if it may be objected to Lacan that he is not able to relate the development of the abstract general ideality of the order symbolique to social development, as Marx, for example, did for the concept of value, he nevertheless depicts the surface more correctly than all historicist and empiricist reductionisms. His thesis that the order of the symbol cannot be understood as constituted by man makes it clear that the social form of intercourse, which is split off from the empirical conditions of the metabolism between man and nature, develops a dynamic of its own that refuses to be genetically derived from empiricism, makes it clear that the structures of language, of the social mind, of the exchange relation lie beyond subjective access, beyond all convention, as elements of a superindividual totality that exists before any subject enters into it at a certain moment of its intellectual development. It is relations that determine behavior, not the other way around, and by uncompromisingly taking this fact into account, Lacan expresses that this world is not that of empirical individuals, but that of an independent society. Lacan is therefore not to be criticized because he elaborates the real violence of the abstract form of intercourse. He is to be criticized because he proclaims an overcoming of this state that is more reminiscent of a recapitulation of Schelling's theogony than of materialist critique. Leaving aside the fact that his envisaged return to a sphere of original, proper speech, a first language, has led to a private language that is barely comprehensible to the uninitiated and which sometimes gives the impression that it confuses the abolition of the bourgeois mind with its dissolution. It is above all striking that Lacan expects the subversion of reification from the very structures from which it springs. Lacan, as the style of his argument leaves no doubt, is concerned with the destruction of that Cartesian subject-object epistemology in which he, like Heidegger, sees the cause of the modern subject's failure to be. But like Heidegger, whose trenchant critique of modern subjectivism is only now gradually receiving the appreciation it deserves, Lacan also falls prey to the violence of that epistemology to the extent that he fully adopts its principle. Instead of directing his critique of subjectivism against its abstract formalistic basic trait and denouncing the reification of the abstract in the name of the concrete empirical, Lacan recurs to this very abstract as a kind of amphibolic primal structure, which, as in Schelling, is conceived as the simultaneously non-real and the only thing that lends reality, and from this perspective dismisses the existing forms of subjectivity as forms of decay. It is true that he succeeds in revealing their pervasive determination by the symbolic order. However, by transforming the deficiency of formal language, namely literally being nothing, into an advantage and decreeing that the system of signifiers should be superior to all content due to its lack of content, he does not open up the space for that perpetuating withdrawal in all presence which, according to his German interpreter, makes a mockery of all scientific objectification, as it places the subject in a relationship of the non-existent between that mocks all reification. Conversely, it only sanctions the comprehensive dematerialization and formalization that constitutes the essence of modern rationalization. Because the lack he invokes by no means tears open the prevailing system, but rather constitutes it as a system, because negation does not result in the annulment of the system, but rather, as limited and arranged, establishes the unconscious order of the signifiers, Lacanian decentering does not liberate the subject to another, non-subjectivist and non-formalist dimension, but merely dissolves it into a structure that has rightly been called transcendental subjectivism without a subject. Ricoeur. The structureless destruction of the modern episteme smashes the cage of the traditional form of transcendental subjectivity, but not to free the imprisoned empirical subjects, but to liquidate them once and for all, or to prove that they have already been liquidated. The prison can be opened because the prisoners have died. If, after this certainly not exhaustive attempt to follow the course of psychoanalytic experience, we look back once again to the beginnings of classical analysis, the distance that separates us from it seems almost unbridgeable. On the one hand, a critical theory based on the idea that social controls result from the irreconcilable conflict between instinctual and social needs; on the other, a way of thinking that is no longer even capable of conceiving the difference between the two dimensions. On the one hand, a conception that denounces the rule of a limited form of social understanding in the name of that primitive language without grammar, Freud, which at least gives expression to the repressed instinctual demands in the unconscious; on the other hand, a view that sees the unconscious as the very embodiment of grammar, as a literal order. On the one hand, a position that takes the radical privacy and unsociality of the individual as its starting point and shows that every advance in socialization has so far been paid for with the suffering and misfortune of the individual, and on the other hand, in direct contrast to this, the idea that man realizes his essence in this socialization, which has not yet appeared as what it actually is merely due to external circumstances. Is classical analysis more than a historical reminiscence in the face of such reversals, in which the dissolution of its object is heralded? Is it possible to avoid the conclusion that Marcuse did not dare to draw, even though he was the first to express its possibility with all desirable clarity, that society has passed the stage at which psychoanalytic theory could shed light on the infiltration of society into the psychic structure of individuals and thereby uncover the mechanisms of social control in individuals? If our interpretation is correct, and it is corroborated by similar results from other studies, the thesis of the obsolescence of psychoanalysis is confirmed in a number of crucial points. The subject matter of classical psychoanalysis, as Marcuse rightly pointed out time and again, emerged from the difference between contradictory moments, the difference between ID and ego, ego and superego, individual and society. In Freud's time, the conflict between these moments was played out in the family as a relatively shielded internal space in which the integration of the nascent individual into society gradually took place. Admittedly as a domestication and refraction of the individual drive nature, but still a drive nature that, even when subjugated, by no means converged with the prevailing system of norms and was always able to assert itself in its own way. The apparatus of which Freud spoke, the operation with which he compared the soul, was in this sense anything but a rigid mechanism. It was a flexible system of instances that worked on each other and changed in the process, comparable to Marx's description of manufacture as a living mechanism, which, although dominated by a unified will, was still determined overall by the concrete, experience-bound producer's psyche and logic, if you like, could not be reduced to a common denominator. The assertion of the logical always took place only imperfectly and always had to reckon with the resistance of that realm of illogic. Freud, which, according to Freud, was the actual central region of the psyche. But while in this way the transcendental subjectivity, embodied in the individual and cultural superego, existed only ideally, as a coercive relationship that constantly had to assert itself anew against the living individuality, the same dynamic was inherent in this structure that, according to Marx, also determined the history of the total worker. The fact that, at the level of the labor process, transcendental subjectivity, an expression of the independence of working conditions in relation to labor, detached itself from the natural barriers of production in a series of metamorphoses and transformed it into a formal production that no longer related to any real need, also meant a marginalization and formalization of unprecedented proportions for the drive structure of the individual subject to this process. While in Freud's time it was still possible to speak of rudiments of a pre-industrial mode of production based on the satisfaction of needs through real use values, Knecht/Kluge, being preserved in the protection of familial socialization, a statement that would, of course, have to be modified in a class-specific way, the expansion of formal production, the self-assertion of transcendental subjectivity as an end in itself, meant the abolition of this reserve. Lorenzer's theory in particular, which most emphatically claims for immediate socialization the continued existence of a still unbroken, as it were non-simultaneous unity of producer and means of production, 1976, 246f, reveals with its proclamation of the form of interaction as the constitutive subject that in socialization we have long since ceased to be dealing with a merely formal subsumption under the capital relation, that rather the achievement of primary socialization has passed directly to society. Although still broken by the structure of the nuclear family, which is proving more and more dysfunctional, the influence of the system as a whole on the production of subjects is already so extensive that there can be less and less talk of a quasi-ontological difference between socialization and production. Vollmerg. Production, to take up Marx's well-known formulation, encroaches, but it does so not as empirical production, but as formal production, the results of which are mere objectifications of the prevailing structure. It constantly generates itself anew, in that the subjects it produces no longer work out their identity in the experience of difference from what they are not, but emerge from a combination within the existing system of signifiers and forms of interaction, which may still elude complete calculation at present, but has long since ceased to be the block on which the scientifical structures slide. Only now is a psychologic, a programming and coding of the individual emerging, the final scientific recording and handling of which is only a question of time. Psychotherapists such as the American Carl Sagan are already dreaming of this possibility. As yet there is no computer program that could be used successfully in psychiatry, but the same can be said of certain psychotherapists. At a time when more and more people in our society are in need of therapeutic counseling and when simultaneous computers are widespread, I could well imagine the development of a network of psychotherapeutic computer connections, comparable to a phalanx of telephone booths, where we can talk to an attentive, qualified and largely non-directive psychotherapist for a few dollars per session. In that production and socialization are completely detached from any presupposed materiality, in that they no longer only produce certain forms of character, but rather generate the basis of the individual's drive at the same time. They no longer contain anything that would fundamentally and antagonistically contradict the prevailing socialization. The multidimensional dynamic on the basis of which the individual attained and maintained his balance between autonomy and heteronomy, freedom and repression, pleasure and pain, has given way to a one-dimensional, static identification of the individual with his equals and the administered reality principle, Marcuse. But this deeply affects psychoanalysis. While in its beginnings it could rightly see itself as a critical theory that attempted to strengthen the empirical ego against the strict demands of a merciless superego, Horn, today it is increasingly confronted with the fact that the differences that once inflamed it are fading. Because the system of formal production still requires the external properties of the capitalist character mask to fulfill productive and consumptive functions, but no longer the ego as an autonomous one, it is in danger of becoming obsolete, not in the sense that it becomes superfluous, the opposite is more likely to be observed, but rather in the sense that it loses its critical function. To the same extent that the organic composition of the human being grows, to the same extent that the empirical living moments of the personality are marginalized and formalized, it is transformed from a theory that denounced mechanization in the name of the oppressed into an affirmative therapy that attempts to reduce the gigantic social costs that result from the not yet fully rationalized production of the general individual. It will do this whether it wants to or not. where it resists this structural change and, as Marcuse suggested, insists on the individual needs and possibilities that are overtaken by the development of the system, it becomes an impotent individualism that, on top of everything else, refuses to remember that the subjectivity it claims to play off against reification arises from the same mechanism of abstraction as the latter. But where it takes flight forwards and hurries to completely eliminate that which falls, it becomes a blind affirmation of false socialization. With its willingness to liberate the beautiful soul, Lacan, from the dead end of a privatized discourse and to dissolve the individual into the ruling generality, it is still able to liquidate the surviving form in which domination is currently still pupating, but at the same time it destroys the conditions for seeing through it. The liquidation of the individual leaves behind the absolute as a natural history. The transformation of psychoanalysis into anthropology is emerging. Quote, where it, psychoanalysis, deciphers the social character that speaks from a work and in which that of its author manifests itself in many ways, it provides links of concrete mediation between the structure of entities and the social. Theodore W. Adorno, Aesthetic Theory. If we bring the question of the role of the anal character in art after Auschwitz back to the motherland of the rupture of civilization, it is now no longer to be related to the basis of the unity of the many, e pluribus unum, but to the National Socialist concept of the Führer as the political figure of the German people. We must therefore speak of an artist who, unlike the protagonists of the American post-war avant-garde, who worked as individuals on a common problem, wanted to be the solution, the figure of a future community, as a loner. The perspective is thus also shifted. The production of art in the Oedipal conflict as bourgeois post-bourgeois, as avant-garde, which inevitably finds itself on the market that it wanted to eliminate from the world, as I tried to explain in the previous work, is to be thought of here as a conflict of anti-bourgeois post-bourgeois production under Allied occupation, as a projection that came too late and is therefore esoteric in the tradition of reactionary avant-garde. The devaluation of the material, or the revaluation of inferior materials by using them, resulted in a dialectic, the rehabilitation of expression and material in the sign of denial, renunciation, and thrift. The product became primarily a social phenomenon, the degree of mediation increased. In this way, the pride of the producers shifted to the theorization of practice or manifested itself in the desire to leave the objects to their own logic, to unfold variables, send postcards, or let tar run down a slope. All these moments bear the signature of the anal character, but without one central characteristic, they are never aggressive. The self-restraint is not imposed, it spreads through inner compulsion, rather it combines with generosity and play. For this reason, I have tried to detach the anal from its connotation with the authoritarian character and to rehabilitate it as a moment of the dialectic of enlightenment. The contraction of the intestinal muscle, for example, could be thought of as the ontogenetic early form of the concept, the first impulse of the infant to make experience tangible, to produce and establish meaning. This opposition to nature would be, as I have written, the ontogenetically earliest integration of domination into the subject against domination. In this way, narcissism finds its first object, a sensually perceptible part of the body, which, because it is constantly renewing itself, must be expelled, but can be expelled in various ways. This circumstance initiates a social aspect. The child on the potty as the sovereign on the throne, who can exert power by holding back the feces and distribute gifts through its presentation. As a gift, the object now enables the child to fantasize about circulation. Perhaps this early object-related narcissism could be seen as driving a kind of primitive accumulation of the body, an appropriation of raw material capable of establishing a new social relationship. This would create an additional connotation of the connection between excrement and money. I will continue the attempt here to create a mode of productive confusion through the use of terminology from other fields, based on the simple realization that people make their own history, but not of their own free will, not under circumstances of their own choosing, but under circumstances immediately found, given, and handed down. Karl Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. Mu 8. State theory thus describes a psychological relationship between people, just as psychoanalysis describes a relationship of production, and economics describes a relationship of domination. No one other than the individual human being can create the generality of which he becomes the object. The child takes warmth, looks, food and gives excrement, shows gratitude, and thus contributes to mutual recognition. But now to the dialectic of this history of subjectivity, which here still shows itself from the benevolent, civilizing side. Karl Abraham, whose work on the anal character became decisive, concluded from the common relationship of melancholy and compulsive character to the sadistic anal level of organization that this level must include opposites that we have not yet been able to differentiate. Once again, the emptying of the intestinal contents evokes a pleasurable stimulation of the anal area. This primitive form of pleasure is soon joined by an opposite one, the pleasure of retaining feces. These libidinal impulses belonging to anal eroticism are, however, at this stage closely and frequently linked with sadistic impulses. If the first, fecal object is to be thought of as a psychosomatic elementary form of possession, on which the fantasies are developed, the sadistic aspects return in dealing with experiences of the loss of libidinous objects, as a crisis phenomenon. Sadism is now directed towards the object in two opposing desire tendencies. One strives for destruction, the other for domination. The latter, more conservative, which, as Abraham says, spares the object, and which I have described above as benevolent, consists of repressed destructive elements of the former, which could probably be described as despotic and which aims at fecalization, the devaluation of the object. Where the conservative tendencies predominate when there is a danger of object loss, the conflict with the love object gives rise to manifestations of psychological compulsion. If, on the other hand, those other sadistic anal tendencies prevail, then the individual falls into a melancholic state of depression. In this differentiation of the anal character, minimal art and conceptual art would now be assigned to the conservative, neurotic tendency. Aggression is carefully repressed, control over the object is constantly related to reality and thus highly mediated, precisely because autonomy, the giant concept of bourgeois art, is cherished in the small form and defended in a stubborn way. The traces of bourgeois rationality remain unmistakable. Following the dialectic of the Enlightenment, this constellation could be illustrated with the bound Odysseus, who defies the sirens and enjoys their song. Only the consciously managed adaptation to nature brings it under the control of the physically weaker. Odysseus has tracked down the loophole in the contract through which he slips out of it in the fulfillment of the statute. But the legal subtlety has its source in aggression. Odysseus cheats the gods. The fecalization of them is credited to his account as self-preservation. But by triumphing over the gods, cunning also secularizes its own magical self-aggrandizement. The omnipotence of thought conflicts with the nature of the thing to which the cunning adapts. Carl Abraham sees this narcissistic self-overestimation of the omnipotence of thought as the result of fantasies of the omnipotence of the bladder and intestinal function, which as carriers of hostile impulses are placed here in the exclusive service of sadism. Abraham develops this idea on the basis of a patient's dream. Carl Abraham, on the narcissistic evaluation of excretory processes in dreams and neurosis. Collected Writings. Vol. 2, page 237. Buoys, on the other hand, they become the object of idiosyncrasy. The further analysis of the anal character now stands in tension with these two pleasure tendencies of the anal sadistic situation, annihilation and domination, and Joseph Buoys will make it easy for us to position him as an opponent to Sol LeWitt. The Bayesian cosmos, which is akin to the fantasy of the little boy who dreamed of having to squeeze the universe out of his anus, and thus transforms himself into a heap that is unmanageable, draws its power from the destruction of symbol and formal conventions. The latter allow for references to Dadaism. In doing so, he holds on to the myth in art, which he carries out in an anthroposophical syncretization of pagan and Christian motifs, which will not have been difficult for anyone who grew up under National Socialism. In this way, he actualizes the reactionary potential of the anti-bourgeois moment in Dadaism. What has been accomplished in the critique of the capitalist mode of production, the attempt to separate it from its doppelganger, the resentment against it, has never really been explicated in the critique of the avant-gardes and their relationship to the commodity form. The concept of the avant-garde is still associated per se with the good. The dissolution of art's boundaries, however, should be dialectically unfolded and its destructive potential named. Auschwitz not only damaged art, but also the avant-garde, whose guilt is traditionally minimized. While the choice of material and technique is increasingly opposed to the bourgeois tradition in the development of the work, symbolism, and the production of meaning in the service of an anthroposophical plan of salvation appear to him to be increasingly urgent. This contrasts with the attempts of the North American post-war avant-garde, but also of the materialist branch of European modernism, to dehistoricize the material and theorize it as formal. As will be shown, for Buoys the Wehrkreis does not present itself as a problem, but as the necessary decline of the materialist age, the success story of rationalism, the Enlightenment, and the bourgeoisie. What fall should be pushed, Nietzsche? It is first and foremost a gain for him, a gain that he shares with National Socialism. But because the anthroposophical Hitler Youth is objectively on the losing side with the American conquest of more than just the art market, the beginning of the new epoch seems precarious to him. The self-image of the existentially endangered pervades the work, and with the idea of the expanded concept of art, Buoys aims to embody this endangerment. Thus, on the one hand, a crisis in his work appears positively as salutary destruction, on the other hand as personal, radically inner psychological, in the tension between a narcissistic flight of fancy and depressive melancholy. This circumstance, which presumably facilitated his career as an artist of the Germans, but also the emotionally charged rejection of his work, makes it necessary to place his person at the center of the analysis without, however, reducing him psychopathographically. For this reason, it is also difficult to localize the canon of prohibitions in which the idiosyncrasies of the artists are reflected, as Buie's idiosyncrasy seems to be directed against the prohibitions and their objective obligation itself, since they stem from the bourgeois tradition. In Buie's work, too, aesthetically the particular is literally the general, but in a different way. The work's immanent tendency to bring one's own person into the work, to ultimately replace it, shows that Buie's will to art aims at generality by wanting to set it. Art is rejected as a mediator of social truth by being set as the latter. Anti-authoritarian and authoritarian impetus converge here. At the latest, after adapting the performances of the neo-Dadaist art movement Fluxus to realize his plan of salvation, Buie subordinates form and material to it, uses certain forms and assigns them specific meaning. The objects become props. The fact that this content remains latent creates a tension that inspires the reception. Material and form represent a mystery, as they are used in a very specific way but cannot be resolved into familiar interpretations. After friends and collectors reacted strangely to the adaptation of Steiner's theories, Buie's initially avoided explaining them. The repression of German crimes by critics and artists lends a special note to the self-mythicization, which will be discussed further. Thus, an important layer is subject to taboo: the aestheticized politics of National Socialism. If this fact remains unrecognized, it is only possible to embed Buie's work in the prevailing debates of post-war art under formal aspects, arte povera, fluxus, environment, and thus pacify it. In this way, the reception follows the classic pattern of the Wiedergutwerdung der Deutschen, as can be found in almost all self-reflections of the Federal Republic of Germany. However, the aim must be, quite analogously to Adorno's dictum, to make the continued existence of National Socialism the object of criticism not outside, but within democratic art. Democratic art here refers to art production in West Germany, which in its self-image distinguishes itself from the aesthetics of National Socialism and seeks to represent the internationalized, purified Germany. The repression of this aspect is symptomatic of the reception itself. Nevertheless, the de-ideologization of the work in the reception is not arbitrary, but follows the sensible idea of separating work and artist. If the artwork fails in the Bayesian sense, it is one for the art market because the formal qualities are strengthened against the ideological aspects. The disciples Howells that Buie's had been misunderstood, that his message had not been conveyed by the art critic, make this clear. But here, too, we should not stop too soon. Contemporary needs in today's internationalized art, above all the anti-capitalist resentment that flirts with melodious but thoroughly abysmal ideas of self-administration, could unlock the ideological content by appropriating the formal qualities of the works. What threatens here could be described polemically as the Germanization of art, myth versus reason, hatred of forms of mediation while hypostatizing the community, totalization of the concept of art into the political. I would like to look at three aspects of Joseph Buie's work. Through the drawings, which predominated in the late 1940s until the end of the 1950s and played a role as an element of his lectures until his death, the so-called actions, which, initially in the context of the Fluxus movement, were central in the 1960s and 1970s, and the concepts of social sculpture and the expanded concept of art, which are passed around undigested to this day as an ideological revelation. Formation. In the early summer of 1940, the 19-year-old Buie's, whose birthday fell on the first days of the invasion of the Netherlands in the frontline town of Cleve, volunteered for the Air Force. He signed up for 12 years as a professional soldier with the aim of becoming a dive bomber pilot. The planes were used by the Condor Legion over Spain and were also used during the invasion of Poland to do what they did best: spreading terror and dropping bombs in a dive. From May 1941, Joseph Buie's was trained in Poznan, not far from the Poznan concentration camp, the infamous Fort 7, where the first gassing methods were tested on psychiatric inmates under Heinrich Himmler in the winter of 1939. The deportations of the Jewish population and the expulsion of other Poles who could not be Germanized were almost complete at this time. The settlement of Germans in the course of Germanization took place during Buie's stationing period, while the systematic extermination in Poland began. In December 1941, Buie's was transferred to Erfurt Airport. He began his training as an airborne radio operator and gunner. He was decommissioned as a pilot, which he continued in 1942 in what is now Hrádek Králové and which took him on to Croatia and Italy. His frontline service began at the end of December 1943. On March 16, 1944, he crashed during a mission in the Crimea and was injured, while the pilot of the plane died. The Crimea was recaptured by the Red Army. Buys was withdrawn to Pardubice and finally deployed as a foot soldier in Alsace before returning to northern Germany. After that, the Germany with which he had identified so strongly ceased to exist. I will only hint at the rise and fall of the Wehrmacht soldier Buys, his enthusiasm for National Socialism and his artistic coming to terms with the past here. As a rule of thumb, Germans older than Buys who were relevant to him in the post-war period were National Socialists. Most of the above data is taken from the book Flieger, Phil's und Vaterland, or the diligent biography of Buys by Hans-Peter Riedel, who succeeds in contrasting Buys' memories, which are taken from the pseudo-autobiographical text Lebenslauf Worklauf, with the historical facts. His description of Buys the soldier, however, is teeming with passive constructions, which are so popular in biographical descriptions of artists, so that what is supposed to come out later comes in. Buys is always somewhere, experiencing and being shaped, only to then paste over the depression he suffered in 1955-56 with a post-traumatic stress disorder. Buys' trauma broke out when the lack of understanding of his art, which was determined by Steiner's teachings, drove him to despair. The following paragraph begins with the stupidest sentence in the book. Presumably his psyche was burdened by a kind of inner discourse that left him in a critical decision-making crisis. Nevertheless, the book is helpful in understanding the biographical continuities, working out the anthroposophical context and creating clarity about truth and lies. Although it is able to clarify the far more readable historical polemical book by Frank Giesecke and Albert Markert in some places, it diffuses the presentation primarily through abridgments concerning the Germans' extermination policy. Thus, 17 years after the publication of Flieger, Phil's und Vaterland, Riedel once again suggests the depiction of the Wehrmacht fighting in an empty space. In 1947, while studying art in Dusseldorf, Joseph Buys drew a sheet entitled By an Inkonagen 19. The extremely delicate drawing shows a carefully outlined female figure slightly to the left of the center of the picture, whose head and upper body, reduced by about half and set in profile, rest on a basin that dominates the height of the center of the picture and is turned in half profile towards the viewer. The very thin legs, which are superimposed in perspective, disappear towards the lower edge of the picture into a foot shape that is stretched downwards but does not touch it. An arm hanging down from the shoulder line, which could also represent the left breast, leads the hand to the slightly spread legs by means of a slightly bent elbow above the pelvic bone, halfway to the pubis. The upper arm is not articulated, while the ulna and hand show the simplified form of a long handle with a short blade, a cutlery, perhaps a spoon. This form, like the silhouette of the head with long hair and right breast, is drawn with calm but definite strokes whose ends do not touch. Buys corrects the left side of the pelvic area 3 or 4 times in order to widen it. The inner surface of the figure is divided only by a line outlining the thigh and has been thinly glazed with a brush. The forearm has been left out and stands out from the form almost like a separate object. To the right of the figure, slight cloudy graphite traces of the draftsman's hand can be seen, indicating that the sheet was preceded by others. The art historian Paul Wember, who had the dubious honor of studying under Martin Heidegger in the 1930s and who was perhaps also able to empathize with Buys' work for this reason, notes the extremely idiosyncratic, delicate line in his drawing style, which is not aimed at perfection, but at noting the work that is at stake at the moment. Even the smallest graphic note, which seems unimportant, is full of meaning. The female figure is divided into 3 modes of representation. The first impression is evoked by the dominant pelvis and evokes the figure of a Paleolithic Venus figurine, which is now supplemented by a lowered head that is characteristic of depictions of the Virgin Mary. The limbs appear cool, anatomical, attached and insect-like. This already indicates a contrast that is important for Buys' drawings up to the 1980s. Loose lines, which tend towards arbitrariness in their expression, noting and discharging physical and psychological states of tension in a determined and emotionally charged manner, are contrasted with symbols and concepts that reinforce the meaning of the expressive movement, Ludwig Klages. While conversely the line makes the sign more vague. Here the opposition to Lewitt becomes clear. Although his idiosyncrasy against expression refers to secularized form, Jackson Pollock's drip paintings emancipated themselves from his symbolizations inspired by C.G. Jung. Lewitt reacts to both symbol and expression by lifting them into geometric abstraction and thus integrating them against the canon of prohibitions without having to give them up. In this way, the anti-Oedipal treasure chest is created, which, as described in the previous essay, is buried in the collector's garden and preserves narcissistic integrity. Bella Grunberger's observation of the childlike anal formation of treasure also retains its significance in Buey's drawing, and to me it seems increasingly fundamental for a psychoanalysis with art theoretical intent. Buey's treasure elements, disparate strokes, and heaps of meaning, are stubbornly appropriated, invented. Or in the words of Paul Wember, Buey's is independent of influences, Buey's is Buey's, with a strongly introverted sensibility. He created his own canon of symbols that we have to deal with. In his own symbol drawings, it is always only the spiritual essence that matters, never the material being. Wember summarizes here almost all the characteristics of the treasure that comes from no one, the hidden origin of the objects, which favors the very rich formation of fantasy in the sense of narcissistic autonomy, the systematic trait, and the heterogeneous, worn, disfigured, mismatched, and dirty objects, which in themselves have no use or value. On a symbolic level, the drawing Queen Bee, like most of his drawings that follow it, consists of two different notions of femininity: the archaic, uterine primordial mother and the Christian mother of Jesus. Bella Grunberger describes the archaic idea as the mother imago, the result of the child's imagination, images that it, the child, makes of its mother, its first object and its first libidinal support. According to the quality of its projections onto the maternal support, the archaic images of the mother emerge, who is both frightening, bearer of the child's primitive aggressiveness, and omnipotent, and to whom the powerless child can only subordinate itself. Here we find the origin of the world of nightmares and magic stories, incubi and succubi, but also of idols and gurus. They are all representations of the archaic mother imago. This is not to be confused with the real mother. Grunberger and Desuint explicitly refer here to the archaic as distinct from the genital, Oedipal, mother, whose imago arises when the subject opts for the pure narcissistic solution, which allows it to avoid Oedipus and the real by remaining in the realm of the imaginary. It thus circumvents the process of maturation by organizing itself on the margins, as if the paternal principle and the reality principle did not exist. Ibid. Page 74. In her view, this gives rise to two fundamentally different attitudes to life. One is based on Oedipus, the other on his negation. The latter group themselves into phratries or brotherhoods, in whose bosom they narcissistically identify themselves in the mirror, under the protection of archaic mother figures. The authors analyze Hitler and Christ as these, and Rudolf Steiner would probably also find a secure place in this line of ancestors, cf. Wolfgang Trier's mention of Steiner's idea of self-fertilization, which is both the phenomenon of self-destruction and self-destruction as well as the simultaneous experience of self-reproduction. We believe we can understand why Steiner believes that, in those early Lemurian times, he allowed other people to emerge from himself, that he actually made them himself. Wolfgang Trier, Hitler, Steiner, Schreber. Guests from Another World. Emendingen Malek 1990, pages 63 to 64. The depiction of Mary, on the other hand, which appears phylogenetically much later, is a fearless Oedipal fantasy that demonstrates the security of the mother who bows her head to the child in her womb, whose father is the Almighty and not of this world. It could be significant in this context that Buey's was named by his parents after the temporary father, the castrated, irrelevant man. He changed the spelling of his name from Joseph to Joseph. An appropriation that probably suited him just as well as the fact that soon people were only talking about Buey's, and the name of the father, who represented the family, was overwritten by the son's fame. The anthroposophical interpretation of the Queen Bee, Buey's, carries out Steiner's transformation of Christianity, now unites both ideas. In the Christian tradition, the bee is regarded as a symbol of virginity. For Steiner, its industriousness and state formation make it a model of the social organism, which is warmed by the cement of wax and whose crystal structure bears witness to the healing context. The queen bee is fertilized by male drones, which are incomparably weaker. This can be read, as Buey's did, in the transcripts of at least 4 of Rudolf Steiner's lectures on bees. Steiner distinguishes here between the drones as earth animals, the workers as sun children, and the queen, who always remains a sun animal. The bees clearly show that fertilization, male fertilization, comes from the forces of the earth, the female ability to develop eggs comes from the forces of the sun. The unfertilized queen bee also lays eggs, but only drones hatch from them. However, fertilization is more interesting for Steiner. Fertilization is something very special in bees. They go out into the open with the fertilization, into the full sun, and what seems very strange is that they initially fly as high as possible. The queen flies as high as possible towards the sun to which she belongs. I have described this to you. And the drone that can still overcome its earthly powers, for the drones have united with the earthly powers, that can still fly the highest, that can fertilize right up in the air. Then the queen comes back and lays her eggs. So you see, the bees don't have a nuptial bed. they have a nuptial flight, and just when they want to fertilize, they strive towards the sun as much as possible. While reading this, Buys, an aviation enthusiast, may have been reminded of the march sung by Hans Albers, which was released in the science fiction film FP1 Antwoord het nicht a month before the Nazis seized power and became a hit. Flyer, greet me the sun, greet me the stars and greet me the moon, / your life is a floating through the distance that no one inhabits. / faster and faster and faster the propeller races, as you please, / nothing is forbidden to pilots, so give full throttle and fly through the world / choose the most beautiful shooting star and bring it home to your girl. The rhyme piloten ist nix verboten, Buys ist Buys, is the fixed point in the search for narcissistic integrity to resolve the crisis of the Oedipal situation by avoiding the Oedipal struggle and instead trying to triumph over the Oedipal rival in a magical narcissistic way. Drawing, the most intimate and perhaps most anal form of visual art, enables the narcissistically offended Wehrmacht soldier and thwarted pilot to express himself, which here means ex negativo, to screw over his father. This definition is not about denunciation, but about pointing out the quality of an artistic technique and its correspondence with somatic psychic processes. Drawing as an artistic technique is characterized by intimacy and immediacy. It shows closeness to thinking and feeling, which produces the seismographic quality of the pencil. In it, expression is intertwined with stubbornness. Traditionally, it is more of a self-examination and only secondarily intended for the public. Paul Klee, on the other hand, was not interested in a career as a pilot. Released from frontline service, he worked in the cashier's office of the Gersthofen Flying School during the First World War and was obliged to take photographs of crashed aircraft on the ground. A job that he approached with biting distance. I was quite productive yesterday and today, working as usual, just for the drawer. It was an unlucky day for the school. Someone fell early and broke various things. In the afternoon someone fell to his death from a great height, Lieutenant Guth. Bon appetit for tomorrow's Sunday flying. It's none of my business, I'm sitting warm and safe. Letter to Lily Klee. Klee's disgust at the National Socialist Revolution is visible in his aggressive, laconic, commentary drawings of 1933, whose stylistic changes remarkably mark the change of epoch and in which an early portrait of the Buys prototype can be found. The title of this drawing is simply Barbenjunge. This context also includes the self-mythologizing legend of the rescue from the wreckage of the fighter plane that crashed over the Crimea by nomadic Tartars, including healing with honey, fat and felt, which has since been so precisely refuted that I will not dwell on it any further. Most of the Tartars were settled in Crimea in 1943 and collaborated with the Wehrmacht against the Red Army, as Giesecke and Marquardt are able to show. What is interesting about this compatriot story is the fantasy formation of the mother imago. Absorbed into the communal body of wanderers between worlds, he becomes one of their own. This leads back to Buys' childhood fantasy, the idea that he was a shepherd. According to Riedel, he had always carried a staff around with him. The depiction of femininity is not an isolated case, it predominates in Buys' drawings. She is shown scrawny like a doll or soft and warm like a mother. While the former depictions tend towards the non-representational of free strokes, those of the maternal woman are accompanied by fantasies of animals, hinds and elk, water, and closed forms. The female silhouettes, which are never portraits, are washed with watercolor. The interior is always depicted as an undifferentiated filled space and in this way correlates with numerous drawings that only show filled surfaces tending towards the rectangular, often titled block or brown cross, also house, sarcophagus, grave, several times connoted by the title with the sense of hearing. During this period, Buys, who suffered a severe depression in 1955-56, expressed the fantasy that he wanted to climb into a small box, which he actually had built and coated with tar, in which he simply wanted to stop being, sitting, not lying, in the dark. The intertwining of the uteral and the idea of death cannot be overlooked here. What could be more natural? Grunberger and Des Sunt quote the English psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott, than for it, the human individual, to try to explain death, which eludes perception, on the model of this state which it has actually once undergone. Desunt/Grunberger, Narcissism, page 67. This idea can also be confronted with the work of Sol LeWitt. If the cube is a container of existence for Buys, LeWitt only places meaning in it. In his book Autobiography, a rare reference to his person in his work, he documents himself by photographically depicting the objects he owns and collecting them in a square grid. LeWitt constantly emphasizes the subject-object relationship, dominates, controls, examines the objects in their logic. Buys, on the other hand, attempts to dissolve the difference between himself and the object, oscillating between fantasies of omnipotence, sadism, and powerlessness, masochism. The above-mentioned drawings were all created in the following years. This results in a different formal tension, which is perhaps most easily explained by the ink drawing The Female Robinson on the Beach, 1959. The energetic, gestural brushstrokes evoke facial features that are simultaneously destroyed in their production, all on the left side of the portrait format cardboard, while a form reminiscent of a chin beard sinuously formulates the jaw of the face on the other half of the sheet, thus integrating the right side into the face. However, this now remains determined and delicate. A horizon line extends at eye level, in front of which the silhouette of Mary can be seen in a classic pose, as if emerging from the head, filled with black ink, leaving out only the child's lib. The fragmented, bearded portrait defies the title of The Female Robinson, and the Mother of God is also clearly gendered. The child of pregenital organization, however, is part of the mother and at the same time the regressive fantasy of Robinson portraying himself. And the recessed areas that make Christ glow white do indeed stand like islands in the mother's ink-soaked sea. Here it becomes clear that what I referred to after the drawing of the queen bee as the Huber of meaning and positioned in tension with the disparate stroke has two poles, a pictorial and a textual one. Buys thus draws on visual languages from the history of art and science and the vocabulary of anthroposophy that are by no means self-invented, but transforms the former by forcing them through his stroke, while the latter represents the ideological framework of this appropriation. Narcissistic self-assurance takes place through this kind of incorporation. Buys' drawings are most interesting, however, where they reveal the disparate nature of the stroke, its trembling, wavering and wandering under the sign of doubt. Although he is in the service of narcissistic authenticity, he is forced to bow to the somatic. Under the pressure of excitement, but also of bewilderment, he oscillates between identification and rejection of the idea, the ideological representative of the narcissistic self-image. It is precisely in abstraction and in indefinite, poetic titles that passion and beauty are revealed in the gestures. The quality of his stroke here is precisely the lack of sovereignty. His seismographic nature, especially in the abstract drawings, opens up the doubt and faith that can move mountains. Thus Paul Wember's interpretation, which has internalized the artist's treasure fantasy, a typical apologetic reception, is the exact opposite of the materialist judgment. Buys is dependent on influences. Buys is not Buys, it is not the spiritual being but the material being that matters in his own symbolic drawings. And the onboard radio operator is not doing well. Because he can no longer fly high, he now wants to go back inside. While art informel, which was oriented towards the American abstract expressionists, Jackson Pollock was shown for the first time at the Documenta, founded in 1955 as a measure of re-education, was en vogue in the big city of Dusseldorf. Buys was drawn back to the city of his Hitler youth after his art studies. In 1981, he still saw it in a positive light. You have to admit that, in contrast to today, for example, the situation back then was in some ways ideal for young people to live out their lives. There can be no question of us being manipulated. Well, you stood in rank and file and wore a uniform, but otherwise we felt independent. On December 1, 1964, Buys allowed himself to be rolled up from head to toe in a large piece of felt on the floor of the René Bloch Gallery for 8 hours. Meanwhile, the artist's life had changed significantly. His father died in 1958 and he married in 1959. His acquaintance with Nam June Paik at the end of the 1950s marked his turn towards Fluxus forms, which were committed to the staging of performances. Buys, on the other hand, described his works as actions. In 1961, he had a son with Eva Buys. He becomes a teacher of sculpture at the Art Academy in Dusseldorf, where he moves back from Cleve. Other contemporary trends in art left him untouched, but Steiner, George, Homson, Wagner and the Rosicrucians were important references for him. The actual beginnings of Buys' actions lie in the dark, writes the editor of the documentation of these actions, and he is right. Fluxus equals purification. Liquid discharge, above all excessive discharge of the intestines or other parts of the body, or in the words of Hans Arp, the automatic poetry of the Fluxus artists springs immediately from the intestines or other organs of the poet, which have stored up useful reserves. Interestingly, Nam June Paik, who introduced Buys to the circle of Fluxus artists, describes it as a brotherhood of equal colleagues. It aimed to eliminate the ego of individual members, a demand that Buys, who was appointed by higher powers, was unable to meet. After adopting the new form of artistic practice, he withdrew from the circles, and the work described below marks this demarcation. The idea of the action, explains Buys, is the idea of a transformation, of breaking out of a traditional concept of art, in other words, of marking the boundary between a traditional art, which includes modernism, and an anthropological art, an art directed at people in general, which of course has a much broader concept of itself. The concept of action plays an important role in self-mystification and the fantastic construction of autobiographical snippets. It totalizes art into life and transforms Buies into a tool of humanity to heal it. This is also the subject of the myth of the miraculous rescue by Tartars from the plane wreck, who smeared the unconscious man with fat, nourished him with honey, wrapped him in felt and wanted to take him into their nomadic community as a representative of holistic, timeless order. This fantasy also stems from prenatal imagination. Warmth, unconsciousness, unity, and timelessness are its characteristics. At the same time, and this may have inspired its reception, it is a daydream of being washed clean of German crimes, the narcissistic wishful fantasy that makes it possible to turn the Wehrmacht soldier, who represents the nation, into the innocent victim he is supposed to have always been. The new Mother Imago, into which Buies takes refuge after Hitler first banished him to the back seat of the fighter plane and then failed to deliver the promised victory, is now benevolent, nurturing and nursing him selflessly. For Buies, this is authentic re-education and by no means paternalism, a true countermodel to the reintroduction of state structures and moral reproaches, which is to be traced in his further political artistic practice. The gallery space had previously been furnished with prepared objects around the artist rolled up in felt. Schneid notes tufts of hair twisted into balls and cut off fingernails for the 5 by 8 meter room on the left wall at about eye level, a strip of fat, 167 centimeters long, 7 centimeters thick, on the floor below, a corner of fat, 30 by 30 centimeters, at the bottom of the rear left corner of the room, a small cube of fat, 5 centimeters side length. In the rear right corner and 2 corners of fat on the sides of the door panel on the floor. In addition, a 225 centimeters wide roll of felt, a copper rod lying on the floor with a longer felt winding and a copper rod leaning against the wall on the left with a shorter felt winding as well as 2 dead rabbits and a loudspeaker system. Buies wanted to get Robert Morris, whom he had met shortly before in Dusseldorf, to carry out the action in New York at the same time. We wanted to start at the same second and then work for 9 hours. I made a sketch with the measurements, gave him all the instructions regarding the space and all the elements he needed. However, Morris apparently felt little inclination to bow to the Germans' sadomasochistic fantasies and it remained with the announcement by René Bloch's gallery. Sounds produced by Buies were transmitted over the loudspeaker system via a wrapped microphone, according to the artist Wolf Vostel, who was present as a spectator, breathing, exhaling, rattling, coughing, sighing, grumbling, hissing, whistling sounds. Once again, a dynamic that was already visible in the drawings comes into force. Disparate forms of expression, the sounds of being wrapped up, which here too record and discharge physical and psychological states of tension in a determined and emotionally charged manner, scattered and smeared materials, some of which are the body's own, reinforce the meaning of the symbols, while conversely the symbols banish the centrifugal force of what is falling apart. Of what falls apart. What is different now, however, is that Buies is present and declares his claim to space, from which he withdrew in the phase of the drawings. He now theatrically stages what was only thematized in the drawings, in his most precise because most distance definition. The whole is a Gesamtkunstwerk using the method of theater as a diagram. The treasure character of the parts thus takes on a new pedagogical quality, which is in tension with both the ritual and the sacred sphere, again overlapping pagan and Christian motifs. It remains the case, and I quote once again, the treasure, which is often simultaneously hidden, displayed, and jealously guarded, consists of heterogeneous, worn, disfigured, mismatched and dirty objects that have no use or value in themselves. It differs from the transitional object in that it consists of several things that form a system. Bella Grumberger, The Child in the Treasure Chest, page 299. Tufts of hair are substitute objects for human sacrifice, much later relics of saints and prophets. All the objects in this demonstration are part of the anthroposophical model of explaining the world. The megalomania leaves the page on which it sought refuge after the end of the war. For 8 hours, it transforms the gallery space into a sacred place, holy and threatening. While prenatal and death fantasies blurred in the drawings, they come to light here in the staging, in which the place of the son's security carries the potency of his resurrection. It was very static, reports Hans van der Grinten, and Wolf Vostel writes, people come and go. Sometimes it became quiet and even reverent, as if in a religious, mystical act. When visitors came in, there was always unrest, but the realization that the performer was not visible but present, despite all the irritation, always evoked calm and concentration. Present and invisible, Buies controls the situation, turning it masochistically against himself, who endures in a disciplined manner, and sadistically against the audience, who can be expected. This is the anal moment in the shaping of time and it marks the regained sovereignty. The action is entitled Der Chef / the Chief. The disparate sounds from inside the felt, the physical and psychological states of tension, deserve further consideration in order to explain the anal sadistic aspect. It takes a lot of discipline, Buys reports, to avoid panic in such a situation, to run on empty, to endure 9, mistakenly for 8, hours in the same position without emotion and without the sensation of claustrophobia or pain. The sounds he squeezes out, voices from another world, the megalomania of prenatal fantasy, are aggression against reality. For Buys, the theme of this action is the question: how do you become a revolutionary? This makes it clear that this is indeed a transformational piece that aims to achieve a new practice, namely the anthropological art of the expanded concept of art cited above. Breaking out of the traditional concept of art here means using the form of action art to articulate one's will. The status of reality, which is constantly imposed in the former, is to be replaced by an art directed at people in general, which naturally has a much broader concept of itself. This is a self-design as a spiritual guide that receives and transmits signals. The claim to this role arises, as with all megalomaniacs, from the mandate of higher powers, an externalization in which narcissism can let off steam without being bothered by reality. Throughout Buys' life, Jesus of Nazareth was the model for this model, together with the modifications that Rudolf Steiner made to him. Steiner embedded the figure of Christ in the world history of his schizophrenic private mythology, linking it to the Indian bodhisattvas, who, with a part of their being reached up into divine spiritual worlds in the course of time, i.e. did not actually draw the decision about good and evil from the innermost part of human nature, but from the divine worlds. They received it through their contact with divine spiritual beings and then instilled it into the human soul as if by suggestion. Without such guides, people in pre-Christian times would only ever have been able to make poor decisions about good and evil. 51 Steiner's Christ figure is thus a syncretistic rest-aging of the narcissistic turning away from Judaism that the Gospels carry out, the denial of the Father. The detachment of the Christ figure from the Jewish context is regarded by the authors as the primal scene of anti-Semitism. After his work is done, Buys no longer needs to formulate this exoterically. He can, on the one hand, enjoy his retirement as an esoteric rentier and, on the other, let off steam with substitute objects. So how does one become a revolutionary in a felt role? Mywell tells me that brightness must be completely covered up. Brown is also a very strongly covered red, the will to be plastic. Brown is earth and accumulated primary color red, earthy warmth, dried blood. Through the congestion, the light colors or spectral colors are virtually driven out as counter-images, explains Buys. Counter-images that provoke a clear light, possibly a supersensible spiritual world. Giesecke and Markert rightly argue that felt and grease were part of the basic equipment of the Wehrmacht soldier in winter. Giesecke/Markert, Flieger, Phils UND Vaterland, page 74. However, Buys' theory of opposites could also provide an explanation for the favorite colors of National Socialism. It is the blackmail of the parents by withholding the feces, from which will and sovereignty shine, which is repeated here on the audience. The wrapped copper rod, an invented phallus, part of his treasure, transmits, the voice transmits, the onboard radio operator is in his element, Buys reaches up into higher worlds. The resurrection of the person wrapped in the shroud, reincarnation is also a central component of Steiner's madness, promises, ascension, the flight of the drone to the queen bee, a career as a pilot for whom nothing is forbidden. The two latter incest fantasies also correspond to the miracles of Christ, the initiating miracle of the Immaculate Conception, which establishes the connection to the higher powers and allows him to perform miracles himself as the bringer of salvation, the miracle of the resurrection and ascension, which closes the circle again. From now on, Buys has his hat on, he is the crown of creation. In this way, we see ourselves once again confronted with the situation on the throne, with a Buys who has overcome his crisis and, as a world enlightener and gift distributor, is expanding art like his own kingdom. Buys' gift of anal origin is his healing power, his art is medicine. Freud refers to the healing effect of kings, Sigmund Freud, Totem und Tabu. In Gesammelte Schriften vol. 10, page 54. The Miracle of Sovereignty. I have founded a student party, announced the professor on June 22, 1967. Since students often cannot properly express what arouses their unease, the German student party had to take on the advocacy for the right feelings of the students, so to speak, in order to formulate them sensibly and help them to become positively effective. It is the result of the sectarian leadership of his class at the academy in Dusseldorf and, as he says, his greatest work of art to date, the product of the expanded concept of art, into which he poured his entire ideological program and inscribed it as an extra-parliamentary opposition to the SDS. On March 2, 1970, the irrelevance of the DSP was established by the Organization of Non-Voters, Free Referendum, which went public with the leaflet refusal to vote, "Don't let yourselves be turned into voting cattle / put an end to sham democracy." The appeal is addressed to the people: don't allow yourselves as the majority to be governed any longer by a minority of interest groups / by parties financed by the real rulers in industry and business, the exploiters of the productive forces of the majority. The state is yourselves / everyone. Everyone. This was followed in June 1971 by the founding of the Organization for Direct Democracy Through Referendum, whose office Buys moved to Documenta 5 in 1972 to discuss his program for 100 days. His escalating dispute with the Academy and the Ministry of Science over the correct teaching led to his dismissal in October 1972, which was widely interpreted as a professional ban in the context of the time and brought Buys great attention and expressions of sympathy from the left. The fact that National Socialism was identified with the Philistinism of the parents and its revolutionary moment was suppressed seems to be one of the reasons why the revolution remained connoted as left-wing. Buys was able to play on this contrast: avant-garde art here, the mustiness of 1,000 years there. Joseph Buys' anti-imperialism was perfectly in tune with the zeitgeist. The Philistines against whom the youth rebelled were the parents, who gave up their resistance to the USA and Judaism, which had now become a state, and turned it into admiration. In February 1974, together with other artists, he founded the Freie Internationale Hochschule für Kreativität und Interdisziplinäre Forschung, FIU, Free International School for Creativity and Interdisciplinary Research, which was also committed to Steiner's ideas of threefolding and the social organism and was closely linked to the anthroposophical Achberg Circle, which later became the right wing of the Greens. In 1976, he stood as a non-party candidate for the Bundestag for the right-wing pro-lifers of the Action Group of Independent Germans, AUD, an election in which he failed, as he did in his candidacy for the Greens, which followed in 1980. The anti-choice activist wanted to be part of the parliamentary system in order to undermine it from within. He rejects the mediation of sovereignty through parliament and develops an ideal of the state whose sovereignty is identical to that of the people, or the human being. His engagement is thus with this actual sovereign, the human being, who, as everyone knows, is an artist. But his sovereignty is derived from above. It is logical in this matter that the self-determining artist, I am now speaking of man as an artist, is the creator. With this I take a concept of God. I take a concept of God and give the concept to man, but I don't need to do that, because I am far too weak. That has already happened through Christ. The deed that will make man free and that signifies Christ in man and forms the sovereign in man has already been done. However, the deed here does not mean the forgiveness of sins, but the establishment of the connection to the higher powers of the anthroposophical cosmos, the vastness of which we can sense in Steiner's original. So everything that we have in feelings, in idealism, in being inflamed for the good, for high ideals, we owe to the fact that something has come into our astral body before we have been granted godlikeness in our ego, the reception of Christ in our ego. That is the essential thing, that this likeness to God, this possibility of finding the good in oneself, should come over man. If the Luciferic influence had not come, this impulse would have come in the middle of the Atlantean period, but now it has come in the time in which Christ Jesus has just worked. Thus, through the Christ impulse, the consciousness has entered into man that he has something of divine substance and essence in his ego. But why does what has been transmitted not come to fruition? It is concealed. It is concealed by materialistic ideologies, it is also hushed up by churches. People are hushed up because of the same power instincts that have led to their decline. Indeed, for Buys, National Socialism, to which he alludes here, was a downfall, as already shown above. The refusal to become a pilot culminated in military defeat, which also manifested itself in a leg injury from shrapnel. The real rhetorical achievement, however, is to define National Socialism as not really enough, thus turning Hitler into a Jew, a greedy seducer. In this way, the delusion is distorted into truth, because the Führer is a power-hungry seducer, but the description of the truth remains a pathological projection. In this way, anti-Semitism is acted out in an anti-fascist manner and the German is mad about himself. This dichotomy between the good person and evil rule, the minority from interest groups, results in a megalomaniacal, because completely self-righteous concept of freedom as a lever for everything. For Buys, who has also adopted Steiner's self-exaggerating, disintegrating language, which characterizes the turning away from reality, this lever is the only one not yet used up, the one from art, from a deep historical past, but it returns as the future, as a total, as that of the self-aware human being. That is art and nothing else. The decision frees itself from all normative constraints and becomes absolute in the true sense of the word, Carl Schmitt could add, recommending. A philosophy of concrete life in particular must not retreat from the exception and the extreme case, but must take the greatest interest in it. What Buys has in mind, however, is not a decisional state, but a state purged of decision-making, which transfers sovereignty entirely to man. The concept of politics is dropped in favor of the concept of self-government. In the words of the anthroposophically inspired legal theorist Kurt Wulsendorf, a pure state, a state constructed by the body of the people, which is perceived by all strata of our people as the embodiment of their community of life. Kurt Wulsendorf, The Pure State. A sketch of the problem of a new state epoch. In order to understand this purity of the state, it may help to think of Buys' action. Brown is earth and the accumulated primal color red, earthy warmth, dried blood. The light colors or spectral colors are virtually driven out as counterimages through the congestion. The power of the state should remain in the background as ultima ratio. The orderly must not be linked to economic, social, or cultural interests, because these must be left to self-administration, explains Schmitt, and remarks. The fact that self-administration requires a certain maturity could, however, be dangerous to Wulsendorf's postulates. Because such historical pedagogical problems often take an unexpected turn from discussion to dictatorship in historical reality. I do not believe that Wulsendorf was aware of how close he had come to an authoritarian theory of the state that was extremely opposed to the cooperative and democratic conception of the state by referring to the ultimate guarantor. Buys, who presumably did not know Wulsendorf's writing, already implicitly formulates this turn of phrase by being the one who exposes the conspiracy that prevents the functioning of the pure state and who is obviously unsure whether Jesus, Steiner, or he himself gives people, or here even explicitly the Germans, the ability to reorganize humanity, which, due to its urgency, cannot always only take place voluntarily. The formula "every human being is an artist," which has generated a great deal of excitement and is still misunderstood, refers to the transformation of the social body, in which not only every human being can participate, but even must participate, so that we complete the transformation as quickly as possible. The German people, as already mentioned, contains the power of resurrection, which of course also exists in other peoples, but ours will take place, must take place, through radically renewed social foundations. For that would probably be our duty first and only then that of the other peoples. Buys, speaking about Germany, page 12. Here it becomes clear how Buys turns his own narcissistic fantasy into a folkish collective, as if not only he, but the entire German people wrapped in fat and felt had been healed by the Tartars. A fantasy which, however, combined with other objects, should not be a rarity among Germans and should be demonstrated by other lessons we have to learn from the past. The state thus becomes a form of shaping life, a positive counterimage to what Buys describes as the deformity in which the social organism finds itself everywhere, the crisis, not only of our people, the crisis in the whole world. The realization of the social organism should take place in a revolutionary way, as Buys demonstrated as the boss in the felt role, so that the I is recognized as the sovereign, the determinant. In this way, the character of self-determination becomes the most elementary. Only with this lever is it possible to reshape society. Thus the character of self-determination becomes the most elementary, only with this lever is a reorganization of society possible, Buys continues, and here too the transfer of narcissism to the Germans becomes clear. In 1985, the concept of self-determination naturally echoes reunification. This lever democratizes the decision to declare a state of emergency. To Locke's doctrine of the rule of law and the rationalist 18th century, the state of exception was something incommensurable, states Schmitt. To National Socialism it was completely incommensurable. Buys was enthusiastic about it as a young man and he learned this lesson. The state of exception, writes Carl Schmitt, all concise terms of modern political science are secularized theological terms, has an analogous meaning for jurisprudence as the miracle has for theology. Sovereign, one could now retranslate here, is the one who decides on the miracle. The exception is that which cannot be subsumed. It eludes general definition, but at the same time it reveals a specifically juridical formal element, the decision, in absolute purity. In relation to the miracles that Buys invented in his artistic practice, Immaculate Conception, Resurrection, Ascension, this would mean that they too, as incommensurables, elude reality-based imagination and are revealed through the specific formal element of the lever operated by the sovereign ego with Christ's impulse. The miracle, one could formulate with Grumberger and Descente, is the essence of Christian faith, and faith emanates from narcissism. The narcissist wants to believe. Christ, who confuses himself with the deity, transforms narcissism into a genuine religion whose content is less faith in God the Father than faith as such, that is, narcissism elevated to the absolute ideal and represented by a deified human being. The sovereign that Buys has in mind and that he also wants to embody is revealed as the narcissist regressed into the pre-Oedipal, whose elation and rage are directed against the general, the norm or the law, the father, reason. This is the psychoeconomic basis of the decision that challenges the norm with the exception, and in it resonates the desire to win back the mother against the father. In this context, the suspicion of incest and homosexuality are subject to fierce defenses, and the cult of the mother and male bonding are known to be their expression. For this reason, young German men in particular were able to identify enthusiastically with Hitler's socialism, but defeat, although relativized by the achievement accomplished, reawakened the narcissistic grievance and the object of desire was withdrawn again. The whole secret of the Christ impulse is now obvious, the fantasy of the Son of God as the miracle of the Immaculate Conception. Steiner's fantasy, which encodes the incestuous desire in the myth, thus serves Buys to esoterically abolish Hitler's megalomania, in which he participated. In this way, the fantasy of the Christ impulse protected him from the narcissistic insult of the loss of the object after 1945, albeit at the price of introversion. The occupation was thus in the tradition of the strict but benevolent father and aimed at the establishment of justice. It was not a replacement, but the creation of the state, albeit a state without citizens. The democratic reality is currently completely rudimentary. People do vote, they have political parties, trade unions, chambers of commerce, and almost everything that belongs to a democratic state, but their attitude is characterized by contempt and indifference. Franz Neumann, Military Government and the Revival of Democracy in Germany. In Economy, State, Democracy. Essays 1930-1954. Page 315. The libido, according to Freud, turns away from reality, which has lost its value for the individual through persistent denial, and turns to fantasy life, in which it creates new wish formations and revives the traces of earlier, forgotten wish formations. As a result of the intimate connection between fantasy activity and the infantile, repressed and unconscious material present in every individual, and thanks to its exceptional position in relation to reality testing, the libido can now regress further, find infantile paths by way of regression and strive for corresponding goals. After the regression into anality for the fantastic avoidance of the Oedipal conflict by means of treasure formation and the retreat into death and prenatal fantasies, drawing, Joseph Buys' narcissistic rage can regain scope with the help of anal sadistic parts or find an object in reality on which he can act it out, action. Only now have the conditions been created to formulate the fantasies of omnipotence offensively again, i.e. to attempt to make the audience not only the objects of an aesthetic demonstration, but also the objects of his political will, which means organizing and shaping them, social sculpture. At this point at the latest, all material objects of artistic production are merely feces, traces of expression, remnants of movement, and coprophilic pride now applies to the founding. The word itself has an anal dimension, of communities whose joint fantasy production aims at the realization of the miracle of sovereignty. With the fecalization of bourgeois art, whose form was so conducive to Buys' treasure fantasy, art invents itself as its own phenomenon of dissolution. However, it is not utopia that lies slumbering within it, but the unstate. Quote, the individual is substantial and real, society is merely a web of reference, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh. The political state is as spiritualistic to bourgeois society as heaven is to earth, Karl Marx. The dialectic of capitalist socialization, which places man as an egoistic bourgeois and as a citizen interested in reason and the true common good at the same time, urges for itself sublation. The emerging repressive reconciliation of society and state, of private citizen and citizen, aims at a new immediacy. At the end of emancipation from subjugation by nature, there is the threat of no less cruel enslavement by society, which becomes a second nature. Bourgeois society denies the promise of its historical struggle against feudalism, it revises the promise of the sublation of domination through the association of free citizens. Only the end of personal despotism is supposed to have been meant. Progress would thus consist solely in the anonymization of domination, in its transformation into the material necessities of social reproduction. Rule would thus only be abolished in order to perpetuate it. Even the murder of a tyrant would no longer create freedom, but only the replacement of those in power. A new state of nature would be the end of equality, freedom, fraternity. The enthusiastic skeptic of the bourgeois revolution, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, anticipated early on where the dialectic of self-preservation, which made it possible to break out of the prison of nature, could end. The ever-active citizen sweats, hurries, and tortures himself incessantly in search of ever more arduous occupations. He works to death, even runs towards it, just to be able to make a living, or he renounces life in order to attain immortality. Instead of the good life that work should make possible, there is endless work with no hope of being paid back in the afterlife. Instead of generalizing luxury and enjoyment, unleashed production destroys the ability to distinguish between enjoyment and barbarism. Self-preservation without self transforms people into living corpses who only clothe the functional positions of the productive apparatus, but do not determine it. The fundamental superfluity of individuals for the result of production resurrects among them the right of the strongest. Here everything is thrown back on the sole right of the strongest and consequently on a new state of nature, but quite different from the one we began with. Bourgeois society realizes true freedom, writes Rousseau, but only as a negative one. Here all individuals become equal again because they are nothing. Repressive equality abolishes the difference between the private individual and the citizen, an equalization that not only reverses their relationship, but transcends it entirely. Instead of the subjects objectifying themselves in the general matter, as Marx had criticized Hegel's constitutional law, Hegel allows the general matter to become the subject. The subjects do not need the general matter as their true matter, but the general matter needs the subjects for its formal existence. The state, the association of free citizens, is not their means to the end of the good life, but the end of the state, as formulated by the state bureaucracy, requires the citizen as its means to translate its plans from the office into reality. Thus the citizen is only the living agent, the empirical existence of the idea of the state. It represents truth and generality only formally and degrades the individual materially to the animate instrument that makes the purpose of the state practical. What Marx criticized Hegel for in the interest of true generality is realized in the immediate and practical positing of untrue generality, the identity of society and the individual. The non-identity of man with himself, as expressed in the separation of bourgeois and citoyen as an opportunity for emancipation from nature, finds its dissolution in the identity of private man and citizen. As a narrow-minded and egoistic individual, man is at the same time already the successful embodiment of general reason, which only has the vanishing defect of being a merely instrumental, capitalist reason. The isolated individual, the pure subject of self-preservation, embodies, in absolute opposition to society, its innermost principle. The self-contradiction of bourgeois society is doubled. It processes on economic as well as political terrain and in its development abolishes the mediations of politics and economy, of individual and society in a new immediacy. New immediacy as the identity of capitalist production and bourgeois society posits capital as the real commonwealth. Just as capital posits social labor as the abstract possibility of freedom, the Republic posits the polity as the abstract possibility of free association. Just as the historical conditions under which capital sets emancipatory use value, not just consumable products, are historically transient, so too are those under which the bourgeois republic can enable human beings as such, not as agents of selfless self-preservation. Just as on the economic level at the beginning of capitalist socialization the dual character of labor consists in being, on the one hand, the production of concretely useful commodities whose material quality is related to nature and, on the other hand, the production of commodities as the embodiment of abstract value and as the means of realizing profit, on the political level. The double character of man consists in being, on the one hand, animate nature, bourgeois, who executes the laws of commodity nature as his natural instinct, and on the other hand, citizen, citoyen, whose private actions should satisfy the law of general welfare. As a citizen in person, he is the product of law, which elevates him to the status of a political subject of sovereignty in accordance with the formal equality of all in law, just as the rule of commodity exchange degrades him to the status of a living appendage and subaltern of capitalist production in accordance with the material equality of all before exchange value. Before the transition of capital from the formal to the real subsumption of social production under the endless self-valorization of value, the double character of man can be conceived as homologous to that of labor and commodity. The human is the very substance of citizenship. Just as the practical reduction of man to the egoistic bourgeois is only the perverted form of the human that it assumes in order to liberate man from his bondage to nature. Abstract citizenship represents a concept of the objective possibility of emancipation, as it means liberation from those forms of natural community that only extend the stubborn and mute compulsion of nature into human society. With the transformation of family members, live owners, and serfs into citizens, the free association of producers is set as a historical opportunity for freedom that can only be utilized through socialist revolution. The establishment of the owners of commodities as legal persons represents the humanization of their mutual relationship, enforced against the concrete will of the individuals. Although individual A feels a need for the commodity of individual B, he does not seize it by force, nor vice versa, but they recognize each other as owners, as persons whose will permeates their commodities. Then the juridical moment of the person and of freedom, in so far as it is contained in it, enters here. Freedom appears abstractly contained in legally regulated exchange, for although the individuals degrade each other to the means of their self-preservation, they implicitly recognize that their own self-preservation is only possible at the same time as that of the other. That is, the common interest, which appears as the motive of the overall act, is indeed recognized as a fact by both sides. But as such it is not a motive, but proceeds, so to speak, only behind the back of the particular interests reflected in themselves, the individual interest in contrast to that of the other. Although the general interest only represents the generality of selfish interests, as a general interest it is at the same time the abstract possibility of concrete appropriation of human interest. The political dual character of man is expressed in the difficulty of classical bourgeois constitutional law in understanding his simultaneous existence as sovereign and subject of the state on the one hand, and as a subaltern object of the state bureaucracy on the other, without recourse to the foundation of this contradiction. For example, the leading bourgeois democratic constitutional law expert of Wilhelmine Germany, George Jelinek, assigns a double function to the assembly of people in the state, provided the state assumes the form of a democratic republic. The people belong to the state as the subject of state power, we call it the people in its subjective quality. Then, however, the people is the object of state activity in another capacity, the people as object. The people is subject and object in immediate identity, just as it consists of voluntarily coordinated persons in its capacity as sovereign, so it consists of subordinated persons from the perspective of state power. The state is both a cooperative and a ruling association, writes Jelinek, and explains this ambivalence according to the pattern of temporary delegation, from the practical impossibility of transforming society as a whole into a permanent parliament. The attempt to substantiate identity materially and to interpret political rule as an expression of voluntary self-control of the sovereigns by themselves fails, and the bourgeois doctrine of constitutional law is only able to falsify the people as the sovereign as the real sovereign in the legal second of the electoral act. Sovereignty lasts no longer than it takes to cast the ballot. The indecisiveness of classical bourgeois constitutional law before the problem of the republic reflects the fact that, in addition to the functional guarantee of free and just exchange as the form that capitalist exploitation and surplus value production necessarily assumes, law also contains moments of emancipated generic being. Only for this reason can Marx declare it a concrete utopia that the real individual man takes back into himself the abstract citizen in order to appropriate the merely abstract freedom concretely. The merely political emancipation that prevents all people, millionaires and beggars alike, from spending the night in heated public libraries in winter has, virtually, an emancipative aspect. Suffering as suffering in society, unlike suffering in nature, can be abolished. Mediation is the potential lever for this sublation. As the reduction of man on the one hand to the member of bourgeois society, to the egoistic, independent individual, on the other hand to the citizen, to the moral person, the Republic demonstrates the self-contradiction of man under the rule of capital, to possess a human substance, but only as a social possibility, to be the competitor, but only as its historically transient form. The Republic absolutizes this contradiction to the utmost extreme. It enables the political rule of capital only under the condition of universal suffrage and forces its political rule into democratic conditions that at any moment help the enemy classes to victory and call into question the very foundations of bourgeois rule, demanding of some that they do not go from political emancipation to social emancipation, of others that they do not go back from social restoration to political restoration, a self-contradiction of the Republic that allows only three solutions: dictatorship of a charismatic personality as the result of the class struggles in France after 1848 or those in Germany before 1933 on the one hand, rule of the sovereignty of the producers radicalized in the councils of the Commune of 1871 to real self-government on the other. The modern capitalist state proves to be the third solution and perverse mediation of dictatorship and self-administration. It breaks with liberalism, whose political essence consisted in the denial of the right to vote to the propertyless masses, and implements universal suffrage, but only in order to reorganize the emancipation of the state from incalculable violence, designated by the arbitrariness of specific individuals as the anonymization of violence. At the same time, it breaks the sting of the desire for self-government by making the anonymity and subjectlessness of rule appear as its complete absence. The disappearance of domination in the modern capitalist state, which nevertheless has a monopoly of armed force for the purpose of external and internal sovereignty, for war and civil war, is the history of hegemony, of the wadding of violence through the spontaneous consent of the subaltern and exploited, at the logical end of which psychocracy can stand as the voluntary self-administration of exploitation by the exploited as a social reality. The modern capitalist state, as an integral state, Antonio Gramsci, is the reconciliation of hegemony and violence, of spontaneous consensus and imperative order. It is this in its logical concept. The concrete utopia of capitalist rule is aimed at only occasional symbolic use for pedagogical purposes. Manifest violence is replaced by the microphysics of power, the bundling of consensus technology and gentle coercion, which still wants to drive out the subaltern's awareness of a difference between those up there, we down here. Rule is atomized above society, delegated and neatly subdivided. In the end, rule would dissolve into the permanent parliament of 60 million sovereign and absolute German monarchs, and the destruction of the duodecaphroses by the French Revolution would have been more than in vain. Liberalism, to which private vices have always added themselves to the general benefit, would have proven itself socially. What cultural conservatism only hopes for was then true. Society is increasingly becoming a network of ideas, a kind of fantasy image that we strive to realize as a social construction. This state of complete hegemony, as the identity of material interest with its political representation, which is really believed by the subaltern and is negative and really present, resembles a caricature of communism, at least its raw, state capitalist manifestation. After all, in raw communism the equality of all before labor is set just as abstractly as in the bourgeois republic the equality of all before the law. The destiny of the worker is not abolished, but extended to all men, and state capitalist communism is thus not the sublation, but the generalization and completion of private property. The community is only a community of labor and of the equality of the salary paid out by the common capital, the community as the general capitalist. The state capitalist caricature of communism is so much like the private capitalist original that people rightly shy away from the effort of exchanging the original for the caricature. Hegemony extended the legal second of the fictitious sovereignty of the subalterns to social eternity and creates a material foundation for the fiction. Where a fiction becomes social reality, it cannot be anything other than a cult. A multitude of rational beings, who as a whole demand general laws for their preservation, but each of whom is secretly prepared to exempt himself from them, organize and arrange their constitution in such a way that, although they strive against each other in their private sentiments, these nevertheless hold each other back in such a way that in their public conduct the result is just the same as if they had no such evil dispositions. Immanuel Kant considered this to be the main achievement of that miraculous invisible hand, which even to a nation of devils can order the effect of private vices and egoisms for the general benefit. 18. The metaphysics of the as-if is hegemonically remelted into the social technology of social occultism. The spiritualism of the state elevates the real spiritlessness of the state to a categorical imperative. The assumption that every member of bourgeois society has acted, ex post, as if their actions had been determined by a general law, ex ante, becomes a reality to the same extent that social synthesis is no longer produced in retrospect, i.e. in the exchange of privately produced products on the market, formal subsumption, but already enters into the immediate production process, real subsumption. The occultism of the as-if only repeats on the political level what has already happened in economics. The materialization of a completely nonsensical, abstract, and unempirical social relationship in an empirical, sensually tangible and concrete thing, in money, a strange sensual supersensual thing. The political relationship, which credibly fakes the subalterns as the real sovereigns and subjects of the state, is homologous to the economic relationship, which allows the production of exchange values to become immediate social production, and is therefore itself only graspable in spiritually occult terms. What happens here is, on the one hand, so completely unreasonable and, on the other, so palpably real that the mind rightly cannot grasp it. A lengthy quotation from Marx's Critique of Hegelian Constitutional Law may be permitted in order to show the implications of this relationship of real abstraction, which could only lose its sharpness and clarity through paraphrase. Marx starts from the very question that Immanuel Kant answered with the invisible hand: how can the concrete individual attain the abstract standpoint of citizenship? Only through precisely that atheistic theology of the invisible hand which has become practical as a result of negative socialization and which, in comparison with the superstition of the Last Judgment, has the nice advantage of being able to provide its proof of God on a daily basis. This political act is a complete transubstantiation. In it, bourgeois society must completely renounce itself as bourgeois society, as a private state, assert a part of its being that not only has no communion with the real bourgeois existence of its being, but is directly opposed to it. What is the general law appears here in the individual. Civil society and the state are separate. Thus the citizen of the state and the citizen, the member of civil society, are also separate. He must therefore make an essential distinction with himself. In order to behave as a true citizen, therefore, he must step out of his civic activity, abstract from it, withdraw from this whole organization into his individuality, for the only existence he finds for his citizenship is his pure, naked individuality, for the existence of the state as government is finished without him, and his existence in civic society is finished without the state. Only in contradiction with these only existing communities, only as an individual, can he be a citizen. Therefore his real organization, the real bourgeois life, must be set as non-existent. The separation of bourgeois society and the political state appears necessarily as a separation of the political citizen, the citizen of the state, from bourgeois society, from his own real, empirical reality, for as a state idealist he is a completely different, distinct, opposite being from his reality. The citizen must dismiss his state, bourgeois society, the private state, in order to arrive at political significance and effectiveness, for it is precisely this state that stands between the individual and the political state. In order for the individual as a member of bourgeois society to become a factor that counts politically and can add up to votes, to majority and minority, he must regard his everyday social life as null and void and become a state idealist by practically abstracting from his communal existence. Just as on the economic level the double character of labor is abolished and the producer is degraded from the co-subject of production, which he still is in the manufactory and the early stages of the mechanization of production, to a living appendage of the machinery, the objectification of value in immediate production, so too on the political level, the political act, by means of which only the individual can reach the standpoint of social generality and which marks, in the objective absence of a reasonable concept for an unreasonable relation, occupies with a theological concept, is a real abstraction par excellence. As the occult transformation of the substance of bread and wine into the libe and blood of the Lord Jesus Christ, which takes place in the religious sacrifice of the Mass, transubstantiation describes the unity of the everyday with the spiritual, with the only difference being that the spiritual also possesses reality in the political abstraction of reality. This shows that all criticism not only begins with the criticism of theology but, in the state of society mutating into second nature, also ends there. The abstraction of reality that the citizen makes of himself as a human being and member of society extends beyond the immediate act of democratic election to everyday life and shoots back into the ground from which its necessity arose. The citizen needed the state as the ideal overall capitalist, because the general conditions of reproduction of capitalism as the form of social production could not be established otherwise than by means of an arbitrator who mediated between the individual capitalist interests and was thus, inherently, neutral. He had to learn to set aside his particular business interests in order to assert his general interest in complying with the rules of procedure. He had to be taught in his own interest that the path to gilding his own nose also runs through the economic cycle of his competitor. According to the logic of real abstraction, the mere form of social production now becomes its content, and capital translates itself into the real commonwealth, which no longer allows a difference between the general and the particular interest. What was inherent in the difference between the social and political rule of the bourgeoisie, a difference that allowed the bourgeoisie to survive the 18th Brumaire of 1850 and January 30, 1933 magnificently, is radicalized in the democratic republic. The bourgeois loses rule in his own house and becomes an anachronism, a Neanderthal of his own economy. The loss of political rule, which was guaranteed by censorship suffrage, is followed by the loss of social rule. Capital emancipates itself from its owner, organizes itself as a joint stock company and degrades the autocratic capitalist of the founding years to an idle pensioner and bon vivant superfluous to the prosperity of interest and compound interest. The bourgeoisie dies a social death and disappears to the same extent that capital declares its midwife superfluous. This corresponds to the negative sublation of the working class, where the obstetrician has become superfluous, eternal life reigns, and the gravediggers, whom capital was still supposed to create itself in the form of the proletariat in the analysis of the Communist Manifesto, themselves become the dead on vacation, whose social superfluousness has already been established in principle and who, for the time being, are still allowed to delect themselves to unemployment benefits, social welfare or other, only slightly larger benefits in the form of wages and salaries. The atomization of individuals, which real abstraction produces in the political field and which, in comparison to the natural family and the village community, meant an uncovered change to future freedom, ends in society as a rubber cell in which individuals are whirled around like atoms in a reactor, colliding hopelessly with each other and thereby generating the energy needed to operate the cell. In the midst of the unresolvable lack of freedom, freedom seems to prevail. The image of man that the various humanistic therapy techniques want to inculcate in individuals is the reflex of the immanent complete foundation of rule in human spontaneity. The pseudo-religious credo of the inventor of Gestalt therapy, Fritz Perls, applies to this: I do what I do, and you do what you do. I am not in this world to live according to your expectations. And you are not in this world to live according to mine. You are you, and I am me. And if we find each other by chance, wonderful. If not, there's nothing we can do. Freedom as chance, love as blind collision, spontaneity as de-objectified incoherence, the self-contradiction that made the citizen a proper citizen on the one hand and a wild animal, Gustave Le Bon, on the other has been abolished, and the new man can act as a rabid citizen and a proper predator at the same time, can hold his own both in competition and before his conscience. He lives beyond the bourgeois schizophrenia, which consisted of doing what one had to do, better not to do. What takes place in the citizen begins and is completed in the worker, in the immediate producers of social wealth. The primitive accumulation of capital destroyed bondage and servitude, but only at the price of the simultaneous destruction of the relative security and paternalistic care that the producers were entitled to as the tools of labor of value capable of speaking. Capital transported them to freedom, but only in order to be able to productively exploit them as materially unfree wage laborers separated from the means of production of their lives. The bourgeois self-contradiction deepens even more in the proletarian, where the bourgeois vacillates between altruism and egoism, feels charity and the world currency fund in his soul at the same time, and sentimentally grants with his left hand what he brutally collects twice and 3 times with his right. The worker has only one choice. He is free to choose between the collective egoism of the trade unions and the individual egoism that the employer advocates. The bourgeois self-contradiction appears when political socialization takes the form of a democratic republic, as that between material interest and abstractly set general generic interest. From the outset, the proletarian self-contradiction is reduced to the economic and is the subjectification of those contradictions that the circulation of capital as a process of reproduction sets out of itself. The worker embodies the contradiction between production and consumption, whereby the act of consumption of production appears as a necessary evil. The value contained in the commodities cannot, yet, be realized other than through actual consumption. In the contradiction between producer and consumer, social capital as a whole executes its own contradiction on the productive worker. It consists in having to feed the worker, who, from the point of view of the individual enterprise, represents a surplus value-creating cost factor, and to endure him in order to enable the realization of surplus value in consumption. The contrast between the worker as a useless glutton, whose only essential disadvantage is that he is not yet a robot and cannot work 25 hours a day for the sheer joy of living, on the one hand, and the function of the worker as a useful glutton, who maintains his labor power through consumption and must spend his wages in a completely free choice between products, all of which are only commodities, on the other. This is what capital had a hard time with in the crisis race of underconsumption. With overaccumulation. If the history of bourgeois society were to follow the interests of the capitalists, then capital as a social relationship would have long since gone bankrupt. For these interests aim at the total subordination of the worker to production. Conditions such as those that prevailed in Manchester in 1840 would be the order of the day. At that time, members of the working class reached an average age of 17. The capitalist's interest is aimed at the productive scrapping of human beings through labor, and a look at the ghettos of Singapore, Hong Kong, or Sao Paulo shows how this works. Capital ruins human labor and thus tends to ruin itself. The salvation of capital was fought for by its formal antagonists, the formerly free wage laborers, who opted for collective egoism. The trade unions, as the sales cartels of the commodity labor power, began to trade with wage laborers like other cartels with refrigerators or bathtubs. Their historical struggle imposed on capitalism the conditions of its own existence, enforced the limitation of working hours as a guarantee of the preservation of people as workers and soldiers. The recognition of the dialectic that capital as a social mode of production can only be saved through the systematic violation of the interests of concrete capitalists was not the result of bourgeois common sense, but of material coercion. It was not the parliament, but the proletarian organizations, that helped the capitalist imperative, which in itself was powerless, the preservation of the system, to become a social reality. Parliament had to ratify what, had liberalism been right, it would have had to produce out of collective bourgeois reason and responsible only to its conscience. But capital is unable to establish the generality of its conditions of reproduction on its own. The disappearance of the trade union counterforce drives it to ruin, from which, as fascism has proven, it can only flee forwards into the basically endless predatory war and back to the origin of primitive accumulation, the extension of the working day to the death line. The welfare state as an extension of the bourgeois to the modern capitalist state seeks to bridge the gap of this contradiction. In the crisis, it resists, relatively speaking, the demands of the capitalists, or implements them with a time lag in order to preserve the framework conditions of the future economic cycle. The recognition of the trade union as a collective bargaining partner respects its monopoly on the commodity of labor power. The establishment of labor law expresses the overall capitalist function of preserving the formal freedom of this commodity, and the extension of universal suffrage to the propertyless classes recognizes the right of workers to be able to negotiate the conditions of their exploitation to some extent, even at the level of the ideal overall capitalist. Nevertheless, the self-contradiction of individual capital continues to process. With every transition to fundamentally new methods of production, the problem arises anew of how to bind the worker to the company, how his company-specific qualification, which represents an investment in variable capital, can be retained by the company in the long term or for as long as necessary. The problem arises as to how the worker can be taught to treat himself with care as the human capital that he is. For the economic destiny of the proletariat, to be reduced from the co-subject of production to the animated appendage of the machinery that has become objective, presents itself to the proletariat as a class's fate, but not to the formally free individual worker. He can choose, and in the face of new, more labor-intensive methods of production, he regularly opts for the right to laziness, for Blue Monday, for wine, women, song, and the pleasant banalities of everyday life. Every transition to a new economic level, whether from the manufactory to the factory, whether from the craft to the assembly line, requires a complete reorganization of the moral economy of the working class. Just as in the transition to the assembly line the effective preoccupation with product and production must be driven out and Protestant Puritanism must be inculcated in place of the previous hedonism, which was one of poverty, so in the transition from the assembly line to computerized production the effective preoccupation with the means of production, the compulsive drive not to let go of the machine until the program works. The worker's choice results from the non-simultaneity of technological innovation. Restricting it and creating operational loyalty is therefore the problem of advanced industries, from Krupp to Ford. The early attempts consisted of setting material stimuli, which at the same time, since their withdrawal could be effectively threatened, represented means of coercion. Thus the factory apartments of Krupp, Ford and Company, which already looked like future labor camps and whose regulations sought to replace alcoholism, polygamy, and other vices with the desire to tinker, keep small animals and go to church. All these are ways of organizing the reproduction of the commodity of labor power in its leisure time according to the norms of production. Capital is pushing for the subsumption of the worker, for the de facto abolition of his formal freedom. In this way, the qualification of the individual should finally become the property of the company. Henry Ford, for example, had to hire 53,000 workers in 1913 alone to fill 16,000 jobs. The cost of training was enormous, even though it took no more than a week. Rationalization threatened to fail of its own accord. Previous experience does not apply here. The unskilled workers learn their tasks within a few hours and days, is how Ford described this system. The profitable advantage of reducing work to a few routinized tasks was itself in danger of being pushed to zero by the stubborn proletarian resistance against the destruction of their moral economy, against the devaluation of their skills and thus their previous lifestyle. Since even material stimuli, better wages, and company pensions did not have the effect of both reducing fluctuation and increasing the effectiveness of work, direct access to the internal psychological constitution of the worker, to his motivation to work, had to be undertaken. Capital sought to reduce labor power to the very machine that it had long since become in terms of its economic function. This attempt implies the generalization of the factory to society as a whole and thus the positing of a form of subjectivity adequate to capital. It has to correspond to the concept that the physiology of work has of the working person. From the point of view of management, it sees him as a productive apparatus equipped with multi-axial joints and three-dimensional gripping apparatuses. In his capacity as an element in a control system, a human being must be regarded as a chain consisting of the following parts. 1. Sensors. 2. A computing system that reacts on the basis of previous experience. 3. A magnifying system. The ends of the motor nerves and muscles. 4. Mechanical connections with which the muscular work produces externally detectable effects. The human being here is pure natural force, of which a picture like that of anatomy prevails, with the only difference that the dissection is a dissection in the living lib and the training that prepares it begins anew with each working day. The acid test of this calculation is taken at the first point, the sensors. Man is not objective, does not perceive what is required, he has to be taught to hear and see until he loses it. Vivisection must therefore begin with the alteration of perception until it extends its point of view, viewed in its capacity as, into the total and no longer needs to worry about the difference between role and human being. With F.W. Taylor begins an in-depth study of the motives which influence the workers in their actions. For although at first glance people represent a cosmos of differences, they can be scientifically reduced to simple specimens of the human species, to millions of duplicates of the old atom. A reduction that only succeeds satisfactorily when the individual worker relates to the company like the individual worker ant to the queen, faithful to the point of self-sacrifice. The difficulty lies only in the fact that the reduction must be carried out on an organism as complex as the human being. At the same time, it is a real abstraction, at the end of which the worker really is the biomachine that he is supposed to be, animate material that can no longer recognize any difference between his objective work situation. Work psychology organizes the view into the subject to be functionalized. The aim is to master the Thomas effect in order to eradicate the remnants of proletarian subjectivity in the work process where it can still be distinguished from the exploitation process, and to enforce the command of the management with the art of careful consensus technology without friction and completely. Improvisation and informal communication among the workers, they must be brought under control. They are the negative veto rights of the workers. No company could produce without relying on their art of improvisation with a chance of success. A work service carried out according to regulations would be tantamount to sabotage. But on the other hand, improvisation is a function of precisely the informal communication away from the official channels of command that make performance restraint and piecework breaking possible and real in the first place. Performance restraint implicitly means that the worker protects himself from total exhaustion in order to preserve the lifelong enjoyment of his ability to work, to avoid overwork in order to extend his working life as far as possible, which in the FRG only 1/3 of employees survive in good health. This is one of the social roots of the trade union movement and at the same time the deepest foundation of the welfare state, which still resides in the basement of private capital. The Thomas effect means a break with the saturated and static objectivism of F.W. Taylor and contains the recognition that reduction by material brute force alone is not effective and annexes the worker to the company, but does not make the work itself effective to the desired extent. It says that even those factors of the work situation that prove to be scientifically non-objectifiable are behavior controlling, and that situations are real in their consequences when people collectively declare them to be real. It is now a matter of sneaking into their motivation in a work-scientific way and organizing a change in their actions by changing not the circumstances but their perception. Psychotechnology offers itself, as one of its more recent prophets, Kurt Lewin, writes, as one of the best means of changing the dimensions in which perception takes place. It is probably true to say that a person's action depends directly on the way in which he perceives the situation. The mechanization of the subject begins with the control of the soul machine and the individual representing this machine to the outside world. In a certain sense, man is like a steam engine on which a compound engine depends. Depending on the state of the heating, its living power can rise high or sink low, but in normal operation neither the one nor the other can occur suddenly, but by turning a valve arbitrarily open or closed, this or that part of the machine can start up again, and another can come to rest. The only difference is that in our organic machine the machinist is not outside but inside it, wrote Gustav Fechner, the forefather of psychophysics in Germany, as early as 1860. Modern industrial psychology recognizes that the inner machinist has also organized himself into a union and does not start with the isolated individual, as Taylor did, but with the work group, the team, and recommends methods of humanizing work, such as job enrichment or job enlargement, in order to use the psychodynamics of the small group for production. But for labor science, the fact that man lives neither alone nor by bread does not mean questioning the social atomism of bourgeois society. Their credo that people are not isolated, unrelated individuals, but social beings who should also be treated as such aims to establish the foundations of atomism. The ideology and practice of the group is being pushed in order to create a semblance of secondary humanization alongside the objectivity of production. The coercive relationship is whitewashed in humanitarian terms. The permanent talk of the human being is a means of dehumanization. The community that is to be created synthetically in the team is not a natural one, but only a miniature version of a society that is mutating into a second nature. The self-contradiction of bourgeois society, which the citizen could only resolve in the quasi-religious act of transubstantiation, Marx, i.e. only schizophrenically, is resolved in the worker. In the communitization of work, he experiences a life beyond the duality of formal freedom and material bondage. Labor psychology is the material foundation of the coming psychocracy. Nothing is more important to this applied psychology than communication. Little is more important to it than the recognition of the value of work. The social reality of its goal of organizing work as a quasi-talk therapeutic situation, Carl Rogers, would be voluntary self-management of exploitation. Industrial psychology turns the realization into technology that the appreciation and acceptance communicated by superiors are related to the motivation, satisfaction, and work performance of their subordinates as well as the extent of sick leave and resignations. The philosophy of interhumanity, which is consumed today in the encounter groups as recreational fun, has its historical roots in the problems of the capitalist treatment of labor. She knows that increased performance in companies always occurred when workers experienced personal, friendly treatment and felt that their work was appreciated. The fictitious philanthropy has to be reflected in the balance sheets. A kind word costs nothing or only the salary of a psychologist, but what costs nothing saves costs and is therefore anything but nothing. For this kind of insidious philanthropy, happiness means only the successful compensation of the suffering experienced at work. Its complete disappearance from subjective consciousness would be the ecstasy of this happiness. Work psychology fulfills a fundamental reproduction condition of the system, the relegation of the repression of objective problems, which capital creates for itself with the progress of its accumulation, into the personality subsystem. The system becomes more capable of acting to the extent that it puts people in a straitjacket and makes them into a man-child. As the business economist and systems theorist Niklas Luhmann, who has now progressed to the coding of love, writes, above all inner facts, attitude, feelings, and intentions are, if the game succeeds, brought to a denominator with the required role, and if the problems experienced can be interpreted in an understandable way in this way, this immediately consolidates the interpretation of the situation and role. It is therefore not without reason that explanations given by those involved to their problems and conflicts amount to false generalizations. They distract from the actual basis of the evil in the dominant formal structure and direct the accusations into the personal and moral sphere, where they fade away without consequences. In this way, the formal role can appear to be consistent because the problems it triggers are absorbed elsewhere. That is, moving individuals towards false generalizations means extending the here and now of production into social eternity, because experience, which is the only way to generalize correctly, requires precisely that capacity for memory, for recollection, which liquidates its reduction to mere and only current experience. The distraction into the personal and moral, which celebrates its success loudly in the corridors of every employment office, fuels the power of redirection immediately in production. Nothing happens to the unemployed in their doubts about the meaning of their lives and their ability to earn a living that they were not previously allowed to enjoy in the company, in the recognition of their work communicated by the boss. The psychologization of work is the motor of the psychologization of a society that is in the process of finally overcoming the difference between capital and capitalism as a historical fact that no longer concerns it. Here, the demands of production are placed on the subject as the question of whether the worker is up to them at all due to his disposition, temperament, and psychological constitution, which are ultimately his private matter. The increasing demand for therapy for healthy and normal average citizens thus appears to be the result of a successful extension of industrial psychology to the subject reproducing himself for work in his free time. The therapies of humanistic psychology according to Erich Fromm, Karen Horney, Carl Rogers, and many others can only be understood as the application of business management and especially industrial psychology outside the workplace. Niklas Luhmann stated, the numerous methods of the understanding, psychiatric style of leadership have led to a broad access to the motivational situation of the working person. A versatile motivational technique has unfolded in them. It is this psychiatric style of leadership that people in the encounter groups voluntarily adopt. The contrast between public and private life merges into a negative unity, and it is almost impossible to distinguish between forced friendliness at work and the spontaneous expression of genuine friendliness outside of working hours. Emotional warmth and spontaneous cordiality, which have long since become commonplace among interhumans, thus describe the physiognomically successful mimicry of individuals to capital. Their veracity is based on the lie that humans are all the more important in their state of superfluousness. Rationalization and automation of production presuppose humans as a necessary evil, which must be treated humanely in the meantime if the calculation is to work out. The group dynamic repeats at the workplace level what the trade unions have already achieved at the social level. the use of the misery produced by capitalism as the driving force behind a false socialization, a distraction that is merely repeated in detail in the workplace. As an ideal of social organization, the philosophy of interhumanity logically appears as the philosophy of the social democratic labor movement. It was not always concerned with the abolition of wage labor, but with its recognition by the dignitaries and directors. The idea that society can be changed by psychotherapeutic means is clearly reformist and corresponds to the political practice of today's social democracy in the psychological field. Emilio Medina remarks on Horst Eberhard Richter's book Die Gruppe, Hoffnung auf einen neuen Weg, sich selbst und die anderen zu befreien. He overlooks only two things. Firstly, that the attribution of psychotherapy to reformism proves nothing against its effectiveness, and secondly, that this practice is by no means tailor-made for today's social democracy. Politically, the psychotherapeutic ideal of order is expressed in those theories of a pacified white capitalism. Today they are called the theory of industrial society, which social democracy already adopted at the end of the First World War out of sheer awe of the high wages that Ford had to pay in order to keep his workers. Kurt Lewin was then one of the theorists of this peaceful solution to social conflict, which he helped to practice as a psycho-trainer at American management schools at the end of the Second World War. His biography exemplifies the logical connection between Taylorism, social reformism, psychotherapy, and modern therapeutic occultism. In 1962, he was present at the founding of the Esalen/California Occult Center with the crème de la crème of psychoproduct manufacturers. In a 1920 paper on the socialization of the Taylor system, he recommended the psychologization of working methods in the interests of balancing the interests of production and consumption, and agreed with Taylor's view that the interests of capital and labor were in themselves identical. For if it were only possible to accelerate the development of each individual to the highest stage of the utilization of his abilities by means of industrial psychology, in the choice of occupation or the aptitude test, for example, then everyone would be served: capital, which could better utilize the worker, and the worker, because he would get a little something out of the profit. The application of psychotechnical methods, which is politically represented by social democracy, pushes for the reworking of society into a large behavioral science psycholaboratory, in which more humanity can then be practiced without consequences. Historically, the social democratic misjudgment of the function of modern labor science seems easy to explain. Of the three reasons that led to the psychologization of the economy in the USA after 1940 and triggered by the politics of the New Deal, only one was visible in Germany after 1918: the attempt to undermine the workers' newly won position as equal citizens through the compensatory application of psychological techniques. The social democratic theory of capitalism, to which a speculator of great stature such as Hugo Stinnes was still working, albeit, of course, unconsciously, on the concentration of capital and thus on the preparation of the socialist planned economy, was able to face this calmly. Everything would fall to the laughing heirs. The other reasons would have cast doubt on the fundamental neutrality of industrial psychology claimed by Kurt Lewin and many others. The American human relation movement began with Elton Mayo's studies of the workers at the Hawthorne Works and immediately moved on to management training and advertising psychology. Corporations had grown to such an extent that the necessary control as bureaucratic became impossible. The art of delegation, the creation of accountability and product enthusiasm in the lower administrative staff became a necessity. At the same time, marketing posed new problems, which seemed to be solvable by the secret seducer's grasp of the unconscious in everyone. Vance Packard the shaping of purchasing power according to the needs of production. But the social democratic interest in a psychological society was also fed by the desire to help the value of work to be recognized, to enforce economic democracy as the political form of this recognition and as a radicalization of citizenship down into the economy. The improvement of the worker as a citizen was to initiate his liberation as a worker. The SPD, as the party of the working people, became the People's Party, which conscientiously carried out its task in the political system of organizing the practical dissociation of the workers from their class position, i.e. transubstantiation. If socialism was really not the abolition but the ennoblement of the state, as the constitutional lawyer Hermann Heller prosaically put it, then the closer the worker comes to the state, the closer he comes to socialism. The nationalization of all areas of life then meant socialization on the march, demanded from below by the inherent tendency of capital towards socialization, made possible from above in the interests of the workers by social democratic government power. Thus the subsumption under capital, to which the worker is exposed in the workplace, is doubled in the political sphere. The politics of the People's Party works to abolish or refunctionalize the forms of proletarian collectivity for the capitalist production process, and it becomes clear that the isolated worker is not only the historical starting point of the party, but also its historical result. In this way, party, state, and capital continually reproduce the foundations of their existence. But as a citizen, the worker comes too late to experience the bourgeois self-contradiction as an emancipatory opportunity. His path to equality meets the bourgeoisie's retreat from the historical promise of general emancipation halfway in the negative equality of all before the coercive imperatives of the productive apparatus. The dialectic of self-preservation leads the citizen as well as the worker to self-valorization. On the one hand, the nationalization of the working class, its transformation into the status of citizens temporarily entrusted with productive tasks, and on the other, the capitalist abolition of the bourgeoisie as a class that can be defined in terms other than cultural sociology in the anonymity of the capital of the joint stock companies, freed from personalized capital, interlock, and in their combination unfold an undreamt of productivity. A social productivity that pushes towards psychocracy as the implemented hegemony and puts the ideal of state and capital, a politics without politics, into action with the friendly coercive tools of social technology. The capitalist cultural revolution enforces social autism as the subjective habitus appropriate to it. Max Stirner's individual anarchist utopia would then perversely come true after all. Only then can pauperism be lifted if I utilize myself, if I give myself value and make my own price. People would then no longer possess more than their lives and their self. And what is available in abundance only has inflationary value and sells at dumping prices. As in the 1920s, the new boom in occultism is developing in inverse proportion to the fall in the rate of profit. Life reformers, astrologers, kohlrabi apostles, pacifists, and teetotalers, anthropo-bio and theosophists, such inflationary saints, who intend to cure the world from an Archimedean point, are appearing in droves as accurate, because reliably mindless, seismometers of the real state of society before major catastrophes. By whatever surefire method already tried and tested in the USA, they signal only one thing: that people's ability to bring capitalism to a well-deserved end is once again in a worse state than the balance sheets. It's no longer just Auntie Emma who asks in the afterlife whether her husband has really failed to make a green branch in his small business. The need to have the stars interpret what the mind can no longer comprehend has gripped the middle class entitled to a pension and with it the majority of supporters of alternative life reform. Having one's fate read from the lifelines is always more emotionally intense than taking it into one's own hands, which would also cause the government bonds from which the salary is paid to slide even further. In contrast to the occultism of the 1920s, which made the magician Erik Hanussen an expert on clairvoyance at the Dutch royal court, a close confidant of Goring and publisher of a swastika emblazoned, high-circulation astrological weekly, which, but this was no longer prophecy, predicted Hitler's final victory in 1931. Modern astrology is based less on Jupiter and Saturn than on feelings. It is well known that the stars do not lie and therefore tell the truth to the initiated. It is the same with feelings. You can't argue about taste, but you can moan magnificently about feelings. Modern occultism promises to put an end to a state in which the use of the word I has become an impertinence, since no reality corresponds to the I except that of its negative sublation. Modern occultism relies on its aura. The greater the humbug, the more meticulous the scientific experimentation. Its arsenal therefore includes the rich palette of so-called humanistic psychology such as bioenergetics, sensory awareness and body awareness groups, encounters, rebirthing, rebalancing, etc., and so on. These techniques promise to make the slogan feeling life day by day a social reality. Whether Sergius Gollivan's magic of the tarot or Fernand Leboeur's the art of breathing, they all promise to unearth the real, sparkling life, the true identity of the consumer beneath the rubble of the social role. The paths to the true self are as diverse as this self itself is simple-minded. The program of an occult factory says about the meditation of dance that it teaches people to let themselves be carried away by the vibrations of folk dances and to be infected by the glorious fire in the community, which can be felt physically, with flesh and blood. All roads lead to Rome, from A to Z, from alchemy to Zen. It leads to that deep calm of the self, behind which one can easily recognize. The talk of community, flesh, and blood already foreshadows it. The transformation of people into living corpses, into suicides on vacation. Just as no one looks healthier and more like a flourishing life than a TB sufferer in the last stages, the longing for eternal rest is revealed behind the excited cry for life. It can also be the eternal peace of others. The survivalists show how easily the feeling of one's own superfluousness can turn into proof of one's own necessity through the elimination of Turks, Jews, and Negroes. The new occultism comes from the heart. No one sells his promise on the black market of identity lozenges more successfully than Bhagwan and his disciples, to thoroughly exorcise the guilty conscience of the solvent public that it is to blame for its own misery and to make friends with the misery it causes others. I am okay, you are okay, even to make it their first need in life. In the huge competition, which is hardly less than among the manufacturers of computer technologies, they have reserved the best claim to date. The market, which allows everyone to tinker with the final invention in their own little shop and hope for the big breakthrough, has, for the time being, put its foot down. Bhagwan provides the most advanced benchmark for the conditions under which everyday madness can be had. The market has selected what is socially useful. Only the sannyasins have dared to take the step from therapy as an occasional repair of dysfunctional middle-class souls to therapy as everyday life and a way of life. They are rewarded for it, as befits successful speculators and hasperdeurs. The sannyasins already have the general law of life hysteria to initiate a death movement written all over their faces, as sannyasin in Hinduism means the believer who senses death coming, renounces all social ties and awaits death in strict asceticism. How far the sannyasins have already progressed towards final redemption is reflected in the change in bourgeois criticism. Whereas years ago sexual disinhibition was the focus of public anger, today it is commerce, which only expresses the anger that others are more cunning and earn more money with no work at all. The citizen has shifted to criticizing the commercialization of legitimate needs for meaning, from which he would like to earn money himself. He has recognized himself in the sect and realized that he is in the same death seminar as the sect. The change in criticism is based on the sannyasins' reflection on forms of bourgeois marriage. The channeling of sexuality in the zeal of worshipping, i.e. in the enthusiasm of voluntary forced labor as a permanent service to God, is more than just an increase in productivity. It fulfills a further step of the devout sannyasin towards death, sexual abstinence. The official justification that this is done in the interest of health, AIDS, suggests that man is the real bacillus that needs to be purged. Health is least endangered where life is kept sterile, for example in the mortuary, and therefore the sannyas death movement will soon move beyond civil marriage to the preaching of monasticism. Another condition of the coming great suicide is also being fulfilled. The concentration and isolation of the followers, whether in Rajneeshpuram/Oregon, which is as out of the world as Jonestown/Guyana, or in the Buddha fields currently being created in the FRG by withdrawing disciples from the smaller ashrams. Bhagwan's ashram shows what could already be seen in Jean-Luc Godard's film Weekend. The escape from the barbarism of the big city ends in the continuation and exaggeration of barbarism with uncivilized means in the countryside. Egoist today, Volksgenossen tomorrow, it's not difficult. Bhagwan's success among Germans in particular, in Pune 75% of the disciples were German, in Oregon it's no different, is the result of the genius with which he fused permanent therapy as everyday life and the mere cultural criticism of capital as the hectic life that is so common here, which makes people constantly misunderstand each other. Bhagwan's ashram advertisement did not speculate completely into the blue, like Dieter Dumm with his Bahut or Rudolf Barrow with his commune. Both will probably go bankrupt in their small business. For Bhagwan's philosophy, which grants man the right to lifelong infantility and offers him the ashram as a social uterus from the cradle to the grave, merely draws the ingenious sum of the ideology and practice of those new social movements that have emerged since the end of the student movement. In its own way, and free of charge to boot, each of these movements has worked on the business success of the sannyasins. Above all by making the path their goal and thus the community their first and soon their only need. Everyone did their part and gave their best. The spontaneists by spreading a political existentialism and the propaganda of politics in the first person, which was to be enjoyed. The ecologists by their concept of man as an intellectualized pest of the biotope earth. The women's movement by discovering the primal productive force of motherhood, which turned the body into a weapon. Finally, the peace movement with the sensational insight that the meaning of life was life itself, Franz Alt. Which it was already necessary to anticipate today in the interest of credibility. The social democratic motto Dare to be More Human, Erhard Epler, also found people in the sannyasins who had the courage to take risks. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh's cheerful science draws a convincing synthesis from all these spiritual flavors and combines the explosive mixture of tiredness of life and philosophy of life, of bourgeois cultural criticism and applied popular psychology in the social air into a unified and finally livable worldview in which one can find one's identity. This ingenious social opiate evaporates social conditions into the simple sum of the behavior of all individuals. It turns the dangers with which unleashed capital threatens them into intoxicants. Bhagwan's main wisdom be as you are speaks the redemptive word. It strengthens the ability of the competitive citizen to exist as a happy predator and at the same time relieves bourgeois society of officially recognizing the fact that it degrades people to superfluous, parasitic social cases and of bearing the corresponding costs. Just be yourself and grow like a tree, Bhagwan cherishes, as if the trees were doing so splendidly that one should take an example. You should be more committed to your heart than your wallet, whispers Manon Marin Griesbach in the background, discreetly hinting that money alone does not make you happy, something that every manufacturer who did not want to be loved for his money had to learn the hard way. Accept the animal in you, become a god, commands Bhagwan, thus formulating the dream of the petty bourgeois to extend his rule from that over woman and child to rule over the whole of society. The Greens are not a party of life in the sense of shallow joie de vivre, Marin Griesbach knows and knows even more. Appearance alone is a sign of the inside. The petite bourgeoisie hears that he has always been right about hippies and long hair, hui on the outside, pfui on the inside, and dresses in orange out of sheer pride. Bhagwan agrees with Marin Griesbach's idea of bringing death back to people as an event of life anyway. One must gradually familiarize oneself with the idea that occultism is working out a whole new side to the old 68 slogan, let's create 2, 3, many Vietnams. The hunger for meaning devours the human capacity for reason as a small appetizer and thus the chance to abolish real hunger. Instead of asking the obvious question of whether the hunger for meaning is itself meaningful, artificial meaning prostheses are created and meaning is distributed to apartment dwellers as a means of survival, Gunther Anders. This shifts the value standards of the public sphere and the structural transformation of the public sphere is nearing its end. It is not about truth, but about authenticity, the truthfulness of feeling. A German is a person who cannot utter a lie without believing it himself, said Theodore W. Adorno, and the coming psychocracy will ensure that even the concept of lies will have to give way to the intensity of wanting to believe and feel. The public sphere will be transformed into an intimate tyranny, where things will be like in a large, residential community. The fact that an individual takes what he or she needs and does not dwell on the question of whether what he or she needs is reasonable in itself, this is only reasonable under conditions that, if one believes the former Courage editor and current Bhagwan disciple Karen Peterson, should still prevail in Bombay. In developed late capitalist societies, on the other hand, which are quietly drifting towards barbarism, collective narcissism, which believes what it likes, only accelerates the systematic psychic degradation of people. It turns yesterday's just demand that no new nuclear missiles should be produced before the old ones are used up into a joke, because even the old ones are becoming superfluous in a society whose population already consists of living corpses, and it would be nonsensical to throw the neutron bomb out of stubborn dogmatism. Myself, philosophy for interhumans. The aura of the potentialized self, the I myself, banishes interest, enchants the individual into a personality and his life into self-indulgence, removes the object of need. The potentialized ego elevates everyone to the originator of his feelings and thus to his own God, as whose theologian he explores his own inscrutable counsels, in which, transcendentally guaranteed, a meaning must be hidden. The problem of how someone can become the general of his own self, according to the inflation St. Hauser, is successfully distanced by the demand take yourself in hand, which always suggests superior sovereignty. Everyone their own creator. The result is the massification, if not the mockery, of God. The meaning extracted in this way, which essentially consists of the internalized self-dressing of having any desire at all and the courage to express it on top of that, promotes the incorporation of objective social madness into the spontaneous impulses of the individual. The I itself is the value form of man and therefore, like value, indifferent to anything concrete and particular. As a thoroughly formal structure, the ego is not only alien to the concrete, but also hostile. It urges the subsumption of the concrete, i.e. the replacement of experience with experience. It is not what someone does, such as earning money or abolishing money with others, that is decisive, but what they feel in the process and whether they are wholeheartedly involved. Standards that, had they been applied in the Nuremberg war crimes trials, would have resulted in even more acquittals are flooding the public sphere. The admission of the accused commandant of Auschwitz meant as an apology that in truth nothing was more difficult for him than to have to walk over this great horror coldly, without pity, without compassion, would still be applauded today, as it proves that there was still a human being behind this role. What impressed neither judge nor executioner at the time reads today like a first manifesto of the philosophy of interhumanity, which Carl Rogers, the inventor of the encounter and engineer of the ego itself, developed at the same time in the USA and tested on managers to boost sales. The application of this method is as simple as its principles are realistic. It is aimed at people who can squeeze and squeeze out people and lemons, but not themselves. Wolf-Dieter Hasenclever, who discovered it for politics in his book Green Times and would like to see it used for more humane ways of dealing with big politics, summarizes, "Speak by I and not by we or man. Speak for yourself. When you ask a question, say why you are asking and what your question means to you. Be aware of what you think and feel and choose what you say and do. Be cautious with generalizations. If you say something about the characteristics of another participant in the encounter, also say what it means to you that he is the way he is, which should mean, for example, that Hasenclever alone should not be a reason to have something against the Green Party." Obviously, when asked about the actual meaning of a question for the questioner, the answer that he has regurgitated a mash of thoughts and produced a nonsense in conscious thinking is not permitted. Rather, the ego itself has to confess in response to this question why of all things it is saying this here and now and to set the psychodrome in motion at this command. The request to really think when using the head, and not just simulate this by frowning through body language, for example, is anything but friendly. It is not aimed, denunciatively and critically, against the reflex character of common sense, which knows the answer before the question is asked anyway, but the command to stand mentally at attention and to justify where one got the strength to pass off one's conscious thought product as one's own opinion is aimed at liberating thought from any content. By referring back to its psychological motivation, the result of thinking is first robbed of its possible truth, then privatized hopelessly and finally declared to be a very personal fate. The conversation becomes a conversation about the conversation, and consequently a chatter about the chatter. The world is doubled in order to then gain pleasure and psychic surplus value from the destruction of the original. This method is simple, even banal, because it surrounds what everyone naturally masters without having to learn it first with the aura of human self-realization and helps the crudest positivism achieve transcendence. The art of using common sense as the killer of the critical concept and enlightenment. The therapeutic method is realistic because it does not grasp the social truth, but executes it, according to which the psychology of the concentration camps in post-fascist Germany was peacefully generalized. According to Primo Levi in his Memories of Auschwitz, the people in the concentration camp changed their opinions about the future quite arbitrarily. Vacillating between blind confidence and utter despair, they oscillated back and forth between these extreme positions, without memory or consistency and depending on the interlocutor and the moment. The basis of these fluctuations is not the character, not a stable ego that is still able to attribute its life to itself as the expression of its own will, however mediated, but precisely that momentary personality that adapts to the given situation out of a panicked instinct for self-preservation to the point of self-denial and that is constantly being completely renewed and renovated by modern therapy technologies. Anyone who is unable or unwilling to keep up is first thoroughly disgraced and then psychologically executed. The therapies assume that even the self-evident has to be learned separately, because people understand neither the principle nor the method of their everyday misbehavior. They have to be trained and coached so that they don't keep making mistakes. The truth is concrete. The philosophy of interhumanity is true and is therefore able to create a theory-practice relationship that Marxism-Leninism can only dream of. It is concrete and can provide practical help in life, because it corresponds to a state of affairs that is fundamentally wrong, but at least produces enough psychological sensations to temporarily push the rampant weariness of life into the background. Because this truth is practical, it spreads without obtrusive advertising. As Friedrich Wilhelm Hauck writes, taking Bhagwan as an example, one must speak of a pull rather than an organizationally presented mission. It does not go from house to house, but from feeling to feeling. The philosophy of interhumanity is spontaneously in demand in society and is socially productive, as it ensures the psychological maintenance of human capital that is not yet completely worn out and perhaps still useful. The ashram as suicide prevention. The increasing demand for the services of commercial life pimps points to a state of subjectivity as described by Jean Amery in his discourse on suicide. Amery does not ask what people do objectively, but what they have to do in order to endure this action at all, i.e. the secrets of their mental balance on the social precipice. As the reasons for the productive apparatus to employ this particular miller and not that one become more and more random, the balance becomes more difficult for the individual and its success a mere coincidence. Someone goes home in the evening and says in the poorly lit alley he has to walk through, "It's all worth nothing, nothing was worth my effort, what I could hope for is illusion. I'll put an end to the bad thing." Just now, someone is at home, talking about supper and the sniffles and the weather tomorrow. The person who was just suicidal is swamped by everyday life. He is worse off than the person next to him, who is heading home at the same hour with the same thoughts, but where there is no chatter to alienate him. "It was all of no use," he says, "and it will all be worth nothing tomorrow and every day. Let an end be put to it." The next morning, a neighbor finds his carcass. He hurt himself and obeyed himself. Suicide is the cathartic moment in which the I itself becomes aware of its formality, the potentization realizes its incurable impotence, and the interhuman comes to the awareness of the abstraction from rational need imposed on him as his own will. Bourgeois society goes so far that the truth about it is only accessible to the dead. This completely impractical, non-livable truth cannot be experienced by the living person, because between the negative truth and the negating deed there is an iron curtain of self-preservation that has become routine and the appropriate form of speech, gossip. Flooding the negative truth of the social superfluousness of the individual and drowning it in the babble of the I myself, preventing it through the abundance of its relationships from transforming people into human utility value, preserving its life as long as it can be used productively, that is the whole sad business secret of the psycho-boom. People have to be artificially ventilated, the encounter group is their iron lung. This truth lies in every pore of everyday life, it suggests itself to people so penetratingly that evasion is only possible as blind self-defense, as a panicky reach for life support. No matter how the therapeutic incantation to endure it for a while argues, no matter how it puts its white magic to work, as long as it lasts, there is no reason to worry, as long as the stream of controlled life flows, all is well. A therapy is only ever lived by a people to the extent that it is the realization of their needs. It is not enough for the philosophy of interhumanity to sneak up on the people for financial or political reasons, life itself has to queue up for it. The therapeutic community impermanence realized in Bhagwan's ashram indicates the direction of movement of the alienated needs. Occasional good coaxing is no longer of any use, crisis intervention fails when the crisis becomes everyday life. Jean Amory describes a person who was sent home from the encounter. The core of Bhagwan's ingenious concept is to bridge the gap between therapy and everyday life, to expand therapy into everyday life and a way of life. Only the everyday therapeutic community is able to prevent life from suddenly falling into the pauses of chatter. The encounter group, radicalized into a way of life, in which everyone is in everyone else's ear around the clock, is the last resort to deter the superfluous from abolishing themselves. Life is stretched beyond its end, people are transformed into living corpses, their social death behind them, their physical death in front of them. The practical truth that the meaning of life is life itself puts life on a drip and turns the living into vampires whose aimless desire is active euthanasia along the lines of Frankenstein's redemption. The clients of therapeutic occultism fare like Daisy Harker in Margaret Miller's crime novel A Stranger Lies in My Grave. One day she learns in a dream that she has survived her death by 5 years. In her time as a living corpse, she was unconsciously searching for the password, searching without knowing what she wanted to find, playing through all the offers and rejecting them again without knowing why. The years were filled with Daisy's plans, pushed aside and half forgotten, like old toys in a suitcase, some broken and some barely used. Ceramics, astrology, tuberous begonias, Spanish conversation, furniture making, Vedanta, psychotherapy, mosaics, Russian literature, all toys Daisy had played with and put away again. She indiscriminately consumes everything that is available to the middle class's socially innate semi-education, believing herself to be amused when all she is seeking is the truth of her organic nature, which oscillates between life and death. Ultimately, she is completely indifferent to the objects, whether psychotherapy or tuberous begonia. Then the dream, death. No sooner had this word occurred to her than she knew that it was the decisive word. The changes on the carousel had only been hints. The scales fall from her eyes, she experiences an ethereal elation like the suicides in Jonestown/Guyana must have experienced when the decision was finally made. The true self that therapeutic occultism promises to produce is the identity of means and end, of intention and result. The promised education for an authentic life means freeing the intention from the alienation of the result. The voluntarily accepted training is supposed to guarantee the uninterrupted realization of the intention and the will. If this does not succeed, only downfall remains as an alternative, either total annihilation or a revolution. A revolution, not political, not social, but a revolution of the heart, writes Bhagwan. Revolution of the heart is revolution without class struggle, is the spiritual and mere cultural revolution, in which the citizen fakes himself as the good savage who cannot be held responsible for the general miseries and in which he turns his innocent nature against society. It is fortunate if he takes up the struggle for the inner living space, which, and no other form of humanity is conceivable here except one of the lesser evil, necessarily leads to the self-execution of the total annihilation threatened from outside. The choice among the forms of realization of the true self is thus limited because its structure remains circular from the outset: autism or self-murder. Self-indulgence in autism arises from the undisputed predominance of an inner life that is given over to fantasy productions. Here intention and result become identical, in that results are only imaginatively pursued. Autism, not as a clinical symptom but as a social habitus, is the only state that can be experienced in which desire and reality, will and world become immediately identical. The prolific word artist Bhagwan calls this autism with a successful image the clapping of one hand and writes in his book of the same name. Outside there are challenges, there are adventures, but they are nothing compared to the inner challenges and adventures. There are enemies outside, but the enemies within are far greater. Only one thing distinguishes them, and that is that the enemies within are their own inventions. So it is not enough to simply fight. Understanding is the key. Try to understand your inner enemies and a miracle will happen. The miracle is authenticity, which colonizes the individual's inner living space, employing him as the wrecker of his soul life, a work whose endlessness produces the desired meaning of life in assembly line fashion. Psychotherapy fakes autism as a means of training. The inner enemies are only the imaginary representatives of the outside world, i.e., derivatives of the social role, which the individual has to misunderstand as the legitimate expression of his personality. Talk of the role is sociologist speak that has fallen into disuse, stolen from the university by the headbangers who fled to therapy. There it was already just as wrong. See Frigga Haug, Kritik der Rollentheorie und Anwendung in der bürgerlichen Deutschen Soziologie, Frankfurt 1972. Role theory is, cum grano salis, for today's bourgeois cultural critique what biology was for that of the 20s, the so-called scientific foundation. It therefore also allows a seamless transition to vitalism and the philosophy of life. The role allows bourgeois cultural criticism, which distinguishes the citizen as a cultural figure from the citizen as an economic functionary and then attacks the one as a dreary Philistine and pepper bag, but only to help the other get by, to continue with more harmless vocabulary. An identification that is not dissolved in therapy, but rather cemented by extreme mental distancing. Successful therapy results in the individual automatically executing the role because he knows that it is not the role but the fight against the inner enemy that decides the value and unvalue of his person. The individual becomes authentically autistic when the fight against the fifth column leads to the liquidation of the socially dictated flow of time. To do this, reports Swami Satyananda, you must silence your chattering head, stop the flow of your thoughts. For thoughts are always in the past or in the future. With the thoughts, desires, and hopes also disappear, at least insofar as they are connected with the outer life. If you do this, then you are authentic, you don't wear masks and the role is successfully distanced. It is amazing how insensitive this Swami is to pain, he doesn't even notice how the skin goes with the character mask. The true self, which is only able to reveal itself in the here and now, in pure, i.e. existential actuality, also reveals the human being as a twitching bundle of reflexes, as an autistic amoeba. In their search for the self, people still anticipate the tendency of capital, the transformation of society into a psychotechnical laboratory. Their autism is the exact subjective reflection of the totality of capital, which is able to assert itself purely and without refraction by stubborn material, be it in nature or in human society. The only other form in which the true self can achieve the identity of intention and results sought under the address of authentic life is death. And death is what life hysteria can ultimately only wish for and imagine as the liberated life. Karen Peterson alias Ma Prem Pantho's thoroughly apologetic account of her experiences also reveals how close life has come to death. Extreme enthusiasm for life can turn into a desire for self-destruction in a matter of seconds. In fact, one can hardly imagine this insane speed at which heaven and hell despair to the point of wanting to die and happiness alternate. This fatal dialectic of fanaticism for life and longing for death spirals higher and higher, and one can imagine the enormous counterforces the ashram has to mobilize in order to keep the living corpses working for a while longer. The frenzied autism, the half-conscious desire for the deep peace of the self, which, as in Margaret Miller's novel, lacks only the saving solution word for action, also allows another turn than that against oneself. That against others, as proof of one's own vitality, an always possible turn, which is expressed in Ma Prem Pantho, i.e. the way of love, in her hatred of the Indians, whom she pushes aside, like vermin while strolling through Bombay. The way of love always walks over dead bodies. Social autism corresponds to and reinforces the loss of social objectivity. The utmost subjectivation is contrasted with the coldest objectivity. It already indicates how well the social system would function without people. It therefore pushes for their abolition and degrades them to the role of buffoons for the time being. As clowns of their virtual superfluousness, they in turn treat the world as the product of their inner world, understanding it as the materialized projection of themselves. Society becomes psychomorphic, and this lie is barely noticeable. The violence of the psychological society produced in this way can only be seen in the scraps and remnants that are carelessly left behind when Charlie Chaplin has packed his suitcase and unceremoniously cut off the excess. Social autism internalizes society, reducing it to those moments that are accessible to subjective experience, i.e., that make us affected. Society is reduced to a puppet show in which everyone has themselves on the string. It becomes a colorful series of Dallas and Denver Clan, with Sissy and Heidi as a contrasting program, as if to prove that people are not entirely bad. In this way, social misfortune casually dissolves into an endless chain of misunderstandings, which everyone, because it's really not up to them, can watch from the prompter's box, shaking their heads. Society is just one big family and things are as heartfelt as they are brutal. Those who know each other best hate each other most when they are not in love. But love here is only the sublimated form of violence. The social image of social autism is the therapeutic one. It reduces people to babbling fools who can be told the most atrocious nonsense with impunity because they want it and demand it. Ma Prempan, though, for example, has Bhagwan tell him the following: "Love and creativity are one," Bhagwan said to me. "Both are giving, effervescent, without conditions, both must live, be lived, and both turn into destruction if they are held back." And he told me about Hitler, who first wanted to go to the art academy and was rejected, then wanted to become an architect and was unsuccessful, and had to realize himself as a mass murderer out of sheer self-defense, and then, it's people's own fault when an artist who is prevented from doing so resorts to the only thing he has left out of sheer exuberance of creativity and effervescent creative power, brute force. The asthmatic fairy tale uncle has told the little woman something about Hitler, and what he says suggests a deep affinity between the mass murderer and the savior of souls. Hitler himself explained the reasons for his rejection at the academy by saying that the superficial world never asks what a person has learned, but unfortunately usually only what he can prove by testimony. The hectic, modern, superficial world, it does not look into people's hearts, but into their wallets. It does not care about being, but about having. It fails to recognize the nature of the person behind his role and actually, and so on. Hitler and Bhagwan master the bourgeois reactionary cultural critique of bourgeois society to perfection. And what did Hitler actually want, if only he had been allowed to? Only the best, namely the reform of life, the spiritual revolution. In the time between his two rejections by the Vienna Academy, he developed the idea for an alcohol-free drink for the people and searched for substitute solutions for the consumption of tobacco, searching for all kinds of ways to enjoy it without remorse and without diminishing the creative power of the people. According to the therapeutic view of society, the most effective anti-fascism consists of free training to become a survival artist for everyone. It is true that social autism is first and foremost the logical result of negative, capitalist socialization, which organizes people as a mass of free-floating and highly mobile social atoms that are connected or disconnected at the marshalling yard of social production depending on supply and demand. But the therapeutic doubling of social atomization brings about their deliberate and desired appropriation by people, or more precisely, collective autism is the social medium that allows people to misunderstand the purposes of domination as an expression of their very own will and thus makes them the material of domination through which they are appropriated. The grouping of social atoms into a collective, this is the practice of autism when it is guided by the therapeutic worldview. The egoist's community of solidarity hallucinates a living space of human closeness and warmth alongside and against society, albeit a faked warmth, as it presents the interhuman as the object on which only humanity can develop. The trend towards community is mankind's revenge on a society that betrayed its promise that they could be each other's first need in life and disgraced it as an unworldly ideal. Freedom of the individual, which above all meant freedom from the natural form of socialization of the family as an extension of repressive nature into society, is now also dismissed by individuals after being denied by society. In the community they reproduce the extended family and repeat the compulsion of nature in self-organized repression. This is revenge on society, which is blind, because unlike the artificially reproduced coercion of nature, the collective is also unable to produce the human being as the use value of the human being, as there is no reference to the rational general. The premium that the community pays the individual for their submission consists of an inherited immediacy that suggests that people are the authors and creators of their biography. The result of this fiction, which is believed to be true, is not humanity, but the perverse truth of Bhagwan's statement. Man has always been a machine, a living, fully automated corpse. In the community, through the mutation of society into a second, no less cruel nature, the mechanization of the subject, which is the aim of the unleashed capitalist production process, is completed. Here the organic composition of man, Theodore W. Adorno, solidifies, the collective revenge on society hardens to force its already inherent tendency to become the automatic and thus only subject of history, to finally emancipate itself from the material of nature, which also includes man, as the systematic limit of endless and purposeless self-utilization of value. Bhagwan is right, but he does not tell the truth, he lies with it, for he transforms the sad result of bourgeois history into the necessary result of human nature. He ontologizes misfortune as being in itself, suppresses history and with it the awareness that things could have turned out differently. The cheerful positivism of his sannyasins allows them to celebrate the catastrophe that they voluntarily carry out on themselves. The cheerful positivism as an aggressive affirmation of the apocalypse shows where the revolution of the heart is heading, namely towards the heroic realism of Ernst Jünger, who was one of the ideological pioneers of fascism. To be not only material, but also the bearer of destiny, to understand life not only as the field of necessity, but also of freedom, heroic realism as the result of bourgeois cultural criticism of capital is the model for that psychomorphic idea of society of which Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh's social philosophy is a fairly successful copy. If the avalanche that thunders down on the individual is only wanted inwardly and is only affirmed as an opportunity for inner growth and adventure, then it has already lost its character of misfortune. The ego itself that is supposed to give rise to heroic realism is the value form of man, the interhuman, who rages cruelly against concrete life to the point of indifference. At the same time, and as a free service intended to reinforce its unconditional loyalty to the rulers, collectivized autism is engaged in the business of psychologizing rule, reforming technocracy into psychocracy. Even Carl Rogers, the originator of the philosophy of interhumanity, only wanted to know quasi-therapeutic situations outside of therapy. Society was forcibly humanized and theoretically declared to be the sum total of the groups acting within it. He was immodest enough to declare therapy to be a fundamental social reform and to recommend a major encounter to society as a whole to clarify its conflicts, which can only be explained as misunderstandings between interhumans. The list of applications includes management, employer-employee relationship, churches, government, race relations, family, generational conflict, education, and international tensions. The therapeutic view of society, as popularized by Neo-German pacifism, see only the point international tensions, aims to use the sense of community synthesized in the encounter group to renew and modernize capitalist society. This is where the philosophy of interhumanity once again meets with bourgeois reactionary cultural criticism, which criticizes that it is not the rule of people over people that is unfortunate, but their anonymity in mass society. Since society cannot be understood as an opportunity for free association that is not intimate or organized within a family, it is rejected as a nameless abstraction that does not allow for personal identification with authority and thus private experience and is therefore cold and heartless. The concrete utopia of free association becomes a less well-wadded version of what has long been common practice in modern bureaucracies as teamwork, in which every individual is still important in order to increase productivity. Society as the concrete utopia of living together, which is not created through the reciprocal and exchange-like publication of private moods, is therefore not relevant and, because people can hardly experience anything other than themselves again and again, is dismissed as a pure fantasy in collective autism. Collective autism is therefore related to the authoritarian state that it prepares. In the name of life and the community, it protests against the fact that it is not allowed to know the name and address of those who administer it. As a free citizen, it opposes the cold and impersonal apparatus of the welfare state. In 1934, the fascist constitutional law professor Ernst Forsthoff wrote, "For life in general is withdrawn from bureaucratic regulation precisely where it is unpredictable, risky, and dangerous in the best sense, i.e. in its valuable impulses, hence anti-liberal, anti-parliamentary, anti-proletarian." This shows what a vulgar blochianism common among leftists is unwilling to admit, because it has lost its concrete imagination of the barbarism that is already present and is to come, due to its opportunism and hopefulness, that there is another form of the unity of life and work besides socialism/communism, the concentration camp. The principle of community already represents here and now that negative synthesis of the public and the private, of work and life, whose content is the total occupation of the private by the public, of life by work. Ernst Forsthoff. The total state represents the total obligation of each individual to the nation. This obligation abolishes the private character of individual existence. In everything and everyone, in his public appearance as well as within the family, each individual is responsible for the fate of the nation. This is the kind of immediacy that is entirely to the taste of collective autism. The difference between role and person, from which Adolf Hitler still suffered so much, has been abolished because the role has been totalized. The difference between society and community disappears to the extent that community becomes generalized into society. In the realized immediacy, the individual can devote himself entirely to the enjoyment of a flowing life, which, however, consists essentially in the pleasure of being able to survive the open admission of one's own superfluousness and to experience the happiness of participation, of exhilarated functioning. In this relationship, Bhagwan writes, the individual is no longer a person, he is only a presence of the superordinate totalitarian whole that takes him under its obligation. The human being, who means an organic whole to him, is in fact this humanity reduced to organic material, artificially animated nature, whose fullness and wholeness represents that of its absolute classification, subordination to function. Subsumption under function, i.e., the pure and linear capital time of the here and now, eliminates all resistance against which the self-valorization of value could still break. Only subsumed is life a single movement, which is its very meaning, since there is nothing objective apart from it that could break it. The oceanic being that Bhagwan preaches denotes the complete subsumption, the functionalization of life for the purposes of domination, carried out to the point of total fusion with function. In the therapeutic worldview, domination becomes all the more homely and human the more concentrated and tangible it appears. In the therapeutic group, its miniaturization turns completely into its disappearance and domination appears as the casual dictatorship of friendliness that it has always wanted to be, unobtrusive but self-assured and determined, discreetly keeping itself in the background but aware of its means of power. In psychocracy, the bourgeois state, which Antonio Gramsci could still understand as hegemony armored with violence, is transformed into pure hegemony, into the spontaneous and mass consent of individuals to the rule imposed on them as the expression of their very own need. Capitalism becomes an oversized self-awareness group, an all-encompassing and permanent encounter. Capitalism helps you, Bhagwan formulates, to express yourself, to present yourself, to unfold yourself in your totality, because it represents the social form of existence of human creativity itself. In psychocracy, orders and commands are replaced by the seventh sense of subaltern people, who sense what they are being ordered to do even before it is proclaimed and let them present this sense to the commanding authority as their own wish, which the latter then kindly approves. Limits to growth domination, if it can only be lived concretely enough and up close, is like freedom itself in therapeutic occultism. The program of living, experiencing, surviving, drilled into manageable small groups with merciless kindness, urges us to humanize society into oversized rubber cells in which every feeling can be experienced or simply allowed or accepted or let off steam. The celebration of life, which the sannyasins are already celebrating in their anticipated private home as an anticipation of the future of society as a whole, consists of the endless joyful astonishment that the world is actually threatening to become just as big as the average capacity of a new German middle-class soul. It therefore goes without saying that demand has long since outstripped supply. The therapeutic movement is making giant strides towards its declared goal of rehabilitating class society as a land of smiles and interhumanity. So fast that even one of its main originators, Carl Rogers, is amazed at its completely disorganized spontaneity. The therapeutic delusion as the growing counterforce to the dehumanization of our society, Rogers, promises to finally make the old dream of those who have always fallen short come true, that they really could, by means of all kinds of sophisticated systems on, of course, a scientific basis, transform the law of probability of lotteries into their own personal happy coincidence. The therapeutic movement works according to the Ponzi scheme, whereby everyone rips off 10 others, who in turn rip off 100, and this goes on and on and on until, in the end, the whole of humanity can live in bliss, live as if it had already put a penny in the bank during Jesus' lifetime, which today pays off as a quadrillion with compound interest. The more the movement spreads, the more individuals experience themselves as unique persons who are taken care of by other unique persons. The more ways will open up to humanize a dehumanized world, says Carl Rogers. It would be difficult to calculate when this magnificent system will collapse. In 1970, it was estimated that there were already 200 competing therapeutic schools and over 10,000 special techniques on the psycho market in the United States. But the flourishing psycho boom is already showing signs of the coming slump, and the question is who will be left as the victim at the end of the chain. Probably life itself, which will throw itself out of the window like an exposed credit fraudster. Bhagwan is already hinting that there is only one alternative in the snowball system of interhumanity, either total love or total war. An alternative that precisely reflects the dilemma of social autism. Things cannot go on like this forever without an end, with horror being preferable to everything else. The lack of the rational object is secretly too badly suspected for the lie that everyone can cobble together their own meaning in life do-it-yourself to be believed in the long run. Bhagwan understands the alternative of life hysteria and suicide, which is not one, better than the professional meaning makers of the liberal public, who would like to have capitalism without its necessary consequences and who can therefore even be convicted of interested fraud by therapeutic occultism. He knows what they are hiding. The madmen now have so much power that it is a pure miracle that the Third World War has not already happened. But he only knows this because he is only able to recognize what he himself already is. In fact, therapeutic occultism knows little more than intelligent cultural conservatism has long been aware of, namely that the gap between the objectification of capital and the extreme subjectification of man, from whom nothing but the color television can be taken away, has become almost unbridgeable. In post-industrial society, people have only themselves, they have each other to love or die, writes Daniel Bell, for example. He only forgets that they can also kill each other, as in Jonestown, or that, even more likely, some will kill others, as in a pogrom or war. It is the logical limit of the self-suggestion practiced in therapeutic groups that they mercilessly inflict love on everyone as a means of survival and a compulsory commandment of self-preservation and thus liquidate love, whose basic law is at least free choice. It is inconceivable to therapeutic love on command that someone is objectively unlovable and actually the disgust he appears to be, and that he does not have to experience himself, but has to change himself. In death, this self-suggestion experiences its incomprehensible bankruptcy. Therapy as a creative mutual process of self-awareness experiences its bankruptcy when it becomes clear that there is nothing to experience in change apart from the repetition and continuation of one's own misery. Ultimately, and therapeutic occultism occasionally admits this, the ideal therapeutic couple consists of the classic bourgeois marriage, from whose squalor one has just fled into therapy. If this is noticed, then the artificially instilled hope turns into deep disappointment, for which only one act, the last one, is really appropriate. In the act of self-annihilation, the promise of the true self becomes perversely true. Everyone can be their own god. The unanswerable question of therapeutic occultism, why can't I let myself grow, translates into the answerable question, which was actually also asked, why one should not dissolve into dust, ashes, and eternal well-being out of sheer weariness. Man can only create himself at the level of his species, he can already destroy himself as an individual in anticipation of the self-destruction of the species. The slogan that everyone is the architect of his own happiness contains the truth that everyone can be the executioner of his own life. The increasing number of death seminars and other events whose theme is preparing for winter rest without spring only reflects where the mockery of God will lead. Most people go through life spending half their energy trying to maintain a dignity they never had, says Phil Marlowe, and half their money to boot, because they don't want to know that they couldn't acquire dignity and an upright walk in a capitalist society even if they spent twice as much. Dignity refers to the concept of use value, which Chandler understands in the same way as Adorno's critical theory. The tragedy of life is not that beautiful things die young, but that they grow old and mean. If Adorno had had to earn his living as a private detective, Marlowe, and he would have made a good team. The suspense of the classic crime novel, as it emerged around the middle of the 19th century, arises from the suspicion that weighs on all the characters. Everyone comes into consideration as a murderer or journeyman, social differences disappear because everyone could have a motive for the crime. At first, no one can say whether we are dealing with a lord who is above all embarrassing questions or a deceitful and ultimately murderous bankrupt. In this world, in which no one seems to be safe from the other, the only self-assurance that remains is the analytical reason embodied in the investigator and shared by the investigating reader, who unwaveringly collects facts, checks statements incorruptibly and thus gets to the rational bottom of the crime. In place of the lost trust in the morality associated with the respective social position of the characters, there is now confidence in the transparency of even the most perfidious camouflage and their submission to the abstract system of criminal justice and, upstream of it, the Code of Criminal Procedure, which stands for the neutrality and fairness of investigations. The initially British reader of crime novels was able to decide in favor of the second alternative between his schizoid vacillation between his fascination for the great crime that might remain unpunished and his confidence in its solution, which was already assured in advance by the genre. This was only possible due to his trust in an order that, although it had already objectively collapsed in 1914, had survived the catastrophe of the World War and the fears of the crisis-ridden post-war history as common sense. In his most important novel Coming Up for Air from 1939, George Orwell reflected on the epochal break that July 1914 represented. Jesus! What's the use of being told not to get sentimental about the time before the war? I'm sentimental when I think about it. You are too, if you only remember. It's true that when you look back on any period of time, you tend to remember only the pleasant aspects. That even applies to the war. But it's also true that people had something back then that we don't have today. What is it? It was simply that they didn't think of the future as something to be scared to death of. It's not that life was easier back then than it is today. In fact, it was harder. So what was it that people had in those days? A sense of security even when they weren't safe at all. More precisely, it was a sense of continuity. They all knew they were going to die, and I suppose some of them knew they were going to go bankrupt, but what they didn't know was that the general order might change. Whatever would happen to them, conditions would continue as they had known them. But precisely in a stable period, a period in which civilization stands on its 4 feet like an elephant, things like a future life have no meaning. It's quite easy to die when the things that are important to you will survive. You've had your life, you're getting tired, it's time to go underground, that's how people saw it. Personally, they were over, but their way of life would go on. What was good and bad for them would remain good and bad. They didn't feel the ground they were standing on slipping from under their feet. Coming up for air, London, 1979, 106 ff. In the Anglo-Saxon countries, the common sense of having solid ground under one's feet, described by Orwell both melancholically and sarcastically, survived the Second World War relatively unscathed, and not because of a self-prescribed defiant, "keep it up," which makes the pseudo-British crime novels of the American Martha Grimes so dull. Rather, from the mid-1940s onwards, the culture industry, represented primarily by film, took up the pathological manifestations of the individual deprived of self-confidence and created its own genre, the psychological thriller. In it, the mutual distrust of the protagonists in the classic crime novel is expanded into a scenario of seemingly impenetrable fear, in which the interests guiding the plot can no longer be traced back to greed or jealousy. The rational impulse, which the criminal also follows, gives way to surrogate interests. The sovereignty of the self-confident individual over his actions is gone. Behind the good-natured bourgeois is no longer just the potential robbery murderer, he could have long been the same person who almost reflexively kills a complete stranger on a local train with a hammer. And yet the psychological thriller is still guided by reason, because it provides information about people who have lost their footing. It also has a completely new science on its side. Psychoanalysis did not achieve unprecedented popularity in German-speaking countries, where it originated, but mainly in the USA and Great Britain, where Freud and the majority of his students had emigrated or fled and continued their work. However questionable American psychoanalysis is in its pragmatism, however adventurous and ultimately dishonest its credo of being able to make the confused individual fit again for a reality that lacks everything that Orwell's still and supposedly safe world provided until 1914, its merit remains that it maintains confidence in a self-assured individual and thus also in a world that could be reasonably arranged. But the psychological thriller has also fallen into crisis. The nightmare based on the madness of one or more people who draw those around them into an incomprehensible and panic-stricken world has now given way to the manifestation of madness as reality in films and books masquerading as psychological thrillers. It is no longer the individual who tries to project his delusion onto a world which, for all its imperfections, ultimately asserts itself against him as reality. The madman appears as a realist and the world as a conspiracy. In this way, worries about the uncanny ambiguity of one's own personality and its relationship to the surrounding objects are pushed aside, as are doubts about one's own ability to understand reality as the necessarily constantly changing sum of social conditions. The new type of psychological thriller internalizes the panic and at the same time guards it in the outside world, which now really appears as it presents itself to the paranoid hero. The consumer follows the actions of partisans seemingly unsuspectingly, who pose as liberators of humanity by declaring the final battle against the whole world, which presents itself to them as a system of criminal gangs and representatives of state power allied with them. Incidentally, the Germans naturally agree with Moloth, who constantly complained that he was locked up with sex murderers, perverts, and drug addicts, that there are not enough people to lock away forever, Gerhard Schroeder. These groups of people are not even considered mentally ill by those who want them to rot in the prisons, or, in the worst German tradition, they are considered degenerate, which would also forfeit their right to treatment and the prospect of a later life in freedom. This is not a good starting point for the maintenance and expansion of open facilities, for example, in which chronically mentally ill offenders live in residential groups under the condition that they regularly consume their cocktail of medication, instead of in a prison. In order to conceal this lethal realization, therapeutic occultism has to resort to ever more impressive backdrops. The radicalization of therapy from accidental repair to a way of life expresses this, as does the tendency to promote the therapist from paid helper to charismatic healer. The helpless helpers, who were fobbed off by the welfare state with a low salary far below their self-worth, are advancing to become omnipotent homemakers who, in addition to more money, also earn the right to leadership. Their charisma comes naturally to them as a necessary compensation for the endlessness of therapeutic madness, which can only be experienced as suffering. Since a divining rod that helps you discover the true other self in addition to the true ego self, which may fit you like a cogwheel into another, has not yet been invented, there must be a guarantee that the wish is really a wish and can, in principle, be realized by everyone if they make enough effort. The crazy desire for the holistic life requires the truly integral human being as a truly living human being. He must really exist, even if he is only seen majestically driving past once a day in a Rolls-Royce, out of reach of the uniformed work ants. He embodies to the self-seekers that the abolition of the separation of intention and result is an objective possibility of real life. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh is the most successful incarnation to date of the subjective delusion of holistic living in a truly holistic psychopathic personality. Bhagwan, as the embodiment of the only fully realized self to date, compensates his sannyasins for the constant failure of their search for themselves. This absolute hierarchy of the community of sannyasins, which is anything but a democratic community, arises as the necessary organizational form of charisma when it seeks to become everyday, as in therapy, as a form of life. Hierarchy arises as a simple expression of the fact that the separation of the inside from the outside, the intention from the result, is only possible for the individual as a bright delusion, but for the community, which wants to live from its social environment, and this not badly, not at all. What is individually denied must be done after all. And if the individuals themselves do not do it, because they are tampering with the self, then it is done by a group of sworn sub-leaders who legitimize themselves through nothing but participation in the absolute authority that the charisma confers on its bearer. The ashrams are merely imitating on a small scale what the state churches, which also arose from early Christian catacomb solidarity, have demonstrated to them. The replacement of the initial congregation as the unity of the communion of the Holy Spirit and communal, anti-authoritarian self-administration by the transcendental group, which demands its financial and personal contribution, humility, before anyone is allowed to participate in what is supposedly necessary for everyone. The accelerating mutation of the ashrams from initially improvised and semi-democratic communities of Bhagwan disciples to tightly managed work commandos therefore means anything but Bhagwan's betrayal of his original goals, but rather their appropriate execution. For the hierarchical organization only translates into reality what is already laid out in the therapeutic model, in the interrelationship that the therapist maintains with his clientele. Since the ego, as the already fragile mediating instance between desire and reality, is to be given the coup de grace that it is already waiting in line for, it is unmasked as the secret agent of the outside in the inside and placed against the wall without long fisticuffs. Here, thinking and utopian daydreaming are the cancer that gnaws at holistic life. Problems are only in the mind, says Bhagwan, and anticipates the result of the therapy. You will be freed from inner bondage, from the mind itself, on which all bondage is based. Even in the sigh of death, the oppressed ego delegates its work, self-preservation, to the charismatic authority, which thus becomes the God, because it is the real author, actually, prolonger, of the individual's life. Bhagwan as the synthesis of the trinity of economic, therapeutic, and thus spiritual occult references of the ashram to the rest of the world has meanwhile, with the beginning of his silence, become the deus abcognitus, the groundless reason. He thus precisely mirrors the world that has become a mystery. There is really no rational reason to be given for the fact that people are still alive at all. Bhagwan's charisma remains the bridging of the causeless reason on which life depends. His much-described charisma returns to individuals their own projections in portions, mediates their participation in the therapeutic integral that Bhagwan does not represent but is. His charisma is a kind of exhilarated enthusiasm of demagogy, to which one no longer notices the violence that its bearer had to inflict on himself. The charismatic personality represents that form of animated nature in which demagoguery itself becomes the subject and uses the person as its carrier and promoter. Hitler was not the only one to rehearse the manipulative effects of voice modulation, facial expressions, and gestures, but only this Hitler became the Hitler, although the competitors for this socially necessary position at the end of the 1920s made life difficult for him. Only this Hitler succeeded in exaggerating demagogy from a consciously applied and therefore still transparent technique to charisma as the subjectification and incarnation of demagogy. In charisma, self-dressage frees itself in front of the mirror of the self whose successful autosuggestion it displays. Dressage loses its character of violence, the internalized compulsion has become the freedom of the positively intended and lived and has become completely automated. The difference to the mere demagogue lies in the charismatic's inability to let himself go in seemingly unobserved moments or to promise himself, i.e., as it is so beautifully misnamed, but true here, to fall out of role. Self and role have become identical, character and character mask have merged into indistinguishability. In charisma, the technique applies the subject, and this then also appears as a disinterested subject, uninterested in material things. The 36 luxury Rolls brand cars therefore prove nothing, neither for Bhagwan nor for his disciples, as a completely selfless subject, which it is. Seen from the side of charisma, the I myself appears as the form of the subject's self-sublation, as its annihilation, which it alone survives as the speaking machine of demagogy. From the I myself speaks the enthusiastically believed ideology itself, which rapturously celebrates its socially organized inscrutability to the point of delirium. Bhagwan is said to read up to 70 books a week. In contrast to Hawke's view, this is entirely credible. Anyone who has read everything from Ali Baba to Zarathustra has also acquired the modern speed-reading techniques that were developed specifically to hunt for the usable passages. The blind interest that resorts to these techniques can escalate to the point of running amok through literature, and then, in a trance, it will draw to itself anything that can be utilized. The narcissism of the self pulls everything under itself. Hawke's accusation of half-education is therefore unjustified. It would be more important to clarify why reading only leads to the systematization of the all-too-common sense of humanity and not to its self-enlightenment. Love as a consumer article for 60 million absolute monarchs. The therapeutic offer of the ashram promises that everyone can share in this rapture and the intoxicating happiness of liquidating the self and yet surviving, of fulfilling the compulsory commandments of self-preservation in competition. You are already what you want to become, here and now, in this moment. You are what is called the divine. The ultimate and highest is here, it is already happening, explains Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, and adds an offer that is hard to refuse. You can become the emperor right now. The best concealment of capitalist forced socialization consists in its transformation into an assembly of 60 million absolute monarchs, a transformation that realizes the announcement of the basic law that all power must emanate from the people as the sovereign in an unexpected way, and that can already be anticipated a little today, in therapy as a way of life. For modern therapies inspired by so-called humanistic psychology aim to rebaptize people who are superfluous as individuals into little monarchs, into unique persons who are taken care of by other unique persons, Carl Rogers, and to make them believe this. This requires some effort. Bhagwan Ashram movement already shows through its integral conglomeration of all current methods how long a person has to be treated until he no longer believes what he has long known and can read in the newspaper every day, an effort that is tantamount to brainwashing. In this way, this variety of therapeutic occultism makes use of all the findings of conversational psychotherapy, whose main innovation, in comparison to Freud's classical psychoanalysis, was to use the therapeutic process no longer as a lever for mental health, but as the only way of existence. Therapy was modernized from a means for the citizen's reality training to a psycholaboratory, and thus to the only living space in which one can still live psychologically healthy, which in therapeutic terms means authentic. To speak in terms of health/authenticity and wholeness only doubles individual unhappiness. It is precisely the different conception of therapy that distinguishes psychoanalysis from humanistic psychology. Psychoanalysis cannot explain the political facts, but what it does to those who suffer these facts. Herbert Marcuse, Das Verhalten der Psychoanalyse. Culture and Society 2, page 100. It is therefore aware of the uselessness of individual therapy for social misery, and where it does undertake the impossible, it at best brings personal misery down to the general average that cannot be remedied in a capitalist society. Cf. Herbert Marcuse, Triebstruktur und Gesellschaft, p. 234 ff. Its utopian moment lies in this resignation. It organizes neither quick courses in resignation nor weekend courses in adaptation and shamanism. This implies at least the separation of therapeutic and social life, but can also, as Bhagwan proves, be radicalized to the dissolution of the social in the therapeutic. In therapy as a way of life, what was only planned as a technology of human behavior turns into religion, and bourgeois positivism itself becomes transcendent. This transformation is already inherent in conversational psychotherapy. It first examined the interaction between the therapist and his victim scientifically, i.e. behavioristically, with the help of tape recordings, test psychology, and experiments. Freud's warning that the therapist must resist the temptation to play the role of prophet, savior of the soul, savior against the patient was lost, a warning that Bhagwan cannot ignore only because, like Rogers, he does not even know it. These investigations revealed that Pavlov's method worked splendidly on humans as well as dogs, but positivists, who consider themselves to be in the beyond of freedom and dignity, had nothing to take offense at. It was discovered that empathy, human warmth, and authentic self-expression could be used as variables of the psycholaboratory that could be changed at will, and that the individual, degraded to a reflex being, into whose innermost black box it was impossible to peer from above, responded satisfactorily to such stimuli. This led to the transformation of the therapist's personality from a non-directing but committed, accepting, neutral listener to an active partner seeking genuine interpersonal contact and communication. The therapist only had to master the variables like his 3-speed bicycle and then use them to stimulate the client's situation. This calculation did not forget that people can be changed by people and that the therapist must therefore first and foremost be treated, which set the snowball system described above in motion. For the therapeutic process becomes dependent on the personal quality of the therapist himself, it becomes subjectivized to the point of uncontrollability. The therapist, who must remain incapable of understanding the client, must subtly empathize with the client's psychic structure, an ability for which one must already be a good person by nature. Therapy becomes a relationship between unique persons and thus sets in motion an artificial generation of aura, produces it as a force emanating from the person of the therapist, which creates a certain spiritual atmosphere, interhumanity, in whose metaphysical light every banality appears as an expression of the mysterious intrinsic in man. It is an illumination in which even the last rotten cheese tastes like the body of the Lord Jesus Christ. Therapy produces this illumination as something incomprehensible that takes place beyond words, the holistic happiness but revealing something that happens between people and simply happens. They only have the power to allow this. The therapeutic aura, the material foundation of the new occultism, has a dual function. On the one hand, it elevates the universally believed nonsense of common sense, that man is in truth quite different from man, who has to earn his living in competition with others, to sensual evidence and thus to subjective truth. The therapeutic process supposedly eludes the critical concept precisely when it is supposed to have the desired benefit. The variables stand for what everyone is sorely lacking, and they therefore enjoy unquestionable authority. In therapy, they are not discussed, but they reveal themselves. Not only are they not defined in the therapist's writings, which would be possible ex negativo as the conditions of exploitation are guaranteed to contradict their reality, but their indefinability itself is definition enough. The texts of Rogers and Company are based on the same principle as Bhagwan's. They do not explain anything, but rather conjure up something through the endless boiling up of the words closeness, warmth, empathy, etc., in which everyone can imagine the actual thing. The same function is performed in Bhagwan's lectures by constantly addressing the listeners and readers. The books are not written, but literally summarized. In 1975 there were already over 200 up to 20 direct salutations can be counted per page. But Bhagwan is honest and calls his philosophy himself a philosophy of boredom, whose monotonous babble suggestively forces the listener to believe, otherwise he could only admit that there is no rational sense to it all. Pavel rightly calls conversational psychotherapy a method of methods, i.e. a metamethod, i.e. a metaphysical method. Therapy, which is presented as an emphatically subjective, highly intensive experience of the client's personality by the therapist, is a highly subtle process that differs from client to client and can only be grasped in a very rough and imperfect way by conventional empirical typing descriptions, writes a Rogers follower. And since this one-dimensional thinking has no other than empirical positivist concepts at its disposal, it immediately and unconcernedly turns into hefty spiritualism. Rogers has satisfied his metaphysical craving with a colorful mixture of nibbles from Martin Buber, Zen Buddhism, Lao Tse, and Soren Kierkegaard. These are thoughts to which I feel a deep resonance within me. Rogers, in Twicklung minor Offesungen, page 20. To assume that it is about the echo of mental peristalsis would be rather mean. On the theoretical side, therapists cultivate the authoritarian, self-assured jargon of actuality, which gives the impression that what is happening here is so deep that language would desecrate it if it tried to express it. The creative reciprocal process of self-awareness is such a fragile thing that the rational concept destroys it. The essence of interhumans is the inexpressible. The first advantage of this second-hand aura is that it immunizes itself against criticism. Secondly, the synthesized aura immunizes the therapy against claims for compensation by its voluntary victims. Therapeutic success is entirely dependent on the therapist himself being fully functioning as a human being, i.e. sensitive, open, and a mature personality. And in these hectic times, who would want to complain that they have missed the right good person in the general crowd? This is why there is an endless search for those who can call the required personal qualities their private property and give them to the poor wretches in return for a small allowance. Those who have, in the words of Carl Rogers, hoarded enough feelings to be able to call them up at will are the lucky ones. Love on command, affection as a commodity, human empathy as mental prostitution. With the beginning of his final silence, Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh has become the absolute embodiment of the actual and thus a monument to successful self-integration, which he has long been in principle on an immediate therapeutic and ideological level. He is the leader, everyone loves him, and as the absolute Narcissus, he does not need to love anyone because he has succeeded in elevating his desire to a collectively shared reality. Desire and reality are immediately identical to him as the only one. He rests so firmly within himself that it is completely irrelevant whether he is still alive as a human being. Even when no one knew whether the Führer was still alive, the Volkssturm moved out. Bhagwan's charisma focuses on the therapeutic principle of abolishing the separation of path and goal, of therapy and health, and at the same time extends the path, which is already the goal itself, into infinity. Only those who no longer do anything at all, only those who have established the total welfare state for themselves in private, can be considered as the embodiment of the absolute development of the self. Karen Peterson's question as to why she cannot allow herself to grow is no longer even worth answering for Bhagwan, as he has become the epitome of human potential and its ability for unlimited growth and self-development. Since he could therefore do anything, there is no need to give even the slightest proof of this. Bhagwan thus embodies the equally abstract and absolute counterpoint to the fundamental endlessness of therapeutic madness, to which his community is necessarily subject in the hunt for the true self. He represents the zero that is everything, the intersection of parallels that lies in the infinite, therefore nowhere and therefore in death. The escape from therapy as a form of life, the reconnection of therapy to its goal, identity, is only possible as an act of pure, mediation-free, non-reproducible decision, a decision whose necessary energy can be endlessly stored up without quantity transforming itself into new quality. With his silence, the central organ for positive journalism reports, Bhagwan gives a further incentive to go within and learn to be silent and still, i.e. to enter into immediate contact with the divine principle, which, as potential, is everyone himself. Within, this is the night of identity, which is everything, is the dominion of pure nothingness, which is therefore omnipotent because it may know nothing but itself. Bhagwan's charisma arises from the automation of the subject, from the delusion of identity that has become practical. It represents the subjectification of capital as an automatic subject that has become flesh and blood, signifying the realized incessant self-utilization of the subject, which can regress autistically because it has completely subsumed all objects of possible experience under itself. Karl Marx, Das Kapital, Vol. 1, page 169. Self-valorization of value is the material basis of therapeutic occultism. Value has acquired the occult quality of setting value because it is value. If in simple circulation the value of commodities receives at most the independent form of money in relation to their use value, here capital suddenly presents itself as a processing, self-moving substance, for which commodities and money are mere forms. Marx, Ibid. Occultism is therefore ideology as the correct concept of a false state. Bhagwan therefore possesses charisma in the exact sense of Max Weber's sociology of domination, the embodiment of absolute subjectivity in absolute separation from and therefore complete subjection to the objectified social relationship of coercion. As an individual who is able to represent the principles of unconditional arbitrariness, unquestioning authority, and unrestrained self-realization alongside and for a society that has been shot together into an iron shell of bondage, he notionally abolishes this bondage. The very existence of charisma means that everything is possible, anything goes. This is the secondary, fictitious, and therefore realistically powerful secondary humanization of the objectively coercive character of social reproduction that Weber called Caesarism. Carl Rogers, who not by chance elevates positivism to a social religion, gives an appropriate definition of charisma as the ability and potency to jump from a static life to a processual life, from dependence to autonomy, from predictability to unpredictable creativity, and this in an instant and without a run-up, as an expression of complete spontaneity, of which Hitler and Bhagwan are the incarnate reality. Rogers, Entwicklung meiner Auffassungen, p. 23. Adorno remarks on Kierkegaard, Carl Rogers' existentialist mentor, Kierkegaard's absolute self is mere spirit. The individual is not the sensually unfolded individual, and no property is granted to him except that of the narrow need. Inwardness does not exist in its fullness. Ascetic spiritualism rules over it. Theodore W. Adorno, Kierkegaard. Construction des Esthéticiennes, p. 94. This is where Rogers' view of the existential solitude of man comes from. You can never know what it means to be me, and I can never know what it means to be you. Whether we want to communicate fully with each other or keep large areas to ourselves, the fact remains that our uniqueness separates us. Encounter Groups, page 119f. All the invoked warmth and interhuman closeness are only comforts on the way to death, which alone is able to create identity here. Not even the inner circle knows what will happen in the next moment. They welcome pure decision as an opportunity to prove themselves and inner growth. The Caesars have the undisputed monopoly, but allow participation as the privilege bestowed on the followers to endlessly strive towards the self. This eagerness to compete virtually places them on the same level and rank as the leader. The right to followership still fulfills the desire of the last PG to be Caesar himself and to be in control, to make himself independent of the burning question of what would happen if the leader knew. The position of the Rajneesh religion in relation to society is consequently repeated in its internal organization. Just as the entirety of the sannyasins appears to the outside world as the uniform embodiment of therapeutic madness, which at second glance and depending on clothing is differentiated into rich and poor, recruits, sergeants and officers, so inside there is just as little free association and community as in society, but here is there, class division, the scrapping of people through work, unconscious subalternity, and joyful humility in the face of supreme authority. The sannyasins make a small contribution to eliminating the crisis of governability, the cause of which is always diagnosed by the bourgeois side as the state has built on quicksand in the hearts of the citizens. In contrast to the citizen, the therapeutic delusion is not organized according to the model of the Free Corps or the army, but rather as a group, which means a small difference with extremely minor consequences for the individual working soldier. In Rajneeshism, work is practiced as devotion, not for the sake of profit, but out of the abundance of the inner self, whereby everything is transformed into creativity, it says in the company regulations, and the only reason there is no exclamation mark at the end of this imperative sentence is because the orange Stakhanovs of hedonism no longer need orders to do all the work. The therapeutic variant of the imperative dictum that the common good must come before self-interest radicalizes the phrase that every dirty job is important for the whole, to the point where it is no longer possible to distinguish between the two. The result is aggressively affirmed submission. I believe that from now on I will simply be myself, rich or poor, good or bad, rational or irrational, logical or illogical, famous or unknown, is how one victim of the encounter describes his successful training. To serve or to earn, dead or alive, they are like jacket and trousers. Beyond words. Therapeutic occultism belongs to bourgeois cultural criticism like a Siamese twin to the other. The citizen, who no longer has any desire apart from the one desire to be able to wish for something, no matter what, finds in the mere cultural critique of capital that fund of dimensions of human existence that can only be grasped intuitively, which he can then celebrate together in the rituals of therapeutic occultism. Therapy has become the solstice fire of the neon age, and the pre-fascist wandering birds have specialized in the natural experience of wandering through the labyrinth of the self. When the citizen becomes weary of life and his inner self ceases to throw off abundance and also psychic surplus value, then he does not doubt himself and his economy, but straightway despairs of the meaning of human existence per se. Then the hour of true feeling strikes again, which is at the same time the death knell of the so-called underprivileged. This hour of true feeling was already heralded in the Faz feuilleton when Bhagwan still resided far away in Pune and generously, as is his way, handed over the exhausted Western seekers of meaning to Indian psychiatry. Slowly, after the intellectual shock of 1968, the lush basic feeling of wishless unhappiness that Peter Handke attested to the ancients gave way to their children's anger at no longer being able to wish for anything at all, not even unhappiness. Life among the interhumans had become so stale that televisions and freezers seemed to suck the life force out of people with a straw. There was neither enough energy for any particular experience nor any hunger for experience at all. A weariness of life spread and first took hold of those who had invented first-person politics after 1968. It also took hold of the former left-wing Maoist Johann Skimming, who responded to it in his self-penned funeral oration Der Schönvogelphonics. Memoirs of a 30-year-old as a hero of everyday life. His heroism consisted of using all his strength to achieve what was still humanly possible, i.e. to make himself a coffee for breakfast in the morning after all, mindful of the ultimate futility of life. Beforehand, still in bed, he muses, "Fear, my faithful companion, lies beside me. I will continue to play chess against her and try to draw the game. I will do my best to survive. Survival has become more difficult. Too difficult to do anything else, anything sensible for example. The business section of Die Zeit got the public in the mood for crisis, Armageddon, and we're all in the same boat, while the accompanying culture section spread inwardness, Gabriel Allert-Weiberniertz, nest warmth. The idea became more and more widespread. If life is no longer worth the effort, then at least an adventurous exit must be ensured. Apocalypse and barbarism, then, not as an analytically derived result of the historical consequences of capitalist production, but as a projection of the inner state of the individual onto the state of the world. Just as Johann Skimming did not lament the fact that fear lay next to him and not his lover, the feuilleton did not lament the barricading of society from possible emancipation by the security state, but rather the agony of interhuman, i.e. precisely the incapacity of desire that follows love on command like a shadow. The German autumn of 1977 put an end to the left-wing intellectuals, and from then on their focus was no longer on the authoritarian state, but on their inner fascism. Under the guidance of Klaus Thuleit, they went in search of the fascism within us, but were lucky and discovered the good savage there. Fascism is not a question of the form of government, nor simply a question of the form of economy, nor a question of the system at all. And until the egoistic human being changes, Cardinal Hofner adds, good cannot flourish among the interhumans. And, of course, the impotence of desire could only be traced back to the head. The search for the good-hearted savage, who was hiding behind the competitive man, began and quickly turned into a manhunt. The true-hearted good savage had only one shortcoming. Not only did he not know the language, but language itself was regarded as the gas chamber of authentic feeling. Because feelings, as Maren Griesbach's philosophy of the Greens tells us, are a strange thing. The closer you look at them, the more invisible they become. Feelings are only safe within yourself, communicated to others they have already disintegrated. The good that we are all actually concerned with and that we are all concerned with is only good insofar as it is the unspeakable. But instead of keeping a consequent mouth shut, we want to express how unspeakably beautiful it is to have feelings. Only those who call feelings their private property are truly alive, and it was life that the philosophical babble about life invited us to empathize with. The babble was supposed to whisper to the individual that one was forced by being to stand at the beginning of a philosophy and practice of the collective, which had to end in a return to the collective of the living in general. In a relapse to the community of speechlessly agreeing individuals, because equally fused and de-individuated. Into a clump of cells, who as such should no longer count for anything at all, but as part of a whole should count for everything. The slimy language already hints at how the survival problem is to be solved. By transforming individuals back into the cell cultures of the primordial social slime that they almost represent. Little more remains of the individual than the isolated body, formerly separated from the social leviathan as the inevitable result of evolution. Giving up this body, giving it up symbolically in a repressive community or really in death, becomes an unconscious desire. Negative socialization takes hold of people below their individuation and destroys the chance for the individual to attribute his biography to himself as the expression of his own will, thus destroying the chance for experience. The more identity is sought in the collective, the more the unity of man is only passively and formally established through the one-body prison from which he is positively unable to break out. At the same time, desires multiply with themselves in this prison and accumulate towards infinity. Life among the interhumans is made even more difficult by the fact that they overpopulate not only the outside world but also the inner world. Virginia tried to count her psychic population and came up with 20 people who inhabited her. That still sounds manageable. However, they exist in all times at once, and it proves to be absolutely impossible to synchronize the 60 or 70 times that tick simultaneously in every normal human organism. The narcissism that arises out of this teeming means the last attempt to ensure at least the self-preservation of this body as the condition for the survival of the inner people by withdrawing the libido from the object and concentrating it exclusively on the body prison. This narcissism, as the Protestant ethics of today, like its Lutheran predecessor, renounces the inordinate multiplication of humanity and prefers to copulate with its needs. The endlessness of this self-propagation proves it to be the continuation of the production character into the consumption character and means in itself the usurpation of the leisure man by the productive apparatus. But if someone feels blocked by the overpopulation of his inner living space, then all that remains for him is meditation as a casual hope that the whole mental baggage will trample each other to death and only the strongest tribes will survive. In the meantime, he trusts that others will cover his material needs, because they recognize that in the face of this survival problem, even enduring and waiting costs an enormous amount of strength. But survival is worth the attempt, and should it fail, then the others who had to pay for this game of vabank in the meantime can still be dragged into bankruptcy as revenge for the weariness of the inner self. To express the weariness of the inner self, even to discuss it and want to gain understanding, was rightly considered an imposition. This is another reason why language became the main enemy, the elimination of which promised half the solution. The new German interest in survival was secretly aware of its impertinence in the face of the Third World and relied on passing off this unspeakable interest in merciless enrichment as an essential feature of life where it was really genuine. What we have in our blood from our fathers, ideas without words, is the only thing that promises permanence for the future. Oswald Spengler already knew and limited himself to describing the decline of the West in 1200 pages. The inexpressible interest in eternal misery has no memory. It therefore does not contradict itself in the slightest when, on the one hand, it eloquently denounces the fundamental deficiency of language to be a sabotage of truly human understanding, but, on the other hand, just as eloquently conjures up speechless empathy for the real. The language, which was a revelation of interest, uncovered further metastases in the soul, not new ones, but at least the proliferation of the pre-fascist vitalism and decisionism of the 20s. The blind desire to finally be able to make a wish gave rise to the cult of power and strength, the ability to decide for oneself, no matter what. This is how the Rote Armee fraction came to late honors in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. When, if not before the absolute of evil, would we be able to recognize our community more deeply, to doubt it more deeply? There are hours of the massive ice spirit in which hatred is the only warmth and only blasting creates breath, wrote their favorite playwright Bozo Strauss. In future, any means of creating community, and this is where the new Langmark youth, for whom only war can create an inner experience, is already foreshadowed, will be just good enough for the purpose of spiritual warmth before central heating. The conditio sine qua non of the new warmth of the nest was, of course, the dismissal of the unconditional emancipatory interest that one had inadvertently contracted in 1968 and its means, the materialistic science of mediation. Where one wants to confront the enemy, and thus life, face to face in the final battle, there is no place for a guilty conscience. Without dialectics, we immediately think more stupidly, but it must be, without it. Bozo Strauss thus hits the mark straight away, and any attempt at justification is only embarrassed by the iron necessity of survival. The sudden and abrupt transformation of bourgeois weariness with life into extreme aggression and the will to destroy is thus the underpinning of the philosophy of interhumanity. Anyone who associates with interhumans must be aware of their willingness to become violent and lay hands on themselves or others. This is nothing new. Heroic realism as the social philosophy of the deranged bohemian is always ready to take control of bourgeois thinking when the bourgeois economy is in crisis. It consists of gaining inner freedom through the absolute affirmation of the catastrophe that will befall us anyway. The citizen is called upon to become the victim as well as the active subject of his own downfall and thereby to enable himself to make the last superhuman effort to avert the downfall at the last minute and pass it on to the enemy. Nothing gives the heroic realist more pleasure than the mockery of bourgeois freedoms. For Ernst Jünger, bourgeois dress somehow begins to look ridiculous, as does the exercise of bourgeois rights, especially the right to vote, and the personalities and bodies through which this right is represented. The heroic realist begins with the reform of life, the criticism of the bourgeois lifestyle, which he cannot afford and therefore does not want to afford, and ends with the true revolution, the revolution of being, which concludes the criticism of bourgeois dress with general mobilization and field grey. The path to the new race leads via the bourgeois cultural critique of capital, via the separation between grabbing capital as the sphere of the pepper bag, the Philistine and ultimately the Jew, and creative capital as the millennial empire of the man of strength and vitality, ultimately the community of holistic blonde beasts. The aim of bourgeois cultural criticism is Ernst Jünger's organic construction, i.e. the fusion of the citizen with his society into an oversized fighting machine, a construction that is increasingly finding favor as neo-structuralism, as an advertisement for the unconsciously functioning desiring machines of Deleuze/Guattari, for example, in the university caches of unemployment. The product of these desiring machines will be that of organic constructions, the transformation of the human being into an object of zoology. Enlightenment intensive, a friendly invitation to brainwashing. The denunciation of language as a plague of the head and a plague of reason leads to its mutation into an occult signal, since mental empathy also requires command. Language becomes white magic, it becomes narcissistically charged and degenerates into word mush that wants to be fed to an addicted clientele with a dustpan. Ma Prem Susi and Swami Deva Sidamo invite you to the Enlightenment Intensive, 2 days for the social price of 180 DM all-inclusive. In the Enlightenment Intensive, the core question "Who am I?" is asked and answered in turn. Enlightenment Intensive can lead you to a point where there is no longer an answer, but a direct experience of your being becomes possible. The question is answered without having to be asked first. Whatever may happen in detail in the Enlightenment Intensive, it is too deep, too authentic, too real and essential for the reasoning and argumentative brain to grasp. Where there is so much mystery and dark silence of a dull nature, violence is concealed, as it is elsewhere in the thought structure of ideas without words. The question "Who are you?" is a BKA question, and the technique of searching for the true identity is a method of torture, brainwashing. Like many methods of therapeutic occultism, such as transactional analysis, gestalt therapy, primary scream therapy, psychodrama, confrontations, and marathon groups, it is not only used in American prisons. The next stage in the production of the true self, which is content to function happily in its assigned place, is electroshock. Only when memory has been hammered and chiseled, when the past and thus the future have been completely cleansed from consciousness, can domination make use of the individual as a blank page on which to issue its marching orders. The language of actuality serves the violence that it veils and tabooizes as the nameless and unnameable. It conceals the arbitrariness that is not to be touched. If you don't want to lose your head, you have to sacrifice your mind and speak the language of taboo. The quantum leap in the consciousness of mankind, into a consciousness that Nietzsche called Superman and which Bhagwan wants to trigger just in time for the end of the world, leads back to instinct, to a relaxed here and now in the back and forth of stimulus and reflex. This is the only way that human beings should still be allowed to survive. And only in this way is immediacy possible for man, as in humanity, which undoes the distancing from spontaneous need, makes it historically undone. The reduction to the animal is already accomplished in the slimy language. It acts as a bell signal that promptly causes saliva to flow, even if the bowl is empty. No matter what it says, the voice that resonates in this way signs a social contract. Whoever babbles the jargon can be relied upon. One wears it in the buttonhole instead of currently unreputable party badges, wrote Adorno about the jargon of actuality, the modern form of German ideology. What the voice says is of no interest as long as it only vibrates and rings, as long as it only sets the beat and thus the direction of the synchronized feeling. The demand shows how much the citizen likes to cancel himself out by means of mere cultural criticism in order to perpetuate his social rule. Equality before the law, which did not revolutionarily become equality and freedom in everyday life, evaporates into lawless equality before intensely felt life. Everyone is equal before feelings and any brutality is permitted if it only comes from the heart. The fact that last year's philosophical hero of the feuilleton, Immanuel Kant for senior student Peter Sloterdijk, has now followed up his critique of cynical reason with practiced cynicism and converted to sannyasin, indicates the direction and points the way to the final solution of the crisis of meaning in the educated middle class. The Rajneesh Times has yet to become the Leib and Magenblatt of Sloterdijk readers. It already presents itself as the people's edition of the Frankfurter Allgemeine. Under the title Love Gives, Politics Takes, you can read what has to be constantly repeated for anyone to really believe it. Politics is anti-love. Politicians don't communicate, they distract. Jesus is totally different. He only says and preaches what he himself lives. If you preach what you live, you are unprotected. You are open and vulnerable, you are true to yourself, but then you start to fall out of the framework of society. Society is diplomacy. The fact that madness is only recognized as credible when it dominates not only Sunday speeches but also everyday life is nothing new, but a practice that has long been drilled into the peace movement. The fact that madness only becomes a self-runner when one stops choosing the most beautiful woman of one's choice from politics, which, as every regular knows, is a brothel and prefers to prostitute oneself in return, is a beautiful invention by Bhagwan. The art of diplomacy and the ability to maintain distance, which makes sociability possible in the first place, destroy civilization, which has its substance precisely in sparing others the burden of their own self, which is just as bleak, banal, and commonplace as their own. The fact that love relationships, for example, consist of better-wadded human slaughterhouses is something you experience for yourself, but an experience that fades when its sad banality is constantly in your ears as the last cry. The middle class, which dreams of politics in the first person, thus reveals its bashful desire for the totalitarian identification of public and private life. Its urgent desire for a charismatic authority would like to reform society into a great encounter with a fatherly but determinately caring group leader at the top. The therapeutic worldview prepares the ground for the authoritarian state. And it will serve up its claim to power just as hot as it was cooked in the encounter groups. Society is turning into a psychotope. Among the pioneers of this humanization is, against its will, political spontaneism, and an archaeology of sannyasin will not get by without the mescaleros and other urban Indians. The anti-authoritarian difference lies only in the fact that in the authoritarian variant the politics of the first person is only possible for one person, the absolute leader, whereas in the spontaneist variant it is possible for everyone at the same time. However, since the anarchist monarchy is a contradiction in terms and therefore cannot function, those who took individual anarchism seriously and did not just want to sweeten their student life voted with their feet. A migration movement from the political to the spiritual camp began. The idea of the private sphere, which should be a public and political matter, serves as a mnemonic bridge, on the other side of which the idea of anticipating the good life in the wrong one proves to be the self-redemption technique that it was before. From the Cultural Revolution, the Intellectual Revolution is released to the same extent that the current impossibility of the Social Revolution is interpreted as a call for the true socialism of the Anthropological Revolution. Individual anarchism, which was all too obvious to the culturally dissident students of 1968 due to their petty bourgeois class position, breaks through completely in the Intellectual Revolution. Freedom becomes private property, first a spiritual and then, in the rural communes, a physical Lord God's field on which the individual sows, carefully fertilizes and complacently harvests his self. This shows what was laid out in the attack on the performance principle. Capitalist socialization appears as the outgrowth of a spiritual principle, as the materialization of Protestant ethics. The Intellectual Revolution undertakes to denounce capital as a principle in the hope of exposing the objectification of the principle as a hollow pretense and blowing it away. But the critique of Protestantism is itself halved. The projection of human generic characteristics from the misery of the world into the ideal figure of God, who represents the only integral personality, the only successful true self, becomes the human appropriation of divine characteristics in vulgar materialist criticism. Clerical idolatry is replaced by the self-deification of the community or, spontaneistically, the base. As early as 1842, Max Stirner, the forefather of this kind of bisected religious criticism, pointed in the direction that sannyasins and other spontaneists are taking today. Protestantism has actually turned man into a secret police state. The spy. Conscience monitors every movement of the mind, and all actions and thoughts are a matter of conscience, i.e., a police matter. It is in this division of man into natural instinct and conscience, inner mob and police, that the Protestant exists. The struggle against the inner Gestapo leads to the religionless religion of Bhagwan or corresponding occult forms of the ego itself, since the natural instinct is demystified just as little as the critique of Protestantism is continued in the critique of theology. The religionless religion radicalizes the ideology of beginning with oneself in such a way that path and goal, beginning and end immediately become identical. Do not seek the freedom that brings you just about yourselves in self-denial, but seek yourselves and each of you will become an almighty I, writes Max Stirner, and the self-redemption offered consists in the self-indulgence of the good savage inspired by the natural instinct. At the same time, social autism sees itself as social. The path to freedom and happiness goes over the corpse of the inner Gestapo, and the more people take this path, the sooner the real secret police will perish from their recruitment difficulties. Society is considered by individual anarchism to be the purest fiction, only because it can neither be felt nor tasted nor sensually and directly experienced. As a fiction, it only gains power as a milkmaid-style sum of individual police states. Individual anarchism sees itself as the true socialism, just as the spiritual revolution sees itself as the true revolution. Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, a gifted ragpicker, has also mastered this register. It is a revolution in the true sense of the word. No thought of changing society or the world, because there is no society at all. There are only individuals. Society is an illusion. In truth, it is about a revolution in the heart of the individual. Because the individual is substantial and real, society is merely a network of references. The spontaneists are not only in agreement with the sannyasins when it comes to talking about relationships, but also when it comes to life. It should be unrestrained and effervescent, incalculable anyway and bursting with warmth and immediacy. Moreover, it should defend itself around the clock against hardness, firmness, narrowness, coldness, and, because someone has their hands full here, be allowed to succor. Fun in resistance as a sweet. The language of spontaneism, politicizing existentialism, has prepared left-wing academics for the ashram. Many who refuse to take the objective consequence personally are just sannyasins without uniform and mala. In the ashram, first-person politics comes to its term and therefore to its appropriate practice, destruction of the self and politics of the repressive community as first-person plural politics. Concern leads to hygiene hysteria, the demand to be concerned or at least to feign it was heard and resulted in a new body cult. My understanding ends where my own skin is concerned, writes Ma Prem Pantho, and this is to be taken literally above all else. As a fear of soiling one's body, as the urge to let one's personal dirt line become an iron curtain against everything that concerns one socially. The scope of concern shrinks to the extension of the physical surface. Seasoned anti-authoritarians, who made life difficult for their cleaning-mad mother and for whom the parental living room became a sterile, kitschy nightmare, now, out of fear of AIDS, syphilis, and other evils, develop a hygiene dictatorship that would make even Master Proper and his wife Soberman, the marriage ideal of the late 1960s, shudder. What do I care about Vietnam? I have orgasm problems. Dieter Kunzelmann, the motto of the first German flat-sharing community, which wanted to initiate the resolute break with love, fidelity, civil happiness in the very private sphere, has turned out to be a lust-hostile puritanism that only touches the dirty body of the love object when it is no longer bearable and even then under precautions that were unthinkable in the parental bedroom under the kitschy gypsy bosom and are more reminiscent of the sterility of an operating theater in which the interventions essential for the reproduction of the community are carried out. The specifically petty bourgeois aspect of the mere cultural criticism leading to the intellectual revolution consisted in the fact that the rejection of the gruesome coziness of bourgeois life was not aimed at abolishing this bourgeois life, but at breaking out of parental indebted immaturity in the direction of one's own home and lifestyle. The fully autonomous lifestyle demands real comfort and produces its own kitsch, one reason why even committed Leninists could find their way to Bhagwan and realize themselves there. For the petty bourgeois, when it comes to protesting, nothing is closer than the appeal to practice asceticism in the interest of the common good, a protest which, if it can only be articulated in socialist terms, expresses itself in political affiliation with Leninist-style Baroque communism. What he always had to want, cleanliness, sweeping society with an iron broom, etc., he can find in Leninism, in the cleansing of the political opponent. The main enemy is always in one's own ranks, one must start with oneself, and Stalin's short course in the history of the CPSU, and the words of Chairman Mao came just in time to legitimize the rigid moralism inherent in the party. Cultural revolutionary purge was the only effective means of immunizing the minds of our comrades and the body of our party against all political contamination and all kinds of political microbes. The party's lib has been replaced by the party's own most valuable one, political microbes have been replaced by AIDS bacilli, but the hysteria continues, and in the name of the entirely and holistically new, the very old that used to be done in the name of the people can finally be done without remorse. Even the chronic aversion of spontaneism to theoretical enlightenment and the effort of the concept has not been lost in the change of clothes from red to orange. When reading the Rajneesh Times, the thought of mescaleros and other urban Indians comes to mind. Judgments lead nowhere, awareness and acceptance lead home. If only the strongest tribes survive and can fight their way home from the diaspora of late capitalism to the triangle, then dogmatism only hinders the absolute flexibility required in the struggle for survival. The anti-dogmatism of the spontaneous life reformers, which is the only content on display, relates to the dogmatism of Baroque communism like a ghost driver to a change. They form the flip sides of the same coin that Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh is now pocketing. When the heart of man changes, society must inevitably change. This clerical wisdom advocated by Bhagwan today, which is not entirely wrong, but therefore completely untrue, has been helped by political spontaneism to prepare the social field, and it is no wonder that the criticism of those left behind can feed on little more than envy. Envy, for example, that the sannyasins are better able to make a living out of the spontaneous pound than the sannyasins themselves. It is only fair that the attempt to stir together everything that promises success in the interest of an unreflective, but fun-loving pragmatism, i.e., as was attempted in Cologne, to found a grassroots ashram for popular front meditation, ends in a religious group with work devotion. The extraordinary proximity of political spontaneism to therapeutic occultism also explains the extraordinarily high proportion of academics among the sannyasins. In Oregon, there are said to be more university-educated minds than at some German universities. The spontaneous hostility towards theory has always smacked of envy towards original theory aimed at truth and thus of insulting those who, whipped by the competition on the labor market, did not want to be fobbed off with the unoriginal work of spreading truths. Bhagwan breaks the back of this hostility to theory out of wounded vanity. In an anarchist monarchy, everyone wants to be the supreme legislator, with his own honesty and without much prelude. He says to them what they have long suspected. There is nothing in your head that is original. Apuro jipoj. Your identity is like an onion. You peel it layer by layer and finally you come to nothing. What reads like an anticipated review of Sloterdijk's critique of cynical reason only explains the enthusiasm with which intellectuals who once felt left-wing now adhere to Bhagwan. To be told on the head and in public that one was never concerned with truth but with personal originality and with being way ahead of the competition by means of fancy theoretical bells and whistles of the last French Facon. That frees one from a guilty conscience, that means shock, liberation, and catharsis. Bhagwan's notorious anti-communism therefore only seemingly contradicts the origins of many of his followers from the somehow left camp. Capitalism is actually just an oversized encounter, it promotes self-awareness and thus the soul. Hitler is part of the whole, and in fact, as the peace movement shows, he has, if not saved the soul of the Germans, at least left it. In contrast, the Russian is far poorer than ever as a result of communism, because he has now also lost his soul. He no longer even has the freedom to pray and meditate. Communism should therefore be rejected for therapeutic reasons alone. In Bhagwan's Occult World History on an Apocalyptic Basis, communism is only one sad chapter of the worldwide anonymous conspiracy against the poor soul. A conspiracy that has the sannyasins build underground bunkers, but which is nevertheless to be lived with relish as an opportunity for self-awareness, enjoyment, and adventure. The halved religious criticism revives the fairy tale of the one righteous man who would have saved Sodom and Gomorrah for good measure, as a Christmas tale for the atheists of religionless religion. Even if only 1% of humanity becomes meditative, the wars will disappear. One conspiracy is worth another. This farce cannot go on for too long without making even the most hardened self-propelled hope for the end, perhaps even taking it into their own hands. Tokyo, New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Bombay, etc. All these big cities will disappear and the Holocaust will be global. You can only move inwards, proclaims the master. On the inside, however, his followers are only pursuing the scorched earth policy on themselves, which they fear from the outside. That is why they are already preparing for their dignified departure in the manner of the Reverend Jones Fox Temple Church and are building such a magnificent crematorium in Rajneeshpuram that it becomes clear, this is the place to die. The final redemption, which for the sannyasins also means self-redemption from the inner veil of tears, is expected to take place sometime in 1986. Bhagwan has set December 1985 as the date for the general relocation of his disciples to Oregon. Until then, the community will have to toil 12 hours a day to earn the cost of a dignified burial. This seems to suggest a perverted ruse of reason that will not tolerate middle-class Americans and Germans posing as the Jews of today, blithely whining about the Holocaust as an opportunity for inner growth. Among the interhumans themselves, this interested whining serves the holy purpose of passing off the perpetrators and beneficiaries of global misery as the real victims, because they have been robbed of their souls. Here, this cynicism is always sufficient to pass off the attempt to build and survive a Noah's Ark of consciousness in the eye of the cyclone as legitimate self-defense, which need not be questioned as to its rationality. Self-defense in the face of the existential threat of annihilation has always passed as historical justification, especially in Germany, which first shouted the ritual "Don't make us kill you" at the Jews and then quickly took action. But among the interhumans, the social dialectic, of which they may know nothing, has not come to a standstill. As a negative dialectic, it still continues the social dialectic at the center of those who want to settle in the saving Alpine fortress and leads to the Führerbunker syndrome. Faced with the demand to surrender, they erect an eternal monument to the downfall executed on others in their own. The water is up to his neck. But that is precisely why no one wants to know what will happen to them and what will befall them. Blinded self-preservation chooses exactly the direction from which the danger threatens as its escape route. Panicked, the fear of annihilation does not know where its head is and voluntarily puts it under the guillotine. The self-salvation techniques that are being advertised everywhere, whether antiquated occult or holistic therapeutic, end in the self-abolition of the superfluous. The cooling life searches for intimacy as its remedy, but the synthetic sensuality injected as an elixir of survival can only be completely satisfied in the refrigerated section of the crematoria. The alternative or entirely bourgeois life fears its abrupt end and yet is undecided as to whether it should merely await and long for this end, always oscillating between active euthanasia and the final rescue shot, or whether it should even set itself. The Jonestown massacre provides the answer to the crisis of meaning of the present. Escape leads to self-redemption by one's own hand. Even the attempt in Oregon to establish therapeutic communities as an alternative society, a small oasis in the desert of the world, is already showing its results. When asked by a stern reporter whether she was prepared to end her life on Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh's instructions, the daughter of Leo Ryan, the U.S. senator murdered in Jonestown, replied, "I've heard people say that they would kill themselves if Bhagwan told them to. Whether my faith in him is that great, I don't know, but I wish it were." Absolute inability to experience as a prerequisite for the compulsion to repeat has become the sign of a life that only wants to experience one thing, itself again and again. Just as the struggle for nothing but bare survival reduces people to the serial specimen of their species that they are supposed to become, the necessary accessories of endless self-awareness such as health mania, identity addiction, and intimacy hysteria only unfold their true splendor under conditions of complete sterility, in death. Holocaust is the order of the day. The obsession, as popular as it is nonsensical, with the idea that the Germans are being subjected to a factory-made Todicide, naturally by anonymous forces of fate and by means of insidious, because invisible, forces such as the atom, dioxin, and sulfur, suggests that the ordered self-redemption is welcomed by its victims as the just judgment of their social nullity. Successful training causes them to accept their fate as their very own will and to mentally surpass it. The therapeutic potentiation of the ego into the ego itself promises people transcendence and transcending society, but in a form that allows them to always be one step ahead of its most negative tendencies. Tokyo, New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Bombay, etc. All these big cities will disappear and the Holocaust will be global, prophesies the licensed apocalypticist Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, hereafter BSR, and points the way of escape. You can only escape inwards. The policy of scorched earth is to be countered by the real, the inner man in order to set the saving chain reaction in motion. If the heart of man changes, society must inevitably change. Mass destruction, which only affects external destiny, provokes the opportunity for change. For the impending assassination of the blind social drive on the last thing that still belongs to its functional parts as their apparent private property, i.e. on their soul as the incarnation of life par excellence, promises in return the unique opportunity for a general inspection and overhaul of the self. The psyche becomes the property of the individual, with which the fate of the world can be gambled. Interiority advances as a revolutionary factor, and the supply of soul can hardly keep up with the demand. Either total war or total love, faced with the alternative of painstakingly questioning the self for at least one righteous person and channeling the last ounce of psychic energy into righteous utilization in the service of the community, Bhagwan's disciples opt for survival training in the craft of loving. For this organizational achievement, Bhagwan's therapeutic police state enjoys the undivided attention of the prevailing opinion. Not without good reason, as the magazines are always full of sour pickle cynicism when Hitler's diaries, this time authentic, do not promise the recovery of national identity. But beyond the cynicism of sensationalism, the ever-present question of how to counter the disturbing fact that the state has built on sand in the hearts of its citizens can also be discussed with the inmates of the ashrams. For here there is that degree of devotion and willingness to make sacrifices, of loyalty and unquestioning submission, the lack of which has been lamented by every government declaration since Langmark. Under the heading of youth sex or crisis of meaning, what the bourgeois public does not understand when it holds up a mirror to itself is dealt with, the fact that madness, disguised as an objective compulsion or otherwise, is in all its pores. In contrast to the occultism of the 1920s, when the magician Erik Hanussen became an expert on clairvoyance at the Dutch royal court and a close confidant of Hermann Göring, modern occultism is oriented less towards the stars and more towards feelings. Therapeutic occultism relies on the halo of the word I and promises to put an end to a state in which the use of this word has become an impertinence, adorno. But the competition among shamans, faith healers, Indian yogis, and therapists of all denominations for the patent on this dying word is enormous. Bhagwan's originality lies only in the fact that he has not resorted to a particular fad, but is its integral. He has recognized that damaged subjectivity can only be treated in a therapy that has been totalized into an everyday life and a way of life. He recognized that the saving raw material love is not available in abundance and that even clever recycling cannot prevent demand from exceeding the objective limits of growth on the supply side in the long run. The necessity of the total love revolution demands that sensuality be distilled out of people, artificially enriched, and the last remnants of rationality injected with the elixir obtained. Sexuality here is only the physical shell of the spiritual core of this love. A woman is a woman, just as a man is a man. The differences are secondary because it is a question of energies. The outer woman is only a path to the inner woman. And the outer man is also only a path to the inner man. The real orgasm happens inside, when your inner man and your inner woman touch each other. The slimy accompanying circumstances of sexual union are only the detour to the pure spiritual core fusion, to the ultima unio mystica, which destroys the outer opposition and restores in pure virginity your original nature, love. It is the antimatter of politics. The fight against the end of the world consists in the eradication of spiritual materialism, which insists on outward appearances and does not allow itself to be marketed for its lust for slime. Only a love relationship that radicalizes the bartering of intimacies to the final sale of lovers satisfies the demands of the love revolution. Drop all masks. Be true. Reveal your whole heart. There must be no secrets between two lovers, otherwise love is not love. Drop all secrecy. It is politics. Secrecy is politics. The hunt for the secret agents of the outside within is prescribed for the holistic life. Reason, politics, society, and ego are condemned according to the law and put up against the wall. Once the process has been made short, the inner living space can be cleared and cultivated, then the following applies. I don't belong to any society, I am for love. It is not the mechanical synchronization of production and consumption that holds society together as a steel corset, it dissolves into the plenary assembly of 60 million absolute monarchs. The therapeutic offer of the ashram promises that everyone can share in the rapture of liquidating the mind and yet surviving, of following the compulsory commandments of self-preservation and yet being happy. You are already what you want to become, here and now, in this moment you are what is called the divine. The ultimate and supreme is here, it is already happening, Bhagwan explains and adds. You can become the emperor instantly. In an unexpected way, the threat of the basic law that all power emanates from the people still comes true and can already be anticipated today, in permanent therapy as everyday life and a way of life. The therapeutic delusion as, according to the inventor of conversational psychotherapy, Carl Rogers, a growing counterforce to the dehumanization of society also assures that all the wishes of those who have fallen by the wayside will come true, that they really can, by means of all kinds of ingenious systems on, of course, a scientific basis, turn the random law of the lottery into their own personal advantage. The therapeutic movement works according to the Ponzi scheme, whereby everyone rips off 10 others and they in turn rip off 100. And this goes on and on until, in the end, the whole of humanity can live in splendor, live as if it had already put a penny in the bank during Jesus' lifetime, which today pays off as a quadrillion with compound interest. The more this movement spreads, the more individuals experience themselves as unique persons who are taken care of by other unique persons. The more ways will open up to humanize a dehumanized world. Bhagwan's Love Barracks utilizes all the insights of conversational psychotherapy, whose innovation, in comparison to classical psychoanalysis, was to use the therapeutic process not just as the lever to, but as the sole mode of existence of mental health. From a means for the citizens' reality training, therapy was modernized into a psycholaboratory without an exit and thus into the only living space in which psychologically healthy, i.e. therapeutically, authentic, life can still be lived. This at least implies the separation of therapeutic and social life, but can also, and Bhagwan proves this in practice, be radicalized to the dissolution of society into permanent therapy. In therapy as a form of life, what was only intended as social technology turns into religion, a transformation that was already inherent in conversational psychotherapy, which is to stand here as pars pro toto. Rogers was the first to examine the interaction between the therapist and his victim scientifically, i.e., behavioristically with the help of tape recordings, test psychology, and experiments. Freud's warning that the therapist had to resist the temptation to play the role of prophet, savior against the patient and therefore to reduce the transference, the client's infatuation with his doctor, at the end of the analysis, was lost, a warning that Rogers could not disregard only because he probably did not even know it. In psychological behaviorism, the small difference between efficiency and freedom was thus lost. These investigations resulted in the patent for the artificial production of sensuality and meaning. It was discovered that Pavlov's method worked not only on dogs but also on humans, but positivists, who consider themselves to be in the beyond freedom and dignity, had no objection to this. It was also discovered that empathy, human warmth, and authentic self-expression could be programmed in the psycholaboratory as variables that could be changed at will and that the individual, degraded to a reflex being, into whose black box it was impossible to look, responded satisfactorily to such stimuli. From this, the Rogers School derived the transformation of the therapist personality from a non-directing but committed, accepting, neutral listener to an active partner seeking genuine interpersonal contact and communication. The therapist only had to control the variables like a telephone dial and then use them for situational stimulation of the client. The calculation did not forget that people can be changed by people and therefore the therapist must first and foremost be treated. For therapy becomes immediately dependent on the personal quality of the therapist himself, it becomes subjectivized to arbitrariness. The actual of interhumans is the inexpressible. The staged creative process of mutual self-awareness is of such a fragile nature that it would be soul murder to bring it up. Language is the mortal enemy of hallucinated sensuality. But the sabotage of language, its denunciation as a plague of the head, leads to its therapeutic mutation, since emotional empathy also requires command. It becomes white magic, becomes slimy and turns into a pacifier. Ma Prem Susi and Swami Deva Sidamo invite you to the Enlightenment Intensive, 2 days at DM 180 net. The brochure says, in the Enlightenment Intensive, the core question who am I is asked and answered in turn. Enlightenment Intensive can lead you to a point where there are no more answers, but where a direct experience of your being becomes possible. The sweet hum of essence answers the question without having to ask it first. Whatever may happen here in detail, it takes place too deep in the soul for the reasoning and quarreling brain to grasp. Where there is such a thick fog of mystery, the most unspeakable violence of the jargon of actuality is concealed as always. If the only way out of everyday life, which has become a bottomless abyss, is total acceptance and unreserved affirmation of life, as advertised in the body and mind column of the alternative Tejas, then it is clear that bourgeois society has reached a dead end and that only the total mobilization of all energies can create a future for it. Not discourse and reason, but speechless, authoritarian empathy with the principle of life is the order of the day. Life is not a riddle to be solved, but a mystery to be lived, Bhagwan knows, and demands complete attachment to the essential. The mystification of banal biology aims at social biology. The idolization of the mythical secret will result in the practice of social Darwinism, in the administrative selection of weak and unworthy life. The special resonance that Bhagwan finds between Bitburg and Bergen-Belsen, 3/4 of the sannyasin from Germany had already made the pilgrimage to Pune for the identity cure, points to the unbroken continuity of the German method of making revolution. The older generation of disciples is still aware of this tradition. Thus J. A. Elton reports on his time in Pune. I realize that I am far too attached to comfort. For 8 years on the Napole I endured all kinds of inconveniences under harsh discipline. Now I have to get used to it again. The Nationalpolitische Erziehungsanstalten, the cadre schools of fascism, provide the ideal of the good life, external asceticism with inner wealth. The younger generation is already familiar with it again. For the former editor of the women's magazine Courage, Karen Peterson alias Ma Prem Pando, The Way of Love, India became a touchstone for the urgency of a hunger that had outgrown material satiation. Spiritualized hunger, the hunger for meaning, empowers her to feel hatred for the Indians while strolling through the slums of Bombay and to shoo the beggars aside like vermin. Only an ennobled soul acquires the right to issue a clean bill of health for its own brutality. The reward that the sannyasin demand in gratitude for their performance reflects the violence that they had to practice on themselves in order to put themselves in a position of free-floating and merciless kindness. Corpses pave the path of love, but it is not meant to be evil, only honest. The German method of revolution is skewed. It aims at a total new beginning from nothing and against no one other than the producers of real wealth. The initiators of the fatal dialectic of life reform and love revolution want revolution without class struggle, the silencing of social antagonism without its abolition, and the end of contradiction against hierarchy through the internalization of subalternity. Bhagwan's popularity is due to the therapeutically improved and contemporary reworking of folk life mysticism. The spiritual revolutionary Ludwig Hauser, a friend of Rudolf Steiner, who ran for the Reichstag in 1924 and won 60,000 votes, elevated the soul to a political battle program. The state has so far been used as a playground for revolutionary attacks. One regiment gives way to the other and nothing that is actually rotten in the state gets better as a result. Let us choose another point of attack for our revolutionary endeavors. The state consists of individuals, of you and me and many others. Revolutionize yourself, so that it will be better with you, and a part of the state will be helped. That would be a revolution from the innermost, the nucleus of the state. End of quote. Hauser's central organ, the Hauser-Zeitung, was absolutely nonpartisan, proclaimed the common good before self-interest and carried the hammer and sickle as well as the swastika to prove it. Hauser's program was impressive and credible, as it consisted of a general popular uprising to liberate the specific person Hauser as the duodecimal prince of himself. I was a child long enough, hanging on my father's breast, sucking, slurping, walking, on my own 2 feet, walking myself. I want to go my own way, command myself, obey myself, my God, my devil, my liberator, my helper, my guide, my father, my mother's breast. I want my will to be itself now. I want to be the master of myself, the general of myself, or to labor incessantly to beget it from myself and to give birth to it through myself, to become it. End quote. Passionate banality cramming its catechism. Petty bourgeois intellectual revolution dreams of the spiritual virgin conception and immaculate conception of the petty bourgeois. The self-employed no longer want to owe their existence to anyone or have to admit that they are being kicked from above and pushed from below. The Furor Teutonicus breaks out in order to arrange the world according to its lie of life and to refute the evidence to the contrary by its eradication. But the vigor of the general offensive fades, the jingoism of the megalomania goes limp and humbly reaches for the state bosom, main Führer. As the social philosophy of the déclassé, heroic realism is ready to take control of bourgeois thinking when the economy gets out of hand. It translates the program of self-awareness into politics and aims to win inner freedom through unconditional affirmation of the pit into which one has just been pushed. The citizen is called upon to be the victim and perpetrator of his own murder and thus to transform the lie of his self-generation into the truth of his self-disconnection. Negative dialectics is the only thing the citizen is capable of practicing, even if he is unable to comprehend it. Nothing therefore gives the heroic realist more pleasure than the ridicule of bourgeois freedoms. Ernst Jünger sardonically states that bourgeois dress is beginning to become somehow ridiculous, as is the exercise of bourgeois rights, especially the right to vote. What the citizen throws in the garbage, others should no longer be able to use. The heroic realist begins with the reform of life. He resolutely criticizes the upper-class cosmopolitan lifestyle, which he cannot afford and therefore does not want to afford, and decides to follow up with the true revolution, the revolution of being, a practice that expresses the criticism of bourgeois dress and elegant savoir-vivre in field grey with contempt for death. The career of real life takes its course into the pit via the mere cultural critique of capital. Its intellectual revolutionary dogma is the absolute separation of grabbing capital as the sphere of the Philistine and pepper bag, the asphalt literati, cultural Bolshevists and their integral, the Jew and foreigner on the one hand, from creative capital on the other, the bright realm of independent people of strength and vitality, for whom their upright walk becomes a path to disaster. And must become so. Their decency does not help them, they are punished for it. Spiritual revolution against a decadent lifestyle sees itself as therapy for the evil that it is itself, and traces the misery back to a worldwide conspiracy whose long-term agents are among and within us. Like the psychic storm of the 1920s, the therapeutic occultism of the present understands society as a gigantic psychodrome, its crisis consequent as a simple extrapolation of individual weakness to true love to general impotence. Bhagwan's love revolution is recommended as an effective aphrodisiac. It is a revolution in the true sense of the word. No thought of changing society or the world, because there is no society at all. There are only individuals. Society is an illusion. In truth, it is about a revolution in the life of the individual. Because the individual is substantial and real, society is merely a web of reference. End of quote. Western rationality has taken the place of the wise men of Zion. The catastrophe that Descartes and Marx then complete begins not with the murder of Christ, but with Aristotle. Bhagwan summarizes. The mind has brought you into the chaos, into the misery that you are. The fact that love is followed by prompt failure on command, that the therapeutic group, which assigns love as the compulsory commandment of self-preservation to everyone regardless of person, also liquidates love, whose basic law is at least free choice, is part of the objective dialectic of the love revolution. Among the living corpses, it is inconceivable that someone is actually unlovable and really the creep who does not have to experience himself, but has to change. Love communism doubles the negative equality of all before the economy and the state to equalize feelings. In the therapeutic police state, the separation of work and life is abolished in a way that the New Left authors of this utopia could never have dreamed of. Life is identified with work in a totalitarian way and is completely, holistically absorbed into it. Concern, revolutionization of everyday life, politics in the first person. In this way, Bhagwan's intellectual revolution draws the real sum total of the new social movements after 1968. The dialectic of anti-authoritarian consciousness of the student movement, as analyzed by Hans-Jürgen Kroll, is fulfilled in the intellectual revolution. Emancipation egoism let loose wants to dispense with the toil and agony of political struggle and nevertheless empirically usurp the realm of freedom for itself. Hic et nunc. The petty bourgeois dispositions of anti-authoritarian consciousness treat the realm of freedom as private petty property. The ideology of free spaces corresponded to this, oriented towards the idea of the right of ownership of the first land grab. Petty bourgeois attitudes of consciousness allowed freedom to degenerate into a decisionist category of property. The anticipation of communism in interhuman relations has radicalized into the individual anarchism of the here and now, which finds its practice in the love revolution and its ideal overall theorist in Bhagwan. Liberation is profitable as a small business. What emerges is what was already laid out in the attack on the performance principle. Society is seen as the expression of a spiritual principle, as the pure materialization of Protestant ethics, as a psychotope. The spiritual revolution understands capitalism as pure faith, which people have projected from their souls into reality, and pursues its subversion through therapeutic brainwashing. Say no to everything. Seek a new relationship with your girlfriend, love differently. Begin, for yourself, here and now with the revolution. Daniel Cohn-Bendit's anti-authoritarian appeal already heralded the reunification of the avant-garde with the nation in terms of the result. In the ashram, politics in the first person comes into its own. Politicization out of concern turns into body worship and hygiene hysteria. My understanding stops where my own skin is concerned, threatens Karen Peterson. Before all the threats of imagined self-defense as an empowerment of one's own violence, this is to be taken literally as the fear of soiling the body, as a desire for sterility. Seasoned anti-authoritarians who made life difficult for their cleaning-mad mother now, out of fear of invisible germs, develop a Kleenex mania that would probably make even Master Proper and Mrs. Clean, the ideal love match of the late 1960s, shudder. The reunification of the avant-garde with its nation takes place as its modernization for the eternal survival of its crisis. The public enthusiasm for the therapeutic reform of life reflects the change in the social function of love per se. Classical state philosophy feared love as raw nature, sensuality as the catastrophe of abstractly calculating reason. The loving citizen infected himself with his downfall in women, contracted emotional syphilis and brain softening, and descended into the realm of death. G.W.F. Hegel. Today, the citizen seeks a holy alliance with his opposite, allies himself with death in order to save himself into eternal life. Society takes control of sensuality and propagates itself through its contradiction. Rule, which has become frail in itself, reforms itself into the general self-administration of the subaltern. The relationship between love and politics is transformed from power-protected inwardness to the psychic support of power, and the therapeutic delusion of revolutionizing from the soul becomes reality to the extent that rule, having become anonymous, deteriorates into the dictatorship of kindness, into psychocracy. People keep their heads above water by opening the flood valves. Individuality, leaking, goes into the boats. The orange-costumed escape into oceanic existence becomes a journey into nothingness.